The beautiful mountains are so high that they reach almost the clouds. On one of the peaks of Mount Tai, the mysterious man rises with weight, relying on his stick. The guy broadcasts the medallion on the grave plate and, after a difficult path, exhaling falls to the ground. He talks about a man named Lian Song. He managed to fulfill only half of his promise given to him. The guy was visible for a long time, because deep cheekbones are visible on his cheeks. The guy continues to lie on the ground in his eyes. A beautiful butterfly flashes. He recalls the years when he was an emperor. Emperor Hunsu asks his grandson what he thinks about power. The boy considers power. These are flowers. The old man does not understand why his grandson thinks so. The boy took up his chin and thought about the answer. The boy thinks that if not flowers are power, because it does not matter commoners or noble people, they all gather throughout the capital and talk about them. Grandpa raises him in his hands and praises him for his insight. He tells Yunvan to remember, despite the fact that the flowers are bright and colorful, they can be tied as if they were not there. His grandfather died, he did not have a suitable heir, therefore handed over the throne to the guy. Uncle Yunvan tells him that the old man entrusted the fate of the empire for such insignificance. The man believes that such a garbage has no place on the throne. Yunwen does not understand and is afraid of his uncle. The man says everything has his own order and tells him to leave his throne. As a result, he made a bloody coup and many people died. Lian Sleep is enough Yunvan by the shoulder and says to go with him. Uncle shouts to his people to grab Yunvan and kill him. The Imperial Guard is trying to protect the young emperor. Master Lian Dream sent a guy from the palace secretly. He tells him about the top of the mysterious little peak of Mount Tai. Asks him to find a small stone monument and hang on him the emperor's token. 2 people who served grandfather Yunvan will help him. The guy is upset and tells Liana a dream that he was tired of continuing to live such a miserable life. The old man is angry and a cry tells him to recover. To survive this is the only way to fulfill the decree of Emperor Hunsu and honor his memory. Lian Sleep with tears in his eyes asks to promise that Yunwen will survive. The guy is still upset, but answers Liana that he understood. Yunwen rode off on a horse, and the old man in the back wished him good luck. He lies on earth and realized that the power was fleeting. If he's born again, he wants instead of a flower that can be tied at any time, be born a free butterfly. He thinks about Lin Sona and considers it all that he can do. An unknown old man stands above the candles and hits in a gold bell. He recalls the basis of the call of souls and binding of spirits stored in the secret storage of the cult of fire worshippers. He sits surrounded by candles and meditates. If the majestic heavenly emperor was not friendly from the very beginning, then the old man would not exist in this world. He asks Huibut about the readiness of the vessel. Huibut removed his epithelium and shaved the skeleton. He inserted the elephant bone under the nose cartilage and transplanted the remote epithelium back. The old man poured a dozen species of elixirs and toxic juices into him, melted his bones, and again rubbed his contour. Since he is already old, he has to constantly restore himself. But the old man, despite his age, does not have a single mistake in surgical work. Huibut tears the canvas, which was covered by Yun Wen, and tells the Fan No that the preparation of the vessel has been completed. They worked well. The heavenly emperor would also be delighted. Kavan No asks the heavenly demon whether he is ready to welcome his new life. The demon replies how he dares to wake him from sleep and bother him. The old man says that he wants to give him a new life, pointing to the vessel. The demon laughs from his words about a new life. He replies to the old man that he does not agree. Kavan Nok does not understand why, because he believed that the heavenly demon wants this. The heavenly demon does not want a person, because he lives an unsurpassed life. In hell, he was much more interesting, and in the human world he felt boredom and loneliness. He tells Huan Nobu that if they once again call him, he will kill them all. The old man in a panic asks him to wait. The Van Nohosh should come up with a secret plan if the heavenly demon returns now. All this will be in vain. He needs something to interest unsurpassed representatives of the demonic cult. Suddenly he cries that the heavenly demon is an idiot. The demon got angry and thinks Huan Nobu wanted his death. The old man points out to him, if he is really a heavenly demon, then he is an idiot, and is not so aware of in the world around him. Kavan Noka understands that he cannot be cowardly, because his life is in the balance. An extraordinary ascetic named Zhang Sanfan even exalted him as a more perfect than Dharma. The demon does not understand who is talking about who we are talking about. He never heard the name of this child. The people of their time say no matter how strong the heavenly demon, he will not stand in front of the sage Sanfan. The heavenly demon says who could say such nonsense. Huan Noku asks the demon that he knows about development, possibly a heavenly demon, and was the best at one time. But Muram's people improved martial arts every day. The current generation developed martial arts so much that it could not be compared with the past generation. The old man tells the demon he was bored because of the lack of worthy opponents, and now, when he appeared, let him become the strongest again. To become unsurpassed, and then and now, the demon became interested in his proposal. The demon asks how many years to the child whose body will serve as a vessel. The old man replies that the guy is 20 years old. The demon understands that this body can live at least another 100 years, and he will be able to prove his skill and the name of the heavenly demon. He tells Juan Nobu that when he happens to treat them, the old man timidly told him. Kavan Noku asks the demon to lie down, and he will begin the ritual. He asks Huibut to bring the pill of the soul of the demon, and he will take the rest. The old man puts a round tablet in his mouth, and many times pierces the body with needles to revive it. The master jumps up and grabs his head. The old people do not understand what is happening. He hears his voices, and his head hurts as if he would tear up now. He asks Juan Noka about his voice. The old man uses technology, but he does not tolerate good luck, and he can't help the master. Huibut asks Juan Nok what is happening here. Suddenly the master screams and says to shut up Hui, but he was scared. He thinks the master told him this. Juan No explains that the master says this is not to him, because right now the master is talking with the heavenly demon. It seems that the great fundamental principle has failed. The master asks the old man to do something with this. The Kavan. Nok tells the heavenly demon could not take full control over the master. The clash of consciousnesses is that which should not have happened, because if such a state may continue to collapse. Huino offers Huano to send a heavenly demon back, but Kavan knows only how to call him, but does not know how to send him back. They continue to argue. Suddenly the master screams, and a mystical aura comes from him. Huan no panic, he realized that the essence of the demon and the consciousness of the master were faced, because his behavior cannot be explained differently. But suddenly he had an idea. He says Hui, but he has another tablet of the demon's soul. In other words, they can again use the great foundations, and with the help of this, they will suppress the demonic nature of the heavenly demon. Hui but does not understand what he is going to suppress with the help of the pill of the demon's soul. Huan no thinks Hui but turned into a stone block. Otherwise, why does he not understand his plan? They will put into the body of a master of another person, the legendary orthodox Murim. He but understood his idea. Having introduced another one can neutralize demonic energy. They have a little time and they start. Hui but says to try, and they will leave the rest heaven. The emperor who would not appear should be directly from heaven. The elderly fell from fatigue. Huan no says star for this. The old people notice the awakening of the master and ask him in order. The master is hungry and asks whether they have food. The master is accepted to eat everything that he sees. Huan no and Huibut think their ritual was successful, even though they are a little shocked by the past. The heavenly demon says why he was placed in such a tight place. The master, along with the demon, are in the same body. The master replies to him that the demon is much cooler than he heard. The guy can't stand it and tells these two that they are not alone here and tells them to shut up. The demon does not understand why the guy does not feel pain when they say his head should be split into pieces. The guy noticed that after the ritual of Huino and the Huan Nok, the voices in his head, although they remained, became less annoying. The heavenly demon arises and does not understand how the guy dares to talk in such a tone with the most powerful creature. Kvan No and Huibut in a misunderstanding that the guy is talking to himself. The second man entered into the body of Yunwan was Juainan, a priest revered as the sixth patriarch of the monastery Shaolin. The guy realized that a rather powerful person entered his body, because thanks to him, the heavenly demon could no longer bother him. He says thanks to the old boar, referring to Huane. Hui No and the Huan Noka ask what the guy uses for the vulgar language. Yunwan says to give him another bowl of food. Of course, they fulfill his request and go for the additive in the hurry. Kavan Nach noticed that the guy is changing in his body at once, 3 personalities at once. His temper will be subject to sudden changes. The old man does not understand what to do with it, but Yunwan interrupts his thoughts and asks to bring him water. The guy asks Huainan to give him a name, because he seems to be the most knowledgeable of them. The old man invites him to take the name Inconstancy. Yunwan does not like it. He understands that people will not understand this name in Jianghu. The guy wants to know the opinion from the demon, and Huainan is upset. The demon says the old man cannot know something about coolness, and he should immediately ask him. He offers Yunwan to take the nickname Iron Krovni Asura. The guy replies that he needs a name, and not some foreign title. He does not understand how such an ignoramus became the strongest in the world. The demon is angry with his arrogance, and wants to immediately take possession of his body. But he doesn't succeed. The demon does not understand why Yunwan is all right. The demon realized that because of Huainan, he could not take control of his body. From the point of view of the number, the demon is weaker than them, so he cannot take possession of the body. He cannot take control of the body, so he has no other choice but to cooperate with them in the first place. The guy understands that using his surname Ju will be strange. The heavenly demon wants to absorb the body of Ju Yunwan completely. Yunwan asks the demon that he mutters under his breath. The demon says he thought about his fighting name and offers him a heavenly destroyer. The guy liked the name proposed by the demon. Kwanno asks the young master where he goes. The guy replies that he wants to wander around Murim. The old people do not understand why he is already leaving. The guy says there is nothing like that in this. Kwanno says Yunwan did not have time to restore all his strength and martial arts. The guy points to his forehead and speaks all the martial arts of the heavenly demon, and Juinan is stored in his head. He does not understand why they themselves spent this right. They did not know about it. But tells them it is inconvenient to send a young master in this form. Yunwan looks at the tree. He conceived something. The old people are interested in what he was planning. They are worried. The guy tells the heavenly demon to use his martial arts. He accumulates a huge amount of purple energy in his hand. The guy showed them his strength and hit the road. The old people from the cliff look at him in the wake. He walks through the forest and sings something to himself. Kwanno is afraid that everything will be fine, but Huibut reminds him that the young master had come out of their control. Huannok is not about that. He means something else. He looks at the huge trench made by Yunwan and says whether it will be correctly released in Murima, referring to the guy. Huibut worries about the master. Kwanno says that the master will cope with difficulties. Kwanno considers Yunwan looks like an emperor. A huge man stands with his knees in the snow. His back is all in the wounds and his blood is dripping. This is the Senelian king of demons. He tells his opponents that they will not be able to break their spirit. The man relies on his big sword. He was surrounded by many enemies. A well-dressed man says Hunpo that his luck ends in the possession of the spirit of martial arts. He wandered just like that around the world. But the Association of the Northern Blades will not stand aside. The Senelian king of demons answers him if they are those who initially acted with their strength. The Association of the Northern Blade can be the dominant force in Jiangzhou, but Hunpyo is also a student of the Great School. The man is seriously configured. He tells the head of the Association of the Northern Blade that he will soon come on his head. A member of the association does not think so, because they spread the network of heaven and land to catch all the 7 kings of the demonic path. Hunpo, according to him, is not how much, but the members of the association tell him to stop to show off. The expression on his face was replaced. He was alert. A member of the association knows about his plan. Hunspo wants to win time, but he praises his courage for saving his brothers. The man points his finger up sarcastically smiling and asks about whether the Senelian demon has heard the sound. He thinks his brothers went to the underground world. Hunspio is furious. He realized that the association intends to destroy all the followers of the demonic path. The man rushes at the member of the association with a huge sword. But a member of the association easily retorts the attack of a blue demon, repulsing his sword with his foot. And in response, it beats him in the forehead with the handle of his sword, from which the man is crumpled in pain and falls to his knees. A member of the association tells him that getting rid of the followers of the demonic path is the right decision. Humpo says it doesn't matter what they do. But if the matter comes to this man, the man does not have time to finish. He interrupted a member of the association thinks that under the this man, he has in view of the Grand Master of the Demonic Way, Hyok at Chon, whom Hupneo respects so. The man asks the blue demon if he wants to know one secret. It turns out that the king of the swords of the North Sea and the murderer of the Azure Sea turned away, and the Grand Master of the Demonic Path could not do anything, because he does not take any measures, even when Hunpyo and his brothers die. But Hunpo understands that Hyok has Chon is not such a person. There will be times when he and their brothers along the demonic path will shed bloody tears, any valuable. A member of the association replies to him that he is chatting too much. This does not correspond to the appearance of the blue king of demons. He orders his subordinates to take him. A man promotes his sword and easily fights off the attack, scattering them around. One of the 3 men standing behind Hunpeo does not understand how the man has energy still to use the strengthening of the aura of Qi. Hunpeo looks frightened. The Senelian demon noticed that the one who reflected his blow blocked his reinforced Qi of the blade of his Qi sword. These 3 men are 3 great swordsmen Tianshan. The one that stands in the middle of them, says Hunpo. He remained the last of the 7 kings of the demonic path of the king of the demon. Today's hunt will end after they liquidate him. Hunpo expected something similar from the scum of orthodox warriors. The old man overworked because of him and says Hunpo just to die. 3 craftsmen use the enjoyable network of swords. The Senelian demon realized that he had come to an end, and thought soon to find himself in the next world with his brothers. From the last forces, Hunpo uses the art of a thunderstorm. but Yunwen interferes with him and knocks the weapon out of his hands. He also does not allow the masters to hold his attack and rushes past them with lightning speed. All their weapons lies on earth. Yunwen says what miserable bastards they are. Hunpo and the rest stand with open mouths and do not understand what kind of person it is. The guy claims that he watched the battle only because it was interesting, but they at least behave too arrogantly, although they own martial arts. The warriors on both sides realize that in the blink of an eye, Yunwen stole their weapons. They do not understand who it is, and the guy is calm. One of the swordsmen of Tian Shan asks him who he is in order to arrange such draws. Yunwen will not remember that he played the draws. The guy tells the master if their weapons stole their weapons, this is the biggest insult for them. The master is furious. The man replies to Yunwen that he is just a jerk, whose milk on his lips did not dry out. His combat comrade asks him to calm down. The second sword of Tian Shan Cheng asks Yunwen to call him. The guy timidly said that he is a spellman of a heavenly demon, a heavenly destroyer. The heavenly demon begins Yunwen. Yunwen learned the scripture that the Gemini Noah told him and calmed the demon. A man from Tian Shan's swords tells his comrades what idiots they are and why they appear before him. He tells the guy how he dares to belittle them, seeing how he talks about the heavenly demon and the like. It is easy to understand that the heavenly destroyer also practices the demonic path. A man wants to kill Hunpo with Yunwen, and he rushed at the guys with his sword with lightning speed. The heavenly demon asks Yunwen not to say that he is just going to sit back. The guy is not going to die in vain death after he survived the hellish time. He easily repels the master of the master using martial arts. The remaining two masters of the Tianshani sword are trying to intervene in the duel, but Yunwen scatters them on the sides. The heavenly demon laughs and tells Yunwen that he could not use even half of his strength. The guy is angry, and tells the demon to shut up. The old man is angry, watches the battle from the side and says what dumb bastards they are. The man grabs the sword flying into him, and he strikes Yunwen, a strong scale of the sword. The man tells the guy that he should not be distracted. The old man thinks he caught him. But Yunwen substitutes another man. The guy asks the attacker why he ruined his hairstyle. The guy tells him, is it possible to cut his allies? The man is angry with him, but the guy beats him in the face with his boot. The rest of the swords of Tian Shan also become furious, seeing how their comrade was on his knees with a broken nose. They attack him, but he easily evades their attacks and attacks in response. Yunwen beats a man who broke his nose with his foot in his neck, from which he writhes in pain. The warrior does not understand what his subordinates are doing, and why they do not crush numbers. But the guy quickly finds himself next to him and says, it seems the old man likes to fight with numerical superiority. The old man jumps back in fear. He does not understand how Yunwen did not noticeably crept up to his nose. He is surprised by his rack. The guy stands on one leg, and the second is bent and stretched up, and his head is overturned back. The heavenly demon is surprised that Yunwen is going to use this. The guy hits a lot of foot on the ground with mystical power. The demon says this martial art is his symbol. The guy is cloned. This technique is called heavenly demonic racing. The Senelic demon thinks him. The warrior of swords Tianshan believes that this is the technique of illusion. Yunwen answers, he is not sure, and let the old man look better. The man is furious and shouts that the three great swordsmen of the Tianshan did not peck on a simple cloning technique. He rushes at one of the illusions. The old man thinks this real. But another clone breaks through his stomach. The old man stands in horror without his left hand and looks at his dead comrades. And all the survivors run away from Yunwen. The heavenly demon thinks the guy is going to chase them, but he thinks for today enough and can be stopped. The Senelian demon is shocked by the fact that Yunwen is going to finish only because he was bored. Hunpo looks at the heaps of the corpses of the people whom Yunwen killed. In this world, orthodox have much more weight than demonic followers. The man thinks in this inverted world an incredible person appeared. The heavenly demon tells Yunwen he has qualities to follow him. The wounded Hunpo crawled to Yunwen. The Senelian demon asks Yunwen to take him with him, calling the guy a great warrior. The guy runs away from him. He calls Hunpej a hairy old man and will never take him with him. The man continues to scream in his trail. The city of Kaifeng. Murim was turned upside down by 2,000 swordsmen of the Association of the Northern Blade, and 500 martial arts of the Union of 9 Orthodox forces were sent to hunt for 7 kings of the demonic path, and destroyed 6 of the 7 kings. People discussed this. But the second news shocked Murim even more. The spellman of the heavenly demon, the heavenly destroyer, is one who destroyed 528 people from the Association of the Northern Blade, and 127 people from the Alliance of 9 Orthodox. This is the emergence of a demonic god. 3 guys are discussing him. One heard that everyone who saw him died. The second speaks his face like the devil, and the boy will cross, because Hak Duk Hyun, the second sword of Tianshan, who managed to survive that he was a young and beautiful master. But in any case, the Northern Blade Association has already directed the investigative group. It seems in Murim, a bloody massacre. The heavenly demon says, since they are all discussing them, it was an excellent appearance of a heavenly destroyer. Yunwan tells him to shut up. The guy has a feeling that he was drawn into a meaningless struggle. The heavenly demon says that in this, because the guy even changed clothes. Huinan thinks he did not mean this. The guy says to these two that they are too noisy and tells them to shut up. Yunwan thinks that Hakaduk Hyun knows him in the face he should be disguised. Huinan offers a guy, instead of disguising you can simply change your opinion about yourself. The guy did not even think about it. In the Pavilion Neutral Hotel, the girl welcomes the new visitor. The guy asks to bring him a bottle of alcohol and several simple snacks. Yunwan asks the girl why she continues to stare at his face. The waitress was embarrassed and covered her face with her hand. The guy thinks what is the matter and does she really know who he is? The girl replies that in 10 years of work as a waitress, she first sees such a beautiful client. The guy breathed out. The waitress asks him for a second to wait, and she will bring him everything right now. The guy began a meal. He noticed that the alcohol, which was given to him, was different from the one he drank in the palace. Huainan does not know what alcohol tastes, but he believes that this is what the joy of commoners brings. He is interested in Yunwan, how he feels, and whether the taste of drinking from Murim differs. The guy thought about his words. He had so many opportunities to try him, but he did not like him. The only one who loved to drink was his uncle. It is bitter. Alcohol was always bitter for him. Huainan thinks, judging by what he heard, there should be a mental illness made alcohol bitter. The guy does not understand what he has under the illness of the soul. The old man says, even this time, the young man inevitably committed murder. No one else can pay for his sins. Huainan asks not to make his stupid mistakes, entering the battle that could be avoided, and committing meaningless murders. In this way, someday, the guy will be able to feel the sweetness of alcohol, according to the sage. Yunwan thought about his words. The heavenly demon says these words are like the words of any of the same old man, and asks Huainan to whether he knows the taste of alcohol at all. The demon believes that if you don't kill you, then they will kill you. This applies to the whole world, and not just Murim. Huainan answers the heavenly demon. This is the first time that Yunwan commits such an excessive murder after coming to Murim, and the heavenly demon should show a little generosity to the guy and learn to understand him. The demon says there is no shitty generosity. Yunwan did not think that the martial arts of the heavenly demon would be so strong. It was the first time he felt so free. However, if he will use force only in his interests, then he will not be different from his uncle. The guy tells Juainan that when his drinks will become sweet and he will give him a drink. The old man answers him, he cannot be alcohol since he was a monk. Suddenly, the heavenly demon interrupts them and tells Yunwan to be on the watchman, because someone is approaching him. The guy thinks, judging by his clothes, the one who came up to him is a member of the coalition of the Southern Blade. He introduced himself to Yunwan. His name is Tan Jian from the province of Sichuan. Tanjong offers to join their company. Yunven understood. Judging by their appearance, they should be approximately his age, and it looks like Tanjong, master of martial arts. He thinks since he is bored, you can join them and get some kind of information. Tanjong tells his friends, because the young master happily accepted their proposal, they should greet each other. The first to introduce Namgun Herkun, who received the title of the Divine Dragon of the White Sword. Yunwan tells him pleasantly to meet them. The demon says a good endurance. The muscular guy is called Zhonhu, an iron bloody fist. The girl's name is Een. The girl, he thinks he is quite handsome. Namgun Hemi is silent. She does not understand that in him so good that everyone is so happy. Yunwan repeats once again, he is pleased to meet them. Murong Jongjiol from the Murong clan says enough introductory words on their part and asks Yunwan. The guy noticed that they all look like the descendants of prestigious combat clans. He does not know how to behave, since they all treat him very hospitably. Yunwan changes places in his surname and appears as Wen Yun, a scientist who wanders here and there and for him to be with such wonderful people. The heavenly demon tells him why, after the heavenly destroyer, he took such a shitty name. The demon believes that no one knows about the personality of the guy. Zhonggiol is also pleasant to meet him. The heavenly destroyer thought that these guys are ordinary inhabitants of Murim of his age, but having heard their ideas, he realized that these 4 gentlemen and 4 ladies turned out to be a high position. Unlike the Association of the Northern Blade and the Coalition of the Southern Blade, they belong to a much more powerful power to the Orthodox fraction, known for its righteous acts of the League of 5 Clans. And there were clans in the pillars of this league. Namgun, Tan from Sichuani, Pan from Habai, Yan from Jingzhou and Murong. Yunwen realized that these people were children of the elites who were responsible for the future 5 clans. The guy is interested in them that they brought them to the house of Kaifan because this place is quite far from Chengdu and Jianggan. The demon is surprised because Yunwen says that he almost does not know Murim. But when he was an emperor, he almost knew the whole Murima map. Junqiu answers Yunveni that even if they explain to him, he will not understand. The man says something happened in Murim. Hemi says this place is Kaifeng. There may be the headquarters of the beggar sect, but it is also the base of the Association of the Northern Blade. The guy was worried that he was in the very heart of the Association of the Northern Blade. Yunwen wants to know more information about how their meeting is connected with the Association of the Northern Blade. One Hemi roar with a roar on the table, saying how curious it is. The girl tells him that the grandiose banquet of representatives of the orthodox faction will take place here. But the guy meant where he could know. Zhongjil asks her sister not to be rude to the guest. The girl agrees and continues to eat. Yunwen suggests due to the grandiose banquet of the orthodox faction, all orthodox martial artists gather in the Kaifan house. Hemi chewing confirms his hunch. Yunwen did not know that the world of Murim was so divided into various factions. He inspires them that the amateur against Murim. Zhongjil noticed this and suggests that the guy would be interested in learning about the world of Murim. The man tells Murim a hard place, especially now, when the root of the conflict becomes deeper and deeper. Yunwen is interested in what kind of conflict root. Zhongjil says no matter what the guy is an amateur in Murim's matters. He should know about the conflict of the orthodox and demonic path. The guy quickly replied that he knows about it. The man continues. Even in the history of Murim, these two forces were not as clearly divided as today. They are in a situation where everyone in Murim must choose between 2 options, no matter what. Yunwen does not understand how it is, because there should be people who do not want to belong to not one of the ways. Zhongjil replies that of course there are such, but people who sit in the middle are considered as enemies, and most likely will be killed. Yunwen thinks this unreasonable. Kill people who do not want to belong to any of the parties. The guy apologizes that Zhongjil interrupts, but he wants to know who makes charges in their direction. Zhongjil says they are an orthodox faction, and he also belongs to her, so Yunwen can think that he is only flattering him. But he does not think that the orthodox faction overwhelming the demonic path is the only way to preserve Murim's moral. The heavenly demon, Jungiol, thinks rather unsighted, as for a small child from the orthodox faction. Hemi reminds his older brother that he should not behave like that in the presence of so many people. Yunwen agrees with his opinion, but now his opinion has no influence and in general it is unrealistic. But still, behind this person, he should carefully observe him. The guy understood the complexity of the situation in Murim and learned a lot of new things. Zhongjil says his circumstances. Zhongjil sees his interest in Murim and asks him not hesitated to ask questions. The guy says it may sound arrogantly, but he is interested in who is now the strongest in Jianghu. Zhongjil was surprised and thought after his question. Yunwen realized that he was asking a rather sensitive question. The man says everything is in order, but he himself is not sure who is the strongest, despite some of the discrepancies in opinions. Leading people among 4 generations should be a grand master of the demonic path. The heavenly demon does not know who they are. He never heard and did not see them. Yunwen replied that he understood. However, Jianghu is very great, and there are definitely masters of martial arts more than mentioned by Zhongjil. They can appear anywhere and anywhere. The guy asks about the master of Juanan, the 6th ancestor Shaolin. Zhongjil does not know. It is difficult for him to say because he lived more than 700 years ago. The heavenly demon breaks the laughter. He tells the old man Juin that he will not achieve much within the framework of time. And after he asks for a heavenly demon, Zhongjil is not clear why the guy asks about him. He thinks this story is implausible, so it is not clear how much they can trust her. The demon is angry. He says that even the old people outside the heaven know about this fact. Suddenly, a crowd of men enters the room and one of them overtures the woman to the floor. The man tells her how she dares to think that she can escape from them. The girl asks to spare her life. Yunwen understood according to the fact that it was the members of the Northern Blade Association. A person standing in front is the vice captain of the law enforcement of the Association Northern Blade. The sword of the White Tiger Ga Duksam. Young people from the 5 great clans are not pleased with what is happening. Gaduksam tells the girl how he dares to throw his father, saying that he wants to survive herself. The girl asks someone to save her. Hemi takes out his sword and intervenes in the situation. She asks, since Kaifeng became so lawless, and how can masters of martial arts from orthodox sects oppress such a helpless girl? The people supports her words. and people say this is not permissible even if they are from the Association of the Northern Blade. Ga Duksum replies to her how he dares to poke his nose in the affairs of their association, after which she cannot be safe. The girl says he can scare anyone else with this, but not her Huskun Hemi. It will not work with her. Everything is in the room in shock, because this daughter of the divine sword of the azure sky. A man tells her not to interfere in the affairs of other sects, such as avowal rule to Jianhu. Hemi says she is not so stupid as not to know this, but do not turn a blind eye to the fact that it goes against public order, and this is what she should do as a martial art master. And judging by what she sees, they are engaged in something similar to the abduction. The man thinks she does it because she does not understand. This girl of Shuejufen, the daughter of a snowy tiger, possessing 1,000 skills. Shuejinya, leader of the sect of the demonic border of Kaifeng. They do not have a choice because they issued an order to arrest all members of the sects of the demonic border. And if she intends to interfere with them, then they will have to use force. Zhongjiol says since when the law enforcement detachment of the Association Northern Blade behaves so brazenly, Yunwen believes he should not join them. The guys in a detachment of law enforcement stand, surrounding the woman. The man says they are in the performance of official duties. He noticed that judging by his clothes, this guy is also from the great clan Namgun. Ga Duksum asks, or they are trying to threaten him. Zhongjiol says if this is really so what they are going to do. In this case, Ga Duksum will report this to his superiors. The captain of the law enforcement detachment, nicknamed Smiling, eliminating the sword of Wu Henshin, says there is no need for this. The word retreat does not exist in the dictionary of their detachment, and you should not report something so insignificant. All in the detachment bow to the captain. The heavenly demon says what kind of bastard it is, like food sticks. The captain asks the young master Namgun whether he seems to him that he is crossing the line. The guy is angry and does not understand what he means. If the leader of the alliance of the 5 clans learns about this, then Yang Geol will be held accountable. Zhang Geol can fall into a difficult situation if the story that the future leader of the Namgun clan was faced with the Association of the Northern Blade because of a simple girl from the demonic path will come out. But Zhang Geol does not back down. The security captain asks if the guy will suffer responsibility if the relationship between the 5 Clans League and the Northern Blade Association ruin. Zhonhu replies to him both he dares to behave and threaten the next chapter of the Namgun clan. Wu Henshin says he is respected by the heir to the clan Namgun based on his young age, and Zhonhu does not dare to tell him something similar. The captain gives the order not to let anyone out into the street and surround this place. He asks Zhang Geol what he will do now. The heavenly demon does not like this captain. He says the scum of their orthodox sects have always been wolves in the sheep's skin, and tells the heavenly destroyer why he should not be cut down. The guy says his personality will be immediately disclosed if he applies martial arts. The demon says simply to score them to death so that there are no witnesses left. In this case, Huainan suggests applying his martial arts. The guy is surprised. The security captain once again asks the young master what he's going to do. The guy is angry, clenching his fists. He says to leave this girl to them. Zhang Jiol tells him since they cannot then watch his investigation and accompany the girl, and it doesn't matter who her father is, because this does not apply to her, and if they refuse, then they will not leave this. The expression on the captain's face was replaced. The guy does not understand what was the matter. Jie Duksum knows that this facial expressions mean that the captain wants to kill. Wu Henshan tells them that they carry clans of the coats of arms of clans on their backs, but they don't know how the world works, and says let them try to take it from them. The guys are tuned and prepared to fight. The captain of the detachment takes out his wavy sword from behind. It is unbearable to look at the arrogant face of the master from a rich house, and he intends to just take and kill this girl in place. Zhang Jiol says how to do this, being a member of the orthodox sect. He says to kill her would be too much. The captain wants to expose the girl. Hemi says what bastard he is. Yunwan does not tolerate this, and using Huinanen's power attacks Wu Henshan. Yunwan is far back the captain of the security detachment. Hemi and Zhang Geol are surprised because they thought the guy an ordinary scientist. Everyone is in shock under a guy soaring in the air. Zhang Geol knows that this is a martial art of Shaolin, a step of climbing heaven. Captain Wu Henshin, coughing, tells the guy how he dared to hit him. He is at a loss as Yunwan soars. He did not know that such scurvy exists. Wu Henshan does not think that the guy is a member of the League of 5 Clans. The man does not understand where he came from. Yunwen tells him to let the girl the captain of the law enforcement detachment will die today from his hand. Juanan dissuades Yunwan, and the sky, on the contrary, encourages the sky. The captain does not know who this guy is, but he is even more incomprehensible why he does it. Wu Henshin once again repeats that he is a representative of the Northern Blade Association. and wants to take a sword from the floor. The guy, hitting the captain, repeats him to let her go and stop repeating who he is. However, he cannot do this, even if Yunwen is a martial artist. The words retreat are not in the dictionary of their law enforcement. After these words, he receives a strong blow in his stomach with his hand from the guy. Yunwen attacks his pressure point using a large number of blows. The guy tells him that the next time he will really hit. The captain is furious and orders his detachment to kill this bastard. The guy does not forcefully beat the flower pot with his foot and throws him in one of the warriors. The vice captain stands with an open mouth from what is happening, but Yunwan quickly sweeps him out of his path. In the building, a complete chaos. Yunwan alone understands the soldiers. Imprints one of them into the ground by the reception of the Buddha. The guy does not understand why these people continue to fight without relying on anything but quantity. A man with a mustache also attacks him, but the guy easily throws him with 2 fingers. And he also defends his back from the soldier's attack. Zhang Jiol is shocked by what he saw. After all, Yunwen applies a fist of bamboo leaves, a heavenly palm, and the palm of Bodhisattva. If his memory does not change him, then these are all the higher techniques of Shaolin. Wu Henshan once again rushes at the guy with his wavy sword. However, his facial expression changes again at fear. Yunwen has accumulated a large amount of yellow energy in his palm. He uses Vajra's energy palm. Zhang Jiol is still surprised because Yunwen applied the technique of the higher indestructible palm. The guy suspects that Yunwen, master of martial arts, who studied all 72 higher techniques of Shaolin. Hemi asks the captive girl, in order whether she is in order. The girl answers positively. The captain of the security detachment is lying on the floor after a strong blow. Yunwen uses a sound gear. He tells Wu Henshan to listen carefully, because he will say once. The guy asks to tell all the members of the law enforcement officer to retreat immediately. And if the captain refuses, he will experience hellish pain not similar to the one he experienced before. The man in response nodded to Yunwan's head. Young people from the League of 5 Clans, along with Yunwan, are in an awkward silence. The guys are shocked by his abilities. The guy realized that he was too far. Yunwan thinks to leave everything as it is, and tells the rest to start the tidy in the store. And after cleaning, all these young people gathered at the same table, although it was embarrassed. The guy beats Wu Henshan on the back and offers to sit together to eliminate the tension. Zhonhu has no words, because there should be a limit to how much you can look down on others. He tells Yunwan how he can laugh after he put everyone fools. Ayan agrees Namgun, because the young man pretended to be an amateur, but the amount of internal energy, which he had, incredible. But still, in her head, she considers him cool. Yunwan bows and apologizes. Due to the inevitable circumstances, he had no other choice but to lie about his personality. He hopes that the guys would not be offended by him. But despite this, that he is an amateur in the world of Murim is true, because he first came to Murim. The guy hopes for their forgiveness. Zhang Jiol laughs loudly and calls him Young Master Zwen. Yunwen is interested in whether the heir to the clan Namogun has some kind of question. The young man does not want to become attached to the past and ruin new acquaintances. However, it will be better if the guy tells about his inevitable circumstances so that they feel less deceived and asks what his true personality is. The guy does not want to speak about it just so recklessly, but he understands that fate brought them down, and therefore will not hide from them that he inherited the mantras of the Honorable Huinian, the 6th patriarch of the Shaolin Temple. All in the company is shocked by what they heard. The heavenly demon tells the guy that he knows how to invent best, but it cannot be said that he is completely wrong. But Yin cannot understand this. She does not believe that this is possible, because Huainan was a man of the period of the Tang dynasty. The girl does not understand how to inherit his mantra. Hemi asks him if he wants to say that he became immortal. John also thinks this complete nonsense. The heavenly demon asks Yunwan what he is going to do now, and thinks the guy's lodges will not work. Yunwan understands that his explanation was not clear enough, and he did not meet with Joinan personally. The guy claims that he was born on Mount Tai, and once walking, found traces of his scripture in the cave. After that, he went to the cave every day. It was not easy for him to understand the texts, but after many years, despite some shortcomings, he was able to realize his heritage. Since Hemi personally saw how he does it, she cannot but believe him. Zhang Jiol believes that Yunwen really became the owner of a successful find. In any case, Yunwen will be grateful if the guys forgive him. The young man replies that they should be careful in how they relate to him from now on, and he considers this blessing of orthodox sects. The guy is interested in what, under caution, Zhang Jiol tells the guy. In Murim, one of the most important things in Murim is elderly, and since the guy has a divine creature of Shaolin as his teacher, they should respect him. All at the table agree with him. They want to raise glasses for acquaintance. Wu Henshan does not like what he drinks with them. But suddenly, some inner voice tells him not to be upset and calm down. Yunwan again uses a distance connection. He tells the captain to get out if he is going to spoil everyone's mood, and he has noted that he will be with him if he carelessly expresses his opinion. The captain knows that the guy uses the technique of cultivating yin-yang, which shares thoughts and actions. It is difficult for him to believe that Yunwan uses such a difficult technique so forcedly. The guy asks Wu, but the captain is already snuggled from him. Yunwan asks if there will be other incidents after that. The captain assures him that nothing more will happen again. Yunwan invites him to leave because he needs to treat wounds. Wu Henshin thanks him for care. Zhang Gil invited Yunwan to stay with them for the night, because they were already in the neighboring tract. The guy relaxes in a hot source. He tries to live calmly. But the surrounding world is not in his favor. The heavenly demon says this life of the strong. This time he owe a lot to Juanan. The monk replies that there is nothing like that for this. Yunwan lived a bustle and heavy day, but suddenly he hears that someone calls him a heavenly destroyer and tells him to recover. The guy turns around and sees the Siniliche demon Humpo. The young man is very surprised by his appearance. Yunwan did not think that the guy whom he had recently met on the snowwork would follow him all the way. Humpo asks for him as a student, calling him a great warrior. The guy says his ears will burst and tells him to shut up. The Sinelian demon says once he almost died, and because he would be saved by his life, he will devote it to Yunwan. Yunwan considers him hopeless, and the heavenly demon offers to take Humpo into subordinates. However, if he goes with him, he will attract too much attention. The guy came up with a place where to send him and said that he would take him to his subordinates. On Mount Tai, the Gemini Noah gather firewood. Hui is interested in what kind of sound that he has already heard for a long time. He sees Humpo with a huge ball behind his back. The man arrived at the elderly, and glad that he finally found this place. Yunwan agreed to take him as a student. But with the skills that Humpo has, he will only be a guy. So he sends him to study in Mount Tai. The man seems to be an insignificant Azure King of Demons, following the order of his lordship. He arrived in order to greet his masters on Mount Tai. Hui but asks who is his master, because this is a place that no one can know about, especially such a stupid smashed. Huan-no sighs and thinks what Yunwan is doing. And at that time he is meditating and practicing in the control of energy. Along with Juinan, the old man tells the young man to focus on the stream, because he is like a wave, so she needs to follow and not go against her. The guy tells him to stop. The mister has become better control of the inner QE. The demon does not understand why to conduct such basic training. Huainan answers him that the basics are very important. The demon also asks the heavenly destroyer than he plans to do further. Yunwan is not defined. He does not yet know what he wants to do. The heavenly demon says the young man's body is weak to hone his skill and offers him to draw up his plan since the guy has not decided yet. The young man replies that this can only be in the dreams of the demon, because even if he does not have big plans, he will do what the heart will tell, and he does not want to abandon something again. Huainan asks the guy not to spend his life on vain obsession and vanity, and this would correspond to the providence of the universe that gave him this power. And the heavenly demon tells him not to refuse anything and to achieve everything he wants. Yunwan thinks he lives with a hooligan and a callous old man. The guy tells them to stop, and in any case, he will decide how to live. He says that only part of the recollections of martial arts was transmitted in the form in which they are, and as if someone specifically ruined the rest. He is interested in what needs to be done so that they become intact again. The heavenly demon thinks this will happen naturally when the guy's Qi becomes more mature. For example, he can completely unite them with Juanan and renew all possible tricks. If Yunwan is killed by the great technique of simulating death before their unification, then they will be able to temporarily act without it, and they will be able to free themselves into a state of perfect unity. Then the demon wants to master his body. The guy asks. The demon adds that they will be able to go anywhere or to the underground world, or to another body. After the departure of his grandfather, the young man went through a lot. But most of all, he was worried about how he was very bored with him. The old man tells the boy that he will have to go the other way, so he should not return to the world the pain that he suffered. Grandfather asks not to become a guy whose demon drives only revenge, but to become a strong person. The boy asks not to leave his grandfather. The heavenly demon and Huainan notice that the guy had a bad dream, because of which he was very worried. Yunwan thanks the demon because, thanks to his scream, he woke up. The demon tells why not say thanks to the guy later. He notices that someone is approaching and warning Yunwan. The heavenly demon, Huainan, and the young man are waiting and looking at the door. Some girl opened the curtain. The guy does not understand who at such a later time could visit him. The guy thinks this killer sent by the Association of the Northern Blade. Hunpo should have already gone to Mount Tai. The heavenly demon thinks, judging by his steps, this is a girl. Yunwan does not understand what he is talking about. He jumped out of bed. The guy in shock, he asks Namgun-in why she came to him. The girl tells him that since she saw him, it seemed to her was destined to be together. She takes his hand. Ian feels that she will lose him if she does not gain courage. The demon thinks this cool, and the monk tells the guy he cannot do it. Ian crawls closer and closer to him and floods him with compliments. Yunwan understands if the girl continues both of them, so he asks her to return to him. The girl asks him how he can be so cold to her. She thinks the guy hates her. But Yunwan denies. The young man says not in terms of her level, and she is much higher than him. The guy apologizes and will accept her gestures with a noble heart. Ian agrees with him. She thinks Yunwan arrived in Murim with great ambitions. The girl understands everything and will return to herself. The guy thanks her for understanding. However, she does not intend to refuse him, but this time she will retreat. Yain slammed the doors. The young man is still shocked by the situation. The heavenly demon tells him what a simpleton he was, because he missed such an opportunity. And the monk, as always, answers the opposite. He believes Yunwan did everything correctly. He gets out of bed. The demon asks Li Yunwan to go to her room, and the young man tells him not to carry nonsense. He has a lot of worries, and he decides to go outside to breathe fresh air. The demon notices that the guy gets a good technique of flight of the heavenly demon, and he is interested in where he goes, living as he got. This is cool, but he still needs to sleep. The guy, seeing his grandfather in a dream, remembered the person with whom he should meet. He arrived in Kaifan not only to have fun. Yunwan arrived at the Guangdi temple, where there is a huge statue of a man. The demon thinks that the young man came here to express respect or something like that. However, he arrived here, since the Gemini Noah told him that the headquarters of the gang of beggars was located here. In the gangs of the poor, the number of nodes on the belt indicates a person. On the belts of those two that the daggers put to his throat 2 knots, and it seems they are informants. The information that he heard from the Huskan of Hukaryun is very useful. The robber asks the guy what is his business here, and why he came here. Yunwan seems to be Wan Yun. He came to see the former leader of the gang of the poor, Mr. Pang Chong-ho. They jumped away from him after they heard his name. One of the bandits thought that Wen Yun was possibly a great warrior, Jade Divine Dragon. The guy will not remember that he had such a nickname, but he really is Wen Yun. Bandits ask, did he not yesterday arrange a skirmish with the Association of the Northern Blade in the Neutrality Pavilion? The young man confirms their guess. Yunwan expected this. The twins told him that the gang of beggars has eyes and ears everywhere and they know everything. The guys say with kindness to follow them. The young man looks around at the reception, the headquarters of the gang. The man in the outskirts apologizes to him for the rudeness of the reception at the entrance. He replies that these are trifles. He sees 3 knots from a man. He means he occupies a rather high position in the sect. He is interested in what business and Yunwan to their leader, the sect. Yunwan hands him the emperor's medallion. If the leader is showing this, he will immediately understand why the guy arrived here. The man asks to wait. He will immediately inform the great leader of the sect about the arrival of the guy. The young man is interested in why the bandit does not ask him for anything. He is interested in what reason he does it. The gang of beggars and the association of the Northern Blade enemies in Kaifan, and the fact that Yunwan humiliated them is good news for the gang of poor. Although he does not know what kind of connection with their leader, he is also interested in what Yunwan will do. Therefore, the guy should not feel in debt in front of him. The man leaves and asks the young man to feel at home. The guy thinks that in any case, although this is not striking, but the structure of their central office is excellent, unlike their appearance, a gang of poor power to be considered. He will have to pay expensive if he looks at them as simple beggars. Suddenly, some old man appears sharply in front of the guy. He asks Yunwan whether he brought this token. Yunwan notices a huge number of nodes on the old man's belt. The old man asks the guy if he was the young master who brought this medallion. The guy confirms this. Pun Chunho knees and welcomes the young man, calling him the emperor. He asks to forgive himself, an insignificant subject, for betrayal. Yunwan is in shock and does not understand what is happening. From now on, he intends to risk his life in order to support his majesty. The guy expected this, because he was heard about him. Before his departure, the twins told him to go to Kaifan to meet with the leader of the gang, and they say that he would need to use the emperor's token again. The young man realized that he was not suitable for his grandfather. Pun Chongho asks if everything is good with Huino and Huannobu. Yunwan has no doubt that this is so. At least since he saw them for the last time, a lot of time passed. The old man asks the emperor to speak with him aside. But the guy is so convenient, especially since he is no longer an emperor, so Pun does not have to be so courteous. Pun Chonho informs the guy that he and the twins know the only forces that His Majesty Emperor Taizu placed in Jianghu. The old man tells him when he did not make an order, they will support him at any time and do everything possible for this. Yunwen answers the old man that he no longer intends to engage in politics. His uncle is now the hero of this era, and the young man has no desire to get involved in family showdowns again. Poon Chong-ho understands him and is interested in what the guy plans to do in this case. Although the guy is no longer an emperor, he cannot live a wretched life. That's why he is thinking of Rule Jianghu as its emperor. The guy says if the gang of beggars and the twins of No unite their forces, then most sects in Jianghu will not be able to exert worthy resistance. There is nothing possible to force large forces to surrender. Yunwon asks Pune whether he can arrange a bloody bathhouse for him. The old man asks him to be sure of him, the guy confirms. But their gang of beggars is not even connected with the alliance of 9 sects, 9 orthodox alliances, and asks the guy who knows why. The young man replied that he did not know, and the old man says this so that their gang remains independent. Despite the fact that their gang is all over Jianghu, great power and determination are required if the gang members want to rush into the fiery hole and fulfill its order. However, they do everything in the name of the heavenly order. If Yunwen orders this, then even if it is wrong, they do it without unnecessary questions. As expected from his grandfather, he had truly devoted subordinates. He could just dismiss a gross request of a little boy. But he remained faithful to himself, despite the fact that he was a powerful leader. The more he recognizes him, the more he understands how incredible his grandfather was. The guy apologizes before Pun to say that it was just a joke. The old man was embarrassed and thought to show disrespect, not knowing that it was a joke. Yunwan says everything is in order, and the old man's words, on the contrary, gave him a lot of confidence. He asks if the old man will listen to his request again, later, when he comes his help. The old man confidently agrees with the young man. Pun is interested in the guy what happened, because according to rumors he uses Shaolin martial arts, and his name is already quite known throughout Kaifeng. Yunwen says this for too long to explain and let him listen to it from the twins Noah, and the guy is interested in whether the old man will be attended by the grandiose banquet Righteous Way. The student of Puna will take part, and if Yunwan will also go, then the old man will make him accompany. In this case, the guy reports that they will be seen later and is going to leave, and the old man asks him to wait a minute. Pun pressed on a stone and asks the former emperor to proceed after him, because he wants to show something to the young man. The guy passes after him. He is shocked by what he saw. There are a lot of weapons into the room. The demon also notices it. The old man tells the guy that this is the weapon of the Han era, and in its form the heart trembles. Yunwan agrees with him because it is a really amazing arsenal and asks how much more they should go. Pun says they came. The guy, wide opening his mouth in amazement. The old man retained what Emperor Taizu acquired, and he thinks the time came to these beautiful swords to find his legal owner. The demon and the monk are also surprised. It seems to the heavenly demon these swords are familiar. The guy does not understand why they raised such a noise. He notices that there is something strange in these swords. Pun asks the young man to choose everything he will like. The guy thought about what kind of sword he should choose. The demon and Hunin is arguing among themselves. The demon wants the guy to choose a black sword, and the monk asks to take white. But Yunwan asks Pune from whether he can take both. The old man laughs and says why not, because the swords still belong to Yunwan and he can take them. The demon thinks his greed knows no boundaries, and the monk considers even one of these swords too much. The guy does not understand why Huainan and the heavenly demon are fussing so much and asks the leader of the beggars if he knows anything about the origin of these swords. As far as the old man knows, a dark sword is a heavenly demonic sword, and white is Ganjiang's sword. Now the young man understood why the demon raised this noise because it was his sword. He asked what about the white sword Ganjiang? The old man says this sword was created by the great master and is also known as the Emperor's sword. The guy looks at his swords and he is interested in the Emperor's sword. He arrived at the hotel where the rest were located. Zhong Gale asked Yunwan where he was. The guy was a little stuffy, so he decided to take a walk. Hemi noticed his swords. She did not see them last night. He replies that he found them by accident and there is nothing special in them. The girl does not think so, because they look like precious ones. Zhang says the rest of the big tournament came, and it is time for them to go. Zhang Jiel offers the young master Wen to go with them. Ji Gun from Shaolin said that he would also visit a grandiose tournament. The guy considers Yunwan amazing, because one day he received the title of Divine Dragon with a jade face. His fame has already spread throughout Kaifeng. Probably many will watch young men during the tournament. The guy is flattered that people have such a good opinion, and Ian admires a guy. The girl says there is nothing insignificant in him. Yunwan does not feel like something wrong. He thanks the lady for the compliment. In any case, he cannot believe that he can see such a great pavilion from such a distance. The Association of the Northern Blade is the leading organization both by name and essentially the largest fourth of the orthodox sects. which includes the Coalition of the Southern Blades, the League of Five Clans, and the Alliance of Nine Orthodox. 3 swords of Tianshan are directly subordinate to the head of the association. Raise the Hall of Guards, the Hall of a Demonic Sword, a Bloody Sword, and a Hall of a Heavenly Sword. A little below these 4 is an Advisor, General Officer, and Inspector. The Iron Brigade is located directly under the leadership of the General. In total, the number of soldiers exceeds 5,000 people, with the exception of the Gang of Beggars. This is the most powerful and numerous strength. The current organization of the Northern Blade is very aggressive, but Zhang Jiol is now most worried about the Hall of Demonic and Bloody Swords. Yunwan noticed these names, and it does not seem to him that it looks like the fact that Orthodox sects should use. The young man confirms his guess. Initially, they were the most famous assassins of the Dark Way, and were later recruited by the association. However, their hard nature has not changed after they joined the Association of the Northern Blade. Their League of the Five Clans and the Coalition of the Southern Blade expressed their discontent on this subject, but the Association of the Northern Blades simply dismissed them. As a result, the League of the Five Clans and the Association of the Northern Blade have never been in good relations. Yunwen also noted that the former members of the Dark Way, who joined the association, will be fought with a Dark Way. It looks contradictory. In any case, the pavilion is very large. It should be worth a lot of money. Tanjong says there are rumors that it cost 100,000 gold taels. The guy is stunned by the amount heard. He does not understand where they got money from. Zhang Jiol talks about their main income. The basis of the source is a business for the delivery of goods. They also own taverns and wine shops with pawn shops of the like. Yunwen realized that getting rid of the dark path and the monopolization of these income would definitely bring them a huge amount of money. Someone jumping on a horse shouts to leave people from the road. Some had blood from the ears because the scream was filled with the energy of Qi. Hemi is interested in what kind of person it is. Yunwen does not leave the road and stands right in front of an impending horse. The horse does not understand why he stands a pillar. The girl and Zhang Gaol shout to him that it is dangerous. The heavenly demon also does not understand his actions. The guy is going to fight with a horse. Yunwan annoys this recklessness. The guys scream again about the danger. However, the rider easily jumps over him. In flight, she exchanges his eyes with him. She landed and rode away. The guy in shock. The horse jumped so high, and it seemed to him as if she was flying. Hemi says not in vain whether he pretended to be cool, and Ian is interested in Lee. The demon also laughs from him and does not understand why he tried to behave cool. Yunwan notices it was an incredible person. Such an ability to own a horse is rarely found even in the army. He did not think that he would see such an art of owning a horse in Jianghu where people were less trained in this. Moreover, the rider was a girl. The guy thinks this huge Q stands for the tournament. Zhang Jiol also thinks so. Hemi is tired. She says why they should wait after they were invited. Her brother asks to be more polite. The guy says Zhang Jiol. There is no need for this, he noticed someone in the crowd. The heir to the clan Namgun does not understand what he is talking about. Yunwen turns out to notice Captain Wu and waves his hand. The captain does not believe and does not understand why the guy here, the young man, using the sound transmission, tells him to hurry and come to them. He welcomes him, saying that he had to do this before. Wu realized that Yunwen came to a grandiose tournament with members of the League of Five Clans. The young man asks the captain to help because their time is too valuable to stand in line. He squeezes his shoulder and asks whether the captain will help the guys. Wu Henchan kindly agrees, saying that they are not strangers. The guy apologizes to the warrior for constant requests. Wu mumbled that it was trifles, and Hemi was glad that she would not have to stand in line. The company entered the pavilion on the embankment. The captain asks them not to be shy and stay here. 2 men notice Yunwan and discuss him from the side. One of the men considers the mandate detachment, and Wu Henchan not in their mind, because they were humiliated by a simple jerk. Another mysterious old man is interested in, and whether this jerk is really a jerking divine dragon. It turned out to be the leader of the association. The soldiers who gossiped the old man telling the guy not to occupy the courage, because he came here after what he did. The mandate detachment beat half of its members, and they had to pay compensation to the hotel. They even missed the daughter of the leader of the King of the Demon King, Sol Ken Ik. The Heavenly Destroyer has already caused them a lot of damage, and the inhabitants of Jianghu began to look at the Association of the Northern Blade down. They cannot forgive him. The leader of the association asks Yunwan quietly. He will pay for disgrace the Northern Blade Association. The guys from the League of Five, together with Yunwan, sat in their places. The guy noticed that there are a lot of people in the arena. He is interested in whether they are all representatives of the orthodox path. The advisor with Cho Ne, nicknamed the Three-Eyed Heavenly Head, reached the center of the arena and declares that today they intend to discuss two things for this. The first is to destroy the forces that threaten Muram's well-being. The second, to attract talents to fulfill this most important role. So far, the demonic path is not strong, and again sowed chaos in Muram. On behalf of the Northern Blade Association, he invites him to take care of them first. Everyone in the arena rejoice and support it. Yunwan is listening to his proposal. The guy does not understand whether they really gathered so many people from orthodox sects in order to talk about something like that. The young man asks Jonggeol who is this guy. They answer him that this is an advisor with Cho. He asks the heir to the clan Namgun is not their goal too obvious. Jonggeol agrees with him. But not anyway. No one could object without a thorough consideration. The guy is sure the Northern Blade has already enlisted the support of some sects. Their proposal is now nothing more than a formal approval. If there is some kind of variable, is how the rest of the main forces in the orthodox path will react. The advisor shouts loudly, saying to all Muram to consider this proposal. People rejoice and agree with the subordination of the demonic path. The demon says how well the script is written. The guy agrees with him, says that it is just funny. The monk arrived at the association pavilion. Yunwan noticed that the atmosphere has completely changed. The Obipotnaya Zigun, the caretaker of the commandments of Shaolin, arrived. But for now, Jonggeol talked about this. Ian stares at Yunwan. The heavenly demon tells Juninan, it seems Jingun is his grandchildren. The monk also observes it. Jigun seems to everyone in the hall. The guy thinks that he is a representative from Shaolin, does not distinguish him from the will of the Alliance of Nine Orthodox. The monk thanks the representative of the Northern Blades for such a wonderful proposal. However, the old man does not agree with him. Everything is shocked by the words of Shaolin's caretaker. He does not deny that the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blades demonstrates the devotion of Muram's well-being. But everything obeys the laws of nature. Jigen says do not provoke members of the demonic path while they are busy with their affairs. Muram is alone when the demonic and orthodox paths are equal. Even in the most gloomy times of Muram, when the ruler was a heavenly demon, even if the generosity of these people was minimal, due to this, the orthodox path was survived. The same applies to the members of the demonic path. Moreover, once they claim that they are representatives of the orthodox path, then they cannot do such stupidity. Therefore, members of Shaolin and 9 orthodox sects oppose the proposal of the Association of Northern Blacks. Jonggeol is surprised that the Alliance of 9 orthodox sects publicly and officially expressed his disagreement. Huainan is glad that Shaolin's power is still alive. And the heavenly demon is glad, because the old man knows how strong the demon was. The guy asks the heavenly demon that he was not so with him. He ruled Muram and was lonely. The heavenly demon replies that the world simply could not leave him alone. He thought about his many followers at that time. He says to Yunwan in the future to introduce him to them, with members of the heavenly demonic cult. But the young man answers, they are all dead for a long time. Jonggeol thought that only the League of 5 clans would speak out against the proposal of the Association of Northern Blades. In this case, only the coalition of the Southern Blades remained. Yunwan recalled that the guy told him the relationship between the Youth Coalition and the Northern Blades are not very good. In this case, if they also do not agree to their proposal, will be hard. Jonggeol thinks the leaders of orthodox sects will gather to achieve consensus. Since many sects have already been won, ultimately everything will go as the Northern Blade Association wants. But the fact that 3 of the 4 main forces of the orthodox path express their opposition will probably have significant consequences. As Namgun Hirokran said, the League of the 5 clan also rejected the offer of the association. The patriarch of the Habai Pan family is confident, not expressing emotions. Only the coalition of the Southern Blade remained. Even if they are opposed to that the association of the Northern Blade will achieve a consensus, a man with a huge sword stands and observes from the outside. It will simply become a solution that has no justification. In addition, the position of the Association of the Northern Blade will be significantly shaken. Therefore, the attention of all those gathered in the conference was riveted to the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades. Yunwan notes that this person looks rather strong. Gu Ryanjim also opposes the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blade. Hu Kryun expected this and Yunwan was surprised. Gu Ryan stands together as an advisor to the Association of the Northern Blade. He asks Gup Ryan, is it not different from what they agreed before? The elder knows about this and looks at the advisor with contempt. Gu Ryan asks not to understand him incorrectly. because this is his personal opinion. The guys do not understand what he is talking about. The representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades says the opinion of their coalition as a whole in favor of the proposal of the Association of the Northern Blades. Everyone in the arena is in shock and rejoice that they united for the sake of a common cause. Gurayan asks with Chu whether this is enough and leaves. The advisor thinks what bastard he is because he scared him for no reason. Yunwen does not understand what the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades is talking about, because he is personally against it, and the coalition is speaking for this. Hawkryan also thinks that it is pointless. He cannot believe that the coalition of the Southern Blades agreed with the proposal from the Association of the Northern Blades. Hemi on the representatives of both sides. She amuses her that one laughs and the other cries. Already sunset, the guys left the pavilion. Yunwan does not understand why the conference will end. The guy expected something more from her. Hawkryan asks what he means. As an example, the guy leads as a person argues with another person who does not agree with your opinion. The guy does not answer all the masters of martial arts in Murima are so ruthless. If this, then he meant, should be Yunwan disappointed. The heavenly demon tells the heavenly destroyer that he agrees with him, because this jerk does not even know about the law of survival of the strongest. The guy after the words of the demon became embarrassed that he thought so. The demon thinks Yunwan should feel the true rule of Murim. The weak die, becoming the victims of the strong, and the strongest survive. He wants to teach the guy everything and make him his receiver. Hinen asks the heavenly demon, he thinks insidious thoughts in his head again. Yunwen is interested in where the orthodox path will go further, because the opinion of the four great forces is divided into two camps. Hawkryan says this will depend on the vote of each representative of the sects of the orthodox path tonight. Yunwen realizes that the demonic path will be decided by the result of the results today or not. Soldiers from the back ask the guys which of them is a jade divine dragon. Yunwen turns around and says it. The guy is interested in what they want. Soldiers say the leader of the Northern Blade Association called him and asked him to go with them. John thinks this is not polite. They must tell them the reason. Since he does not have the relationship of the soldier, he says to go to Jonhu aside. John is angry with his arrogance. Yunwen exhales, saying that he is in order. The guy understood he had no other choice except to be dragged, because it seems urgent. A soldier in the middle tells a guy what a rare young man he is, carries such nonsense, despite the fact that he knows where he is. The guy replies that everyone who came here knows what this place is. The monk Jigen apologizes for the invasion, but he is in a hurry and therefore asks to treat him with understanding. He came here in a hurry because he did not have so much time because of the upcoming vote. He heard that here is the one who inherited the mantras of the Honorable Huinan. So he came here. Soldiers do not understand what he means. The monk tells Yunwan, according to rumors, the origins of his martial arts go back to the 6th Patriarch Juanan, a great warrior. And if this is true, then the young man will be their fighting uncle. Hawkryan understands him, and understands how he did not guess before that. And Yunwen is embarrassed. Huainan, the founder of Shaolin, and therefore, Yunwen can occupy a high position in Shaolin. However, if it turns out that the guy used false information, this will be considered an insult to Shaolin, and Jianggun will not be able to leave this without punishment. Yunwen feels incredible pressure from him. The heavenly demon noticed the power of the monk. Huainan also sees a large number of unbridled energy. The guy smiles and asks him how he can prove. The monk's face is replaced when Yunwen demonstrates his strength. Yunwen asks if the old man will believe him if the guy shows his skills right here. The monk says he would like to look at it. However, the old man now has no time for he has other obligations. But he asks the guy to show his arts in their main temple. The young man bows to the monk and agrees with his proposal. Jianggun says to visit their temple at any free time for a guy. The soldiers are shocked by the fact that the guy was able to take a high position in Shaolin. They are interested in who he was. The guys say, although the dispute with the Association of the Northern Blade was settled thanks to the monk, they still offended the incident with the mandate detachment. Yunwen wants to know what to do. Hawkryan knows the power of the young master. But since this is still the territory of the Northern Blade, he asks the guy to be careful. And to be honest, it was the members of the League of the Five Clans that were initiators of the conflict. So their hearts will be calm if the guy is safe. The guy will keep this in mind and asks them not to worry. On the way back to his home, the Heavenly Destroyer was immersed in deep thought. The power sees power, and lead history was not necessarily considered righteous. But the measure of value can be different depending on the point of view. Given this moment, he had no resentment against his uncle, because the guy was weak and useless. Therefore his uncle shoved him to the side. In a sense, it was just nature taking his own. If his uncle was a tyrant, his position would have changed, but whose uncle knew was not so stupid. When the Destroyer of Heaven found the ability to calmly think about his uncle, he suddenly came to awareness. He has a balance between three personalities. He does not bother with anything. On the other hand, the current Mirim is not balanced. In the world of Murim, perhaps this strange balance is the path that he should follow. The guy lies on the street at the pavilion on the embankment. He is bored. He wants to know the results of the vote. Suddenly someone sweeps past him. He noticed the elegant art of facilitating the body. But this is the association of the Northern Blade. He does not understand who it could be. Yunwen decides to chase after him. Judging by his dexterous movements, this person is really extraordinary. A mysterious man jumps directly to the 9-story pavilion of the Divine Sword. In Murim, there were only 2 people with this nickname. One of them is the current leader of the League of the 5 Clans of the Divine Sword of the Côte d'Azur Namgun Hui, and the second lord of the pavilion, the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades, the supreme divine sword of the Henton Duga. He was the youngest of the 4 leaders of the great forces of the Orthodox path, and some Murima called him the King of Swords. Of course, both the father and the son, his father, the former leader of the Association of the Northern Blade, the Emperor of Hidden Dragons to the Archgen, was also unsurpassed by force. After he handed over the post of head of the association, he suddenly disappeared, and rumors that the Emperor of Hidden Dragons to the Archgen, somewhere teaching his grandson the rising sword of the Heavenly Dragon to the Arch Wu. Regardless of this arc, Henton had complete control over the Association of the Northern Blades as its leader. Yunwen noted that the one whom he pursued entered the building, a dwelling, a very expensive building. Moreover, dozens of people are ambushed around the building. All of them are at the master level. They must be protecting a person inside the building. And if not, then they keep this man in prison. In any case, Yunwen dies of curiosity. But he does not know what to do, because if he is caught, they can take for the offender. The young man is interested in the heavenly demon, what he can do to get into the building unnoticed. Perhaps the demon has some abilities for this. The demon says, "Why this? The guy is already using this." Yunwen thinks the heavenly demon means about hidden art. But he thinks masters of this level will be able to notice it. The demon says not to underestimate his skills, and just use all his chi to bring the skill to the limit. Yunwen tells him how he is a show-off. After the heavenly destroyer burst into Jianghu, this was the first time when he used heavenly demonic hidden art at the limit. The hidden art of a heavenly demon, in which he used more than 300 years of his inner ki, allowed him to go through any place if there was a small gap, and passing by any person is unnoticed, even if he possessed strong inner ki and both eyes were open. The guy penetrates the building and looks at the one who was chasing. As expected, this person had things to do here. The girl celebrates her subordinate to Huan's. The guy gets old and welcomes his mistress. Yunwen suddenly blushes sharply with shame. Madam gets up with the bathroom hiding behind only a towel. The warrior apologizes to his mistress. The girl says it does not look like him. She does not understand why he went around and about. The lady asks to tell him everything as it is without hiding anything. Huan's tells her about a certain person who is incredibly obsessed with women and readily attacks them and kills. And in nearby villages, there are many people who are offended by him. According to rumors, the young leader of the coalition of Southern Blades is scum. The spy asks the mistress about her further plans. She cannot do anything. This marriage will be political for the sake of the union with the coalition of the Southern Blades. This will not differ from the sale of a girl with her father. Moreover, her marriage partner will be a scum. Yunwen, hearing this, realized that this was the daughter of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades. Now the guy realized why the representative of the coalition of the Southern Blades made such a remark. He is shocked by the fact that they will unite with the help of marriage. Judging because he heard her groom a real piece of shit, the guy does not understand whether the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade will give his daughter to such a person. The young man thinks about his composure. Huan's in the place of the lady would refuse it. The girl asks her subordinate whether he will help him to escape her if she wants. The warrior confidently replies that his duty is to protect her and he will always be next to her. The lady thanks him and tells him to go, she wants to be alone. Huan's using his skills quickly left her. After he left, the girl exhaled, sat down on a hand and cried. The guy is sorry for her. He can understand the helplessness of the girl, since he himself was like that. Aimlessly drifting in the whirlwind of fate, he could only cry. Yunwen tried his best to stay in the balance. Fortunately, he was then saved by a happy chance left by his grandfather. The guy does not understand what to do. He wants to help this lady. The girl wants her older brother to be here. Yunwen approaches a sobbing girl. She screams and shouts who he is. The young man uses spotless, harmless blows. The lady noticed that her body was paralyzed and she could not move. The young man assures the girl that she does not want her evil and does not want to hurt. He seems to be a jade divine dragon, tracking the night wanderer. He accidentally ended up here. He accidentally heard about her situation and decided to help her. Now Yunwen will relieve pressure from the points and asks it not to scream. Since her points are blocked, she cannot express her opinion. After I unlocked her points, she jumped up from the chair and wanted to give him a slap in the face. The lady notices his speed. Yunwen asks her should he have answered this slap in the face. She asks his name and is interested in whether he understands at all what he is doing now. The guy apologizes that he was a little extreme, but he was serious when he talked about help. The young man would say better if she corrected her clothes. But it does not look like him that she was going to scream. The girl corrected her robe and is interested in how a guy can help her. Yunwen does not know how, but he can do everything she asks. She asks him for sure whether everything is. The guy confirms, telling her simply to say, but he will perform it right away. The lady does not understand who he is, because he simply appeared from where he offers his help to the stranger. It depends on how he, without any problems, penetrated the monastery of Waterfire. She understands he is not an ordinary person. She is not sure that she can trust someone like him. She smiles and grinned lightly. The young man does not understand what is ridiculous in this. More recently, she hung on a thread. It was quite funny to watch how she was thinking when a rope suddenly fell in front of her. Yunwen does not understand what threads and rope she talks. Whether it is a strong rope or thin thread, she offers a guy to slowly check it into practice. Her name is the Ark of Asandi. If he can withdraw her from the association of the Northern Blade, the girl will be forever grateful to him. The guy understood and asks her to wear comfortable clothes, because they are going right now. The girl cannot leave now and asks the young man to come tomorrow at the same time. He does not understand why tomorrow and not today. Meanwhile, in the pavilion on the embankment happened, which the Heavenly Destroyer did not expect. Ian came to his chambers. She does not understand why he had not yet returned to the pavilion. They returned together. She checked it every 15 minutes. But he was still not there. Ian thought that those guys from the Northern Blade Association abducted the guy and ran to her brother. Hycrian thought so, they should be more attentive. The young man then noticed that these guys were not good. Lived. He blames himself for not notice that these soldiers were not one of those who immediately retreat and allowed a mistake. Jean asks Hukran what they can come up with. They must inform the guy's disappearance of this minute. Namgun Hirokran immediately announced the disappearance of the guy by the masters of the League of Five Clans. Also, the news was taken to the Union of 9 Orthodox. Jegan thought so. He did not believe that they would act directly in front of the monk. If Yunwan really inherited the mantras of Grand Master Huainan, then most people in the Association of the Northern Blade will be able to cope with this. Nevertheless, the fact that the young man just disappears, that the leader of the association may be directly involved in this business, a subordinate monk, asks how to be. Jagun wants to start just watching the situation for starters and not rushing. Hukryun tells them a small conflict with the commander of the Mandate Detachment of the Association of the Northern Blades, in the hotel. Habaipan thinks a guy could become a victim of a conspiracy of the Northern Blade Association. Suddenly someone shouts to them. They all turn around in shock. The king of the poor arrived. He asks them who became a victim of whom. The old man asks to tell him everything in detail. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blades of the Arkhenton does not understand what the leader of the great gang forgot here. This old man has never appeared in his eyes since the father of the current leader left his post. The man does not understand what would suddenly come to the leader of the poor here. Suddenly he pulled in a panic. One of the soldiers does not understand, even if this is the head of a large gang, why the leader is in a hurry. The second says to him he does not know anything. The head of the great gang and the previous leader of the association, the emperor of hidden dragons, the best friends who are associated with special relations. Even from the point of view of the position, the leader of the gang is older in rank in Murim, so the leader of the association jumped out into the street barefoot. The man asks the old man to calm down, because they already conduct searches throughout the association of the Northern Blades. The leader of the gang reports the leader of the association like a child. The old man does not understand how 15,000 soldiers cannot find one person. He states that if something happens to this person, even if he has to mobilize all 100,000 poor soldiers, not a single blade of grass or the tile will be ignored in the association of the Northern Blades. The leader of the association does not understand who this guy is, since the leader of the gang calls him this man, and the venerable Jagun also probably knows that the man called Yunwan. The man does not understand why, even if circumstances arouse suspicion, he does not say anything. He also heard rumors that the guy inherited the mantras of the master of Juinyan. If this is true, he does not understand why Shaolin still did not raise the noise. A man who sits next to a monk does not understand who this guy was, such a noise because of him. Habepan grins over the Arkhenton because he was always on top, and now stands like a boy. The old man asks Pan at whom he mocks, and why his father did not teach him manners. The man quickly apologizes to the elder. Meanwhile, Yunwen was already approaching the pavilion on the promenade. He does not understand why the girl decided tomorrow. The guy hopes she will not substitute him. The heavenly demon is interested in whether the heavenly destroyer is going to do what this lady tells him. The demon thinks he fell in love with her, and it is strange that she entrusted such an important task to a person who is familiar with so little. The guy tells the heavenly demon not to understand her, but let him try to understand the guy. Moreover, he does not want to think that these eyes were lying to him. The demon screams about the meaninglessness of love, and considers the guy a fool, because the girl in the future can make him an enemy. Yunwen says this is not his business. Huainan is silent, and the demon continues to be angry. That's why the demon does not trust such young. But you can't waste time to make the demon's name known to the whole Murim again. The guy asks the soldier why they all fuss so much. The man replies that because of one missing person, an order was issued on an extremely situation of the first level, and they must find him, but do not even know his face. The young man realized that they were looking for him. The leader of the association asks an advisor about the news. He answers him that there is nothing so far. Pan does not consider this a problem. He and the advisor had a skirmish about the disappearance of the guy. From what Peng heard, the association was humiliated on his part, so they wanted to take it. The old man shouts to them or already fight. Yunwen entered the pavilion and asks everyone what was happening here. The head of the gang falls into his knees, calling him a master. All leaders are in shock. They do not understand why the old man refers to Yunwen. The guy asks the leader of the gang to get up. The leader of the association knows that the leader of the gang, Pang Chongho, is one of the strongest elders Murim of this era, both by name and in fact. And this great leader of the gang just knelt down. A man cannot understand who this young man really is. Yunwen asks Panga to do something, because everyone is now configured with suspicion. The old man twists, saying that because of the experiences, he escaped to call him his master. The guy plays along with him. The great leader of the gang has always treated him like a native grandson. The leader of the gang was worried about the guy. Everyone in the hall does not understand what is happening. The guy apologizes to all members of the Alliance Murim for making them worry. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade offers to leave this commotion aside and go to another place. They all gathered at the table with food. The banquet began and went in a friendly atmosphere, and yet there were two people who were uneasy, as if they were sitting on pillows of spikes. The crap is bewildered, and does not understand what he forgot here. And Yunwen was also worried, so they also gave him an honorable place. Thanks to the My Master of the King, the poor Peng Chongho, the great leader of the Gang of the Poor. And these two were invited to the feast, along with the masters of each sect. Of course, all the attention was focused on the heavenly destroyer of heaven, but he calmly looked away. The guy thinks at such a pace on his face a hole will appear. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade does not understand what past the guy has, since the king himself calls him my master. Pan asks Hukryun whether he personally saw how the guy uses martial arts. The young man confirms this. The guy is disappointed that the situation is already complicated. For Hukryun, this was an amazing experience to see how the lost skills of the great Huanian are used right before his eyes. Yunwen refers, saying that he was just lucky to meet such a person. Moreover, the venerable Jiagan did not confirm his skills. The leader of the bandits says if this is confirmed by the young man, will be able to take the highest status in Shaolin. But the young man does not intend to accept such an appeal. The monk adds what the great leader of the gang said correctly. The sixth ancestor, Huainan, the great battle uncle of their temple. In case of confirmation, Yunwen will receive an appeal in Shaolin at the level of the monk Zhenggun. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade and the Coalition of the Southern Blade in shock from such a development of events. After the story that the Destroyer of Heaven can get the same appeal as Zhenggun, all at the banquet became even more interested in. Pan does not think that this is not very different from taking the highest position in Murim's orthodox sects. Yunwen asks not to speak like that, because he is just a beginner who had just come to Jianghu. The leader of the association does not understand where this guy came from. The rumors went only about martial arts. The man did not think that the guy would be the heir to the mantra of the great master Juinanan. Shaolin is the spiritual support of Murim's orthodox path. Their connections go beyond the scope of the imagination, and the gang of beggars and rumors has the largest forces and the intelligence network in Murim. A man really needs their help to conquer Murim. The leader of the association is glad that he did not contact Yunwen, because this could go into a huge headache. He needs to convince this guy in order to maintain a good relationship with the gang leader. At such moments, the leader of the association regrets that he has no other daughter. At that time, Everyone was absorbed in their thoughts. The name Wenjun was printed among each of the masters of each sect. And the result of voting, which was difficult to determine, ended with the result of 70% in favor of the proposal of the Northern Blade. Since there was no reason for the opposition, all power was transferred to the Northern Blade Association. For the first time in a 1,000-year history, the moment came when the orthodox sects announced the conquest of the demonic path. And at that moment, the most powerful group in the history of Murim, the Alliance Murim of the Righteous Way, was born. Yunwen asks the demon to learn how to use the sword, because tonight the uprising in which he participates, and now that he has his own swords, he wants to learn how to use them. The heavenly demon replies that when it comes to swords, he is the best. He tells the guy to wave the sword in the air. Now do everything possible to send the sword as far as possible. The young man launched the sword into a flight. The demon screams to return it back. Yunwen worries and does not understand how to do it. The sword rotating stuck in a bamboo branch. The heavenly demonic sword can even pierce the iron, but now the young man cannot use it even to cut a bamboo. Since the sword flew 31 meters, the internal energy of Qi Yunwan broke off, and therefore the sword was in such a position, so far it was the limit of the guy's inner ki. At such a level, what he just did was nothing more than fencing. The young man does not understand the demon's speech. The heavenly demon asks him that, according to Yunwen, is the highest level of ownership of the sword. The guy notes that the demon was seriously reacted to the role of the teacher. He knows little about it. The highest level, in other words, the area in which the true key is fully connected to the energy of the universe through the sword. And when it reaches the highest level, he can have the true power of key control sword. Yunwen does not understand the examples of the demon. The heavenly demon says there is nothing complicated in this. But for now, he invites him to first reach the level of an intangible sword. The young man is practiced in the possession of the sword. He thinks this time he managed to apply the reinforced Kuai sword. The demon is still unhappy. The current reinforced key of the sword cannot destroy the powerful curtain of the sword. The heavenly demon tells him to embroider his reinforced key sword, turning it into a gust of a sword. Yunwen concentrates the power of Qi in his hand. He uses a powerful surge in energy. The demon is hardly believed that the guy immediately performed a rush of the sword. The young man is completely exhausted after training and asks from the heavenly demon what level he could achieve. The level of his skill was outside the intangible sword. The guy is surprised, judging by how the demon said this, so there are several areas outside this. The sphere that goes beyond the intangible sword and turns part of the nature into key swords is called the Sword of Nature. Yunwan thinks he jokes. He does not understand how it is. But the heavenly demon does not joke. He asks him to imagine that he turns rainwater into the rain from key of the sword of the army into hundreds of thousands of people was destroyed in an instant. And one can also do this with other weather phenomena. The guy does not believe that this is possible. The demon assures him in the opposite. The demon cannot explain to him the next level of the sphere, he just thought about it. A young man is interesting whether there is a sphere outside the intangible sword and sword of nature, and is it possible at all? The heavenly demon speaks of the ecumenical sword and considers this sphere definitely exists. Nevertheless, this is not what is worried about Yunwan at the moment, when he will become strong enough to attract the attention of these people. Yunwan does not understand who he is talking about. He thinks this master of martial arts. The demon claims that they are not part of Murim. The heavenly demon tells the guy that they should unite into a single whole no matter what. The young man is in shock because the head of the Northern Blade Association invited only him to lunch. The guy knew that he would be interested in even more after the words of the poor Pang and the venerable Jiangun. Who would have thought that the leader of the association would show such an initiative? Yunwen wants to take this chance. The Henton's arc specially prepared something for their two today. The man hopes this will not cause the guy inconvenience. Yunwen thanks him for inviting him here. The guy considers this place magnificent to such an extent that he almost wants to join them. The leader of the association thinks if he cannot get rid of the young man, he will have to accept him. The man answers the guy that if he decides to really stay with them, then for him, they will be able to build a new pavilion of the divine sword. The guy jokes, saying that you should not build a new pavilion, and the leader can just move. Hentian smiles back, but he thinks about the arrogance of the guy and does not want to give his pavilion. Yunwan says this just a joke. He also notes that a man is good at talking, not about what he thinks. Having made this path, probably Yunwan was hungry. The leader of the association invited him to the table. The guy is in shock because he never saw such dishes. When he was fed the emperor 3 times a day, given that there are many dishes whose ingredients could not even know, the association leader should be an extravagant life. The man asks him to be treated. He can assure that their cooks are more talented than the cook of the imperial palace. The leader of the association asks everyone to treat himself. He assures that his cooks are more talented than the emperor himself. Yunwen angrily asks, "Really?" He begins to be angry for no reason. He asks if they intend to seize the syndicate of the demonic path. The man replies that this issue has already been resolved during the vote of orthodox sects. This is what all the inhabitants of Jianghu want, so they have no other choice but to follow this. The guy considers him a vile bastard because it was his initiative. He is interested in whether they have a specific plan. The leader of the association says this will happen when the Murim's alliance will be formed. He thinks that this will take at least a year. The base of the demonic cult is located in Hangzhou, but they have secret branches scattered throughout the territory. So for complete disposal of them it may need more time. The guy asks whether the alliance of Murim will be dissolved after the syndicate of the demonic path is destroyed. The Henton's arc realize that the guy wants to probe him. He answers him that they would decide it when the time would come. However, he sincerely hopes that the alliance will remain as a single organization. It would be better for Murim's calm. Yunwan thinks that this is probably not done for Murim's well-being, but for the sake of Hentian's own benefit. But he replied that he understands. The guy is interested in whether there are some more variables. A man says there is talk that a member of a heavenly demonic cult appeared. The young man and heavenly demon are surprised. And to be precise, he is called the Heavenly Destroyer. His skills in martial arts are similar to the skills of an ancient heavenly demonic cult. The guy realized that we were talking about him, but he pretended that he had not heard anything about it. Since there are many strange rumors about the existence of a heavenly demonic cult, they do not have the opportunity to test the reliability of these rumors. Yunwan asks the heavenly demon about what he was thinking about. The demon replies that this is not entirely true. The leader of the association asks the young man to work together for the justice of Murim. The man claims that their new alliance desperately needs such talents as Yunwen. If he wants, he assures them a position that is below one person above 10,000 people in Murim's alliance. The young man noticed that Hentian imagines himself the leader of the alliance Murim, and realizes that they want to make him as a pawn. The guy is very flattering to hear such words about himself, but he should consider this decision and asks him to give him a little time. Hentian sees the strong spirit of the guy, in which case he simply says that he respects the young man very much and calls him a great warrior. The leader of the alliance clicks with his fingers. The guy does not understand what was the matter. He called his daughter to him. Yunwen in shock, he cannot understand what a man wants this time. The leader of the alliance asks her what she is doing and why does not welcome their guest. The girl recognized him but seems to him. The guy understood Henton's plan. He also appears to the girl, and for him a great honor will meet her. Hentian smiles. He thinks his plan will work. The man asks the Jade Dragon what he thinks of Zulan. He says this not because she is his daughter, but she definitely does not need anything. Yunwen is horrified by a man. He cannot even imagine how many people he already tried to give his daughter. The guy is embarrassed. He saw a lot of beauties in Jianghu, but he sees such as Zulan for the first time. The girl is also embarrassed and blushing. The young man applies a sound program and reminds the girl about the meeting. She does not understand where the voice comes from. Since the leader for 19 years, he must give her to someone to marry. But whoever he could not give her, and hints at Yunwan. Yunwen says they are flattered. But since they showed such attention to him, he will do everything possible in his power to support the leader of the association. The leader thinks the young man pecked at his trick. The guy leaves, because his companions are already waiting. The man apologizes to him for detaining him for so long. He says goodbye to the mistress and says that they will meet again. The man asks for not worried about this guy, behave well, and prepares for the wedding, which will take place the next spring. She asks for whom, after all, she marries. Her father screams and replies that she had already told her that she was going out for the young leader of the coalition of the South Blade. The girl wants to object to him. It seems she liked Yunwan, but the leader of the association viciously shouts and orders to leave to her and do what he tells her. People have fun at the festival. One of them says that the banquet will continue until tomorrow, since the decision to destroy the demonic path has been achieved. Yunwen, using the ability to hide, approaches the monastery of water and fire. The subordinate mistress asks if the girl in this person is sure. As soon as she disappears throughout Kaifeng, searches will begin. Zulan understands the anxiety of the Huans, but she believes that everything will be fine. Yunwan is secretly in the room and hears their conversation. He does not like that the girl had already told everything to her subordinate. The heavenly demon asks the guy to leave until it is worse. He replies that he is a man and cannot help but fulfill his promise. Zulan does not understand why he does not come. Huans thinks he was frightened after his boast. The young man immediately found himself next to her subordinate. She does not understand how he could get to her so close. She did not notice this. The guy recognized the eyes of the Huans. He asks her unless she rushed through a gallop along the street on a dark horse. Fans found out, calling him crazy. He answers what she did with the horse was even more crazy. She takes off her hood. The girl cannot leave her mistress to such a reckless person. Yunwen ignored her. He does not understand what she was talking about and why she took off the mask. The guy asks the mistress whether she is ready. The girl asks him for another minute. He asks her what kind of bag it is. She says this clothes and some jewelry. The young man says to leave it all here and just follow him. Zulan is awkward and she agrees. He also asks Huans whether she will go with them. The subordinate mistress is seriously configured and of course she will go. The guy asks the same thing with Zulan. The girl replies that Havans is the closest person for her, and she does not understand why this is impossible. Yunwen is not going to take care of her subordinate, therefore says it is better not to go with them. Huans is able to take care of herself and reminds the young man about his promise. Seeing how he quietly crept up to her, the girl is sure that he was a master of martial arts, but he is too annoying. She calls him Mr. Expert and is interested in his plan. The guy replies that he has no plan and he will just leave. Huan says if you rejected her and Yunwan, her lady does not own martial arts. The young man says it does not matter. He will simply take her away and leave. Huan's replies that he will not be able to avoid an ambush around the Monastery of Waterfire holding Zulan. The guy thinks her words have some sense. He asks the mistress to approach him for a minute. She does not understand why this is. They stand close to each other. The girl blushes. Yunwen conceived something and asks the heavenly demon whether this will work. The demon answers confidently. But this will last only 15 minutes. The young man believes this will be enough. The guy asks Zulan and Huans to listen carefully to what he will say now. Huans is angry with the guy because he dared to call her mistress unofficially. But Zulan smiles and thinks for some reason she does not feel hatred for him. Yunwen will change her face on the face of another person, and then she will calmly leave with the Huans, and as soon as they leave the ambush around the Monastery of a Waterfire, he will take the mistress and run. Observation is carried out only for the Monastery of Waterfire, and not behind other areas. In addition, a banquet passes today, so the protection will be even weaker. The girl does not understand how to change her face. She does not want her face to change. Yunwan tells her not to worry, because it will return to its original state in 15 minutes. Huans asks if he's going to use the art of transformation. The guy thinks the girl faced this before. Huan's already said that her lady was not strong in martial arts. The guy is not deaf and therefore told her to listen to her. Yunwen asks to call one of the maids, call the one who often comes to the water monastery. He needs to see her face. And when everything will be ready, he will show the girls a rare technique. The maid asks Huans what happened. The girl answers it only a minute. She apologizes to Gim Ien for calling her so late. She just needs to stand a little. The woman is worried. Huans is not sure that this will work. But since it can be hidden so that she does not notice his presence, then in general it is possible. Using a sound gear, the guy tells Huans that he finished and tells her to take the maid. Huans tells Gimen that now everything is in order and she can return back to bed. The maid noticed that Madame Huans is behaving strangely today. He and Seyulan are sitting opposite each other, and Huan stands nearby and observes. The guy directs Chi his hand and touches the girl's face. Her face was completely changed to the face of GMEN. Yunwen shouts to Huans that there is no time to be surprised and tells her to put the clothes and hairstyle of the mistress in order. Huans asks Suelen how she feels. The girl does not understand her anxiety. She just thinks her mistress is too willing to follow Yunwan. If Father Zulan could not get rid of a person, then he did everything possible to arrange him to himself and extract maximum benefits from him. He is one of those who will do everything to achieve his goals. His blood also flows in her veins. While she can break out of the Northern Blade Association, she will accept help from any person. Now Huan's understood her intentions. The confidence of Zulan is what makes her respect. Suddenly something jumps out of the water. The girls stop. One of them asks where the girls go so late at night. She needs to go somewhere. She tells them to get out of the road, because this is the order of her mistress. Men say after midnight here it is forbidden to appear. Huans once again repeats that this is the order of the lady. He just tells her about the rules, and they can pass. Huans tells Jem Yu to follow her. The guard did not notice the attractiveness of Gim Ien before. The second tells him not to carry nonsense and prepare for the change. Using a sound gear, the young man directs Huans. She does not understand where he speaks and looks around. The guy orders her not to waste time on his search and tells her to go for a large tree. She looks up, they say they arrived, and asks where he is. Suddenly Yunwan appears in front of them and grabs the girl. He asks to make Huan's everything that is in her power and follow him. The young man bounced high up with Zulan. Huan's in shock, but she comes to her senses because there is no time to behave like that, and she needs to start following him. Yunwon, starting from the air, takes her away. The girl notices that a pleasant smell comes from the guy. He asks Suelin where she would like to go. The girl wants to go to the headquarters of the gang of beggars. The guy is surprised. She says she has ties with the great gang leader. Yunwon heard her and accelerated. The girl grabbed him stronger. The young man landed at the temple of Guangdi and asks Li the girl in order. Huan's. The guy was running after them all the time. The guy asks her why she was so long. She has a big short of breath because she ran with all her strength. The guy says to listen carefully. He wants to return to the banquet hall. Girls are shocked by his words. The leader of the association will not be able to assume that he delivered Zulan in such a short time, because right now, it causes the smallest suspicion. Yunwen tells them to tell them that they were brought here by a jade divine dragon and girls an example. Fortunately, Zulan has ties with the leader of the gang. In any case, he asks them to do everything possible to hide, and he will come to them when the time comes. He soars into the sky. The girls again notice his speed. The guy impatiently wants to look at the expression on the face of the leader of the Northern Blade Association. Hook, the drunk one, asks Wenjin why he came only now. After all, the guys decided to drink before dawn. John and Hukrin barely stand on their feet. The young man realized that they were drunk in the insole. Yunwon could not forget this and offers them to start right now. Ayn drinks and has fun with the young man. Jean and Hukrin laugh loudly and have fun. He should have fun and talk with the same number of people as possible, since they will witness his innocence. Jean notices that the guy is not only a good warrior, but also drinks well. He jokes and asks what he cannot do. Jean speaks to cleanliness. At first he hated the guy because of his lies. The great warrior Wenyun can drink and fight. The guy realized that Jean was already succumbing. He respects Yunwan and is glad to meet a person like him. Yunwan is saying a meeting with the guy is the best that happened to him when he only arrived in Murim. John rushes in a hug to the guy. Hakornan offers a young man if he does not have any plans to go to the League of Five Clans with them. The young man replies that he will need to go somewhere after he leaves this place. He is very sorry. But the guy promises to visit the League 5 Clans later. The guys raise glasses for their friendship. The leader of the Association of the Northern Blade screams and does not understand how his daughter Lan could disappear. According to the results of the investigation, the probability that the mistress was abducted by outsiders is practically absent. Hentian does not understand what kind of nonsense it is. The advisor thinks Lan left of his own free will. The Hall of Water Swamps is responsible for protecting the Monastery of Waterfire. In their opinion, it is impossible to abduct the young mistress, leaving no traces under their supervision. Moreover, yesterday, according to the guards, a man named Huan's and the maid of Jem Yun left the Monastery of Waterfire together. But as soon as they went to interrogate the maid, she claimed that she was not only not with the Huans, but did not go out at all. The leader of the association thinks someone used the masking technique. The advisor says this is the art of transformation. The man is completely stunned. Madam never possessed martial arts, means either a HVs or someone else applied the art of transfiguration to her. Since the Huans is not capable of the association believes that the third lady is replaced in this case. If he is an expert of this level, then he should be at least a representative of the 3 main clans or the leader of the main fractions. But they all drank last night. The man orders to carefully investigate and before receiving new evidence, is considered to be considered as suspects. And it does not matter what they will have to do, he tells him to find guilty at all costs. Some unknown in a cloak with a hood somewhere in the dungeon asks the overseer whether the one whom they try. The man answers positively, but this person barely breathes. The man asks what about the grandson, the overseer. No matter how much he tortures, he does not open his mouth and he is quite tenacious. It looks like a guy in a cloak will have to meet him himself and tells Grimmel to take him to him. He stands opposite a naked person with long gray hair chained to the chains. The unknown admits that the old man and his grandson are really persistent. The guy says that the old man's granddaughter escaped last night, which means this old man Father Henton and the former leader of the Northern Blade Association disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The man asks for a girl some assistant. It cannot be that a girl named Juan's had such abilities. The old man answers the guy, calling him a crazy bastard, and says if he received it, he lost. The man tells the hidden emperor of the dragons that his son is already dead, and the condition of the grandson is not very different. And this means that only Lan remained in his family. A man in a cloak asks the old man if he does not think that his duty is to save his granddaughter. The emperor of dragons with hopelessness says that this is fate, and he tells the man to do what he wants. The unknown replies that the Archgen is heartless. He is interested in whether this bitch knows how her grandfather applies to her. The man claims that under the pretext of conquering the demonic path, the Association of the Northern Blade will soon plunge Zhang Hu in the sea of blood, and the Association of the Northern Blades will sharply criticize for his act. The old man tells the guy what bastard he is and asks whether he is satisfied with this. The man thinks the old man means the absolute scripture of the sword. He came to the conclusion that they never had a sword of absolute scripture at their disposal. This is only an invention invented to ensure their survival. After the death of the Archgen and his grandson, this place will be buried, and there will be no trace of his existence. The old man is angry with him and again calls him a bastard. Suddenly the hood takes off, and it turns out the hentites. But it is not clear whether he is or the one who took his face after his death. People rebelled. They do not understand why they stopped them and consider it not normal that the Association of the Northern Blade behaves like that. The guards say they conduct a small investigation. Even if people do not feel deftly, the guard asks to cooperate with them for a while. People mean why they were not told at least the causes. They call the association a dishonest group. Despite the fact that people were categorically against because of an unclear explanation, the association conducted a thorough investigation, not paying attention to the words of people. Among the significant number of people, they began to sort out and explore everyone who was listed as missing, from 11 in the evening to 3 in the morning. In the course of the investigation, the queue reached the Heavenly Destroyer. The investigator asked Yunwan where he was and what he was doing during this period of time. The guy asks whether he should speak. The man grinks, says if it was not something shameful, then it is not necessary to hide it. Or there are some reasons why the guy cannot say this. The young man so feels offended by the way the investigation is underway, and he is also accused of some crime. Yunwan calls the investigator a bastard, and if he wants to listen to his story, let him call the alliance leader here. The guard cries and does not understand how the young man dares to talk like that. The guy says this guard behaves impudently and offers him to check. The demon invites the guy to run away because he is not going to fight. Yunwan has a plan, so he asks the demon to wait, because he thinks that they will first make a mistake. Another member of the association asks the guy how he dares to mention the leader of the association. Yunwan meets him again, as last time he asked him to accompany him. He says who he was to tell him something like that. The guy's name is Heon. He is the commander of hundreds of heavenly swords of the Association Northern Blade. And now he asks Yunwan to answer the question. The guy has already said that if they want to hear his story, let them bring here the leader of the Association of the Northern Blades. The guard will not stand it and attacks the young man with his sword. Yunwan deftly fingers the sword with his fingers, saying that this is too slow. The guy blocks his attack again, this time his elbow. The demon offers him to use his sword. The young man thinks it would be a waste of time against such jerks. The guy throws the guard with his foot aside, and uses the sculpture of the indestructible moon. Yunvanin imprinted him in the ground. The strong survive, the weak die, only the overwhelming power dominates. He asks Yang herself if he did everything he could, and belittles his abilities. Yang himself wants to kill Yunwan. The leader of the association finishes his foot with his foot on his head and says his subordinates did not know yet, so they could not recognize the guy. He asks to find mercy in his heart and forgive his people. A guy with a serious look using quick movement through the air leaves from there. With the advent of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade, the Heavenly Destroyer got the opportunity to leave. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid a sensitive situation. However, the guy felt a disgust for the cruelty of Henton's arc, which contradicted his attitude towards him. The Heavenly Demon asks the guy what is wrong with him. The demon thinks the young man in a bad mood because of yesterday. The more Yunwan thinks about Hentian, the more he is angry with him. He not only used the marriage of his own daughter in order to gain power, but also treated his subordinates as dogs. The fact that this person has the greatest influence among the four main forces looks ridiculous. The demon does not understand that this is that at the top there is a strong man, not a good guy. He tells him not to say that he decided to become an apostle of justice and thinks it because of that girl named Shuelan. Yunwan is not talking about that, but for the demon it sounds that way. The young man informs the Heavenly Demon and Juainan that after the great banquet, he wanted to strengthen his influence. The Heavenly Demon does not understand. Huyanan thought the guy just walks to live freely in Murim. He thinks it will be difficult to enjoy freedom if he is alone. The demon agrees with him, saying that the young man is absolutely right. Before the demon made his name, it was difficult to engage in every little thing alone. Later, when he created a heavenly demonic cult, he was helped to deal with all annoying things. Yunwan agrees with his words, because as his influence will become smaller and fewer people who want to enter the battle with him. The demon asks how the young man intends to expand his influence. He thinks the young man decided to enlist the support of the League of Five Clans, or Shaolin. The guy does not want to strengthen his influence when the Association of the Northern Blade claims to be a representative of the righteous path. The young man asks the heavenly demon whether the heavenly demonic cult exists. The heavenly demon shuddered and replied that he was not sure. He does not understand what he is not sure of, and his reaction to mention the cult leader of the alliance was incomprehensible. The demon calls the figure for 1,700 years. Yunwan does not understand what he spoke about. So many years have passed since he was their leader. The guy is shocked by this. When he heard the story of Yunwan, he had no doubt that the sect of heavenly demons would disappear. But after he heard what he said to the Henton's Ark, he changed his mind. The guy thought the demon talks about him, and he meant rumors regarding the cult. The heavenly demon replies that they could call him a heavenly destroyer, but they never said that he was a member of the heavenly demonic cult. Despite the fact that the heavenly demonic cult is just a legend, it seems people still talk about it without realizing it. In fact, rumors are very contagious and not constant. Yunwan asked Huainan that the demon had in mind. The old man thinks that rumors spread quickly, but do not live long. The fact that rumors still go, regardless of whether they are reliable or not, it means someone has seen something like a demonic cult. That is, the demon accepts that only rumor about the heavenly demonic cult to say that it still exists. He is hidden and strong. Although he does not reveal himself, he definitely exists. If the offspring from the heavenly demonic cult followed the teachings of the heavenly demon, then they definitely still exist. Yunwan tells him to stop talking and already finding this cult. He calls the heavenly demon. He awkwardly answers the guy. The young man asks him if he is sure that where people came to where they came, because these are snowy mountains with strong winds. Yunwan thinks in this area no one would live. The demon replies that in this case all his followers have long been dead. The guy blushed his face from the cold. He offers his spirits to check if there is someone here or not. He, using his skills, notices someone in the distance. If not for snow, it would be easier to find members of the sect of heavenly demonic cult. Suddenly he realized something. The guy does not understand how he had not thought of that before. The demon does not understand him, and the monk Huainan seems to understand that Yunwan meant. Having gained full chest of air, he exhales him very much. But this did not work and the snow still goes. The heavenly demon in Huainan is annoyed. The young man went into a narrow cave and passes between the rocks. Yunwan feels how warm energy comes from here, and the hand of a person is clearly visible here, because tiles are laid there. Some time later, he screams and does not understand where these members of the cult is enough from him, and the young man decides to stop the search. He does not know that this is a huge labyrinth, and the guy stands right in the middle of him. The demon asks if Yunvanin was foolish, because he has already found what needed. The young man does not understand what he is about. The demon tells him to look at that stone that lies behind him. 3 demonic masks are drawn on the stone. Yunwan asks the demon what kind of sign it is. The demon says these symbols that all his followers know, and there should be a mechanism that can be activated nearby. The guy finds it. He presses the levers, first the 3rd, then the 5th. Yunwan says this is not so simple. The guy felt for a suitable combination and opened the passage to the bottom. Yunwan is in amazement and does not understand how the forest can be underground. It seems that this cave is connected by tunnels with other places. The demon also notices this. He could expect this from his followers. Suddenly, the guy was alert and applied the technique of hiding the traces of the heavenly demon. He noticed people ahead. These are 2 young girls like each other. A red-haired girl is interested in who is winning. Maybe she means a duel or a certain tournament. A girl with turquoise hair says that the outcome will still decide the demon alder. Krasnovo, haired, does not know, but hopes when it ends they will be able to leave here after that. However, if a bloody demon wins, then they will not be able to get to Chonvon. Girls want to go to Jongvon and see with the young master Okinrin Almarim. Yunwan is interested in who they are about. He believes that this is some kind of popular type. The guy asks the heavenly demon to him is this sect. The demon replies, this is the lesser that could be expected from his followers. They have not a bad collection of weapons and the unlimited potential of warriors. The young man considers him a boost, but you should move on. He runs past the building and notices it. In his opinion, it does not look bad, and you need to go there. The guy glances into the room where the girl lies, and next to her, a guy sits on a squat. The girl speaks even if the demon alder loses. It will not change anything. She asks the young master will stand the side of the winner. Yunwen and the demon notice the beauty of the girl. The heavenly demon says to him a cool sect. She says, however, the demon alder from the northern palace wants to take control of everything. But so far the Yilioi family covers their back. In addition, Doomday and Guyan are not so close. In the end, everything leads to the fact that the northern palace will receive all power. She tells the guy to convey this to her brother, the demon of a frowning sky, that everything will go according to their plan. Yunwan thinks all these families and clans something on the likeness of the League of 5 Clans only in a demonic sect. The young man understood and says that he will go. The lady asks him to wait. She asks his name. The guy's name is Il Jung-un. The girl says he could have her nephew, so she orders him to massage her legs. Trying to massage her feet, the guy gets a kick on the face from the girl. She says how miserable he is and drives him out. The young man, sparkling with heels, runs away. The girl thinks what kind of moron he is. Suddenly, Yunwen disperses his technique and finds himself right over the girl, asks her as about him. She was frightened by his appearance. The guy cannot believe that in this sect there is such a beauty. They look at each other without taking his eyes off. Yunwen does not understand her nervous or not and why she looks at him so closely. The girl calls him a baby and asks if he wants to massage her legs. He was embarrassed, and the heavenly demon does not understand how she dares to say that to him. The heavenly demon thinks she perfectly reads the language of the body and apparently uses the technique to maintain youth. The guy agrees and asks her only to allow. She, with a grin, tells him to start. But Yunwen, using his combat skills, paralyzes its energy points, as he used to do with Xuanlan. Using a sound program, he tells her to honestly answer the questions that he will put her. The young man paralyzed the girl with such a speed that she did not even have time to react. She does not understand who the guy really was. Yunwen seems to call himself a student and receiver of a heavenly demon. He sees that she does not believe him, but he asks if he could get into the sex shelter without the help of a demon. She believes every word of such a handsome man. The young man does not understand what she blushed. With a plus, he did not leave the energy trace, which speaks in favor of Yunwan's thought. The heavenly demon asks the guy to demonstrate his abilities to the girl, because it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. The guy asks her to see, and now she will see the receiver, he is a heavenly demon or not. There are 3 combat techniques that the heavenly demon did not give to his disciples, namely 3 swords of the heavenly dragon and the destruction of Asura. And also the 3rd technique, the guy asks her to watch carefully. He, using the energy of Qi of the heavenly demon, directs her in the leg and hits her floor. The 3rd technique is called the limbo of the heavenly demon. He applied it. She is surprised and counts copies. There are 12 of them. The girl heard only legends about this ability. She realized that the guy did not lie, that he was a receiver of a heavenly demon, but she still does not understand how possible. Yunwen dispelled his clones and realized the girl's face that she believed him, and the energy points should already be unlocked. The lady clears and asks if he's true to his heir. He again confirms this, so he wants to ask her something. The guy asks to tell everything about the current situation and the authorities in the sect. Before Yunwan was Liu Yang Ryan, the eldest flame. In total, there were 5 families in the sect. The first Tanka, the surname of the heavenly demon itself, and then 4 families of students of Barkan, Eluy, Dumde and Guyan, in the sect of the heavenly demon. The law has paramount importance. The first states that only direct descendants of the Tanmok family can become the head of the sect. However, 250 years ago during the 7th Demonic War, the head of Chan, the remaining members of the family, did not live long, so the place of the head of the sect is still empty. Yunwan thinks if this is so, then the families should be fighting for the place of the chapter. But nothing around us indicates the massacre, which means that someone temporarily replaces the head of the sect. Yang Ryan notices his quick wits. She thought at first that he was just another idiot who only knows how to wave his hands, but she was mistaken. While the leader's place is empty, his duties are performed by the Council of Elders and Guardians. He heads the council of the side branches of the Tanmok family, whose members cannot lead the sect, after which 3 guards are coming, and then 7 elders. And then there are 4 lords of the demons. The guy realized that the guards and elders were just old people in power, and asks about these 4. The bloody demon, the demon Alder, the demon of poison, and the demon of the gloomy sky. They are also representatives of each of the 4 families. Yunwen realizes that he should defeat them all control over the sect. And also there is a 4 oldest and 4 flowers. This is important for individuals among women. Yang Ryan is the eldest of the flame and one of the 4. The girl confirms this. She speaks the most followers in the sect of the heavenly demon among the 12 demons masters. The guy considers it confusing and asks how many people they have. Those who have real power about 2,000, and if you take into account everyone, then 20,000. Yunwen recalls that about 15,000 in the Association of Northern Blade. The guy says this perfectly, and they will help him a lot. The girl knows that he will have to be hard, because he does not have a single person who will convince the rest that the guy receiver of the heavenly demon. He does not understand how this is not and indicates it. Yang Ryan is completely puzzled by his words. Yang Ryan does not understand what is wrong with this person. He simply appeared suddenly out of nowhere, and declares that he would lead the heavenly demonic cult. For someone who carries nonsense, his words are quite convincing. She is interested in what he wants to achieve. She will help him, but in return she has a condition. Yunwen asks what condition she has. If he promises at any time to fulfill one desire of the girl, then she will do everything in her power to help him. The guy says, if only it is possible for him, then he agrees to this. A humble subordinate, the Scorching Empress, welcomes the Supreme Heavenly Demon. He asks young Ryan what he should do. To be recognized by the Supreme Heavenly Demon, he must receive the recognition of the Keepers and Elders. Then the guy must subjugate 12 young masters. After that, it will be possible to deal with the 4 demonic lords. Yunwen thanks her for the information and declares that the heavenly demonic cult with style will absorb. She asked him to be careful, because the Hall of Guardians is guarded by 10 Kings of Swords, and the Elders' Hall is guarded by 10 demonic guards. They are experts secretly brought up by guardians and elders. The demon tells Yunwen that instead of coming to these keepers, he simply bypasses them. The demon thinks Yunwen is going to check 10 kings and guards. The young man confirms his words. The guy just wants to check how strong they are. Suddenly, someone with a sword jumps out of the wall and attacks a guy. Yunwen climbed onto the ceiling and evaded a blow. The attacker did not understand why he did not overtake his goal. He felt that the airflow was slightly broken. The guy asks the heavenly demon if he is sure of the performance of his martial art. The demon can do nothing with a miserable number of ki inside the young man. Moreover, this attacker also used heavenly demonic secretive art. Although thanks to the high level of Yunwen, it does not look like he discovered a guy. He understands that for members of the cult of the heavenly demon, the use of martial arts of the heavenly demon for granted, but this can annoy a little. The man who attacked him thinks he begins to lose his skills. Yunwen believes that if the 10 kings of the sword are at such a level, then he has nothing to worry about. In the middle of the hall, surrounded by monuments with fire, 3 unknown people sit something discussing. One of the men asks the right keeper how much the skill of children from the training room has increased. The right keeper replies that the children are at a satisfactory level. In particular, in this group there are many outstanding children, great guardians. The old man now asks the left guard whether the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun made his move. The left guard is still saying any obvious movements on his part. He has acted since he began to train in solitude. In truth, if we talk only about martial arts, the bloody demon is stronger. Although not much, it seems. The demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun also realizes this. That is why he tries to become stronger. The old man asks a great guard if he thinks that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun is better than a bloody demon. The great guard thinks if most of their members want to conquer the Central Plains, he thinks to better leave the leader's position behind the lord of the Scarlet Sun. However, the lord of the bloody demons will not stand still. The problem is that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun will fail due to its stubbornness. The great guard calls 10 kings of swords. He immediately appears and asks what happened. He asks what they did once allowed the outsider to penetrate this place. They do not understand what he is talking about. The old man throws a dagger at Yunwen and says this for the first time he felt humiliated, since he went to Jianghu and broke his dagger. 10 kings of swords do not understand who he is and how the guy came here. The guy says now the problem is not that. He is next to the old man and asks him if he is a great keeper. 10 kings of swords are angry and threaten to kill the young man. The old man tells them to stop. The great guardian confirms his title. He asks Yunwen who he is. The guy seems to be a heavenly destroyer and calls himself a receiver of a heavenly demon. Yunwen wants to know about 3 guards and young Ryan tells him. Left golden demon of fire Tan Mok-hu. Right demon of the golden shield General Tan Mok-sleep. However, the one who really deserves the attention of Yunwen, the first guardian advisor to the heavenly demon, Tan Mok-chonen. He is more than 200 years, and this man is an incomparable master of martial arts. No one knows who he is actually. They say that one of the 12 demons of masters is his student. The guy realized that Chonen was a great warrior, because he could declassify him despite the technique of a heavenly demon. All 3 guards are shocked after Yunwen's words that he is a student of the heavenly demon. The demon of fire Hu says how the guy dares to joke with the name of the heavenly demon and thinks he lost fear. Feelings of fear is alien to him. Because he is really his student, he is boldly standing surrounded by 10 swords. The man asks the guy how he will prove to him. Yunwen decides to get his sword of a heavenly demon to confirm his personality. The right and left guard in bewilderment, they think this fake. He asks if they believe him now. The first guard says if his senile eyes do not lie, then in front of them the sword of the heavenly demon. But this is not enough for them to accept it as a supreme leader. If he returns the blade to them, they will contact him as a guest of an honorary guest. But if he decides to encroach in the place of the chapter, they have no choice but to make him change his mind. Yunwen sees that in the sect of the heavenly demon his authority fell below the plinth, and asks the demon how he was. The demon says what parasites they are and what they imagined. The guards do not understand who he is talking with. He thinks he crashes, because they do not see the heavenly demon. The old man says if the young man is really his receiver, then this needs to be proved by his skills. 1 out of 10 swords leads a guy on some dungeon and tells them a little more. Yunwen is glad, because he was already tired of going. Judging by because there is plenty of oxygen here, the guard confirms this, because the local cliffs pass the air. They arrived at the border of the heavenly demon. The guy looks surprised. The first guard tells the guy if he really is a receiver, then let him open the gates of the tomb and he will need to go and take one thing. Yunwen asks what kind of thing he should pick up. The old man replies that he would need to pick up a ring. This is a sacred object that once belonged to the heavenly demon. Only the founders of the sects of those times could wear such a symbol of power. There is a legend that a way is engraved on the ring how to achieve a state of enlightenment. The guy thinks the first guard speaks seriously, and asks the heavenly demon about the ring. This is his favorite jewelry, and it's storing knowledge about all his military equipment. If this is true, then such a thing is useful to Yunwen. The door does not open. The guy thinks to eat some kind of secret. It's just an iron wall. The left guard asks the first guard whether they really will allow this guy to enter the tomb. The old man says, judging by the technique used by the young man, he is not so far from the teachings of the heavenly demon. But just for this, it is impossible to make him the leader of the sect, and also for the fact that he has in some way the sword of the heavenly demon. If he has abilities like a heavenly demon, he will be able to open the tomb and pick up the ring. This will become a sufficient basis to make it the head. Then Yunwen will be able to cope with this task, and will be the first guard will arrange everything. Most likely the tomb is under serious protection. 1 of 10 swords arrived at the guards. They ask him what happened. The guy says the young man asks them for one service. The man asks what service he asks for. Yunwen wants healing and nutritious elixirs, and also demanded that no one be approaching the tomb. The first guard does not understand what can threaten people next to the tomb. Their subordinate says the guy was about to pierce the gates with his sword. The demon asks Yunwen to concentrate at one point. The demon's weapon will even withstand such a blow. The guy knows this and offers to check the severity of his blade. And the young man attacks the gates of the tomb with the sword of the heavenly demon. The guy thinks he was able to break the gate for sure. The heavenly demon says for his gate this is just a scratch. Yunwen realized that it was necessary to beat stronger. And the tiring work continued. Even with the heavenly destroyer, it was difficult to break through them. He attacked the gate for about 3 hours, but was able to make only a small chip. However, he began to focus less on the battle technique and began to pay more attention to the concentration of internal energy. The guy focuses on the distribution of energy at all points. Huainan asks the young master in order of Li. The heavenly demon asks him not to distract him. The demon thinks the guy will succeed the next time. It makes no sense to explain to him how great the value of the amount of internal energy, but enlightenment will be enough to become much stronger, and get a completely different level of ownership of martial arts, and all this depends only on Yunwen's own determination. The execution of combat techniques directly depends on the flow of internal energy. Thanks to this, the sword will understand how to attack without blocking the flow from the heart. It is necessary to open the soul and sets out to go to the end. And then the energy path will be laid. In the heart, softness, hardness, and flexibility. They change each other and cease to exist separately. 28 hours later, 14 minutes and 24 seconds, when Yun finally opened his eyes. Energy comes from him. The demon congratulates him and asks him how he feels. The guy does not even know whether it was worth saying how insignificant his past possibilities were difficult to describe. But he seemed to open a new huge world, which could not even imagine before. It turns out that these are not another trick of the demon, an intangible sword and natural swords. The guy would live, and further knowing all this. The heavenly demon says what pleasure to discover this for himself. And this is only the beginning. Maybe he will even ever reach the end. The guy will go further and further until he understands when he should stop. That is why he needs to do something in order to feel alive. Yunwen felt such light that his body had become hollow. Although he could not feel the fullness of the surging energy, he realized her, for he comprehended a completely different state. He stuck a sword to the place in which he beat earlier. He needs to convert the swords of the swords into the wind of swords, and all that remains is an explosion of a sword. He formed a huge whirlwind of energy and inflicted a strong blow to the gates. He really became stronger, and the energy overwhelms it. And Yunwen now, after opening the doors, will go to see where the ring of the heavenly demon lies. Inside a huge library, the young man holds in his hand a manual for martial arts. The guy throws the book to the floor. Huainan does not understand why the young master does not like to read. No one thinks of the heavenly demon. These pieces of paper will not be able to help someone who discovered the path to the energy of the heart. The tomb of the heavenly demon was divided into 6 halls. In the first, the secrets of martial arts were stored. The second was collected manuals created by the past elders of the sect. The third hall was given to the elixirs. The guy is surprised. There are more bottles than it was in the palace. There, their cat cried. He will need to return here later. These elixirs can be very useful in the future. The fourth hall of the arsenal, completely clogged with weapons, on each of which there was a brief explanation. The fifth hall, the knowledge hall, where information about the past leaders of the sect of the heavenly demon was collected. There stood the statues in full size, books with their techniques and memoirs. According to the advisor to the heavenly demon, the personal belongings of the demon and his jewelry are stored in the last room. The demon laughs and thinks everything is clearly pulled out. Yunwen asks if the demon seems a little strange. Is it really that the opening of the tomb proves that the guy is his receiver? Of course it was not so simple, but still does not fit in my head. They entered the hall of heavenly demon. The sculptors successfully managed to convey the appearance of the heavenly demon. Someone flies from a height to Yunwan. The guy and his spirits have not yet noticed him. The creature that approached him says that he had not felt the human smell for a long time. The young man does not understand who he is and applies the concealment of traces. The guy thinks he does not see him anymore. But this monster is behind him. He throws up the guy up. 500 years ago, the former master of demons, the strongest of the 4, is one of the most influential figures in the history of the sect of the heavenly demon. Once greed blinded him, he secretly penetrated the tomb and abducted the ring of a heavenly demon, after which he began to secretly practice in martial arts. However, the energy emanating from the ring was too great, and in the end, this master was crazy. More than 300 soldiers of the sect donated themselves to lock it in a tomb and apply a seal to the entrance. A little more and Yunwan would have had big problems if he had not reacted to his blow. The demonic energy of this monster is everywhere, and asks the master who he is. The man says the guy will find out if he survives him. He blocks the blow of the sword of Yunwan with his sword, and he attacks the guy in response in flight. Sparks fly away everywhere. The demon jumped away from the young man. The heavenly demon praises the young man, saying how he perfectly repelled the blow. The man says Yunwan is not so bad and asks if the guy wants to see what he is capable of. He triggers his sword with a blow of his leg. Yunwan also launches his sword. They and their swords collide in a close confrontation. The guys start their swords again and conduct a furious confrontation among themselves. The demon stops this gimp and their swords are stuck on the floor. Opponents stand against each other and throw their eyes. Yunwan notices how his aura became excellent and internal energy in him also more. The man is glad that he was faced with such a person. Even though the guy is young, he is close to the aura of a man. He is interested in who he was. It is unlikely that these old people from the sect just let him here, and certainly not they raised such a good warrior. The guy says to be his skills so outstanding, the man would already get out of here, but he still sticks out here. The man says there is nothing interesting in this, and besides, he must do something else here. He is interested in why Yunwan came here. The guy came to a secret storage behind the ring of a heavenly demon. The man understood and thinks the advisor sent him. The young man says he just came here to just pick up what belongs to him. The man has not met a worthy enemy for a long time, and although all this is very nice, he asks to follow the guy in his tongue. Yunwan replies that he himself should follow what he says. The guy says he is the receiver of the heavenly demon. The guy begs Juiguan to spare him at least once and think about their old friendship. The winner in the battle is announced by Dantai Juiguan. He does not understand why everyone rejoices. Just like a tiger kills a rabbit, the murder of such a bastard does not care at all Juiguan. Even in a demonic cult where his strong boredom ruled, he did not let up. He deliberately stole a heavenly demonic ring to make his demon's heart be furious, but the incentive lasted only a moment. When he came to his senses, he already killed 300 members of the cult. As many as 300 people died due to trifling movements, which he could not even remember. In addition to boredom, it was a sense of despair contrary to his weakness. The crazy demon Juiguan experienced a deep sense of despair in his own power. He is interested in why he trained and what is the benefit of this ring. He thinks the heavenly demon was also lonely. He is the only one with whom the guy can chat. He is interested in what would happen if they lived in the same era. He returns the ring again to the heavenly demon. Zuikan notices the notes of the heavenly demon. The pride of the crazy demonic monarch, who was once proud that he was the strongest, was completely torn to pieces before the military knowledge of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon has a completely different approach. Juiguan thinks that a person below his level will not be able to comprehend the depth of these words. These are just words, but they drive him crazy with excitement. A crazy demonic monarch, who was bored of his whole life, found salvation in the texts left by the heavenly demon. Then he decided to abandon his erratic desires and achieve an outrageous demonic kingdom in this place, using the books of the ancestor of the heavenly demon. So 50 years have passed, and then a guy appears who calls himself a supreme heavenly demon. Jui Guan was so aware that he could not resist laughter. He laughs in the whole throat from the guy's words that he is the supreme heavenly demon. The man admits that his achievements are incredible for a person who has not yet been 20 years old. However, the words supreme heavenly demon is not only to be pronounced rash. Yunwen hardly blocks his blow, and Jui Guan grins. Zuika notices his laughter. He says the guy has courage and he likes it. He throws the guy back. The young man notices his incredible power, even despite the fact that in the past were the leaders of the cult, who are still called great heavenly demonic masters. There is only one supreme heavenly demon. And for Zhu Guan, this man is no different from God. The man says Yunwen himself brought himself to death and let into a huge amount of internal energy into his sword. The young man notes his incredible improved key sword. Jui Guan warns the guy, calling him a baby, and advises him to be careful. And he makes the strongest swing from behind the back with a sword. From a blocked blow on the sword of Yunwan, an energy trace remained. The man attacks him again. The guy throws herself away from the series of blows. Form, technique, dexterity, impulse, variability, and non-existence. All this is dog nonsense, just finites that do not stand in the opinion of Zui Guan. He simply spins and attacks the young man again and again. Yunwen knelt and relies on his sword. Deep traces from the strokes of a man are visible on the floor. Jui Guang is annoyed and does not understand how the guy withstood it. The heavenly demon reports Yunwen and tells him not to fight in his forehead, but to use his techniques and tricks. Even if the demon had not told him, he already knew this. Jui Guan asks why the guy talks to himself and tells him to just die. Yunwen is ready and took a stable position. The guy used the technique of heavenly demonic copies. Jui Guan thinks this simply sorry for the copied technique, and not the genuine technique of the heavenly demon. Yunwen, along with his clones, attacks a man. He notices that they are all real and does not understand how a guy can use such an exclusive technique. The master of martial arts of the level of crazy lord of demons could easily see the continuous attacks of an enhanced Kui sword. The first looked at the first. They looked like several simultaneous attacks. However, upon careful consideration, they definitely followed any order. It was elementary to counterattack in this order. No matter what master of martial arts he came across, the difference was only in speed, and the essence remained the same. However, the technique of the Heavenly Destroyer was different. Simultaneous attacks from material bodies. Even if it were a crazy lord of demons, it was impossible to block all the attacks that were coming from all sides at the same time. A man suddenly begins to spin and create a whirlwind of energy. As Yunwan expected, Jui Guan is not a simple guy. The heavenly demon says this is not enough and asks him to continue and attack him. Huainan thinks they must go to another place and first reassure themselves. The guy tells them to shut up. They are simply scattered in words, but for him it is like a splinter in the ass. Yunwan notices an incredible solution. Jui Guan asks what this suddenly talked to himself. He thinks Yunwan as crazy as he is. The guy runs away and asks to give him a second to think. The man says Yunwan runs like a coward. The young man replies that he was not going to run away, and he just thought how to defeat Hujia Guan, and he just came to the conclusion that the man lost. The guy decides to start using his second sword, the Emperor's sword. The man considers him arrogant and does not think that he can use two swords with the help of inner ki at once. Each of his attacks to a ridiculous fierce. Compared to how he used one sword, his ki did not decrease. Jui Guan realized that it not only did not decrease, but also increased. Only after crossing the swords did he realize that this young man, or rather the heavenly demon, the one he dreamed about. Yunwen sends him into flight, creating a huge club of smoke. He stands opposite the defeated Jui Guan and asks whether he believes now that he is the supreme heavenly demon. A man is interested in whether something like this is really possible. The young man replies that it doesn't matter whether it could happen or not. He already had to understand this after the fight with him. Yunwen asks whether the man is still going to stay here. Jui Guan replies that he does not know. Having mastered the martial arts of the ancestor of the heavenly demon and reaching high skill, he even tried to capture the cult. But now that Yunwen appeared here, what made his life the meaning disappeared. The guy asks how to give her meaning. Yunwen will make the power of his heavenly demonic cult. He does not know what he will do in the future, but assures that Jui Guan will not be bored. The guy needs him and offers him to go with him. The man trembles with excitement. It seems his dreams come true. Since then, he is his student. The crazy lord of the demons, Dantai Jui Guan, welcomes the supreme heavenly demon with tears of joy on his face. In the guards' hall, 1 out of 10 swords informs the first guard. The old man is interested in whether the guy has died already. The subordinate does not know how to explain, but the guy not only did not die, all three guards turn around and surprised from something. Yunwan stands with the ring of a heavenly demon and smiles at him. The old people are in shock and also notice Zhu Guan at the back of him. Judging by their faces, he thinks that he did enough as evidence. The young man asks the Lord of the Demons what it is to breathe fresh air after half a century. The man said so many years, but nothing has changed here. The first guard in bewilderment from what is happening. Because not only this is the Lord of the Demons, but he also called the guy the Supreme. The young man took the ring and survived. So this madman also brought the Demon Master here. The guy asks not to delay the advisor to the answer, and asks if evidence of confirmation of his personality is enough. The advisor among the guards, Tanmok Chonin, celebrates the appearance of the Supreme Heavenly Demon with all his heart, and kneels in front of him, holding his hands together. All in the hall, like 10 swords and other guards, follow Chonin and also welcome the Supreme Demon. They gathered, and the guards, along with Zhui Guan, are sitting opposite Yunwan. The right guard learned that the body of the guy is the spirit of a heavenly demon. Yunwan confirms this and says that everything thanks to the right called Fundamentals of the Call and Binding of the Soul. Zhui Guan realized that during their battle the guy was not talking to himself. The first guard speaks in this world a lot of things that cannot understand the human mind. It is really incredible. And the old man is interested in what the heavenly demon says now. Yunwan says he has been cursing them for quite some time. The heavenly demon shouts that they are all brainless idiots. The guy drinks tea and says the demon thought they subjugated all the Murim once. They are his followers. And the fact that it is impossible to find a sect, even if you rinse your eyes with some potion, very much disappoints it. The heavenly demon wants to say something to them and asks to quote the guy of his words. He is a heavenly demon. The guards, along with Zhui Guan, trembling, welcome him. The heavenly demon criticized the current state of the sect for a long time, and then he ordered Van Yun to equate Van Yuna to the title of heavenly demon and help him in every way. Of course, no one could question his word, so everyone followed the orders of the founder of the sect. The first guard asks the guy what he thinks about the ring of a heavenly demon. The guy says he does not know, and at first glance the ring just looks unusual. The demon thinks what a fool he is, and now he will show him the power of his weapon. The guy says that the old man is not talking to him. If you fill the ring with energy and quit, it can lead to incredible destruction. The ring will break through any protective barrier of the enemy like a sheet of paper. It also gives the effect of resistance to fire. And if you take the ring in the mouth and concentrate in it energy, it neutralizes any poison. Yunwan understood and says that the ring is really not simple. The demon corrects and says it is more than not simple. The guy tells the Lord of the Demons that it is time for them to go, and Zhui Guan is interested in where they will go. The young man speaks ahead of them as waiting for a hard road. They need to curb 12 horses. The Lord of the Demons does not understand what 12 horses the guy says. The first guard seems that he understands what Yunwan is talking about. The old man tells the Heavenly Destroyer that they are one of the best warriors of their sect. They have great potential, and everyone is waiting for them to return the sect of its former greatness. If the guy manages to gain their trust, then in the future, they will help him. Yunwan knows about this, so he is going to meet with these demons masters. Zhui Guan doubts that they must use the underwater immersion technique to get to the place. He thinks this can scare the horses, and they will scatter. The demon lord suggests first to get quietly. Yunwan says these jerks still have no milk on the lips. Zhui Guan notices those 12 demons masters about whom the guy spoke. The young man shouts to them in the whole throat and asks whether it is possible to join them. The Lord of the Demons is unequivocally puzzled by his act. 12 demons masters do not understand what kind of guy it is and where he came from. The guy thinks to them 12 masters can explain and asks the Lord of the Demons to help him in this. Zhui Guan says the Supreme in front of them. One of them replies that they do not mix them. After a second, they all received in the face. The guys still do not understand who these two, and the subordination of the 12 masters ended. The guy says for their age they have excellent skills and asks the young man opposite his name. The boy replies that they do not know who Yunwan is, although, judging by what technique he had just used. Zhui Guan continues his thought and says that in front of them is the Supreme Heavenly Demon. The young man is surprised. They can swear for 12 masters only under 2 conditions. The first, they should defeat them, and the second is the leader of the sect of the Heavenly Demon. And both conditions have been fulfilled, so since then, 12 demon masters will faithfully serve him. The guy says now they received 3 guards and a dozen masters. The heavenly demon notices Yunwan's unimportant appearance. The guy turned pale and fell to the ground. The guy lies pale in bed after his fall. The first guard asks Zhui Guan why he allowed this condition of the young man, because he was with him all the time. The Lord of the Demons thinks Yunwan too much because he used martial arts that he had not used before and he had some kind of inner demon. The old man asks what martial art the young man was engaged in, which reached such a state. Juiguan says it was a sword of nature. The man also saw this for the first time, so he was not sure, but he heard that this is the kingdom outside the intangible kingdom of swords. When the guy subjugated 12 demons masters, he realized that he could not subordinate them if they did not give up themselves. Juiguan noticed the young man's sword was not ordinary. Instead of flowing in a straight line, she flowed out in the form of a smell. Soon she became thick, like fog, and filled the entire space. 12 demonic masters, who looked at this scene with admiration, suddenly realized that their bodies were not moving at all. They did not understand what was happening, and soon realized that they were not opponents. The first guard doubts the existence of the kingdom outside the intangible kingdom of the sword. Juiguan tells them the master does not need these questions and all they need to follow his will, and the young man will soon come across. The old man is surprised that Yunwan was able to surpass the level of a transcendental demonic kingdom at such a young age, and probably something like this did not happen in Marima earlier. The guy suddenly opens his eyes and jumps from under the covers. Heavenly Demon and Huainan are interested in how he feels and worry about the guy. He had a dream, how he stood alone in the pitch darkness of the ocean. The young man asks the Heavenly Demon what is the difference between key sword and reinforced key sword. The demon does not understand why he decided to ask him about it. Waking up, the Heavenly Destroyer suddenly filled up the Heavenly Demon with questions about martial arts, then with innocent children's eyes, then with a passionate voice of a young man, then with a deep look of the sage. The Heavenly Demon was at first puzzled, but then he was delighted because a person appeared with whom you can discuss it all. Thanks to the conversation with the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Destroyer advanced one more step forward, to incomparable with what was before. The next few days passed calmly. Yunwan treated his new subordinates, 12 demonic young masters, and was engaged in their training in martial arts. Yunwan first teaches others. Since the young man had already surpassed the transcendental demonic kingdom, he was able to freely use the intangible sword. He cuts the stone in half with amazing ease. 12 young masters monitor this, and are surprised at the intangible sword. From the point of view of the theory of the sword, the Heavenly Destroyer was already in a sense more skillful than anyone else. He had already surpassed the Heavenly Demon. The young man sits on the throne in the hall, and his subordinates are kneeling in front of him. Young Ryan was surprised. She knew that he was an amazing person. However, she could not have assumed that Yunwan could defeat the Guardians and 12 Demons Masters in just a few days. Moreover, a man next to the guy is a notorious crazy demonic monarch. Juiguan notices her gaze and asks her what she stared at. But in any case, young Ryan considers Yunwan incredible. The first guard asks the young man what he thinks about announcing all the facts and indicate the path to advance their heavenly demonic cult. The guy wants to see a little more. He wants everyone in the cult of a heavenly demon to recognize him as a supreme heavenly demon. Tomorrow there will be sparring between the Lord of the Demons of the Scarlet Sun and the Lord of Blood Demons. Despite the fact that they are both talented people recognized by everyone in the cult, they are at war with each other for any reason. This sparring is not just a competition, but an event that determines the further path of a heavenly demonic cult. The first guard says that when Yunwan appeared, it ceased to be valid. Yunwan says this is not true. These two demonic lords can be considered as the representative forces of the heavenly demonic cult, and he believes that this is a good opportunity to see the power of their cult with their own eyes. In the meantime, he wants to first see how sparring will pass, and hopes that everyone will remain calm and follow his words. Everyone in the hall says that they will follow his order. Juiguan is interested in the guy, what he is going to do with the Central Plains. He knows that he should be wanting to conquer them. The young man plans to avoid a strong war with the Central Plains. The Lord of the Demons does not understand him. The method with which the sect wanted to subjugate the lands Chonvon would lead to numerous victims, and he wants to unite with their enemy. The guy speaks now not foreign policy but domestic. To begin with, they should reorganize the structure of the sect. One of the 12 demons masters of Okekin, Rin, asks Mu Yongjon whether the supreme heavenly demon differs from their sect. Yongjon tells Qin Rin to stop rubbing nonsense, because she herself saw what Yunwan is capable of. But in his head, the guy agrees with her, and he is interested in what the Heavenly Destroyer actually conceived. Juiguang is training under the leadership of Yunwan on the ground. Traces of training are visible. The guy says that he was warming up and ready. Yunwan does not understand who is so crushed. The Heavenly Destroyer tells the man that he tried well today. The young man also needs to secretly select warriors under the age of 40, faithful to the sect. The Lord of the Demons asks whether the sex of a person has some kind of meaning. The guy says it does not matter. And you also need to find out how things are in the training center. He orders him to do this. The man accepts the task, but he does not understand what his master really wants. According to the fact that Yunwan knows tomorrow's tournament will determine whether the sect of the Heavenly Demon will try to win Chonvon. Sooner or later, a fierce struggle will unfold between the Association Northern Blade and demonic sects. But the good thing is that yet the sect of the Heavenly Demon is not interested in them. The young man realizes the world on the verge of changes. The guy calls the leader of 10 Swords. He sticks a letter to him and asks him to transfer him to the one who is best versed in the laws. The drummer in a mask with horns and the demon's face reminiscent hits a lot on the drums and turns the crowd. The crowd rejoices at the beginning of the tournament. Chonvon. This word also means the desire of the sect of the Heavenly Demon to capture it, but also what awakens longing in the chest. All members in the sect excited this event, regardless of whether they approved, supported, or sought to seize Chongwon or not. One of the spectators rejoices at the appearance of an advisor to the Heavenly Demon, but he does not understand who it is next to him. He does not know who it is, but the guy looks very young. 3 guards, Yunwen and Zhuiguan, took their places. The guy notices that everyone is very excited. The first guard speaks from the outcome of the match depends on whether they will capture the Central Plains, otherwise they cannot react. A demon of Alder from the Kirkin family appears. The bloody demon from the Dumda clan also appears in the arena. The young man sees how all viewers support them. Yunwan is interested in why they are fighting, because there are 4 main demons in the sect. The old man replies that these 2 pillars of the sect, but among themselves, they constantly conduct confrontations. He thinks the Lord of the Demons remembers that before he was locked in the tomb, the bloody demon was his servant. The man does not remember much, because his memories are as if blurred by fog. The bloody demon was very respected by Zhuiguan, even after the terrible incident that the Lord of the Demons performed half a century ago. He took his side, for which he was sent to prison. Zhuiguang does not want to listen to it. He wants to see what will happen now. Yunwen says whatever 2 rivals there and offers an advisor to start a duel. The first guard states that this battle will determine the further fate of the sect of the Heavenly Demon, and tells the soldiers to accept the outcome of the fight, no matter what it is. He asks if they have to say something to them. The bloody demon, nothing to say, and the Lord of the Scarlet Sun wants to say something. The demon Ola calls everyone to listen to him. He wants to fulfill the long-standing desire of the sect, and therefore stands now in this place. The crowd rejoices and roots for the demon Alder. He respects the bloody demon as a warrior. But because of one person, you can't turn a blind eye to their long-standing goal. Now their sect lives and flourishes, so they should more put off this campaign. The bloody demon screams with anger and does not understand why the demon Alder's demon in this case is against this. They should respect their ancestors whose blood flows through their veins. The demon Alder glorifies the Heavenly Demon and says that they will subordinate the whole Murim. Yunwan thinks of this person's talent to speak beautifully. The first guard says to start. The battle will continue until one of the participants accepts its defeat. The demon Alder and the bloody demon stand opposite each other and prepared for the competition. Yunwen asks the Heavenly Demon why they just stand and look at each other. The Heavenly Demon speaks in a battle between masters of this level. The slightest oversight can cost a whole life. Even if it seems that they just stand idle opposite each other, they should study attacks and all possible development of events, while consuming a significant number of QE. The guy meant that he would already inflict fatal wounds and end this. The demon says that the young man is at a completely different level. The Lord of the Demons asks Yunwan, in the opinion of Zhuiguan, the bloody demon has more advantages in the duel. The guy does not know. He thinks if it were an ordinary match would be so. But for some reason he feels strange energy. Zhuiguan does not understand what he is talking about. The young man tells him to simply continue to observe, and soon he himself will understand everything. The demon Alder produces a stream of strong energy with 2 hands, and his opponent in response applies the technique of the bloody dragon sword. Zhuiguan says both in the same kingdom. Yunwen thinks it like that. However, the young man does not think that the demon Alder used everything at his disposal, and he probably has an ace in his sleeve. He again holds his attack, and the bloody demon easily blocks it with a sword. A man is angry and applies again the technique of a bloody dragon. The demon Alder smirks sarcastically. In response, he uses the demonic art of the fierce sun. The bloody demon is tight from the blows of his enemy. After the next blow, the bloody demon begins to cough with blood. The demon Alder tries to finish him off and brings a strong blow to the fallen opponent. However, the bloody demon miraculously evaded. The hand of the demon Alder literally a couple of centimeters from the man's head. After that, the bloody demon tried to counterattack, but the demon Alder simply bounced to the side. He notices his perseverance, but he is going to finish it beautifully, and his eyes change his shade. Yunwan notices this and says, Juguan to protect the bloody demonic lord. The man obeys his order. The demon Olhai concentrates the energy on his fist and is going to finish this battle. But Juiguan beats his attack, defending the bloody demon. The demon Alder does not understand who is standing in front of him and tells him to leave the road. Juiguan says the match is already over and asks demon Olha to go back. The demon Alder says to kill the bloody demonic lord. The lord of the demons does not understand who the man is talking to. Yunwan felt someone else's presence. The first guard does not understand what kind of guys appeared in the arena. The supreme heavenly demon tells 10 swords to protect the keepers, and orders the 12 demon masters to destroy the guys in the black to the left and to the right of the stage. And he asks Juiguan to protect his back. 2 unknown people attacked the master of demons. They are surprised that the man jumped away from their blow. Juiguan asks them who they are. The demon Alder says they were revealed and orders everyone to go on the attack. 1. 12 demons masters are versed in people in black. The demon Alder looks at this picture and angers, and Yunwan got up to him from the back and asks him what he stared at. The man, not having time to turn around, receives a blow in the face from the young man, breaking through the earth under him. The lord of the demons is surprised, and at that time he holds one of the attackers. The guy asks where the real demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun. The man did not know that in the heavenly demonic cult there is such an expert, and did not understand who he is. Yunwan grabs him by the scroll and says that he was the first to ask a question. If a man does not want to answer, then let him not answer. In this case, Yunwan will simply spill his anger. The man's name is Zhu Huguan, Icy Demonic Heart. He is the deputy leader of the evil bloody cult. The young man is surprised and asks to continue further. From the point of view of the Force, the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun and the bloody demonic lord are equal. Therefore, in order to advance to the central planes, the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun tried to borrow their strength. Thanks to the spy, which the bloody cult introduced into the heavenly demonic cult, they learned that the lord of the Scarlet Sun suddenly abandoned their offer. Using a spy, they introduced the poison of the lord of the Scarlet Sun for a long period of time. So although he is alive now, he cannot use martial arts. Now the young man understood where the story came from that the demonic lord of the Scarlet Sun trained in solitude. The real demon of Alder should be with them now. 12 demons masters report that they captured and killed all people in black. The audience noticed and surprised that one of the 12 masters called Yunwan Mr. The guy thinks what a dumb one who called him a master and asks all the people in black are dead. Zhu Huguang noticed that he was the only one alive and tells the young man that if they want to get an answer, then they should save his life. Yunwan, they all begin to act on the nerves. The man holds on to his throat and flatters Yunwan, saying how wise he is, and the preservation of his life will be useful to him. The guy says he did not understand him. The young man does not negotiate with such bastards. Zhu Huguang does not understand what he is talking about. The young man replies that everything is exactly as he said. He tells the Lord of the Demons to take care about the man. Spectators also continue to discuss Yunwan. Moreover, they notice his sword and ring, and understand that these are the attributes of a heavenly demon. The one who called him the master apologizes, and the guy is angry and asks to hold his mouth on the castle. And now, when everything turned out so that the young man has no choice how to take everything seriously, Yunwan yells throughout the arena and seems to be a supreme heavenly demon, a heavenly destroyer. People are in shock and does not quite understand his speech. It is true that he wears the ring and sword of the heavenly demon, but they do not think that he can be a supreme heavenly demon at such a young age. One of the spectators considers him crazy. Yunwan knew that everything would be so, and he was interested in that this time he should show in order to prove his personality. Juiguan says there is no need for this and takes off his mask. They understood who he was and at a bewilderment that the crazy demonic monarch does here. The bloody demon is also surprised to see his uncle. 3 keepers, the Lord of Demons, and even 12 demons masters bowed the knee in front of Yunwan and paid tribute to him. After that, everyone in the hall ceased to doubt his personality. They realized that their master was returning and they rejoice. In the assembly hall of the demonic pavilion, Yunwan gathered his subordinates and asked the first guard to tell him everything that he knows about the evil cult of blood. The old man begins his story. The evil bloody cult is a demonic cult of Tianju. After the Great Orthodox Demonic War, their relations were completely torn. The heavenly demonic cult and had no idea that something like that penetrated and plotted their cult. The first guard apologizes to the guy. Yunwan is not trying to point out their mistakes, but simply wants to understand the situation. He asks what their size in comparison with the heavenly demonic cult. The old man says their exact size is unknown, but judging by the past notes, he is in no way inferior to the heavenly demonic cult. The young man does not understand why in this case these people are unknown on the central plains. The first guard answers this because they were the same secret power as they were, and never advanced to the plains, even in the last great orthodox demonic war. Only part of their forces was included in the cult of the heavenly demon, and participated in conquests. Yunwen thinks once these bastards decided to absorb their cult, which means they are sure that they are strong enough. In the meantime, they should find and talk about details with the real Lord of the Scarlet Sun. The heavenly demonic cult is possible in greater danger than Yunwen expected, and they will have to move forward with what he put off. The guy claims that from now on he reforms the heavenly demonic cult. The heavenly demonic cult of the cave forest, whose girls at the beginning of arrival in a demonic cult met Yunwen discuss the return of the supreme heavenly demon. They notice his beauty and want to see him again. The first guard shouts to Yunwen that it is impossible to discover the heavenly demonic secret storage. This is a tradition that has been preserved for 1,700 years, and only worthy can look into these secret guidelines. For some reason, it reminds a young man of old times when he was an emperor. The guy says traditions someday will still be violated, and precious information is precious only when they are used where it is necessary. Yunwen wants all students to see secret guidelines. In addition, they will use weapons and elixirs to improve their martial arts skills. 3 keepers look annoyed. The young man also adds that from now on, all organizational reforms will put individual abilities at the forefront. He does not mean that they will completely ignore seniority, but if someone has skills that surpass the skills of the higher it, or it can be increased by a rank higher. New systems that the Heavenly Destroyer offered were really non-standard. All the ranks of the Heavenly Demonic Cult were reorganized and divided into 10 ranks. Accordingly, each rank received its own color of clothing. The organization was reorganized, administrative management was minimized, and the quality of work of each link has increased. The leader of the detachment of swords of the demonic emperor. The protection of Yunwen will be a crazy demonic monarch Zui Guan. The man says he says at his whole disposal. And also he will act as the main mentor in all disciplines of the cult. Old people discuss his decisions and probably want to object. Yunwen understands that it was Zui Guan who was responsible for bloodshed 50 years ago. But since he had already freed him from anger, no longer needs to worry about it. Even if his body is worn out and the soul will be crushed, Zui Guan will do everything for his master and heavenly demonic cult. The first guard is interested in what will be with the empty place of the Scarlet Sun. Yunwen is reported by subordinates that the Lord of the Demons of the Scarlet Sun is here, and they bring him on a stretcher. The young man does not understand what could bring the man to such a state. The old man is interested in how the guy was able to find Demon Olha. Yunwen suggested that he was imprisoned in their cult, and was right. He wants to leave the empty place of the Scarlet Sun Demon. The right guard objects, because this man is a traitor. Yunwen knows this, and his farewell happens only once, and if he decided to betray him again, then the young man will punish him with his own hands. The demon Alder in tears asks to forgive him for his sins. The guy will forget the mistakes of the past Lord of the Scarlet Sun, but he asks him not to forget those hot tears that are coming with him right now. Juiguan thinks to comprehend the depth of their master. When they first crossed the swords of his heart, trembled by the devotion of their supreme lord, which existed only in books, but his current appearance touches his soul differently. The heavenly demon in the books was a lonely man, and the more Juiguan recognized him, the more he sympathized with him. However, their current supreme lord, a little different, reforms the organization, introduces new laws, and also listens to his subordinates. The incomparable master and transcendental demonic kingdom is another, that he sees more like the emperor. Perhaps his gentleman is more than the first supreme lord. Juiguan training students. Yunwen asks him how many children died in this training camp. About 10% died. These are those who could not withstand exhausting training. The man says this world cruelly, in its strong eat the weak. Perhaps this is too tough. But the experience gained here will become valuable for children who have to live all their lives as masters of martial arts. Yunwen understands this and says that Juiguan is right. Children work out techniques on wooden swords. The guy notices that despite the fact that they are children, it is amazing how they work hard. This is a really strong group. He understands why the whole Murim should unite every time a heavenly demonic cult appears. The heavenly demonic cult had a tense time. Each organization set discipline, and the development of martial arts encouraged. Thanks to the secret guidelines, elixirs and weapons from the heavenly demonic secret storage, students reached a new level of improving their inner QE every day. 2 months passed in the instant of the eye, and Yunwen realized that the time had come. Yunwen gathered everyone in the pavilion. He says their cult has changed significantly, however. As he said earlier, they will avoid participating in a total war with the Central Plains. Juiguan asks whether they will continue to build up power here. The guy says some of the people from their cult will go to the Central Plains. The heavenly demonic cult will dominate so that they do not feel it. Druiguan, Baigun, Zhuanju, and Dantai Ushin will go with Yunwan to the Central Plains. The Azure Dragon Hall, the first guard asks the guy to do something before leaving. The old man speaks for many generations among the leaders of the cult to award the best student from children released from the training hall by martial art and weapons. This time, one child graduated from school with exceptional assessments. But if Yunwan does not want to follow the old tradition, then it's okay. The guy says that of course he will do this, his duty to encourage children who in the future will lead the heavenly demonic cult, and asks to bring this child here. Yunwan notices that she is a girl. Baigun Shoshin welcomes his master. He heard about her excellent results and asks what she wants. She replies that she does not want anything. The guy is confused and does not understand her. The girl's eyes shine. She looks at him intently. The right and left guard discuss her and considers the girl strange. Yunwan asks her how she wants to become a person in the future. The girl states that she intends to become the strongest master of the sword. The keepers are angry that she is talking to the master so much. The guy is interested in her, which, in her opinion, should be the strongest swordsman. She thinks is one who can defeat nature with the help of a sword. The old people are still angry and want to know her instructor. Suddenly Yunwan cries and says how brave she is. The girl is puzzled and confused after his words. The guy liked her answer. He did not expect this. Keepers are no less surprised. In addition to weapons and martial art, Yunwan wants to give her another gift. Since he does not have many weapons, he gives her his emperor's sword. The first guard thinks this too much, and as for the weapon, he asks to allow to bring weapons from the heavenly demonic storage. The young man after that declares that he himself is the second gift. The girl and keepers are shocked. From now on, they will have the relationship of the student and master. The girl will gradually study from him to martial arts. She has mixed feelings at the same time, rejoices and is afraid. The old man wants to know what her first gift will be. Her goal to become the strongest user of the sword is good, but very far away. Approaching the goal will be her third gift. He tells her to go with her and says her next goal, the Central Plains. Baigun Xiaoqin shines and really wants to go with him. In honor of the Destroyer of Heaven and his detachment, who went on a journey through the Central Plains in the big assembly hall, all members of the heavenly demonic cult gathered. People in the hall are interested in how the sect leader plans to do. He asks the first guard if the old man deceives him. The keeper replies that he had never dared. Just Yunwan cannot believe that if he pours his true key into this heavenly demonic ring will appear a spiritual animal. Moreover, he is nervous and does not understand how they will go on it to the Central Plains. The guy asks the heavenly demon whether the old man tells the truth. The demon says instead of asking him, why not try it himself? The demon says he raised him from childhood. If he is still alive, then how many years now he should be. Regardless of whether he is deceiving him or not, he blows strongly in the ring. But he doesn't succeed, and he stops blowing. He does not see a spiritual desire. The guy thinks him deceived. For many generations there was a spiritual animal, which was allowed only to the leaders of the heavenly demonic cult. The guy does not understand the words of the first guard. A huge bird appears above his head. The heavenly demon is glad that his pet is a golden falcon still alive. Yunwan is scared. He is afraid that the falcon will eat him because he looks frightening. The demon with a grin tells him not afraid and extend his hand. The falcon closed his eyes with pleasure. He recognized in a young man of heavenly demon, a falcon is really a mythical creature. The guy thinks he could not see such amazing things sitting in the palace and telling his team to climb on the back of the falcon. They go to Chonvan. The heavenly destroyer and his team flew to the capital of the province of Zhejiang, Hangzhou. This city is famous for its picturesque views, since it is located right on the river duct. Merchants often sailed here. This is an incredible place with a prosperous culture and diverse entertainment. A girl in a red robe dances with a tambourine. Because of this, the sect warriors who have never left their territory were in cultural shock. But Yunwan also saw this in the palace, but he first goes along such a busy street. The guy is a little worried. Baigun Xiaoqian is hungry and offers her master to eat. She is interested in what food they cook here. Druiguang takes her by the scroll and tells her to talk politely with Yunwan. The guy asks to let the girl go, because this is just a trifle. The young man invites them to eat and go to the most popular local restaurant. Janin's house was the second building in Chonvan after the Yellow Crane Tower. Inside it was divided into 3 levels. The General Hall, the Hall of the Nobility, and the Royal Hall. The most expensive of them was the Royal Hall, where the night was worth 100 silver nannies. The waitress went to their table. She does not understand why they look so evil and asks what they want to order. Yunwan asks to bring a fried duck, godza, cold noodles, and black tea. The girl breathed out. I realized that these are good people and asks them if they want something else. The guy replies that they would call her Yupe will choose. The young man, using a sound program, wants to tell them something before food. He thinks they do not quite understand what is happening. His team looks too gloomy, and especially Jui Guan. After his words, the guys pulled smiles. Yunwan says in jungle it is better to preserve friendly faces and not to do anything that could attract unnecessary attention to them, and asks the demon overlord not to squeeze a smile so much. He asks them to call him a young master or just a master, because in Chonvan he is known as a heavenly jade dragon, and the guys also need suitable nicknames, because the master of demons is unlikely to delight the city guard. Juiguan again calls the guy the supreme. The young man reminds him of his speech. The team brought food. Yunwen offers them to eat first, and then decide. The girl asks why they came to Hangzhou. The guy heard that it was here that the leader of the Association of the Demonic Way is located. Everyone is surprised. The young man speaks precisely in Hangzhou. They will be able to get the necessary information the fastest. Before Yunwen came to the sect of the Heavenly Demon, the Association of the Northern Blade created the Murim Alliance. They said they were going to destroy the followers of the demonic path and had to achieve the first results. Therefore, he decided to look at these results in this place. Baigan Xiaosun understood the meaning of his words. Two people pass by their table. The Lord of the Demons notes that they are not similar to the civilian. Yunwan says that is why he hoped to see them. From that moment on, he asks them not to move. They do not understand what these two are staring at them. Yunwen thinks they are members of Murim. The guy turns out to be behind them and welcomes them. The guys do not understand what he wants. He asks them where the Association of the Demonic Way is located. One of them takes out a sword and their company immediately seems suspicious to him. Yunwen stops his attack with ease. The man does not understand how the scabbard was stolen from his tray. He does not understand who Yunwan is and where so much power is in him. The guard fiercely shouts to him to release his sword and scabbard immediately. Yunwen lets go, and the man flies to the floor by inertia. His subordinates notice that their master seems to play with this guard. The guy holds out his hand and asks him to forgive him for his rudeness, introducing himself as a heavenly jade dragon. He asked about the association because he left abroad for 3 months and wants to know what was happening in Murim during his absence. Men fall to his knees and apologize for not recognizing him. The young man asks him to answer one question. He is interested in what people in Murim are talking about him now. The guards say in Murim there is no one who would not know about the heavenly jade dragon, because he subjugated the leader of the bandits. And now he is the abbot Shaolin, instead of Jianggun, and the most influential person in the alliance of 9 orthodox sects. The guy does not understand what time it is. The heavenly demon is right. The young man says everything was completely wrong. The girl speaks in the end after his speeches. He himself attracts the most attention. Yunwen asks his question and wants to know what happened in Murim in 3 months. The alliance of Murim, at the head of the leader of the Association of the Northern Blade of the Dug Hentanen, attacked the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, located in the suburbs of Hangzhou. But instead of winning, they suffered serious losses at the hands of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, which was completely ready for their attack. The guy knew that the forces of the Alliance Murim exceeded the forces of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path many times, and did not understand how this happened. Instead of the battle, the forehead in the forehead, the Syndicate of the Demonic Path resorted to the tactics go and run away. On the other hand, the Alliance Murim must remain noble, because minute carelessness can cost a whole life. The guy thinks the Syndicate not despicable, but rather worthy of praise, because avoiding a direct attack was a very wise solution. The man says all the main forces of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path hid underground and continued to fight, using the secret branches that they hid everywhere. So the damage caused by Murim's alliance was very significant. And although these are just rumors, everything happened because the Syndicate of the Demonic Path invited the descendant of the Jij clan from the orthodox sects as his advisor. The second man tells his comrade more thoroughly to think what he is talking about. The man asks Yunwan to forget his words. This is all that they know, and the guys regret that they can't help anything else. Yunwan says it was enough and thanks them for the information. The guys thinks what warrior Wen Yun cool. The young man did not expect such stability from the Syndicate of such stamina, and even more so the confrontation of Murim's alliance. He is interested in who it could be, a member of the orthodox sect, a descendant of the Zhuge family, an advisor, because of which this incident occurred. He asks for his subordinates preparing for departure, because they have where to go. Although Yunwan had a way to contact the Gemini Noah, he usually used a Golden Frog cash bench. Being the best cash store on the Central Plains, the Golden Frog store was the largest in scale and had branches in all corners of the country. Zhang Yunxin, a branch manager in Hangzhou, arises and does not understand who is looking for him. If this person is going to waste time, he will personally teach him a lesson. Yunwen and his team are in the store. The manager does not understand that with these teenagers, because they look without a penny in their pocket. He does not understand who Yunwen is, such as to ask for a personal meeting. The young man shows him his token of the emperor. The man realized his mistake, and his facial expression was replaced. He welcomes the respected guest. In the VIP of the reception store, the golden frog Zhang Yunsen pours tea to the guys. He asks for forgiveness for his rudeness, saying that yesterday something bad was breaking out. The guy asks him not to worry about it because he arrived to find out where the Knox brothers are, although the twins are elusive to contact them at any time. In this case, Yunwen asks to convey that they come to Hangzhou. The manager asks if the guys have decided where to stop. The guy replies that they have not yet decided. The man asks him to lead them to the inner hall of the best pavilion Zhang. Moreover, he is also ready to repent of his rudeness. Yunwen thinks this place too expensive. The manager asks him not to joke. The guy asks how much money he can spend with the help of this token. Zhang Yunsen replies that he can spend an unlimited amount of money since he is the actual owner of a Golden Frog cash store. His whole team, including himself, were very surprised by this. This is unlimited. This huge capital. Yunwen thinks the twins Knox are amazing times have such a store. Thanks to them, he will have no problems with money on the Central Plains. Hangzhou was a more attractive city at night than during the day. People walked and had fun. Since there was nothing to do until the twins arrived, Yunwen and his company decided to take a short walk and look around in the city. The store manager sent a man to accompany the guys this evening to Hangzhou. Yunwen is glad to hear this and asks to take care of them. The man shows where to go. Everyone has already decided to rejoice, but Yunwen quickly dispelled their fun and tells them, using a sound program, that today they will not be able to simply inspect the sights. He tells them to train to fit into the Central Plains, and once again he asks them to behave with restraint and not to arrange riots. Yunwen and Zuiguan are standing and looking at the fireworks. Yunwen asks the demon's lord what he thinks about and whether he is bored. Zuiguan is not bored. Each time the splendor of this place every time makes him choke. Yunwen thought he had enough experience in such matters. The man speaks for all his 137 years of life. He first encounters something similar since he was focused on martial arts. The guy is surprised by the age of Zuiguan and considers him old. In any case, Yunwen intends to keep his promise, and the Lord of the Demons will not regret that he went after the young man from the heavenly demonic storage. The Lord of the Demons thanks him and accidentally encounters his shoulder with passers-by. Zuiguan calmly apologizes to the passers-by. The man, in response, only identifies and insults him. Yunwen prays that the Lord of the Demons does not arrange a membrane. A passerby says his shoulder dislocated, and if Zuiguan continues to hold his mouth on the castle, this does not solve the problem. The Lord of the Demon grabs his shoulder. The man asks him what he was doing. Zuiguan seems to be a man's shoulder. A passerby does not understand what the Master of Demons is doing, and threatens him that he could not get rid of with simple apologies. He asks what he should do then to make a man forgive him. A passerby discuss the conflict and think a fight will now begin. The man tells him to crawl if Zuiguan crawls between his legs. Then he will forgive him. Yunwen is worried that Zuiguan does nothing rash. However, the Lord of the Demons simply fulfills the request of the passerby and crawls between his legs. The man does not understand why Zuiguan, not arguing, just did how he told him. The rest of the people watching the conflict are also surprised. Yunwen realized that the Lord of the Demons went so far only because of his words. Zuiguan asks if this is enough. The passerby thought to humiliate him even more, but he thinks on this so enough. The Lord of the Demons again asking for. Zuiguan thinks this enough. Spectators also think that a bald man must restrain his word, because Zuiguan did nothing like that. Yunwen tells him to leave this in the past and disperse with the world, because this is a good day, and you should not spoil it. The man in response pushes the young man, and does not understand who he is to indicate him. The Lord of the Demons grabs his head and imprints in the ground. Zavaki is shocked by this. If this is the order of his master to crawl between his legs, he will do it calmly without hesitation. However, he will never tolerate that some bastard touch his lord with his dirty hand. All people scatter from him and are afraid because he had just killed a man. Yunwen asked him to be careful, but Zuiguan says he could not endure such an attitude to his master. A man accompanying them along with the rest of the team runs to Yunwen. He is angry because they will now have to clean up after them. The guy apologizes to him for getting into a fight and asks if it will be difficult to settle everything here. The accompanying person says this is not a problem, but the Yunwen team will also be difficult to leave the Central Plains intact. The young man is thinking by a person whom they killed quite important, and wants to know the details. He says this man is not just a small bug, but behind him there is a syndicate of the demonic path. Yunwan did not expect this, and perhaps he must thank the Demon Lord for this. To avoid the revenge of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, they must do something, but they do not know what to do. The young man thinks to eat some way and says, if the accompanying person will do what he will say, then he will be able to avoid trouble. The next day, the announcements were hung all over Hangzhou. It was written about the case last night, and it indicated that if someone has a favor or resentment, everyone who wants to settle them can come to Ven Yun in Pavilion Jianani. People think he says it with sarcasm, and this is some kind of joke. Baigun Xiaotun asks the master to teach her today. He does not understand what she talks about. The girl reminds him of his promise to teach her fencing. The Lord of the Demons supports this idea, saying that Yunwan also did not stop breathing in fresh air, and they will protect the pavilion. He did nothing for all the time to be considered her master, and asks whether she is ready to study. The girl shines. He is going to be the most hard-working student in the world. In this case, he agrees and says that he will return soon. Yunwan reports Joy Guan that they will have guests soon. The Demon Lord thinks this syndicate of the demonic path. The guy confirms this and asks not to kill them, but to get information from them. They only need two things, namely their location and method to establish contact. Not far from Hangzhou, the girl is practiced in fencing under the leadership of Yunwan. The guy tells her to be soft as a spring breeze, and it should be lightning speed. She should be focused on the tip of her sword. Her hands with a sword are shaking. Yunwan thinks to her unusual, because this is a new sword, and soon she will get used to him. He offers her to rest. The girl eagerly drinks water. The guy asks how she feels when she practices the initial movements of 3 heavenly demonic swords, but she is not yet sure. When she reaches great heights, the girl will enter the state of the Sword of Reason, even if it is difficult for her to tell her never to give up and always go forward to her goal. The girl reminds that he has not taught her anything yet. The guy knows this, but he had a little time and he will try more. She rested enough and is ready to train again. Yunwan asks the heavenly demon why he became so grumbling. The demon does not understand why the guy smiles at his student, because he had not yet won the world to focus on the students. The young man does not understand what suddenly happened to him. The demon screams. He does not like it. He does not like the decision of the guy to leave the syndicate of the demonic path. Yunwan replies that this is not some kind of childhood fight, and he knows if you do it, then he will have to resist the whole Murim. The demon says he can fight everyone. Huainan supports the young man. He also thinks that there is no need for unnecessary murders. The guy asks the demon not to worry, because it is only the beginning of his journey as a heavenly destroyer. The heavenly demon thinks the guy knows how to speak well. Yunwan heard something. It seems Zhu Guan fulfilled his mission. Yunwan returned to the pavilion. Representatives of the demonic sect are lying dead, and the guy asked Zhu Guan to leave them alive. Zhui Guan left one alive for interrogation. He breathes, but the guy does not know if this person can be considered alive. Zhui Guan tells him to tell everything to his master, what he told him earlier, namely about the location of the sect and the method of communication. Suddenly, the hostage with the help of Kuna breaks the rope and jumps up from the chair. He was waiting for their leader to come to kill him. Baigun Xiaochun is dealing with him using the reception 3-time blades of the heavenly demon. She will not kill him because it is Yunwan's order. The girl does not think that the man trained enough to fight with their master. He is very surprised, because those who were here had strong skills, but this girl seems to have not reached another 12 years, but already so strong. Yunwan thanks the girl for a good job and approaches their hostage. The guy now says the man's turn to answer questions. Perhaps the shock from the defeat to the young girl from one blow was too large that the killer from the syndicate of the demonic path obediently answered his questions. As a result, the heavenly destroyer received quite a bit of information about the syndicate of the demonic path. It had 8 leading forces performing the mission of the group, and they were called 8 factions of the demonic path. And also there was a unit of the killing sword, which was under the immediate leadership of the headquarters of the apartment of the syndicate of the demonic path. And they came to kill Yunwan and his team on the orders of the leader of this unit. The guy is interested in how they are connected. The man says the deceased man was the cousin of the commander of their detachment. The young man asks him to take him to their commander, in order to apologize to him personally. The captive in shock. He thinks the commander already knows that they failed, and sent members of the group here to restore order, so that this is nothing different from suicide. The heavenly demon notes that they are coming here. There is no longer any need to go towards them, given their direction and speed, Yunwan thinks here. The guy intends to believe what the Lord of the Demons says, and if something does not work out, Zhui Guan will be responsible. The man asks to believe him and assures the young man in success. The rest of the guys discuss this. Yunwan and Zhu Guan talked about this 2 days earlier. 2 days ago, on the night of the dispute, the Lord of the Demons believes the young man needs a strong appearance. Yunwan thinks a man wants to say that his face looks miserable. Zhui Guang confirms this. He thinks instead of saying that the young man looks weak, he looks beautiful. The guy thinks only useless boobs chase in appearance or false names. Zhui Guan and the rest are well aware of his strength. However, Weakly from the Central Plains can draw erroneous conclusions, looking only at the appearance. He offers just to wear a mask to Yunwan when necessary. Yunwan tells the man lucky that he is a member of the detachment of the Killer Sword, because he will be the first to see Yunwan's second face, which he used with the help of the art of transformation. The prisoner looks stunned by this. The guy tells him to go and tell his commander that the scribe of a heavenly demon arrived, a heavenly destroyer. The crowd on the street does not understand what is happening in the best pavilion Jiang'an. They think the pavilion is temporarily closed, because the lights are turned off in it. The man answers them that in connection with some circumstances, their pavilion is temporarily closed today. This is for the first time. Never from the people could have thought that the best pavilion, Jiang'an, was closed. Under the knife, this man is said to continue in the same spirit. The syndicate of the demonic path was taken hostage by staff. Yunwan says they are here, then let them stop sneaking and come in. The man glances at the gap of the door. The hostage of the heavenly destroyer was frightened. Judging by his reaction, the guy thinks this bastard commander of the Ka Jinshin detachment. The commander orders the man to commit suicide, because all his comrades are dead. The man is trembling, but intends to execute the order. Yunwan interferes with him and asks the commander how he dares to kill his captive at his command. Ha Jinshin notices the guy's courage and asks him if he knows where he is. The guy says this is the best pavilion in Janani, and an expensive cozy institution. The commander exposes his blade and tells him to be a member of the Murim Alliance or a simple wanderer, he will die today. Yunwan replies that he will not die today, but the commander. They both intend to kill each other with one blow, cleaving the blade of Hazinchun with one blow. This is the name of the elder, who intends to cut down the head of Yunwan. And the commander attacked the guy with his blade. The guy thinks in comparison with the nickname of a man in his blow with a sword, there is nothing worthy of attention. The young man beat off his attack easily. The man is surprised that he was able to lose the sensitivity of just one blow. He does not understand why Yunwan does not expose his sword. The guy replies that he is not sure. He thinks he will not be able to fight with a sword without killing the commander. These are not the words that could be ignored, but it was one of the reasons why Hazinchun was able to rise to the post of commander, thanks to his insight. After this skirmish, the man realized the power of his opponent, although he did not understand what it was. Until he finds out what was the matter, he decides to observe a little. The prisoner Yunwan asks his commander to stop, because the young man's scribbler of the heavenly demon, the heavenly destroyer. The commander thinks his subordinate does not lie. According to rumors, the heavenly destroyer killed all members of the detachment of the murderous sword, and their skirmish also proves that he did not bluff. The heavenly destroyer with whom their headquarters so desperately wanted to meet directly in front of him and Hazinchun considers this to be extraterrestrial success. The headquarters of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path sent experts to all directions of the world in order to recruit a heavenly destroyer, but his whereabouts still remained unknown. The commander realized that this was his chance to increase his status if he became a guide between the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and the heavenly destroyer. Ha Jinggun suddenly became humble and asked the guy whether he was really a heavenly destroyer. The young man does not understand why he became so obedient. Jueguan thinks this because of the guy's changed face. Yunwan thinks the man was right. But in fact, the reason was not that. The commander wants Nova will be officially introduced. His name is Ka Jinchun. He heads a unit of murderous swords, directly subordinate to the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and Glads. He will meet a young man. The guy thinks since the commander just wanted to kill him, but now it is so kind with him that means this merit of his appearance. The commander does not understand him, but no matter how the Syndicate of the Demonic Path has been inquiries to the guy for a long time, and if he goes with them, then Ha Jinchun will take care of him. Yunwan does not need to go to the headquarters himself, so he asks to simply convey the words to their chapter. The guy on whose side in Marima can no longer put up with the atrocities of the Association of the Northern Blade. Therefore, as a person who has a common enemy, the guy would like to personally meet with the head of the syndicate and discuss everything. The commander is interested in if Yunwan is not going to go to the headquarters, then where would he like to be fastened? The young man makes an appointment 10 days later in the Neutrality Pavilion in Kaifeng. Ka Jinchun does not understand why exactly there, because there is the headquarters of the Alliance Murim. The guy does this because he has people whom he can trust in Kaifeng. The commander is worried that something may go wrong. Yunwan assures that if something goes wrong, he will personally protect their Grand Master. The man is surprised, because the young man talks about it as a simple fight. He promises to convey the message to the leader of the syndicate of the demonic path. And so the commotion with a unit of murderous swords ended. 2 days later, Yunwan asks Xiao Qin not to run around the pavilion. Yunwan notes the discontent of the owner of the pavilion and asks him what was the matter. He thinks this because of the case with the syndicate of the demonic path. Mr. Bao has recently been speaking, the number of customers has significantly reduced. After that incident with the syndicate of the demonic path, the members of the Alliance Murim continued to follow the pavilion and snoop guests. Because of this, the visitors began to leave massively. The guy cries and does not understand how they dared. He wants to deal with them right now. Thanks to the store, the Golden Toad, the Heavenly Destroyer went to the branch of the Alliance Murim in Hangzhou. The store manager speaks after the alliance of the Alliance Murim. The surrounding merchants were badly injured. Since the alliance continues to expand their territory using force, merchants are afraid that all local trading areas will be captured at this pace. Yunwan is outraged due to the incident with the pavilion, so the Murim's alliance also affects the trade world. The man says they collaborate with the merchants who listen to them. Those who are against are forced to obey, so there are no people who confront them. The guy does not understand how many more enemies the alliance is going to make himself. At the store, the Gold Toad is all right because they are counting on the support of the imperial family and government ministers. They arrived in the branch of the Murim alliance in Hangzhou. Yunwan thinks they put all their strength to its creation. The guards ask who he is and whether the guy is recorded. He screams to the manager of the Hangzhou branch to go out. The guard asks who he imagines himself to arrange scenes here. Yunwan tells him to disappear. The manager of the branch comes out and asks who dared to arrange a commotion in the middle of the White Day. Yunwan recognizes him. This is provided by Wu Henchang. He does not understand who dares to treat the manager like that. Suddenly his expression changes. It seems he recognized Yunwan. The guy was not sure at first, but now he really realized that this was a former commander of a mandate detachment and points a finger at him. The manager thinks what sin he committed, that he again had a chance to meet this devil. The guy says they did not see each other for a long time. The guard is surprised that they are familiar. In the hall for receiving a branch of the Murim alliance in Hangzhou, Yunwan and warrior Wu spit tea. The young man says Wu looks much better than before. He thinks because Wu now has become the manager of the branch. Yunwan puts his bowl of tea and is about to get down to business. The young man stopped better at Pavilion Jiang, and suspicious people constantly roam around him. The man does not understand which bastards dared to wander next to the place where the guy stopped. Wu thinks children in our time are fearless. The young man suspects that this is the work of the manager. He looks scared and says that it is not him. Wu jumps up from the table. The man says he needs to the toilet. Yunwan laughs that Wu is running pretty quickly. A man could not think that the young man was associated with the best Pavilion Jiang. A little earlier, VU gave the order to monitor the whole pavilion, as well as to study everyone. A client who entered the pavilion. He bursts to one of his subordinates and tells him to immediately go to the best Pavilion Jiang and tells him to pick up all their people from there. The manager of the branch of the alliance returned to Yunwan. He says there should be problems with his breakfast. The guy says if Wu has problems, then of course he will have a disorder of the stomach and tells him to play it safe. Wu does not understand what the young man has. The man looks excited. Yunwan says if the territory around the pavilion in Jianan will be free, then there will be no problems, and asks Wu will take care of this. The man realized that the guy recognized everything. Wu says to anyone would not allow anyone to approach this place. We can say that the problem is solved and the guy is interested in how things are now in Murim. He asks because he only recently returned from the trip, and he is interested in knowing about the latest events. This is a great opportunity for Yunwan to get information about the Association of the Northern Blade. The man says the very last event is likely the operation to destroy the syndicate of the demonic path. The story that Wu Henchun told was not much different from the rumors throughout Hangzhou. Nevertheless, Yunwan noted for himself a new information. The reason on which the demonic path settled in Murima was their foundation, which goes out of roots in the trade world. So in order to chop the roots of the syndicate of the alliance, Murim is trying to seize the commercial world. And they say that the conflict exists even in the Murim alliance itself. They say that the alliance of 9 orthodox clans and the League of 5 clans are fighting on all issues with the Ark Hentitian. However, in addition to them, all the forces are under the command of the leader of the alliance. So as the leader of the alliance himself said, this will be a minor problem. Yunwan does not think so. He does not understand whether the leader of the alliance really does not know the seriousness of the situation. He takes to memories of childhood. His grandfather asks the boy whether he knows that he can destroy a huge dam. Yunwan thinks something like a landslide for it. The old man says the boy is mistaken. He does not understand why. Grandfather is sure that a huge dam can collapse only from one rat. The boy does not think that one rat can lead to the destruction of the dam. Over time, Nora, which the rat dug to the construction of her nest, will turn into a large crack. Because of this small rat hole, the size of the dam is unimportant, because sooner or later it will collapse. The great empire is no different from this. The more insignificant the risk seems, the more you need to pay attention. There is a limit of how much enemies can be ignored, and Yunwan is interested in what Hentang will do. Wu asked Yunwan when he was going to join the alliance of Murim. The young man looks bewildered. It is already getting dark, and the guy leaves the branch. The manager of Wu will pass the words of the guy, the leader of the alliance. Yunwan still answered the man. He was going to go to the alliance a few days later. Wu says the guy's power will come in handy for the alliance Murim. Although the young man managed to dismiss, he will probably soon have to meet with the alliance of Murim. But it's still good that he visited the branch. It seems Murim's alliance is not as strong as he speaks of himself. This information will be useful in the future. The guy returned to the pavilion and told everything to the owner. The man thanks him for being able to rest. Huanggu, using a sound program, wants to say something. Yunwen does not understand what is the matter and why he uses this art now. The guest visited them. The Heavenly Destroyer did not feel anything special. He also talks with Mr. Bao during the sound transmission. The monarch without a shadow asked the guy to be careful, because this man, having entered, said that he was his guest. He came from the headquarters of the Syndicate of the Demonic Path. The young man asks Mr. Bao not to disturb him, because he had a difficult day. He wants to relax. The leader of the syndicate should be in a hurry because he came to the pavilion without waiting for their meeting. He says the young man of writes just 10 days is too long to sit back. Yunwen in his voice thinks that this is a woman. He does not understand how Jueguan let her into this place so easily. The man says she was very polite. The guy is angry and reprimands his subordinate. Jueguan apologizes. Yunwen heard about how the Syndicate of the Demonic Path copes well with Murim's alliance. Despite the fact that they were driven into a corner, he was glad to hear this news. The leader of the syndicate says the young man of rights in only one. They really were able to crush those bastards from the Murim alliance, but he is mistaken, considering the girl a leader. The young man did not understand, because he wanted to talk to the leader. After confirmation, her personality Yunwan will probably change his opinion. He is stunned by the confusion. The girl's name is Zhuge Chaohong. She is an advisor to the Syndicate of the Demonic Path, and has a quite attractive appearance. Yunwan has recently been saying the name of the girl throughout Murim. For him, there really is a surprise to meet her personally. Zhuge says she herself should be surprised, given how bloody the guy has a story. She thought he looked more angrily. The girl considers him quite pretty. Bagan calls her the older sister and says what a cool master. Yunwan is surprised at this situation. He does not like that his subordinate did not tell him anything. He interrupts the discussion, saying that it is too noisy and the conversation should be held in another place. They must discuss this alone without their subordinates. Jueguan grabs Xiaoqian by the scruff and leads her off the room. The warrior from the shadow tells her to stop behaving like a child. The girl wanted to stay with the master and older sister. Zhuge and Yunwen are sitting at the table against each other. Xiaoqun should be worried about the girl, but the guy is also interested in hearing the story that the girl wanted to tell. Zhuge says Xiaoqun asked who is the strongest of Murim's promising talents. Yunwan thinks it just likes her, and asks what Zhuge answered her. The girl told her about 2 people. One of them is a star of the demonic path of the Heavenly Destroyer. Another star of the orthodox path's Jade Divine Dragon Wenyun. The guy is surprised, because these are his 2 personalities. Zhuge thinks, judging by the face of the young man, he heard about the Jade Divine Dragon. He answers her that he had heard something from rumors. In general, people in Murim began to call the leader of the Alliance of the Great Master, the Taoist master of the Udanjiang Sanya Feng, and these 2 people of Murima. Yunwen first hears Murim's 5 heavens. The girl says this, obviously, because they began to call them so recently. Nevertheless, only the Heavenly Destroyer and the Jade Divine Dragon are interested in people. The guy does not understand why this is so, because in the 5 heavens of Murim there are 5 people, and are only interested in these 2. Zhuge says it will quite logically focus on the new talents that suddenly appeared. People are interested in who is stronger than the Heavenly Destroyer or a Jade Divine Dragon. Yunwen thinks how troublesome is due to the fact that there are 2 such personalities in it. He only masked his personality in order to act depending on the situation. And Murim was confused after Wen Yun and the Heavenly Destroyer gained recognition as individuals. The Heavenly Demon asks the young man why he has such an alarmed look. The demon says these 2 personalities can become his weapon. The guy can change the crisis to the opportunity. Huinen says the Heavenly Demon again conceived something sinister. The demon says that he is not talking to him. The monk and the demon quarrel among themselves. The monk asks the heavenly demon to beat him someday with a wooden stick, and Yunwen considers the demon is right, if he will use it well. Zhugai tells the guy that she can tell him her story, since he has nothing more to ask. The young man agrees with her. She goes right away to the matter. The syndicate of the demonic path needs the power of the heavenly destroyer. Yunwen knew that the girl would say something like that, and asks her why the syndicate of the demonic path would not solve all the problems with the help of her resourcefulness. Zhug says no matter what her abilities with the power of the Alliance Muram cannot cope with one person. Thinking about this from this point of view, he also becomes a person in his opinion. The girl says this is not true. She thinks not a person sits in front of her, but a star. The young man thinks this joke is completely tasteless, and Zhuge, on the contrary, was struck by his own game of words. She thinks the guy liked this. He flatters her, saying that she has a talent to laugh people, and the guy is interested in what they will do if he refuses. The girl will not be able to do anything if he refuses. However, if a rumor spreads that the heavenly destroyer is here, then the Alliance Muram will do everything possible to attack him. Yunwan thinks they will let a hearing if he does not cooperate with them. The girl says it depends on what he thinks. However, in any case, the orthodox path will suffer heavy losses, regardless of who he will fight with. And if it is beneficial to their syndicate, then Zhuge will do anything. The guy thought she was tender, but it turns out she is a rather terrible woman. He understands why Muram's alliance is experiencing such difficulties with her. And yet the young man is one who holds the handle of the sword. He does not know whether he should accept the offer or not. He asks whether the syndicate will fulfill any of its conditions. The girl asks first to tell her about these conditions. He has only 2 conditions. Firstly, no one can command them or constrain his actions. And secondly, he asks him to give him the authority to command the syndicate of the demonic path whenever he asks for it. Zhuge thinks, despite the fact that there are only 2 conditions, it sounds as if he wants to become a great master. Yunwen tells her not to complicate. He wants to become a great master of the demonic path. He is interested in what she is going to do. The girl agrees, but she has a response service. The guy thinks to ask him for a favor. It's shamelessly. Zhuge knows this. Even if she had to kneel, she would like to borrow the power of the heavenly destroyer. Yunwan is surprised and asks if she will do everything for the good of the syndicate of the demonic path, to which she says yes. The guy says, given what despair they are ready to listen to the girl, the current syndicate of the demonic path collapses from the inside. The Council of Elders, who controls the power of the syndicate, jeeper of the authority of the great master. Yunwan thinks the master could just eliminate them. It would be great, but now there is a war with the Alliance of Muram, and if Zhuge, or a detachment subordinate to the Grandmaster, will take up the solution of internal problems, then their syndicate will be caused severe damage, and he will break up. The guy is surprised that not only the Alliance Muram has, but the syndicate of the demonic path has problems inside. Yunwen realized that even if he takes the syndicate under his control, he could not dispose of him. The girl says this true, however, if Yunwen removes all the rot from the syndicate of the demonic path and reforms it, then everything would be different. The guy asks her, can he consider the syndicate of the demonic path to his own after he does it? Zhuge tells him to act as he will consider fit. She celebrates him with the great young master of the demonic path. Yunwen asks her what kind of position this is, a great young master of the demonic path. The girl asks for calmly with her, the place of the young man next to the great master. Even he cannot give the guy orders, and the young man has the full right to check and punish all the students of their syndicate. The guy is surprised because he is not a great master, and his position is equivalent to this. He knows that Zhuge is not a master and doubts that she can make such a decision. She cannot tell him everything in detail, but asks the young man does not worry about it. Yunwen asks her whether this means that they will not tell him everything. He thinks this somehow connected with their plan. The young man says, if this is what she wants, then he is ready to be part of this plan. The guy asks to say where their Ho is, and he will be there in a few days. He gathered his detachment and asks everything here. The guys are holding him. Xiaocun asks Huanzhe what the master will tell them. The guy tells her to just listen to the words of the master, and she will know everything. The girl tells the warrior from the shadows not to be so cold in relation to the girl. Yunwen watches their quarrel. The guy asks Juiquan to figure it out. The man tells newcomers to shut up because their master will now begin speech. Now that he offers everything in the assembly to go right to business, he told the members of the heavenly demonic cult everything he knew himself, as well as what he recently recognized. Yunwen told them about the Jade Divine Dragon, and revealed his personality and significance of his pseudonyms in Muram, as well as the story of the syndicate of the demonic path. As a result, his team will also have to change depending on how Yunwen's position and status changes, but there can be no mistake. Juiguan guesses that they will also have to use the art of transfiguration. The guy says that Zhuiguang, Huanggu, and Uyan will use the art of transfiguration. And since Xiaoqin cannot use it because of his weak qi, it will only accompany it when Yunwen is in the guise of a heavenly destroyer. And when he is a jade divine dragon, let him pretend to not know him. The girl does not understand how to do it. Especially many people already saw how she accompanied him in Hangzhou. Yunwen says they have not been on the Central Plains for so long, so everything is in order. He simply asks to be their care from this moment. He asks her not to be upset and simply not be with him when he is in the appearance of a jade divine dragon. And as always, they should not act recklessly without his order. The guy indicates Zhuiguan to be especially stupid, because his skills are very different from others. The man is surprised. Yunwen does not scold him, but simply asks him to be more careful because he is very strong. Zhuiguan seems to be embarrassed by the praise of his master. He asks the guys whether they know any martial arts of the orthodox sects that you can use. Huanggu knows them, but Ushan has not tried it yet. He asks Uyan to try to detect the martial arts of orthodox sects based on her specialization, a quick sword. The girl is also glad to praise. She did not think that the heavenly destroyer would remember her specialization. From now on, he prohibits the use of demonic martial arts without his order while they are on the Central Plains. Yunwen considers her definitely not an ordinary woman and thinks the beast lurked in her heart. Zhuiguan asks his master what he means. She told him that their syndicate is located under the Lake of Donging. The girl assures the guy that he would not regret his decision. The guy thinks their location they chose, knowing that a fight with the alliance of Murim would begin, and this is their strategy. When the orthodox sects became stronger, they always tried to suppress the demonic path. Zhuge was simply preparing for the future, thinking about the past, so she does not think that this could be called a strategy. Yunwen says she is incredible, and he heard that she was a descendant of the prestigious Zhuge family, and asks why she wants to turn off the orthodox path. She says there is a person whom she wants to kill, and at present he is the leader of the orthodox path. The guy realized that she was talking about Henten's arc. Zhuiguan is surprised, because the name of the arc Henten is too often flashes. Yunwen says the leader of the alliance Murim, truly amazing person, and it seems he wants to make his enemies the whole of Murim. The man asks the heavenly destroyer who are those people with whom they will meet. Yunwen is tired of listening to this question all the way. He says these people of his benefactors. Zhuiguan simply cannot restrain his curiosity about who these people, whom the master calls him his benefactors. Yunwen tells him too curious. He is interested in how the Gemini No's are doing. The manager John says that the brothers are already waiting for him in the reception. He enters the room, and Huan No drops his cup of tea with surprise. The guy asks how the old people have business. They rush to him and embrace. The twins say everything is fine with them, seeing that their lords are so energetic. Huan No says the dejected expression on the young man, which he saw on Mount Tai, completely disappeared, and he again found his light. They cry with joy. Huinark does not understand how he can communicate to a guy except His Majesty Emperor. The guy asks them not to cry so much. They make him cry too. The Azure King of the Demons Hunpo also arrived with the Nox brothers and welcomes Yunwen. He was surprised at how great Hunpo became. He is interested in what training the azure-faced King of the Demons received, and why he was still without clothes. The man survived the time that does not even want to remember, but all thanks to the mercy of Yunwen. Zhuiguang is jealous of Hunpo to his master and does not understand how he dares to speak so heavenly destroyer. They collide among their foreheads. Yunwen orders them not to spoil such a beautiful day. Men obey him. The beggar Pang is also welcoming the young man here. The guy asks how he is doing. The old man says he cannot be unhealthy when he spends time with his granddaughter of his sworn friend. Suelin enters the room and asks the guy if he feels good. Suelin tells the guy that he had not returned for so long after he said that he would return soon. Youngwen could not do anything about it, because he here and there fell into trouble. The guy asks the lady how she feels. She replies that thanks to him, the girl lives quite comfortably next to the great leader of the gang of beggars. The old man interrupts them and offers to start talking about what they all gathered here. The girl asks Pang as he could be so insensitive. After that, a meeting began, in which only those to whom Yunwen gave Dabro participated. Pang says the situation in Murim is currently very serious, since Murim's alliance oppresses those who rebel against them under the pretext of destroying the demonic path, and the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of 5 clans turned into simple assistants. This is an obvious political scheme, but the young man does not understand how the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of the 5 clans ricked themselves so quickly under the influence of the Association of the Northern Blade. The old man says Nadezhda is not lost because a new organization has appeared. This is a secret organization created by young promising talents from the alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of the 5 clans. Its goal is to keep the leader of the alliance and certain forces in UES so that they do not abuse their power and do not show tyranny if the alliance is alive after victory over a demonic path. The guy is a little stunned, because Henton's arc is not one of those people who will allow such a secret organization to exist. Pang says the leader of the alliance not only there is no reason to confront their organization, but also, according to rumors, they received significant support from Henton's arc. Young masters of the Northern Blade Association also participate in it. The old man asks Yunwan whether he knows how Henton's arc is dealt with his enemies. The guy says if possible, he will eliminate them. And if they cannot be destroyed, he will try to make them his allies. If the young man was in his place, he would do the same. Pang agrees with him. He says the leader of the alliance at first could be said to insist on their creation, endowed them with authority and encouraged their activities. He planned to make them the leader of one of his people. But since there are quite a few outstanding people in the organization, they refuse to accept anyone as their leader. His plan failed. The leader of the gang of beggars thinks the Arc Henton now sleeping badly. This story is a solid interest to Yunwan, the independent power in the alliance of Murim, which is opposed to him. Moreover, the position of leader is currently free. The guy did not expect less from the best gang in the world. No one knows better about the situation in Murim better than a gang of beggars. The Gemini know think Pang wants to capture all the attention of their master. The old people have prepared a special detachment for Yunwan. They secretly collect and teach orphans for more than 30 years, and now their number is approaching 1,000. The young man says this quite a lot and is interested in their current level. They say an outstanding expert among them, but one person accumulated 120 years of inner chi. Yunwan praises them, saying that they did an excellent job. He knows that this is definitely little in comparison with the heavenly demonic cult, but there is no doubt that this is a great power. The beggar Pang asks the young man what kind of relationship with Lady Zuilin has. The guy says they just acquaintances. After the young man left her at the King of the Poor, she constantly asked him about Yunwan, so the old man thought for them some special relationship. The guy realized that he should change the subject, and he asks where the woman who was next to Zuilin all the time went. The old man says this HBS disappeared. The guys are already going to disperse, and Yunwan asks them to repeat them again about what he asked them all about. He ordered Hunpo to secretly collect the practitioners of the demonic path, which are not members of the syndicate of the demonic path, and create an organization, as well as expect further orders. He asked Panga to mobilize all members of the gang of beggars and investigate the actions of forces in the trading world and the movement of forces behind the Great Wall. He ordered the Blizers of Nox to monitor and control the cash flows on the Central Plains through the Golden Toad Bank, and beware of forces trying to close contact with the Imperial Palace. And they must also combine the forces of small and medium-sized merchants and secretly shake the trade world of the Murim Alliance. He offers them to finish the meeting, and we'll see it again next time. After the meeting, the elderly continued to tell each other stories that did not have time. Zhuiguang says Humpio that the next time they meet, they will arrange a real battle. The man agrees with him and does not forget the ugly-faced Zhuiguan. Zuelan wants to say goodbye to Yunwan. She does not know when they will meet again. Yunwan does not know what the girl thinks about him. But since he still has a lot of work, he does not know if he can live up to her expectations. She says because Huan's has not yet returned from her mission, and the only person whom the girl knows in the gang of the poor is the leader of the gang. She must have missed the guy more than usual. The old man says Lan still does not know about the disappearance of Huan's. It would be difficult for her to realize that the person to whom she trusted and who was supposed to be gone. Yunwan is sorry for the girl. He should have taken care of her better. She takes off her necklace and asks the young man to accept him, and she will be satisfied if the guy thinks about her every time she sees this accessory. The guy says for him this is too fashionable accessory to take him. Zuelan replies that everything is in order and this is just her stubbornness. The girl asks does not worry about it. Yunwan is not the point of this, because it is burdening to take things with him, but he will think perfectly if he places the decoration on his hand. The girl kindly agrees with him. The Heavenly Destroyer, leaving his acquaintances, arrived in the Yangtze Channel. The Shadow Warrior asks his leader what their next destination. The guy recalls his conversation with Panga. The old man told him that after his long-standing friend, the Hidden Emperor, disappeared, he could not find any traces that he left the Association of the Northern Blade. Yunwan thinks Pang, meaning that the Arc-Gen never went beyond the borders of the Northern Blade Association. The old man says this is the conclusion of their gang of beggars. Although the fact that the Emperor of Hidden Dragons is still in the Association of the Northern Blades was not confirmed, they consider this a true statement. The month of Huan's penetrated the organization of the Northern Blade to investigate this matter, and in the end, it went missing. The guy thinks something wrong with the association of the Northern Blade, and they should first look into the association. Pong says, even if a young man does this, he does not think that they should contact the association of the Northern Blade right now, and before that, there is one place that Yunwan should visit. The young man is interested in what place is this place. He is currently transferred. The Shadow Warrior asks his master why he thought so deeply. Yunwan asks the guys whether they have experience in the fight against the blade. Huanju does not understand him. The guy jumps up and tells his team to prepare for the battle with the blade. He jumped directly onto the mast of the ship. The captain tells him to go down immediately. The young man says their next destination coalition of the Southern Blade. Yunwan with his company floats on the ship. The guy asks the boatman what kind of song he sings. The boatman says strangely that the young man does not know the song about the heroes. He asks a man if he can tell him what heroes he sings about. The boatman replies that he is not difficult. 5 Heaven Murim, the head of the Alliance Murim, the Great Master, Zhang Sanfen, as well as the faithful novice of the Heavenly Demon and the Heavenly Jade Dragon. In addition to them, there are 4 ruler. The King of the Sword of the North Sea, the Envoy of the Blue Sea, the head of the worship of false vicious blood, and the Emperor of the Heavenly Palace. The guy remembered that the cult of false vicious blood attacked the sect of the Heavenly Demon, and is also interested in the King of the Sword of the North Sea, the Messenger of the Blue Sea, and the Emperor of the Heavenly Palace. The boatman explains that 7 miracles are the best warriors among 36 units of the alliance of 9 orthodox sects, and the League of 5 clans, 4 dragons, and 2 phoenix are the outstanding beginners of Murim. And the pair of emperors calls 2 great warriors among the 5 heaven of Murim. Yunwan thinks in vain, he asked, thanks the man for the explanation and asks to stop. The guys arrived in Udon, the coast of the Yangtze River near Mount Shansen. Here is the famous pavilion, which has been here for centuries, the Tower of the Yellow Crane. An employee of the institution informs the Yunwan team that they have no free places, and even it is quite difficult to book a place with them. Now he is even more sorry for Xiaochun, who had not yet mastered the transfiguration technique. She had to wait for the rest in the branch of the Golden Frog Non. Juiguan tells his master why they will not go directly to the Union of Southern Blade, and not make stops on the way. The guy says do not use an unnecessary hype, and this time they have no good reason for this. Namgun Hurakrina notices the young man. He says their meeting was destined by fate. Hayomi and Ian also welcome him. Tan Yongwu, Tan with Yang, and Fino Chonhong also find themselves in the pavilion. He is glad to meet with them and asks how they lived since their last meeting. Hukryun asks Yunwan why he does not enjoy the local cuisine. The guy replies that they did not boot the table, and there are no free places. Besides, he is not alone here. The Hukryun looks surprised, and Ian looks in love with Yunwan in love. He notices that Juiguan is an incredibly strong person. He thinks the young Master Wen should be and does not know what people accompany him. The guy offers Yunwan to join them. As the last time, the youth of the League of 5 Clans booked a large table, and Yunwan's satellites can also sit with them. The young man again thanks the guys for courtesy. The Heavenly Demon tells him better he bit his own saliva. People hear their chatter, pay attention to the young man. They notice one of the 5 heavens of Murim, the Heavenly Jade Dragon. Yunwan notes that they are in the spotlight. The guy says the guy, as always, is modest. It is not surprising that so many views are turned on them, because the Jade Dragon sits at the same table with them. However, Kokryun considers it not entirely comfortable to talk. The guy asks the guests of the Tower of the Yellow Crane not to shit their eyes, because they want to spend time in a friendly environment. People reacted to his request with understanding and noticed that he was the heir to the clan Namgun. Yunwan thinks Hukrin has not changed at all and is still polite. After the words of the heir to the clan Namgun, the atmosphere in the tower became more pleasantly. The guys began to ask Yunwan. Hikren was insulting that there were no news from the guy, and he had never visited the League of 5 Clans. It is a pity to the guy that it happened, but he needed to go abroad. Hukni thinks this should be an important occasion. Well, it was just a joke. Ayin asks her brother why joke. Hemi chews and says that the girl again sides the young man. The guy is interested in why Yunwan here, and it seems he has a guess. Yunwan tells Hukryan that you can't hide anything from him, and he really arrived at the coalition of the Southern Blades. In the Union of Southern Blades, a competition will be held, which should collect the talented warriors of Murim up to 40 years. The winner of the competition will be able to marry the adopted daughter of the elder of the Union of the Southern Blades of the Heavenly Royal Jade Phoenix. Yunwan asked Pang why it is as important as the victory over Murim's alliance, and why should he be worried who marries this girl. The old man does not say this at all. They say that the son of the elder, who was supposed to become his heir, went crazy and is now no good. So Henton wanted to sell his daughter to this madman. Pong says that Yunwan has nothing to worry about. He heard it from Lan herself. Of course she did not tell him any details, but the old man seemed strange. Previously, the coalition of the Southern Blades and the Association of the Northern Blades treated each other with caution. But the decision on such an important event as the beginning of cooperation through marriage was made very quickly and secretly from everyone. Pang is still trying to find out the details of this event, but in addition to the crazy son, the elder has only an adopted daughter. The one who will marry her will become a son-in-law of the elder of the coalition of the Southern Blades. Yunwan thinks there is no suspicion, and this is in the order of things. Strange for the old man are not competitions, and not the reasons for their holding, but his suspicion causes something else. All the orders of the elder were voiced by his adopted daughter, and the elder himself did not even show up in public. Yunwan notes that it looks like a former leader of the Northern Blades that is a sleeping dragon. Pang says this happened with the organization that could withstand the associations of the Northern Blades. Besides, the elder knew the king of the gang of the poor would not have done so, so the old man hoped that Yunwan would go to the coalition of the Southern Blade earlier than the association of the Northern Blade. The guy realized that if everything turned out well, then the union of the Southern Blades could act on his side in the future, which will lead to the defeat of the Murim alliance. More precisely, this will be a defeat of the Association of Northern Blades. Yunwan thinks Hukran too decided to fight for this right. The guy replies that he was the heir to the Namgun clan, and he is just interested to look at strong warriors. They say that 2 of the 4 dragons showed up for the competition. Moreover, since Yunwan showed up in Marima, it is interesting to see how he will show himself in competitions. The young man says he did not think to participate, but he would marry so much more. Ayan is glad that he arrived here not for the sake of competition, and Hokren does not understand what Yunwan went here then. The guy thinks this even quite well, because he needs an excuse to penetrate the coalition of the Southern Blades for the investigation. But if he simply enters them, then he will be recognized immediately. He will be allocated from the crowd. And if he is in the company of the youth of the League of 5 Clans, then it will not be so bad. Against their background, he will not be very striking. Yunwan says that he arrived here on some cases. Since the last time he visited the Association of the Northern Blade, he decided to visit the coalition of the Southern Blades. A great idea came to his mind and wants to go with the guys. The servant of Chusa coalition could not hurt why the device was such a noise. There was something important there. Another young man explained that this time influential guests arrived. Their visit was of great interest to all present. By the way, the guy was called. He heard that among the guests is the heir of the kind of Nagun, and a man with a jade face, whose name he forgot. But just as the dream heard about a jade face immediately realized that it was a divine dragon. Meanwhile, the usual fuss prevailed in the street market, but the hero was not in the mood. He was constantly ignored, and because of this, a conquered transfiguration art that just brought problems. Immersed in reflection, he suddenly paid attention to the strange scene that unfolded nearby. In his eyes, an adult has grossly offended a little guy without letting him go inside, and it was at that moment that he realized he was not one who was left away. The little one assured the owner that in the future he would definitely not be lower, perhaps even becoming much more important. In response, he brazenly called him a snot and threatened that if he had grabbed the main leader, he would have been a corpse. But he did not have time to register how a hefty man grew up. The fright instantly clasped him. The tongue stuck to the palate, and the thoughts were scattered. Without any warning, he got a powerful slap simply in the face. The formidable voice behind your back thundered, "How do you laugh to be lazy? Can't you cope with a simple one and even arrange a booth under the store?" It was anger due to the lack of customers. He ordered everyone to climb inside and take work without delay. But when he turned, a baby hand with a bowl appeared right in front of his nose. The small stretched him an empty vessel, holding it gently with both hands. He asked at least a few tablespoons of cold rice. At least today. Watching the side, it seemed that this beggar was completely crazy and still pleaded. What will happen next? Will it be a good way to agree and give a little rice? But everything that happened after testified to the opposite. He leaned and just spat in a bowl of the guy. And then he called him a blunt freak. They say, "What you climb here, it would be better to fall under the bridge, as it should be lower." Meanwhile, the little one was shaking. He pleaded with the general leader at least a little. She even clenched her teeth from her experience. If he does not hold back, he can be brutally beat. Frequently, he just robbed again, ordering the little one to get away. But what could he answer? Will it explode now and show all its rage? However, no. He just smiled, said that the spit would be completely saturated with his stomach, and asked for permission to stay in the store. Fat did not even realize the end that the little one just asked. She also could not believe her eyes. This boy was already considered a brilliant beggar, frequently raised a heavy hand into the air ready for impact. He said ominously that he would now fulfill his desire, at least what it may be. But he was convinced that the only desire of the little one was to die, and he cut him so that the cheek was crunching. The blow was so powerful that blood was splashing from the boy's nose. Looking at his hand, he saw oily, she is all in the blood. He seemed disgusting to him, as if touched something nasty. But suddenly he lowered his hand, and the little powerlessly fell to the ground. "You have to understand what I will say now," he said with a call. But immediately he rushed forward, murmuring that it was necessary to wash his hand urgently. He did not even imagine that someone dared to grab him for his clothes. But a small, trembling hands clutched in a coat said, "You have no right to just go. Give something to eat, at least a little food. How can you just go after you beat me?" Due to the fact that the lower to touch his clothes, the fat instantly reached for the weapon. Lifting it up, he came. "You will pay for washing. Your life." She could no longer look indifferently. The boundary was crossed. Seeing as he swung his sword, her patience finally broke. She was rushing forward, determined to stop this scum. Even in the air, she began to prepare a devastating attack. Her reception was called the Palm of Asura, which cuts heaven. It was by this powerful blow to the side. The fat immediately lost a good portion of blood, like a ship with a hole. A few bloody drops were splashed from the mouth, and then threw it directly into the wall. The little one could not sink. How is he still alive after such a blow? Now, looking at him, the guy heard from the girl an explanation. She just restrained his strength. Time was floating. They did not delay and rushed to flee as soon as possible. The fat was only released because she kept a blow and did not put her full power. For a few more minutes, he could not get rid of. Where did the freaks that were just before him? Remembering their faces, he whispered to himself fiercely, "I will find you and kill." Slow. I decided to immediately report the coalitions of the South Blade, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the shoulder. This hand was full of power, and immediately a powerful slap in the cheek flew behind. He was cut down on the spot. He was lying unconscious, and it will remain for a few more days. Before him was a monarch without a shadow, a bang. He did not endure the disorder, and at least passed by he could not keep silent. He only hoped that his luminosity would forgive him to intervene in this worthless work. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Ujan, she attracted the little one here, to a safe place, and immediately she began to scold, "Why was it to be stuck if you are weak? Be careful." And instead of apologizing with a smile, he called her a pretty sister. Like, so beautiful, even strong. These words made her stretch. She thought, maybe he really understands in people. And as soon as she voiced it, the guy agreed with a smile. "Yes, I'm special. Although, however, you have a little mistake." He added that she was grateful for her for salvation, but had her own plan. And it was in the moment when she asked that for the plan, a strange fisherman suddenly appeared near them. She did not even notice how he was near. A shadow appeared. Now her only desire is to find out who he really is. It was a king of vagrants, Pun Chong-ho, a legend which was talked about. Even the little one was stunned by his appearance. He did not expect that. But even more shocked it was that this old man is the king of the Vagrad. Looking at the little one, she realized. They were in front of them. The teacher once mentioned that he saw him in Hanzhou. She also knew what the little one did not know. The man he accepted for his grandfather is now in Hanzhou. But at once a voice came. "Yes, it's me." She was silent for shock. In this case, sorry. Small also bowed low. However, I immediately turned to him with a reproach. "You destroy the sect of the vagrants." Chung-ho's pun could not understand where such aggression and why, he said. "I also wanted to join," Little explained, "but I was told that I did not fit. And what, even the vagrams now have standards? It turns out that these wanders are only lower, although they are no longer so. And you, if their leader, is to blame for this. Because real lower and poor, they do not count with them and can even be beaten. And the wanders only play the role of the poor." Listening to these words, the old man sighed, seemed to meet the sage, and asked how to become a real lower. The little one looked into his eyes and answered, "Being lower. It's proudly to look up into the sky, even when you are despised, and remind others of their dark side. This is what we look in the eyes of people, to give them courage. Because even in poverty you can be happy. That's what it means, to be real." Hearing these words, the old man did not know that he was just silent. Silence reigned for a few seconds. He clenched his teeth, struck by the depths of his soul. He realized that this guy will grow up by a big man, and he acknowledged, today, he really enlightened. Suggested that the little one go with him. But the guy answered briefly, I do not want to. I am not from the Wanders, so I will not leave. However, the old man did not call him in the Vagrad sect. He invited him to the logo 1,000 Winds. Now she was confused. She saved him. Why now her grandfather wants to pick him up? At this point, he appeared and advised not to argue, but to trust the child with a more experienced man. The king of the Vagram just smiled. I do not consider myself experienced. I am just old. But I wanted to know, who is this gun? I am a servant of Heavenly Jade Dragon. The gentleman told you a lot. My name is Kukun Hun, he replied. The vagrant king felt immediately. This young man really has a powerful inner force. He is a new follower. After a brief conversation with the grass, they decided that the beggar will go with the king of the vagrants, which was very upset by Sob. The king wanted to find out the boy's name, and it turned out that he had no name. The old man immediately suggested that there be Cancer Man, but it did not seem too good. At that time, Sun Hun gave him a name, Bukan Sovan. She said she was her farewell gift for her sister. This version of the guy liked much more. He sincerely thanked her. In response, she asked not to get sick and said goodbye to him. So the story of Sora Hun and Soban ended. Everyone went their own way. Meanwhile, Mu Jonchi, the real name of Kukun Havan, hurried. His movements were clear, quick, and confident, no step away. A little earlier, in the guest pavilion of the Union of Southern Blades, he was explained, any carelessness and can be tracked. In order to avoid suspicion, he was asked to go through the outskirts of Uman, to erase the traces and return, as if nothing had happened. He understood everything. If the enemy was looking for inside, you can be exposed. But if the traces are driven from the outside, everyone will decide that the attack came from there. After returning to the Union, he was instructed to gather as much information about the elder, his heir, and a foster daughter. But now, when he was in the new environment, he has begun to doubt. He has never questioned his skills, and will they be enough in Chongvan? The senior saw his excitement. Everything was written on his face. I do not know if I will cope. Maybe it is better to trust this master of demons, not me, Monyan muttered. But the mentor had a different opinion. It was he who was assigned this task because he was believed, and asked that he also believed in himself. And he added, because I believe in you, sincerely. And immediately after that they sounded confident words. I will never destroy your faith in me. As Wen Jun said, Mu Jun really had the technique of hiding traces. He explored everything inside the alliance of the Northern Blades, remaining invisible. He first went to the cities mentioned by Wen Jun. He approached the room of the crazy heir. She was absolutely empty. It seemed suspicious at once. It was too quiet. Another detail was surprised. Why the guards of the Union use one blade, not two? Year-olds? He then went to the opposite direction, where he seemed to him the foster daughter of the elder lives. And suddenly his face changed sharply, his eyes rounded. He accidentally hits the incredible beauty. The scene, to put it mildly, it was not for other people's eyes. From embarrassment and shame, seeing a half-naked girl, John felt a powerful spike in internal energy. This explosion did not go unnoticed. One of the guards had already followed the shadow. John realized that he got into a real mess. The situation was almost hopeless. Caribou gave up, and at the same time asked loudly, "Who are you?" The girl immediately heard the noise and reacted. The gut was so loud that even the games in the hall could not block it. Maybe, he answered, exposing his knee with acutely attached to him. But he immediately added, "And what a difference when I still kill you." Meanwhile, the girl repeated one name. Say in, what's going on? This is how the guard was called. He reassured her. Don't worry. His name is translated as Reign of Death, and it suits it. For Ion, such self-presentation sounded at least strange. And not hesitation said, from the rain do not escape. From death, too. He meant a death that is coming suddenly like a rain. Instantly, he got several dozen sharp blades and threw them into the Ion. John was straining immediately. The speed was incredible. However, he was not lost. He answered no less with a rapid reaction. Saw you move to the next step. I went forward with pressure, but it became clear. It was only a distracting maneuver. Blood appeared in the air. Has the Ion suffered a deadly blow? He realized, distracted, and it was a fatal mistake. Saw you already stood behind his back and whispered creepy, "Do you see? It didn't work out. It's time for you to die. A shrub. Sa Yu raised his hand high up. The moment of decisive blow came. His attack came from the elbow, to which the blade was attached. That's right. Jonah flashed into his head when a brilliant blade was thrown in the eye. So I die. He did not regret anything. Unless the split between the bookmake, Eliu, Damde, and Gyan, the four main families of the sect of the heavenly demon. It may seem that this sect is kept on strong blood ligaments, but in Chongvon it is quite different. After conception of the baby, whether it is from love or for pleasure, a man and a woman just diverge, without attachment. If a woman is pregnant, the child receives either her name or father's name. However, several people are raised. Just like other children of the sect, he grew up not in his family or clan, but among a large community. From the very beginning, they were part of one large community, instead of a narrow family circle. In such circumstances, the concept of I went to the background, and at the age of 6, it seemed that life would pass as a moment. He understood that there is no point in this life. Mom, like you, one day I will leave this world. Suddenly, without tears, he talked to the Sahel, who considered him callous. He did not say goodbye to his mother, but simply said that he did everything as it should. How soulless you are. She gave you life. Isn't you sad at least? To die is to die. And the point, the cold answer sounded. This was what his attitude to life and death was: cold, restrained, without sentiments. But now, competing with this scum, he couldn't believe. Is it really an end? Isn't there any left of what to regret? And at the same moment he remembered the words of the young man. No one but you is able to fulfill this mission. No one will reproduce the technique as clearly. He also said, these techniques are like hands and feet, and losing your hand or leg is painful. Therefore, you need to get to the end. Come back. That is why, looking at the blade in front of him, John could not agree with the phrase, to die, to die. He said, no, number I survive. And I will come back to the Supreme. With determination in his voice. And even when everything seemed lost, he found the strength to perform the technique. A red steel wheel. It looked like a pathetic attempt for Kayan. He thought that the enemy had already lost too much blood. Excuse me, but I'm not going to die here, Jan replied, clenching his teeth. He activated the technique of Heavenly Demon, decomposition of traces. The end was close, but not for him. Sa Yu was amazed. He did not understand what was happening just before his eyes. Where did the ion disappear? He just had a serious injury, but there was no trace. Is there such a strong masking technique? Meanwhile, the Union of Southern Blades. There, the spirits, similar to children, muttered and quarreled again. He answered them that he would rest a little. When they asked why he was not asleep, he replied, it was only necessary to wait for a fever. In silence, he suddenly ordered the spirits to silence. He heard someone approaching. He saw Guan with surprise and did not understand why he was here. Yes, I decided to restore the internal energy by the Taoist method while we are waiting for a hole, he said calmly. Once I have to play 2 roles in Chanvo, it is better to start with the basics. And the basis is the ability to restore energy, he added. Then Yun looked at him and first saw seriousness. Although he thought that he was only interested in entertainment, one of the spirits addressed him, asking him to convey his words. Chu Gavan suddenly noticed. He was talking to the heavenly demon. Yun confirmed. He only translates the words that the demon spoke through him. With the technique of vision of the heavenly demon, he expelled the enemy and made him complete obedience, the message sounded. Guan, it seemed like the technique of conquering the soul. But he did not understand why he was told. Yun explained simply, because there is nothing fun in the workouts. And he added, and after all, it will still have to be done. But Yun began to worry. It has passed 2 hours, and the hole still did not return. He decided to wash at least, but he thought, the problem of Jonah is doubts. He lacks confidence in his own power. Suddenly he escaped something. Just under his foot lay a stone. Yun leaned carefully to look better, and with every second he began to understand what was before him. Walking a few meters forward, he saw on the ground an unconscious hole. He lay without signs of movement. After a while the hole was already lying, fixed but alive. Friends were standing around him, hoping that he would get out. He had deep wounds. He stopped the blood on his own, blocking the energy points. But it only worsened the condition. Any attack in this condition could kill. Nevertheless, he returned here to the wounded. His friends only whispered quietly, "Hand, why did you do it?" Yun understood clearly. The hole tried to escape from the pursuers. He got full, but even then, he did not lose concentration. supported the effect of hidden traces, so good that even Yun himself did not notice when he returned. He tried to carry out the impossible. At the same time, Mu Rin handed him a letter he held in his hand. Even then, Guvan suggested a radical step, to kill everyone from the Union of Southern Blades. But Yun stopped him. It is not time to hurry. A fever still needs to be recovered. Then he got a special token and ordered the Guan to contact the Golden Frog Bank and ask for help from the brothers. Seeing this token, they will not be able to refuse. Murin was instructed to look after the traveler until the Guardian's twins arrive. Yun himself at this time unfolded the letter and began to read. After reading, he said quietly, "It was enough for me to just return alive. Everything else was no longer important. The main thing was that he returned alive." Guvan immediately felt a powerful energy that emitted from the owner. Even Rin was frightened. It seemed to her that a moment and she would lose control of herself. Then the owner said he was going. Guvan immediately realized that it was the technique of hidden traces of the heavenly demon at the peak level. The fleece is also strong. But the Supreme struck truly. It was the force that caused reverence. This confidence came from the compressed reports he read. They had both facts and what failed to find out, everything supplemented with personal grades and conclusions. A brief report was intended for the Emperor, and it was he who had to make the final decision. Yun has never seen such ideal reports, even in the palace itself. The anger that he swept the young man when he saw the wounded hole a little subsided after reading the document. That is why he activated the technique at the peak level. But he did not in order to destroy the Union of Southern Blades, but to finish what did not have time to finish the festivities. When Yun knew. Only in this way he would be able to facilitate the burden lying on his heart. He carefully curled the letter. 95% of all the information you need was collected in it. He only had to collect the rest of 5. This is what he took on. He accepted this duty without hesitation as his personal mission. And in a moment, his silhouette dissolved in the darkness inside the enemy. Indeed, Yun was convinced of the words of the hose. This place is not just with corridors, floor, and ceiling, but a true ambitious maze, as stated in the report. So, this is the residence of the son of the Elder. But, according to the records of Hiss, there should be no soul. And here was a stranger to him. Yun could not understand who she was. Before her stood a familiar to us. She asked if he found traces of that guy, but he only apologized. Now Yun realized, this is exactly the warrior from the Union of Southern Blades, who wounded the hose. And this girl, whom you called the Lord, was not someone else than the heavenly royal Jade Phoenix. She stated that the guy was unlikely to be here by accident. He was looking for something related to them. Yu assumed that he was either from the cult of false durable blood, or one of the 3 warriors of the northern edge behind the large wall. But he assured that he had a serious injury, perhaps even fatal. Hearing this, she raised her voice. "Are you again about deadly wounds? How did he then manage to disappear so easily? He could not even track." At the same time, she did not leave an alarming anticipation. It was worth noting about it to a great sword. But the young man surprised another. Why not to report directly to the Elder of the Union? She ordered the SA in the return. They say this case is no longer resolved. And yet she decided to strengthen the patrol. Left alone, she murmured under her nose, "My guard was so useless, he took his nose, and even a rat could not catch. And yet, in this situation, something worries me even more. Maybe it's worth doing something to change your mood," she whispered thoughtfully. After these words, she spoke. She slowly approached the mirror. At first glance, it is a regular mirror, but she pressed the hidden button. The glass threw and began to slowly slide away, opening the passage. Is it a secret room or a hidden mechanism? Yun mentioned the report. There was no word about it, but there was no time for reflection. It was necessary to follow her, descending down the steps. Below it was a dark, spooky corridor, from which ants ran through the skin. It was a prison. It was there that she went. In one of the cameras sat a man of a man. A man. He pleaded to give him medicine. Poor. Look at yourself. How could you imagine that you are the son of an elder? She said mockingly. And he asked the medicine again and again. And Yun began to guess. This man, and is a true heir to the Elder of the Union of Southern Blades. Suddenly several pills fell on the ground. These were medicines that caused true madness, the addiction that distorted the mind. He immediately grabbed them with trembling hands and began to throw them into his mouth one by one. And as soon as the pills were inside, wild power broke out in his eyes, immediately visible. It is not a natural force. The dark veins were boiled throughout its body, pulsing threateningly. Even Yun, who saw a lot, was truly shocked by what he saw. And she, watching the top, only glanced at him and grunted, "In such a pig only becomes louder." She approached, kissed his disgusting lips, and screamed, "Tang out, idiot! What the hell is taking away? Here's going on?" But what did her kiss meant? Immediately after him, bright red veins crawled across his body. Something was activated inside. And in the next moment, the body was faint and heavily faded on the floor. Under her red hair, the same veins were flashed, the same as he had. And walking, she said with a smile, "I will find the use of your born true yang. And then, let's move to the next place." The spirits watched it, stunned. Their world was overshadowed. Mir's desires can be truly ugly. But Yoon only noted that there is no time to surprise. It is necessary to act immediately. He ordered the spirits to continue tracking without stops. Yoon did not stop. He continued to follow her step by step. But what he saw further threw him into a state of shock. Before the eyes of the young man opened a gorgeous hall. Everything was glowing with gold. Gilded figures of lions, exquisite chandelier, majestic charos. And she stood in front of her husband on the throne. She turned to him gently, asking how he feels, and called him his father. Yoon immediately realized, if she calls him a father, he is the leader of the colony of the Southern Blades. He was struck by this meeting. Even with the technique of masking, he doubted that he would be able to deceive such an experienced expert. But the demonic spirit, which was nearby, whispered, "Don't worry, everything will work out." Yoon asked where such confidence came from. He only said, "Look in his eyes." And looking closer, Jun saw a man was also poisoned. The same drug as that young leader before. The woman was named Jun. He addressed her with the words, "You are shameless. After destroying me and my son. And you still have it?" "Of course, father," she replied calmly. "I want me to be remembered as the greatest woman in history." The man trembled, and despite his condition, he pleased. "Do not forget that you can also go down in history as the most lecherous and vicious." She did not hide. Everything follows her plan. The first thing she reminded him. It was not necessary to go against the will of the great master. And she asked not to keep her evil. With a smile on her face, she turned to the true reason of the visit. She spoke about his son, whom she called her older brother, and with cold confidence she said, "He will die in the next 10 days. But she added, "Don't worry, its end will be happy, in my arms." "You evil bitch," he said, shaking at rage and powerlessness. It was painful to look at it, to think only that even a person like the leader of the Southern Blade Coalition can suffer so much. But the spirit explained, it is the result of the influence of unusual poison, and the very fact that he is still alive is already a real miracle. But how can she treat those who are both the master and the foster father? More intriguing, what power does this malicious woman hide? Each of them had its own version. The demonic spirit believed that it is worth waiting. The old one would die soon, and then it would be clear who stands for this woman. The other spirit was categorically opposed. It is an unworthy behavior for the true absolute. Yoon had to make a decision, to help them and save the coalition of the Southern Blade, or leave everything as is, and focus on revealing the true face of the heavenly aroma of the Jade Phoenix. The demonic spirit advised to look at the situation more broadly, but the second denied again. It is not necessary to listen to demons, and it was at this moment that both spirits heard an unexpected answer. "You are both mistaken. The coalition or supporters of the Jade Phoenix is indifferent now," Yoon said firmly. "I came here to complete the unfulfilled mission, and when he finished her, it's time for revenge." I am confident in each of his words. Yoon returned to his comrades, and Guvan, kneading his fingers, already knew. Milord would not leave them. Revenge of Huangj is now his personal duty. "Blood for the blood," Rin whispered coldly. In her eyes there was a single way out. Revenge. By dawn, starting with the pavilion of heavenly aroma, which I have already mentioned, we will destroy only those who mastered the dark arts. This should be done as soon as possible, and at the same time go unnoticed. Everything must be completed before the first rays of the sun. Dawn was approaching. The one whom they called the Knot was already woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw a real hell. There was a bloody scene in front of her. Seeing the mountain of corpses, she rushed to the underground prison. Standing there, nervously biting nails, it seemed that even it could be frightened. Finally, the same scum appeared. She immediately rushed to him with the question, "What happened?" He answered with only one phrase, more precisely, the figure. 671. Just so many bodies were found. And even after the check, the figure has not changed. She, stunned, could not believe. Who could arrange such a slaughterhouse in the middle of the night? And are there any hooks? But now they have found only a few details. The bodies of the dead were divided into exactly 3 types. The first type, 162 people died with bloody traces clearly in the middle of the forehead. Here's how it happened. The security guard stood in the place indicated to him, not suspecting how suddenly he heard a female voice. It was not a second as his head pierced through. Instant death. Rin was not going to spend time on chats. She killed at a distance. 1 accurate sword blow. Then the annoyed redhead asked about the second type of dead. The answer was even more creepy. 205 people were killed by a full fracture of the body. Cruelty beyond the imagination. 2 such bastards sat, preparing to eat quietly. Guvan walked behind, grabbed both of his heads, and instantly killed without any effort. He didn't even use the sword, he just squeezed his fists. And all because he did not want to dirty the blade about such abomination. One of the men offered her to look at the body, but the redhead only waved. Take them away. The sound of what you say is already disgusting. One thought was spinning in her head. 671 people were killed in one night, without any witness, without any trace. And if everyone was killed in different ways, 162 died from a cross stroke between the eyebrows. 205, with crumbs broken to crumbs. There are another 304, and what can it mean? She thought. And suddenly she realized that these 304 people were killed by one person. All. Without exception. At that moment, he did not fully understand what was happening to him. Everything seemed to be blurred and incomprehensible. The first who noticed he woke up was a gun. She went quietly into the room. The first thing the guy began to worry about was whether the owner received his report. But she knew nothing. But he knew Guvan. It was he who explained that the owner received a report, and had already read it. The whole felt the inner shame that he was blowing from the inside, and even a simple question could not find the answer. There was not enough strength. Then Guvan conveyed the words of the owner. Listen carefully. He wanted me to tell it personally. The mission performed by Han was completed brilliantly. Don't be worried. But even after these words, the sludge lowered his eyes and admitted, he cannot forgive himself. After all, he could not finish everything to the end. And it was at that moment that the owner of Yoon himself entered the room. He did not doubt that Heis would not release this situation so simply. Looking straight into his eyes, Yoon said, You have done the task perfectly. But the thoughts of the hose were not silent. Why is the Supreme Fund such a failure as I am? I can't do anything with me. And again, lowering his head, he apologized. He confessed. He deserves punishment for his failures. But Yoon reminded Homan, You returned, as promised. And it was the most important. So Hun is no doubt talent, he began. Murin is speed, reaction, prayer. Guvan is an explosion, pure power, without restraint. And you, the whole, you are an embodied secrecy. Even if you are not visible, you are always around, and you can always rely on you. It was in this friend that they confessed to him. They value him. They like it as they are. Therefore they asked, Not be so harsh to yourself. After all, he did more than enough, for everyone. The fleece could not stand. Turned his back even to the host to hide tears. And through the squabble and gurgling of nozzles, he tried to mutilate. I do not cry. I do not cry at all. Meanwhile, the red-haired discussed the victims of the third of the 3. She was interested in what was the cause of death. He just shrugged. He would call it a natural death. Hearing it, she reacted with distrust. It seemed to her that it was some kind of evil and stupid joke. But he himself could not fully understand what had happened. After all, the bodies are neither external or internal damage. You will not explain their death otherwise. It was incomprehensible, almost unrealistic. And here is how everything really was. He did not use the rude power, but something much worse. These scums only saw the flash of light. They didn't even understand what it was. And this incredible energy was stretched by their circle, like a wave of the end of the world. Yun asked the heavenly demon, They won't see me, even if I do it? He only nodded. Yes. And then the death of them stopped. Perhaps even better that they died without feeling anything. 3 swords of heavenly demon, the third form. Destruction, destruction, heaven. Everything they could see is a bright, dazzling glow. And after him, everyone was already dead on the ground. The heavenly demon liked this tactic. It was pure, elegant, without traces. It was the real punishment of the heavenly demon. But the other spirit perceived everything a little differently, with anxiety and reflections. Yun, hiding the sword in the vagina, briefly said, "We go. There's nothing more to do here." And the redhead just sighed. There is no point in listening to him. After that, she briefly stated, "I have to go." "But before you go," she asked, "were there any cars among the corpses?" But she did not receive the answers. Many bodies had distorted faces, so she could not understand anything. "Did you have died? And tomorrow the tournament will take place." She thought only for one thing. No one could destroy the day that she built so much time. And here's the second day. The events unfolded on the eve of the very beginning of the competition. Marima warriors could not stop discussing the bloody massacre that happened last night. The Union of Southern Blades tried to get everything, but the guests who came to their territory were not blind or deaf. And at the time of open selection of participants, the suspicion only increased. Despite this, the Union themselves behaved as if nothing had happened. The opening ceremony began. It appeared in a sophisticated outfit, beautiful than ever, the embodiment of grace. A loud bell came in the air, an official beginning. But while everyone admired her charm, someone watched closely at each of her movements. The one who watched her was convinced again. She confidently goes to her goal. Now she plays the role of the head and makes it unmistakably. They sat on the stands watching the ceremony, and here he addressed the young Red, asking if he heard of yesterday's different, about 300 soldiers who allegedly died natural death. And at the same time, he did not even suspect that the killer was sitting nearby. Deep in the soul, Yun heard the voice of the demon. He poured with compliments. "You so refined their lives." Considering everything that happened last night, Yun did not want to draw even more attention. He looked down again, checking whether there were familiar faces. And so, they were. The first one he noticed was a military advisor from the Northern Blades. The three-sided Chon Ak, known as the Heavenly Thunder. His appearance was dissatisfied, almost gloomy, and a few more faces attracted the attention of the young. One of them is a warrior with a giant sword. He raised his hand to the hand and began to speak. It was Ron Gin, the elder of the Union of Southern Blades. He solemnly announced the competition. Then he began to represent the judges who were to evaluate the tournament. His first gaze fell on a Heavenly Thunder, and then on the bald judge who frankly yawned just in front of the public. The elders of the Union did not like any of them. In addition, even the heads of the Union were not present. The young man slid further. On the stands, where representatives of different factions sat, Yun noticed that he was recognized by one of the audience. He was a young Master Yun. He turned to him loudly, taking attention. In response, Yun just smiled and laughed quietly. However, for the majority, he still remained unknown. But as soon as the elder he gained his gaze, he was immediately pointed out. "You do not have to sit here. Please, go to the rostrum of honorary guests." Damn, I did my best to go unnoticed, Yun thought with annoyance. After a while, he was already sitting on the podium for special guests. The red-haired one still could not be tired. Why did the boy so warmly call the boy young master so warmly and Ron? Who really is he? And then Jin came to the young man and personally invited him to take part in the tournament. "I want to present you a special guest, a real decoration of our competition. One of the 5 Heaven Marima is a young master Wen Jun, Heavenly Jade Dragon," Gin said solemnly. As soon as the audience realized who before them, the applause exploded. Everyone applauded with wide eyes. Even the red-haired one realized. She came to the same one she only heard of, and Yun himself did not know how to respond to it. All the attention was focused on it unexpectedly. Some even envy, because even among the most outstanding warriors, Marima is not suitable for everyone. Now everyone knew his face. It will not be possible to hide your presence anymore. Finally, Gin officially announced the chief judge of today's competition. It was a Heavenly Jade Dragon, a young master Wen Jun. His friends sincerely welcomed him, from his soul, without envy. When everything was ready, responsible for the internal affairs of the Union of Southern Blades gave a signal before the beginning. He was called herself. He asked all the participants to leave the arena. Wenyan was still struggling with a slight embarrassment. There was too much attention. He heard the votes. "Next time, be sure to come to us to the association." The earth began to tremble when the giant was approaching the arena. Its steps were heard from afar. Having gone into the arena, this real health of deftly predicted, "Name your name," the leader of the Gonshan detachment, the sword of the Great Spirit. To the guns, the answer came. The audience kept breathing, and a genuine surprise was written on the faces. Red-haired only skeptically glanced. Do they think that I decided to hold these competitions without preparing a counter-commission? Gin also seemed that the first fight should end very quickly, with such a rival. Wen Yun even asked, is he really so strong? The answer was clear. He is one of the most famous Swixers of Shandun. The young who can win him are one. Is it really a miracle? It was now supposed to show the battle. The giant with a broken face lay on the ground, defeated. Jin just didn't believe his eyes. What happened here just... The audience was also shocked. How did such a thin guy be able to overcome a real giant? In addition, he won, without even using weapons. And when asked about the name, he only answered, Cho. Jin looked closely at the guy. It should be an experienced fighter. At first glance it seems weak, but it clearly hides great power. They raised the box with the announcement. If the next fighter does not reach the arena before the 5th blow to gong, victory for a young master of young man. But immediately they flew up 2 hands with a cry, I'm next! These were 2 brave guys, both are ready to fight. To decide who would come out first, they were offered to pull a lot. Mamon, he added, saying it as if challenging the whole hall. With the help of poison, he lightly understood the first enemy, even for Gina. His methods remained incomprehensible, though it was thought that he was superior to many. Among the 4 dragons are the most famous, the Black Wind Dragon from Shaolin and the White Heavenly Dragon from the Shaman sect. Only their names are known about the other 2, and nothing more. Yun has already understood that the next one should enter the arena with a bloody dragon. But instead, he suddenly turned directly to the most celestial jade dragon. Friends sitting behind the young man were barely holding back. The atmosphere exacerbated. I only believe that I see with my own eyes. And I do not intend to listen to the one who invented the nickname, the Yawned Dragon Through. But for this, he immediately got a sword under his throat. One of the audience reminded, we are in competitions. However, with a slight and accurate movement, Mamon knocked his sword out of his hands. He quickly approached the opponent and whispered, from today, there will be not 4, but 3. He threw it back with a powerful blow, and in a moment, a flash of fire that burns life itself. The audience and judges were shocked. No one understood what had just happened. But one thing was obvious. 1 dragon dropped. The Yawn Dragon is dead. He was killed by the Dragon of Fire Destruction, Chang Il. He stood, confident in himself, and thought, now no one will hurt me. And the next, as he decided, has to die. Heavenly Jade Dragon, that is young. Yun, as an experienced participant, was well aware that the competition had clear rules, and did not remember it forever to be officially served. Moreover, this brazen did an unexpected murder without even introducing himself, although he participates in the election of the head of the Southern Union of Blades. Is it his courtesy? This is what Yun paid attention to him. His question hung in the air and he stood silently, not knowing what to say. Subsequently, he just laughed and grunted something incomprehensible, in his corporate weird style. His justification was that the first lifted the sword of a poisonous bloody dragon, targeting the blade in his neck. Then he asked if he was not mistaken. But he did not wait for the answer. He was forced to call himself. He announced a loud name, Chan Il, a dragon of fiery destruction, one of the 3 dragons of Marima. After calling, he turned to the young man again. They say, now your turn is to answer. The answer was simple. Was Yun ready to go against him in a duel? If someone thought that Yun would refuse, in vain. His answer was short and decisive. He accepts the call. Without the shadow of hesitation, Yun confirmed. He is ready to fight. On the eve of the competition, Chan held a postcard. It said that at night, half of the 600 participants were killed, probably natural death. But Chan refused to believe in it. At the depths of his soul, he decided, if this bitch turns an alliance into a mess, then according to heavenly plan, he should become a real master. Although he guessed that there was a jade dragon behind everything, Chang offered him a duel without delaying. His plans were to kill Young just here and now, so that yesterday's massacre could be written off in an unfortunate accident. Having killed this guy, Chan not only wanted to win, he wanted to perpetuate his name as the most original Heavens chosen. The judge was already summoned to the arena, and everything was ready for battle. Yun added with a smile. I just announced the beginning of the battle, but did not say that I was involved in it, isn't it? Such words from his mouth surprised everyone. It was unexpected even for those who knew him well. The attendees were reviewed. No one could understand what he meant. Even Chan looked confused. To relieve tension and make clarity, Chan solemnly named the name of the one who really came out. He put his hand on the Hull's shoulder. silently passing the right to speak. The whole came out confidently, not showing any fear of the enemy. However, he was angered by the decision. How is it possible for someone to exhibit a subordinate instead? Yun did not even pay attention to this indignation. It was part of the plan for him. By the way, Yun himself suggested that the Vat himself join the competition. He has long suspected that this guy could be a messenger of the heavenly royal phoenix. And if you click on it now, it will make him act openly. Moreover, this insidious knot was sitting with a bored face, as if before the beginning she knew who would be the winner. Yun constantly thought about it. Even after the night fighting, the tournament still happened. So the reason should be significant. As Jun said it aloud, as if he saw, he also understood. The heavenly royal jade phoenix had already ahead of them in the struggle for power. According to the plan, the prepared fighter had to reach the arena, brilliantly win, and therefore to ensure control of the tournament. According to official procedures, this would make them easily seize power over the southern union of the blades. The woman who had been sitting with an indifferent, bored face changed instantly when the Dragon of Fire Destruction announced her participation. Meanwhile, the audience turned to the whole with a request to name their real name. The bunny suddenly sweated and frozen in place. He had no answer. What to say? What to say? What to say? This thought was spinning in your head without stopping, and the first thing that escaped from his mouth was the name of the new lord, where to me de Guan. The crowd laughed aloud. No one has heard such a bizarre and funny nickname. Yun, covering his eyes, plunged into reflections. Earlier the whole seemed to him smart and serious. But now this impression was completely scattered. The judge again declared the rules, after which the bell of Ganga rolled out in the arena, marked by the beginning of the battle. The girl in the crowd reflected whether she was lucky, because Heavenly Jade Dragon was involved in the tournament. She believed the holiday. Her young Mr. Chan does not lose this worthless enemy. And the whole, on the contrary, already imagined how humiliating this bastard loses, and how he will be severely punished. At this point, the Vat looked at the whole with surprise. He did not expect to see such a fun, smug smile at all. The girl could not understand what happened to him. Something was changed in a minute, but she did not understand what exactly. The hand of the whole without fear reached for the sword, as if it were not a weapon, but a continuation of his will. He filled the blade with such powerful energy that it broke out the flames, and immediately went on the offensive. Chan was certain. The subordinate was confused and did not have time to do anything. "Walk," he exclaimed, blaming the one who sent you to death instead. "Feel the power of the sword of fire destruction." His reception. Great fire easting turned the arena into a burning field of battle. A powerful explosion split the surrounding area. The ears were painful from the moon. Chan already mentally celebrated the victory. Everything seemed to be over, but something went wrong. Anxiety appeared in his eyes, the same as before the battle. The explosion only tore clothes on the boy, exposing his muscular body, and did not harm. And most importantly, the look of the hose. He became cold, determined. It is enough for one look to understand. Now his turn to act. And then the counteratta began. It was so spectacular and skillfully that the spirit was intercepting. He attacked without words, with only one thought: I will destroy you. Chan immediately realized all the jokes were over. Now this is a real battle, and there will be no mercy. He did not have time to understand where the opponent disappeared. As he felt his back, the hole disappeared and a shadow appeared. He did not even need a sword. His own arms became his own hands. Remaining cold-blooded, the hole was virtually attacked by his fists, destroying any chance to answer. Chan's face was skewed with fear, so pathetic that it was even difficult to imagine that he was still pride. Did he really hope to gain recognition of the Supreme Master in this way? Of course, no. But he managed to know one thing. He realized that he faced not just a warrior, but a true monster of martial arts. In despair, Chan began to hesitate. If everything went so far, maybe it is time to use the same forbidden reception. But what if someone recognizes him? After all, this martial art has not been used in the world of Murima for over 1,000 years. At this point, the heavenly demon turned to the young man, pointing to the hole. Look at him. Is this a sword technique still alive? He asked with interest. Indeed, something incomprehensible unfolded in front of them. The hose sword was shrouded in a dark purple aura that emitted the power of a different level. Chan stood hard, putting his sword in front of him as a shield that he could no longer save. Yun wanted to know more about this technique. What is special about it? What should you look for? Once upon a time, there was a school that used a similar greeting in battle. The name of it seems to be Bloody Demons of Heaven, the name that frightened even the most bold. Their arsenal technician included techniques such as the Bloody Demon, just like that. and one day they tried to capture me, but I destroyed them all." Hearing this, Yun could not hold back. He wanted to ask one more question. "Why did you destroy the bloody demons of heaven? Was it not just for the sake of entertainment?" The demon of heaven just smiled slightly and replied, "Only the name coincided, nothing more." And it was at this moment that Yun realized everything. It is not just a spirit before him. It is a real crazy, full of strength and madness. He whispered quietly, "Provoke him. Remember the words, bloody demons of heaven. It can knock it out of balance." The traveler immediately listened to the advice of his master, and without hesitation fulfilled the order. Bloody demons of heaven are not ordinary warriors. Their skills were so powerful that they even threatened the heavenly demon. At that time it did not matter, because the heavenly demon was still in power. But he felt a threat in the future, so he decided to destroy them on ahead. The young man was interesting. Was there a problem to kill them all in one night? But the demon explained that among them were 3 extremely strong sorcerers. One of them is the same with whom they are dealing with now. At this time, Chan has already completed the preparation for a decisive blow. He reached the boundaries, activated the sword of the illusion of a bloody demon, forbidden equipment. A black fog thickened before the eyes of the audience, thick, heavy, anxious. The blade suddenly shook from the darkness, as if death itself looked from behind the scenes. In a few moments, such blades appeared several. They flew, cutting the air. A figure similar to a hedgehog emerged from the darkness, but on her back long dark blades like demonic needles. The bun was looking intently at the silhouette and felt, although this technique was reminiscent of the secret sword of their sect, but it is completely from another world. It was impossible to predict at what angle and when the next blade flew, so the whole decided not to wait, but to jump simply deep in danger. At this point, Gin wasting his breath. Would the festival be the victim? Will he find a way out of the situation? The decisive moment is close. Suddenly, the whole was as if in another dimension. Dark, stranger, where time and space lost meaning. Everything around was absorbed by a thick black fog, which completely hid the opponent's figure. But nevertheless, the vat still had only one sword, and only one body that he tried to mask. "Do you hide how the pitiful rat soul of your school?" said Han, looking calmly into the darkness. Suddenly, a Vagan emerged from the fog and, as if proclaiming the sentence, exclaimed, "To die from the sword of the illusion of a bloody demon is a great honor." He appeared right above his head, exactly where he decided to look at it. It was not just a hit. It was an intuition that worked instantly. And again, for the 3rd time, the expression of shock and panic has frozen on Chan's face. A completely different picture was on the face of a whole. He was quietly waiting for the moment when the enemy would finally show himself. Thanks to his skills, he stopped the blade, just with one hand. A powerful wave of energy released from his body immediately dispelled all the fog around. And it is important. Hamon's hand was unwavering, did not even shudder. What can you say about the sword itself, which trembling in the air? Yun, keeping closely at every movement, could not help but estimate the level of Has, and seemed to be amazed. Honey has extremely sophisticated use of martial arts. Accuracy, calculation, and no extra movement. It was at this moment that the difference between the fighters became apparent even to a third-party observer. To resist the fire dragon is one thing, but to feel such a tremendous abyss in the levels of skill is quite different. Even when Chang got his last trump card, he still could not oppose the enemy. The whole literally demonstrated, here he is, Dad, the master of this ring, and all the rules, his. In a panic, Chan remembered the words of his teacher. This sword cannot be destroyed. And what of that? Even this legendary sword had no power against the whole. It was absolutely helpless. The fleece struck dozens of blows in a moment, so fast that the eyes barely had time for him. And all this is with cold confidence, saying, "Come to your senses and confess your defeat." Chan's face was pouring from the loud blows that fell on him from all sides. From the last blows, his legs were literally bent. He barely kept on his feet. And on his hand the blood was clearly coming. A sign that the end is close. The audience, holding their breath, watched the spectacle. Mixed emotions did not allow even applaud. But speaking of incomprehensible emotions, it is still softly said compared to the reaction of a red girl who has barely restrained. And the whole. He stood over the vat, looking from the top, calmly, with the look of the one who had already issued the sentence. The referee asked loudly, "Who will go to fight this warrior?" But after all that has just happened, who dare to go against him? Suddenly silence was broken. One girl from the crowd quietly said, "Hooray!" Her voice was picked up. and hundreds of people were shouting with her. Their enthusiasm ignited the crowd. All of them chanted the name of Humhan Chuguvan as he introduced himself. From now on, it became heroic. Who could imagine that a guy who was once locked in a dark room was cut off from the world, once standing in the center of glory? That's all he could say to his lord. Returning to the young man, the whole put his hands in the bow and calmly said, "I coped." The competition ended with the solemn sound of 5 gongs, the final chord of a big event. The unexpected appearance of the Lord of 5 Demons announced the birth of a new absolute master. People whispered, if the subordinate is so powerful, what level does the Lord himself have? And if such a strong Guan, what is the terrible, the true heavenly jade dragon? And what did Or feel? She seemed to be in the dirt on her ear, and she could no longer hide it. Meanwhile, Jean went forward to the exclamations of thousands. Glory to the Southern Union of Blades! Long live the Alliance! Stopping, he launched an official letter in one movement. The crowd's eyes were chained to him. After a few seconds of silence, reading into the text, he solemnly announced the winner. It was Juan. Gin officially declared him a new young head of the Southern Union of the Blades, and called on all the representatives of Murim present to witness this event. Although it was an order from the young mistress, the Jinn himself never thought that it would be such a great responsibility, and here, in the Central Plains. While he was aware of it, Jean continued solemnly. Tomorrow, by order, there will be a marriage of the Heavenly Royal Phoenix, a student and a foster daughter of Lord Union, with Guan. At this point, he still waved the crowd with his hand, but as soon as he heard these words, his body stopped instantly, and his head turned sharply towards the voice. Then he slowly turned his gaze to his mistress. He threw with a slight ridicule. What if I took part in the competitions and won? What about this devilish girl? Han asked hopefully, trying to hear from the hostess at least a hint of cancellation. But in response he heard only calm. Everything has happened. You will not go against my words, right? The whole finally understood. It was an order. And he really was trapped. Late in the evening, in the Chonhyan pavilion, silence hung in the air. She sat in front of the mirror, unable to understand. How did it happen that the dragon of the fiery destruction, the second student of the great master, was defeated? Moreover, he was not even one of 5 dragons, but only a subordinate. Her teacher has always repeated, no martial art of the Central Plains is able to destroy the 3 great malicious magicians of the original heavens. Even if a young vat did not achieve perfection, it was broken so easily. The reason that the initial heavens have not yet captured Murima have been in a strict ban on investigations. They were ordered to wait for the cassette of the heavenly demon to remain within Murima. Is it not the only organization that should be extremely cautious with? She still didn't understand. But when she got up from the chair, she firmly thought, it is enough. Everything is ready. If everything continues in this spirit, it will be as if you give a perfectly cooked dish not to this man. She clearly realized that the only thing that is needed now is to stop everything until it is late. Meanwhile, in the remote extension of the Southern Union of the Blades, in the hall where the Destroyer of Heaven was located, Yun, sitting in a lotus pose, deeply immersed himself in meditation. His thoughts wandered in chaos of anticipation and guessing. He thought, who are these people actually? Are they really the real descendants of the bloody demons of heaven? In the vision of him, the spirit of the heavenly demon appeared, and Yun asked, what would happen to the dragon of fire destruction if he had properly disposed of the 3 great malicious magicians? If you master the art of fencing a bloody demon, the spirit replied, you will get the power of an unintentional sword that has no form, but carries death. And if you destroy all 3 great magicians? Yun asked further. The spirit did not know the answer for sure, but shared a guess. He believed that such a person would not yield to even the dark martial arts of his own sect of heavenly demon. With a cunning smile, the spirit suggested that the young man be mocking from that girl, the heavenly royal Jade Phoenix, but Yun did not share this thought. She still remained the outer mistress of the Southern Union of Blades. To give it up is like to renounce the union itself. He understood. You need to see a wider picture. Think strategically. 3 swords. Heavenly Demon Sect. Murim Union. The strength that I have where to me. And 2 more cults. The cult of false vicious blood, the doctrine of the Heavenly Emperor, the Ice Palace of the North Sea, the Royal Fortress of Chonghae. The most dangerous forces are those that are hiding. And above all, you need to wait for everything that the hidden will finally come to light. And then the moment will come when you have to block the path of the bloody demons of heaven. Finally and irreversibly. Even the heavenly demon did not fully understand, listening to the young man. Could not an independent organization now honestly compete with others? Why choose such a difficult way? Yun had a different point of view. Only force is not always important. If you can win in one battle, but you lose 10 small ones, your advantage loses meaning. And sometimes one and only fatal defeat is enough to lose absolutely everything. It was that Yun felt especially acute, not theory, but experience. The next day, he turned to another spirit, to the east, which was silent lately. That is why Yun wanted to know what it means. He answered calmly. It means not to be associated with words. Enlightenment is not transmitted in language or letter. It goes from heart to heart. But the spirit warned, when the time comes, then let's talk again. And here was a day, like an instant, the day of the wedding of the Lord of Demons and the heavenly royal phoenix. They announced that the ceremony would be in a closed format. All those present were asked to enjoy the treats and come to understand. It was a subtle hint, and in fact a direct indication. Only the selected ceremony was invited to the main ceremony. 2 hours later, the head of Fina faction from Hebei was already nervous. He still did not understand when the wedding would finally begin. And all because the head of the union conveyed, "Today, he will not be able to be present because he is bad." That is, you want to say, he was indignant, that the head of the union refused to come to my daughter's wedding? The servant stuttering replied, "Yes, and the lady is not ready yet, so please wait." They were outraged that they were first invited and then disregarded. Did they come as the official representatives of the Alliance Marima? Isn't it neglect for the Alliance? The servant was visible. He was tired of justifying himself and he did not know what else. Then Yun asked permission to say, "Even if I am only an unknown minor, you do not think that you are too disrespectful to treat the respected Alliance guests? Moreover," he continued, "my subordinate has just become a young head, and I, as his mentor, are genuinely offended." Meanwhile, the heavenly royal Jade Phoenix, as if tightening the drama, still did not appear. But Gin felt, as soon as she turns out, everything would not go at all. It was Jean who was the first to apologize to everyone. And so, finally it appeared. Its appearance was like a thunder in the clear sky. All the views were instantly concentrated only on it. As she came out, she apologized with seeming courtesy, they say. She did not plan to detain guests for a long time. But unexpectedly for everyone, the young spoke sharply. Directly in his eyes he expressed his indignation, and also reproached her dress. "Marriage is officially announced," he said. "Do you appear in this form? You are not like a person who goes to the wedding. Do you show disrespect? Could the delay be deliberate?" She already wanted to answer and call him a vile, but Yun did not give her a word insert. "If the question of continuity is solved by the leader," he continued, "can he not change his decision at any moment? It was he who made the choice, therefore, and to cancel it has the right." She only replied that she had received the consent of her father. They say there is nothing to worry about. But Yun interrupted her again. "I am curious to hear it from the mouth of a true union leader, not from yours. You are not officially a head." His words, as a jade dragon, found support among all present. All that remains to her is to strain her cunning face nervously, trying not to lose control. But the decisive position of the Heavenly Destroyer and the support of other Murim representatives did not leave her choice. She had to retreat, though she only wanted to win a little time. Most of all, she was embarrassed by the fact that the head of the branch from which she was waiting for support never said a single word. The reason for this silence is the events of last night. After all, she sent a letter to the bloody demons of heaven with the help of a postal dove. A message asking for help. However, it was June who caught this dove. The message did not even have time to leave the territory of the Southern Union of Blades, all thanks to the Heavenly Destroyer. Yun, as if predicted in advance, immediately intercepted the dove, even before he had time to climb the sky. Now, looking straight into the eye of the lady, he calmly asked, "Did something happen to your father?" For those present, it sounded as a thunder in the clear sky. All were shocked by an unexpected turn. Even a djinn, who usually kept calm, now was waiting for her explanations. But she felt unbearable weight of a situation from which she no longer knew how to get. In her head, a full panic, a brilliant idea appeared. To pretend to be stupid, and she began to laugh nervously, making the appearance that she did not understand anything. Then, it seemed, he agreed to help and suggested that they take them to her father. However, she immediately set the condition that only the young master of Yun and Homan can meet him. She politely asked everyone to apologize, and in a moment they climbed the stairs of the side wing of the building. Behind her back, the boys whispered, What she was upset, it was something really happened. They did not even realize that it wanted to destroy the Southern Union of Blades through official procedures. Yun intended to release his leader by the same methods. It took very little time, and they were already standing in front of the door of him. Before them are gorgeous rooms, the real inner chambers of the great ruler. The head of the Southern Alliance, Jean Yohei, known as the Levin King, was genuinely pleased with one of the representatives of the Five Heaven Marima. But suddenly in the head of the young man came an inner voice. Head, do not show anything. Just listen. The double exit technique used by Yun was in a cunning question. Does the head really intend to make him his subordinate, his successor, because he won it? Further, Yun whispered, who already knows about the hidden illness of the leader, and it makes no sense to pretend. The Lion's King was confused, without understanding at once, a dream or a reality. So striking was the truth heard. It has come to him. One of the Five Heaven Marima releases a helping hand, a chance for which he hoped for many years. The head barely restrained tears. The expected liberation seemed so incredible that the moment could crumble like a dream. Heavenly Phoenix, not understanding her father's tears, decided that he was raster to marry her very thought, and she was angry. His words struck her more sharply than the blade. They flashed like a blade, although the hidden content of the girl has not yet realized. Having mastered himself, the Lion King in the Royal was interested in the winner's name to know who gave her hope for the Union. The guy bowed and called the lady where, confessing that, being a humble man, worries whether he could lead the Southern Union with dignity. While there was a polite conversation, Yun quietly reminded the head, everything will end soon. Please listen to the requests of the ladies, where to the end. The Lion King aloud assured that he listened carefully to the guest, masking the conspiracy under the usual dialogue with the future leader. Ginyo Hai, known as the Lion King, once invincible ruler of the South, now looked exhausted and pale. The figure that never bowed her head lost his former grandeur. Like a lion, tight by invisible chains, he clung to life, suffering from humiliation from a woman who was once a student and a foster daughter. The reason for his weakness was simple. In the veins of the Lion King pulled a powerful toxin that slowly sucks forces. It hurts him to see the Union of Blades, to which he gave all his life, has turned into a cheap cost resource for someone else's intrigue. Clinging to the fragile life, the Lion King only dreams of maintaining the honor of the Union and conveying power to the one who is really worth trust. Jean Yohai did not hope that his desire would come true until his first real ray of hope was shown before his eyes. He stretched out a rescue hand, and he felt for the first time a heavy chain of power was weaker. This hand was presented by Yun, becoming the support that the Lion King has been looking for in vain for many years. Summarizing the conversation, Yun noted that his personal meeting had erased all his doubts and anxiety, returning the clarity of the goal. On farewell, he whispered, before the short meeting, everything will be good, leaving in the heart of the head of a feeling of rest. The Lion King insisted again and again. The marriage should happen immediately, so do not want to spend a minute. The wedding was quickly spent, and each participant hid true intentions under the mask of a polite smile. Despite the hidden tension, the very fact of their union has become an indisputable reality recognized by all parties. On the first day, the newlyweds had to undergo a ceremonial ritual to formally fasten new statuses in front of the community. The dinner, which was called the ladies, was nervously swallowing saliva, because every step could give a carefully woven lies. She felt better than lost in the assumption why everything went in such a strange way and what would happen next. The whole mentioned the advice of the young man. If you manage to break Phoenix's consciousness-forbidden technology, they will reveal all the secrets of the Union effortlessly. But only the aroma of her perfume was enough to become dizzy, forcing him to doubt her own determination. It was only necessary to look at the whole with a look to understand. The attractive appearance was hiding a complete newcomer in relationships with women. Sickly smiling, she invented a game for a moment, which would make him aware of every cell of the body. The first movement, she slightly carried her fingers on his chest, leaving lace of electrical touches on the skin. Gently purring, she whispered that he is no longer able to restrain himself, a sweet man, giving a helpless temptation. The furnace was numb. He could not pronounce words. Thoughts froze, like butterflies, moved to consciousness by shame and astonishment. Her warm lips touched him, and a short, pulsating chum passed through him with a lightning, shaking her body. Seeing in his eyes a confused passion, she was fine to allow him much more. Having released a powerful yin, the girl showed how he conquers men, a thin, invisible flow of energy. But this time she clearly underestimated his opponent. For years, the fracture of the heavenly demon has kept the ocean of Jan stable under the skin. All his power did not disappear. The flames of Yang patiently waited for the moment to flash. After conducting it through the lower energy channel, he sent the flow to the crotch, preparing for a counter-offensive. Adding his own Jan, the whole made the energy lock in the circle, turning the wave back to the girl. If she needed strength, he is good to give it in full, showing who has set the rules. After answering a more passionate kiss, he poured a burning wave of Yang, from which she took a breath. The cheeks had a heat when he felt in response to his passion in his chest. The flames flashed even more. Following this, such a passionate kiss illuminated the room as if a miniature star had flashed inside, chasing night darkness. From the yard, it became visible as the whole building was shining with soft light, as if under the dome kept a wave of heavenly energy. The next morning, Jun, entering inside, could not understand what happened here for the night. A sweet, drinking aroma wandered in the air. He had to throw his gaze on the face of the Jade Phoenix to understand the cause of this magical mess. She, to the Poyas, was drowning in tenderness, hugging the hole and rubbed against him as if she could not breathe without him. How did he manage? Meanwhile, Han solemnly reported to the Supreme that the order was fulfilled. Phoenix's consciousness is now open to any information. Smiling, Yoon sincerely congratulated him with success and joked that it was probably the warmest wedding night throughout the South. A gentle piece of meat on the fork did not hold for herself. She lifted him to the lips of her husband with care and glowing eyes. "Eat more, dear," she asked gently. Taking care of the strength of the newly made man had enough for big accomplishments. Yun mentally noted that such a scene literally radiates happiness, but himself did not seek to be in such captivity of feelings. The boys were whispering, thinking how miraculously a miracle was able to curb the one that seemed like a relentless witch yesterday. To check if the eye of a celestial demon was really working, Yun decided to ask the girl a simple but demonstration question. Looking in her eyes, he asked quietly, "Do you know who I am?" She replied without a shadow, "You are my husband's master, and therefore our common master." Yun asked sharply, "Who are you by origin and what rank you have in that secret hierarchy that manages your sect?" The girl calmly confessed, she is the third student of the ruler of heaven and belongs to the sect of Bloody Demons of Heaven. It was the name Bloody Demons of Heaven that made everyone around the shudder. The truth that came outside instantly disrupted the veil of mystery. Even the spirit of the heavenly demon was astounded. It was certain that the sect was destroyed, and Yun immediately asked to sound the full hierarchy. She listed the rank. The highest is the owner of heaven. Under him 2 lords of death, then a great master, a second master, 3 keepers of Dharma, and 20 elders. Yun specified further what number the order has and how many people have already settled in the Central Plains. She replied that the whole sect has about 34,000 fighters. 3,000 south of the river, 5,000 to the north. The rest of the plains are scattered. The whole, counting, realized stunningly. He only has a sect of heavenly demon has almost 20,000 soldiers, while the rest of the bloody demons have long been rooted in the heart of the continent. Yun asked about the mysterious great master who commanded the invasion. The girl confessed that she had never seen his face. It is only known that he holds the headquarters somewhere north of the river. But even she is unknown to the exact city. Then Yun asked the key question. Who exactly forms the backbone of the bloody demons of heaven, and what does they drive? She said with reverence, "The owner of heaven is our unconditional master. In the initial heavens, it is no different from God himself. However, the owner spent the last 10 years in the closed area, and even she has not seen him since then. As soon as it comes out, the real invasion of the Central Plains will unfold at full force." Yun suggested that the ruler either dissolved the temple or immersed himself in a new improvement, perhaps because of the threat of 3 great magicians. She confirmed that since the Lord has locked up in the temple for harsh practices, his strength is steadily growing, as if a flame, fueled by divine wood. If he reaches a new top, it is unlikely. Despite the fact that her consciousness under the control of the eye of a heavenly demon, the girl does not lose reverence in front of the owner and calls him incomparable. Realizing that such an opponent will not fall from the frontal attack, Jun decides to develop a carefully thought-out multi-level strategy. It is also necessary to decide what to do with Phoenix. Leaving it in this condition can be suspected in a hostile camp. Hearing this, the whole was frozen, sincerely frightened that he could lose his wife, who had already managed to become his way. Phoenix himself seemed to fall in love with real fell in love, and this thought made the situation even more difficult for all parties. It is decided to temporarily maintain control of Heavenly Phoenix in order to restore the cultivation of the Lion King and to strengthen the power of the Union. In the end, she is the wife of the new leader of Chuan. Her loyalty will give him undeniable legitimacy in the eyes of the clans, The first step is to find a doctor who is able to remove the poison and return the head, without unnecessary publicity. Yun goes to the residence of the Union, where the Lion King lies, in order to start treatment in person and control the process. A little time has passed, and Yun is already in the restraint, concentrates in the palms, preparing to pour it into the weakened body of the ruler. Attaching his hands to the king's back, he gently leads to the energy of energy, and in the old man's breasts, a long, faded spark. Suddenly, the body of the Lion King shuddered, as if through him was a lightning, and Yun felt a slight trembling pulsation. The reason was the tears of gratitude and relief. The ruler did not restrain them, feeling the lost could be returned to him. Yun, noticing the trembling of the ruler, gently asked if he did not feel that pain or other discomfort after overflow of powerful vital energy. The Lion's King, without holding back tears, confessed that without mercy, the young Union would have long become a prey of a prodigy, and died. So he did not imagine how to thank for salvation. Yun assured that the help was not unilateral, because the ruler himself once promised to support him, and added that he was glad to distract the trouble before he had time to sprout. The ruler solemnly swore that in the right moment he would return the debt of honor and will thank in full when the Union would stand again on strong legs. Left face to face, Yun asked if the head of the head at least something about the forces that secretly penetrated into the Southern Union of the Blades. He sincerely admitted that he did not know the true face of these people and cannot even appreciate their real power. However, he is certain. For decades, they have cherished the ambitions to conquer Marima, and have already performed many preventive operations. In his opinion, in the world, Marima has almost no places where their roots have not yet sprouted or released deep shoots. Yun asked permission to ask another question that could be the key to the future strategy. Have these intrigues penetrated even into the top of the Murim alliance? He asked, watching the interlocutor's reaction carefully. The Lion's King sighed deeply, and admitted that he had several alarming information about this. After a tense conversation with the Lion King, Jun goes into the yard, inhaling the cool air and arranging the chaos of thoughts. The information obtained should be checked to the smallest things to cut off the false traces and traps of the enemy. By combining the data of the celestial aroma of Phoenix and the leader of the coalition of the Blades, Yun outlined the overall picture, and the details were still lacking. So he decided to use the available information and current schedule to create an effective plan. The day has passed when the delegation of the League of Five Clans left the territory of the Southern Union of the Blades. Sending them, Jun shouted after, "Are you already going?" Zrania, and heard a short, affirmative yes. The guests were warned. They soon relocated to the capital of the Alliance, Marima, preparing for a conflict with the Syndicate of the Demonic Path and need reinforcement. This news was just hardened by the young man. He took up a new passion. The first step to growth is to recognize your own weaknesses and turn them into force. Yun firmly believed that he could surpass himself and become much more powerful. 2 hours after their departure, Monarch Bzatini returned with Hu, bringing alarming news. Suddenly, Rin ran out, and Yun strictly asked who allowed her to come to the forbidden area. By order of the Celestial Destroyer, the Jade Phoenix ordered the Palace of the Head to be surrounded by armed detachments. Meanwhile, the old doctor stood near the Lion King, holding his wrists and listening carefully to the pulse. Yun, not understanding the causes of confusion, eagerly sought to find out what was really going on. The doctor explained that the poison had penetrated into the bone marrow, and as not to bring it out, about martial arts and about a normal life, it will only be possible to dream. Yun immediately asked if there was at least a tiny chance to completely cure the ruler and restore his former power. Hearing this, the Lion's King shot down and swallowed dry saliva, as if he were afraid of a sentence that could destroy the last hope. The healer reminded the case when he treated such ailment with leaf instructions, and this time he decided to act in person. He got thin silver needles and asked the young man to keep the room for at least 2 hours so that no soul would prevent treatment. At the end of exactly 2 hours, the sorcerer Hu completed amazing therapy, filling each meridian of the ruler pulsating these. Once the vital energy returned, the Lion King recalled the duty that he had to fulfill in front of his savior. Without hesitation, he kneeled before the young man, hitting his forehead in the floor, as if paying for years of helplessness. Stunned by such a bow, Yun took him by his shoulders and pleadedly asked to get up, because the ruler was proud to stand. "For many years I have defeated justice, but without power, it is smaller than someone else's ambitions," the king admitted with a bitter smile. "I myself did not know what I wanted until I received a new hope today, and did not realize why I fought all my life." Raising his head, he solemnly called the young warrior, worthy of leading Marima through the darkness of the coming storms. "The storm is approaching," he warned, and only the most suitable will withstand his fierce breath. In order not to die, the coalition of the Southern Blade from now on swears to follow the divine dragon with a jade face, the ruler proclaimed. Yun has just warned, the service he will once ask will be enormous, and will demand from the Union of complete dedication. Once upon a time, the head was on the threshold of death, and since then, rejecting greed, he swore to do anything for the Union, even sacrifice himself. They remained alone to talk frankly without other people's ears and shadows. Yun warned that the son of the ruler will just end the treatment. He and his people will immediately leave the coalition. The leader was surprised, thinking whether only those spies that penetrated into their ranks were guilty of this. Yun advised to look more broadly. The real influence of these forces may be much greater than they imagined, so it is better not to rush with alliances. The ruler asked what the next step to take in order not to make a mistake and lose everything again. First of all, not to stop. Now that the heavenly aroma of Phoenix is on their side, she will follow the enemy and support the right moment. Hun, although he felt discomfort next to her, unquestionably agreed to execute the young order. Late night, under the icy glow of the moon, they said goodbye. The quiet wind swayed the lanterns, echoing the steps. Yun wished the ruler to protect himself and the alliance holding on his shoulders, like a mountain on the route. But suddenly he asked him to stop for a moment. The last, most important conversation remained. The ruler, sighing, said, "I will fulfill any of your request if it happened. Over the years, I learned to distinguish true force from misconception. They say you have achieved perfection in the Shaolin arts, but it seems only to the tip of the iceberg. Who are you, actually?" he asked. Yun smiled with a corner of his lips and said, "Do I have to open all the cards, dear leader of the coalition?" Suddenly the silence stretched the cry of Guy's elder, the guard of Illusory Blade. "Leader, where are you? Where is the head now?" And the anxiety cut the night like a blade. The elder, getting rid of his breath, reproached why a respectable warrior raised such a noise at night. Like an incendiary young man, and that's in his years. They turned over and suddenly realized Yun disappeared without a trace, leaving only a barely tangible breath in the moonlight. The double surprise was bamped. A moment he stood side by side, and now he melted like a shadow that swallowed his own light. Meanwhile, Yun with the society flew through the night sky, sitting on a giant eagle that was opening clouds like an arrow. The bird developed a frantic pace, and every blow of the wings opened under them silver plains scattered with star glare. The student looked back to the master and asked quietly where she was leading this time, and what trials were waiting in front. "We are waiting for the appointed meeting," said Yun calmly. "We will first fulfill the promise and stand in front of her." He added that it is worth visiting one of the main forces of the Central Plains in order not to lose the chance to strengthen the position. It was about the syndicate of the demonic path, the center of shadows and ambitions, which wrapped up the continent of the web of influence. The reincarnation was completed. Monarch Bejin Bigun Hu, Dantai Kvitka Diana, and the student of the destroyer appeared in new, unrecognizable likes. In this form, a mad demonic monarch was leaving a legend that came to life and seeks new casualties. Their appearance has changed to the bones. Other faces, other manners, and other breathing. To reduce enemies from the panther, the destroyer of heaven explained that the course is kept directly in the heart of the demonic path, where the decisions are made by blades and poison. Since this is their first visit, he suggested entering with a friendly smile and postpone the swords to the right moment. "After all," smiled Yun, "the difference between orthodox and heretics erased where the winner dictates the law of power." Yun stated that there was no division into orthodoxy and apostates under the sky. He seeks to cover everyone without exception, and from his comrades only requires close supervision at every step. All three, without hesitation, answered in unison, "Listen." According to Tao Hun, the Dunton Lake Nishchin is a thick spiderweb of hidden eyes and ears, ready to convey every foreign movement directly to the superiors. The delay meant to give the enemy time, so Yun ordered to go immediately in order not to become a topic of an urgent report. Before the travelers, a huge lake stretched, which lost its horizon in a silver smoke and seemed an endless ocean of fresh water. Without a clear plan, they could not wander the shores at random, risking accidentally seeking another spy. Therefore, the destroyer of heaven and satellites directed the way to the city of Yuan, which lay northeast of Dunton. Only a few hours passed, and they have already stepped onto a cozy pavilion, illuminated with lanterns and a tart aroma of jasmine tea. Some grunted at endless hotels, and Yun explained that in order to get valuable information, you should go to where people and gossip are most. Meanwhile, the mysterious change in the behavior of Guan after leaving the coalition worried comrades. He became silent and unnoticed, The student suggested that the usual love-longing was guilty, although she could not finally believe it. The next day, despite the vigilant duty, they could not establish at least one useful contact. Boredom and expectations were pressed when a conversation of fresh rumors suddenly broke out in the pavilion. The traveler told that the Jade Divine Dragon headed the coalition of the Southern Blade, causing a furore among the clans. The interlocutor said, "They say it is a dragon with a jade face, behind which is already more than 10,000 devoted warriors." The interlocutor whispers added an even more interesting detail. Now that the coalition of the Southern Blade is under the rule of the non-Fritic Divine Dragon, the balance of forces is shaken. If this dragon joins the Murim alliance, the world of martial arts may change on recognition, since no faction is equal to such a power. The Alliance of 9 Orthodox and the League of 5 clans already openly support the Jade Dragon, recognizing it with a new beacon. And now he also has a coalition of the Southern Blade. And for unknown reasons, there was a movement that promotes the great warrior Venya to the role of the Alliance leader. Suddenly, a deaf fall was heard. Looking back, he saw the body of a murdered man who lay on the ground. A warrior with a bloody sword stood above his body, maliciously saying, "You ran perfectly, but did not hope that I would wait here." All in tears, the girl leaned over his father's body and asked continuously why he was caught such pain. Why again and again? Why? The abuser raised his voice and stated that her father was a scoundrel who, because of greed, betrayed a friend and caused the death of a whole family. The girl refused to believe heard, but for the warrior it did not matter. His heart had long been dark. Now he wanted to pay off, to disgrace the girl, selling her immediately to the brothel, considering it fair compensation. But suddenly from under the darkness she had a leg, lightly intercepting the executioner of the executioner and stopping his attempt. The stranger cleverly put the sole on the wrist of the attacker, as if nailing the blade to the ground. "Is it fair to translate the father's blame to your daughter?" Quietly, but he asked firmly, looking straight in his eyes. He added that the accusations operated by the executioner are far from the truth and need evidence, not blind revenge. An angry warrior grabbed a rescuer by the collar and robbed. "Do you not know the unwritten rule of Marima, not to interfere with other people's affairs?" The stranger calmly replied that in the world where strength reigns, true law is not a rule, but the courage to protect the innocent. Then he turned to a young man who watched unnoticed, and asked in a fallen voice, "Let's move to a quiet place to avoid unnecessary eyes." He suggested talking where the cold moon would not witness the blood and the truth that they would soon be shed in their dialogue. The subordinates were asked to go to the next room so that his luminaries could be accepted alone. When the outsiders came out, the man could not gather with the spirit for a while, and then he asked Ju Junwana to look at the letter received from their advisor. It was a letter from the great young master. At the beginning of the letter, he apologized for being welcome. As she expected, the advice of elders has serious resistance, so she had to resort to this way for their safety. The Grandmaster has already given the Celestial Destroyer full status and authority, but the Council of Elders officially stated that she did not recognize it. As a result, they were going to send hired murderers as soon as they found it, so visiting the headquarters was officially difficult. The woman sent 2 people to the Heavenly Destroyer. They are the key figures of the young generation of staff, and she asked to keep them in charge. It will greatly benefit his business in the future. That guy who was sitting opposite his light was called Li Shimin, and the second, Shen Guangzhe. They are the captain and the vice-capitan of the 1,000 Fields. In a letter, a great young master asked Junwana Junan to enter the next day with these guys to the headquarters. She sincerely believes that he is outlined by dark clouds over their syndicate, and will wait for his arrival. Then the great young gentleman decided to give the captain the detachment the first instruction. He asked Li Shimin to hold him and the team in the headquarters, and was determined to deal with the lawlessness of what was happening. Next day, to get the place they had to cross Lake Donging. There was a Junna Juju, as well as 2 new subordinates. The young master was surprised that Li Shimin, who controlled the boat, led them not to the opposite shore, but to the center of the lake. He smiled and pointed to the rock in the form of a crescent moon to which they headed. The headquarters was now there. In the past, there was the main house of the old fortress of 18 pirates of Dunton. Getting closer to the rock, Li Shimin suddenly got a little whistle out of his pocket and blew into it. At this point, the stones in the rock went in different directions, forming a small passage. The water immediately rushed inside, forming a fast current, and the captain of thousands of faces advised everyone to hold on to a stronger boat. Only a few minutes and waves took them into a huge cave, including the majestic palace. The team immediately landed on the pier. They missed the gift of language when they considered a wonderful structure in front of them. It is incredible that a person is able to process a natural cave into such a wonderful place. A familiar face was already waiting for them. To meet them came out Jade So-hun, who was a great young master. First of all, she congratulated the Junna Jew and led him to her office. She was aware that she was not cleaned at the office, but she tried to hide her concern for friendliness. She tried to offer Young tea, but he came here not for it. He wanted to see the Grandmaster. But Miss Juga told him the bad news. A Grandmaster went to his own. At the same time, he transferred all the powers of the younger gentleman. Yunvin was not only shocked, but also indignant. The drowned old man decided to shift all the responsibility for him for important issues. The girl could only sympathize with him, and she asked if he thought about how to win the hearts of members of the Council of Elders. He seemed to think about it, but he was very sure of his decision. Cao Hun did not suffer to learn about his ideas, but he refused to explain. Better let her look at him in the case. And now he ordered the letter to be sent to collect the central forces of the Demonic Path Syndicate in one place. She nodded hesitatively and took up performance. Thus, the captain of the detachment of thousands of faces went to the syndicate of the Demonic Path to pass the order of the Heavenly Destroyer. He arrived in the headquarters that he who became a great young craftsman, and announced the call of all executives. The elders were angry. They believed that this snotty young master was already seriously crossing the boundaries. Therefore, on the same day, the Council of the Demonic Way, 7 demonic gods, gathered together to discuss recent events. All of them were annoyed that the newly owned guy was commanding them as he wants. They have never even recognized him with a great young master. Only one of the demonic gods expressed the idea that it is not good to oppose the new head and his team in the forehead from the very beginning. Maybe he is not so bad, once deserved for such a title. But his opinion was immediately stopped by other gods. The chief elder, the emperor of the demon hell, Van Eddy announced that they had to force the boy to realize that he was only their puppet with a large title. Therefore, first of all, they rejected the call of the head to the headquarters. Let him be aware of his position in the empty hall of the Supreme Demon. The next day, Junvin could not find a place from boredom. The High Demon Hall and empty, if not taken into account by the members of his team. Li Shimin said that only 7 minutes left before the plan was scheduled to collect elders with his head. But Junvin realized that they decided to rebel, so no one came to the headquarters. The guy was still going to wait for them to the very end. But suddenly some strangers entered the hall. One of them was Zhu Yubai, and he was a leader of the 18 pirated fortresses of Dongting, an emperor of the Heavenly Tower. And the second, with darker hair and beard, Wan Fuyan, he was the leader of the Green Forest, the dark god of death. They are the only ones who came to the meeting with the Heavenly Destroyer. Seeing them in the hall, you can assume that there is an opportunity for reforms. But they did not even look at the great young master and behaved quite arrogantly. The Junvin gradually began to end with patience. So he asked coldly those who came why they decided that this central table was intended for them. They finally paid attention to him and surprised his eyebrow. Then the guy turned to his assistant, Zhu Higuana. He got rude guys in a few jumps, and with one finger, he broke one of them, so that his head went around. The students of the great arrived master who just arrived were frozen. After one of the arrivals got on the head and fell from the chair, the other stood up from the table himself, so that the same thing happened to him. Ms. Juga also froze. And the young gentleman is not a miss. He behaves with the great Zhu Yubai as a child. When it was time to start the meeting, the guy ordered everyone to line up in front of him. The elders never arrived. Yunven announced that he became a great young master at the appointment of a great master. When he first came here, he had some expectations. If they were with him, the victory over the Orthodox Alliance, Musin, would not be a dream. But he was annoyed that the subordinates behaved so brazenly, and the Harm Six created the grouping, sharing with each other, fighting for power. He said that if fractional disputes are a priority over revenge for their brothers and sisters who were killed by Orthodox, then the great young master will politely abandon the title of a demonic path. However, since he is with the master, he will also treat his subordinates not as people but as dogs. And how seriously he threatened the heads shocked them. He said that if someone dares to bark in his direction or behind his back, he would beat them and show what they really take place in the cult. So they have a choice. Either they go against it, but they get a disgusting attitude to themselves, or become normal members of the demonic path. They immediately bowed to the young gentleman and caught his allegiance to him in the demonic path. It was the first success and meant that the guy would be able to gather strength, not even counting the advice of the elders who pleased. Miss Juzge was especially relying on a promising young master. She hoped that he would be a worthy leader. When the questions with the heads that were laid, Yunven addressed Li Shimin and said that he would have to work again. He asked him to pass to the executives who did not respond to the summons, which no longer needed to come. Those who have not responded to the call will now be excluded from the syndicate. When the news from the sect reached the elders' meetings, they almost gasped with their indignation. And on the same day, all 7 with their servants arrived in the High Demon Hall and stopped in front of their heads. The guy laughed that he had to resort to such rough methods that the elders came to some contact. The first of them spoke Van Etting. He said that no matter how the title there was a young gentleman, he has nothing to do with them. Yunven did not know them by their names, so Miss Zhuge suggested that the head of the elders spoke with the boy. He continued and stated that the elders had never recognized such a pine by a young master, so they had no reason to obey his orders. Such a reaction did not anger the leader, on the contrary, only pleased with her gap. Be that as it may, the most excitement among the elders caused the news of their exclusion from the sect. Therefore, Van Etten Threlly announced that they intend to throw a young man from the pedestal so that he could not remove them. But Van Etting had just made an irreparable mistake. He meant literally what he said. But for the heavenly destroyer who was thrown away in the past, his words were revealed by an old wound. Not only the leader but also his team was angry. Only Junven was angry so much that, without coping with emotions, and was completely felt by a frantic roar laughter, he acknowledged that the statement of the elders is bold enough, but they can only boast and swear loudly to all in a row, and is the strength of the demonic path headquarters. Yunven was February. While the elders were cooling, the Alliance Marima united, and the new generation has completed the training of military forces. In addition, there is a group of people who look at the Central Plains in search of the opportunity to invade Muri, and the elders will not be able to resist real opponents, as they could not resist even the power of the orthodox path. Therefore, if the elders have a matter for the demonic sect, then let them give the way to the new generation, and do not continue to fight against their own, making the sects less and less strong in the eyes of enemies. They, like the elders, had to prepare the soil so that new young masters could root and protect the sect, rather than kill their selfish sect. Yunven was so angry and shouted so much that he laid his ears in the elders and almost carried the leader from his feet. Van Etting suddenly stated that if what the young gentleman is saying is true, then let him go from the post and allow them to deal with all the problems. They wanted to choose the successor of the great master on their own, and now Yunven realized why they were so doing. They have already prepared a nomination of a successor who could be easily manipulated. Yunven was right in his assumption, and Van Etting faded from it and tensed. He rolled them. Then the leader gave the elders the opportunity to bring his successor here, and said that if this guy wins him, he would become the new leader of the sect. But if their successor is amazed, then the elders will have to leave the headquarters and no longer interfere with the affairs of the sect. The successor to the elders was Master Khan Dan, one of Van Etting's associates. Yunven does not even need to fight on his own. Any of his team members could handle this young man. Therefore, for his part, the leader has nominated Mujob. He said that the guy may not be ashamed to use the martial arts of their sect, but must be purely. All those present went down to the arena of the demonic path to fight. The elder was outraged that his student would fight instead of the head. Then Yunven pointed out that the elders were committed in the same way that they could no longer say anything. The battle began immediately, and the first to attack Khan Dan. He was quite fast. Perhaps that is why he was elected for successors. But will this sword be able to get Mu? Khan Dan did not save strength, and used the secret modern combat equipment to entertain the elders. But the Junven did not impress, because it created such a strong wall around him. The concentration of his internal energy that he could not touch any blow, Khan Dan. Mu was very good instincts. This guy has a supernatural sense. What helped him in this battle? Realizing that the hidden equipment was not working, Khan Dan decided to resort to another way. But when he tried to strike another blow, he realized that he was disappeared from his field of view, as if not just evaded, but dissolved in the air. Attaching behind, he used the technique of a red steel wheel, which rolled the enemy by the murderous force. Khan Dan had to put the sword in the floor, because otherwise he would be taken out of his feet and threw it into the wall. It had considerable power, but the enemy did not give up. Khan Dana is called Demonic Dragon, is a flexible sword that uses the enemy's power and turns it back. Mu was sent to the opponent 2 more red steel wheels, and Khan Dan couldn't use it. He immediately stopped the spell of the Demonic Dragon, and he directed the blow rapidly. The torso of the energy monster intertwined with red steel wheels and changed their direction, throwing it back. The strike of the Demonic Dragon absorbed the strengthened chi, and Van Etting was happy. He naively thought that Khan Dan could now end the enemy, but Yunven knew that it was not. After all, it is also a master of concealment art, The leader has never seen someone using internal energy as free as his subordinate. Therefore, it moved again in space again and attacked the enemy behind, creating 2 steel rings even stronger than before. Khandan had no right to lose, but he did not have enough reaction to avoid this mighty blow. The victory of Mujan. In collision, the iron rings were torn by Khandana. The crazy force pressed him into the ground, completely depriving him of the strength even to get up. All present were panic. If even a simple subordinate at this level, how strong is their new chapter? Yunvan went to the center and announced, Khandan, of course, is a great talent, but he still does not reach the successor of the great master. The body of people was a small trembling from what they saw. The leader said that the demonic path is undoubtedly strong, but enemies appeared even stronger. Considering how Khandana has now overcome, everything that Junven said did not raise more doubts about others. But Van Aiding did not quench everything. He was the only one who got involved in the dispute again. He stated that even if Khandan is weak now, he can become exceptionally strong. Yunven did not argue, maybe so, but the enemies will not wait. He asked if the Supreme Elder has not yet recognized him with a young great master. The one, creaking his teeth, said he really could not accept it, but he said that he was personally his opinion. So he begged for the successor to leave the rest of the elders in the sect. They should not suffer through him. The leader took into account the words of the Supreme Elder, but wanted to hear the opinion of others. One of them said that even if the new leader is right, they still swore an allegiance to the Supreme Elder. They said that the head has the right to do as it sees fit. Let them take their lives as the necessary victim and lay the basis for the new demonic path. If so, there is no other way out. Mizujuga began to plead with the young master so that he did not kill the Sumeric demonic gods. He asked why not. Do they not oppose the great master? She said it was true that the council was always a problem. However, there is another reason why she wants the young man to keep the old life. The Supreme Elder ordered her to shut up and not tell her unnecessary. But she still said that the Supreme Elder was the father of the great master. Given the close affinity, he probably had no choice. Yunven was difficult to believe that such a great person as the past master allowed the situation to get worse so much due to personal experiences. The demon on the guy's shoulder ordered him to kill them all, or they would be a problem again. But the angel on the other shoulder, though silent, looked convincingly at the young man, hoping that he would not do so. It is not so strange to this world. However, nothing in this world is eternal, and nothing can exist at all this emptiness. If Yunven goes this way only to satisfy his greed, then this monk may have to make a choice. Thinking a little, the guy made a decision. As a young great master, he said he would not kill the Semirika demonic gods. After the meeting, he went to the waterfall to be alone and stay alone with his thoughts. The guy sat on a stone, closer to the water, and listened to her soothing noise. But he was not given a long time. The demon on his shoulders was indignant. Some horseradish happened in the arena. Why did the leader expel them rather than kill them? They are the leaders of the uprising. It was necessary to break them into parts. The guy agreed that the traitors should be punished, and in fact, they received for their merits. Relationships between father and son are not unilateral. Just as the Supreme Elder was the father of the Great Master was the son of Van Ething. For the Supreme Elder, the emergence of a new section has become a kind of signal. As if, Father, it's time to retreat. Yunven did not think that such a dear person, as the Supreme Elder, would act so recklessly without thinking about the consequences. But after he heard the words of Zhuge, everything made sense. As it is upset, they were a father and a son. The demon laughed on his shoulder and said that the great master was an idiot. So Junven also should not soften. It will not live for a long time. The leader was annoyedly said that the situation was special. He turned out to be involved in the personal affairs of the chapters of the demonic path. He would not kill just 7 people. But the demon gripped and recalled that the guy was killed and more in the Union of the Southern Blades and on Mount Taishan. He said that on Mount Taishan did not count, because he was not in his mind. And the southern clinics made it painful to his subordinate, so they deserved. The guy is not going to always be right like an angel on his shoulder, a monk. But that does not mean that he, as a demon, approves the murder for no reason. He will live as he sees fit. Every time Yunven kills, he becomes harder in his soul. The growing indifference to this is frightening. Subsequently, even the awareness of the fact of the murder is erased. And if it is not just dull, but disappears in general, it is evil. But the decision he made today, in relation to the elders of the sect, can be called altruism. Or even with sympathy. Perhaps the monk and the demon should not interfere with the guy's decision, but just watch him. For the first time in a long time, the monk suddenly decided to speak, but said only one word, Amitabh. And Yunven squeezed him because, besides, he did not tell him anything else. 2 days later. at the entrance to the Hall of the Great Demon. On the stairs sat a drunkard Zhang Un, and something was screaming in the whole district. The leader's team suggested to reassure a lush man, but he said that he should not be Nightmare. In addition, Ms. Zhuzgi said she knew this person. It was the former commander of the Demonic Eye Detachment. He was the closest assistant to the Great Master once. But because of his straightforward character, he constantly conflicted with the advice of elders and became a sore on their eye. One day he committed a crime, for which he was deprived of his internal energy, expelled from the detachment, and turned into a regular drunkard. He is said to have killed a grandson of one of the elders. The leader alarmed that in drunken screams of a man he heard some characteristic hum, similar to the sound of the drum of complaints. He screamed so loudly without ceasing that Yunven could not leave it. So the guy took with him a drink and went to him. After taking the stairs, he introduced himself to a man and said that he was a new young master, but he was so drunk that he hardly understood what they were told. However, the Heavenly Destroyer joyfully offered drunkards to drink and chat together. He could not refuse before the drink, so they spilled alcohol on the glasses and solemnly clung. But the most amazing happened after. Because this feast lasted 5 days, the leader could still neutralize the toxins of his inner chi alcohol, but drunkard had no internal energy. How did he generally drink 5 days to a row? But he is probably too used to such a way of life. He stated to the master that while he has the willpower, there was nothing that he could do. Yunven told him that the man has been repeating it for 2 days, what is really impressive. Even though it looks as if it are faint now, it still holds on. The guy finally laid the cup sideways and said it was time to stop. But Zhang Yuan just laughed. The leader had a plan, and for this, he was specially so much drunk and rubbed into his trust. Then he ordered the demons to take away all strangers from the yard to talk to Zhang Unu alone. Therefore, everyone was driven to the High Demon Hall. When they left, Junven was able to start the next step of the plan. According to the order of the Heavenly Destroyer, even ants were not allowed to approach the yard at this point. Suddenly, Yunven looked at the man strictly and, shining his red eyes, said so to stop pretending to be a drunkard. Maybe a leader and not a great fan of alcohol, but he saw a lot of lives destroyed by him. Drinkers have one thing in common. Alcohol does not allow them to do what they really need. At first glance, Zhang Yuan looks like a hard-working drink, however. He drank a lot, but still continues. If he were a real alcoholic, he would have fallen off his feet and slept. The incredible willpower allowed him to drink 5 days in a row, despite the fact that his internal energy was destroyed. Apparently, it means that it has a more important goal than just drinking. Zhang Yuan at first only laughed, not knowing what to say, and, instead of recognition, he asked if the young master threw out all the elders from the council. Yunven confirmed the rumors, and then Zhang Yuan shouted that the leader had made mistakes. The advice of the elders, of course, did not help the sect, but they were the only force capable of keeping those guys in the knot. He asked if the leader knew why the elder chose Khan Dana as a successor. The guy thought it was because the old man conceived an insult to the Great Master, but although the High Elder and the Great Master, father and son, they are able to separate personal and work. It would be simply impossible to eliminate the Great Master because of such a banality. Therefore, there was some special reason. Zhang Yuan doubted that it could have happened, but clearly felt it. The Great Master turned into another person. The leader demanded evidence of this statement, but the drunkard did not have them. The physical evidence was, but there were indirect evidence. Zhang Yuan was the closest assistant to the Great Master. As soon as he felt that something was wrong with the Great Master, the Supreme Elder too became hostile to him. If what a drunkard says, however, it means that a Great Master is a self-assembly. However, indirect evidence of a man lacks convincing. Then he bowed his head and confessed that there were some evidence. He suddenly got up and walked back. The man said he would now become a strong proof. Because he told everything to the leader, they will definitely kill him. And then he went away, no longer saying a word. The leader sighed heavily. He thought that the drunkard was just running, and in vain he spent these 5 days. But the next day, the unexpected happened. Everything happened as the drunkard said. Zhang Una was killed, and a deep cross was cut on his back. The Heavenly Destroyer took Yuna body to look carefully. It had deadly wounds from the blade. There is no doubt that it is the work of a real master. He also learned from his subordinates that there were no masters in the sect who have a stock for 360 years, as there are no signs of invasion. What was strange? Ms. Zhu asked if the guy was suspected of killing a great master. He said it wasn't. If she told him that the great master went to train alone, he would trust her. He said so, but such wounds could only have the skills of someone who trained over 360 years. If the killer spared him, the stories of this drunkard would be considered a common delusion. But he did his best to kill him and demonstrate to the leader how bold he is. Is it a matter of the hands of those who were spoken by Zhang University? As he predicted, his life became proof. After this event, the guy went to the waterfall again to meditate. Zhang Una's death has become of great importance. Mrs. Zhuge may also be suspected, but not just about it. Where is this strange sense of wrongness of what is happening? At this point, a demon and a monk appeared before him, which, in fact, began to quarrel. Suddenly, the guy shone something. The enemy they should face is not the demonic path, and not orthodox sects, but some external power. Now it is clear why he felt that something was wrong. The heavenly destroyer left the master of the demons as a representative of the young great master, and left the demonic path. Other members of the sect also ordered him to help him support the current state of the sect, and he went to the sky in a dangerous way. The first impression was horrible, so he hastily called the Union of Northern Blades an enemy. It was his mistake. First of all, he should take the Union of Northern Blades under his control. Imperial Tomb, Group Staff. Yunven broke there as a thunder in the clear sky. King was insanely surprised and frightened by the appearance of a young man. He, without explaining anything, ordered to gather people immediately. He had urgent news. When other representatives of the group were pulled up, the guy shocked a sudden statement. They thought he was about to attack the Dak Chan, but the guy said he was going to only remove it, which is a little different. He intends to remove the Union of Northern Blades. He had recently taken control of the Southern Blades, so the Vagrani group did not understand what his new plan was, and they do not yet know that he has a demonic path and a sect of heavenly demon. Just at this stage, they are not included in the plan. Therefore, Yunven asked the Wanderers the question, what he should do to eliminate Khan Chan. The king said it would be difficult to do this in the conservative organization. The Alliance Murim is literally combining orthodox sects. If the heavenly destroyer could win the hearts of different fractions that gathered inside him, it would be possible to eliminate Khan Chan and capture the Union. But it's easier to say than to do. First, the Dak of Khan clan and the Union of Northern Blades cannot be divided, and even if the leader attracts all other forces on his side, the Union will still remain the basis of the Alliance Muri. It is similar to a firmly closed castle. That is why, to open it, it takes 4 keys that the young man knew about. 4 keys. The main 4th that will solve the problem with the Alliance Muri and the Dak Khan Chan. When they finished the conversation, the Wanderers went outside, and they were looking at the guy who flew away. He was either a genius or full of insane. But even when he heard such an absurd plan, the king of the Vagrad could not worry about him, but only laughed. He, on the contrary, felt relief and not excitement. The 4 keys plan is what only a celestial destroy can do. At this time elsewhere, the young guy and the girl slowly made their way into the rocky hills in the forest. The girl was called the Dak Solon. She was a wise beauty of the Union of Northern Swords. She was tired of sitting in the emperor's tomb, so she went on a trip with a young master, though it was difficult for her. He did not even imagine how she was happy when the master called her with him. They went to the first of the 4, and they arrived at the Shaolin estate. Given how far in the mountains it is located, it is logical that they went for so long. Also, the map given to them by King Lord was very crooked. Going to the gate of the palace, the guy shouted that they came to a highly respected Jihan, and then the gates opened sharply. On the threshold, a tall and strong master of martial arts appeared, and a whole detachment of warriors ran behind him. They immediately surrounded the strangers, sending their spears on them. The Mane asked who they were, and why they were so carelessly remembered the name of their abbot. Looking at everyone around, the guy was just surprised that Shaolin had a long-haired monks. Looking at brief warriors, the Mane of the audience was the long-haired jock. The dragon is in the clouds. He was one of the 4 dragons of Marima. The guy heard this name from the recess hack Ren. Now it is clear why a man is so arrogant. However, this did not give him the right to score on manners, because the guy himself is the successor of the 6th patriarch, the heavenly jade dragon, Wenjun. Then the body of the warriors ran through the ants. It is so young and already a jade dragon. At this point, a highly respected Juge, a mentor Shaolin, came into the yard. He congratulated the great warrior and invited him inside. John Hack was amazed by the fact that the mentor was the first to bow his head before this snot. Therefore, he followed his example and also bowed to the young man. When they went inside, the guy said that he wanted Shaolin to support him as a representative of the alliance of 9 orthodox sects. According to him, the tyrannia of the Alliance Murim went too far. The negative impact of the alliance spread by the Central Plains is virtually different from the influence of the demonic path. If they do nothing right now, the situation can be irreversible. Will not become a shameful history in the future that Shaolin joined the alliance. The monk acknowledged that in his words it makes sense, but decided to ask one question. Only he was appointed not a young man, but Mrs. Doc. How is the daughter of Alliance leader Murim? Whether she agrees with the words of a great warrior. The girl lowered her eyes and said she was not sure so far. His words mean that he will not only try to shift her father from the position of Alliance leader. This revolution can also cause his death. The girl was well aware of this. The monk asked, did her and her father there be no family feelings between her and her father? The girl said it wasn't. She does not want everything to come to such consequences. The monk suggested that even if the Jade Dragon decided to act radically, she would not stop him. As he said, the girl has no sufficient strength, so she doubted the last. Noticing this, the monk wanted to express Shaolin's position. But at that moment, a guy from the corner of the hall, which was not heard or visible before, voted. It was one of the important people of Shaolin. He appeared in the room so quietly that no one caught his presence, though he heard the whole conversation. The girl said he was looking younger than a highly respected Jigon, and asked who he was. But instead of answering, he suddenly thought. The guy smiled widely and said that Doki's face told him that a sudden death was waiting for her. What was very angry with a jade dragon. Then the monk slammed sharply in his palm and, laughing, told them to relax. He was the rector of this place, Ziyu. He heard that War Wen wants Shaolin to lend him his power to overthrow the Alliance leader Muse. The guy confirmed. He was surprised that the man knew who he is and without imagination. The man laughed and said that a large meeting took place through a large warrior. However, for the successor of the 6th Patriarch, he came out of a strong smell of blood. The guy did not understand what the remark was about. The man said that Shaolin's detachment would give him his strength if he promises something. The guy has to promise that he will never do the murder again. But the Jade Dragon said he could not say that. The soar tree should be cut down to survive the forest. Therefore, he will do what is needed. In this case, Ziyu decided to repeat the issue of Tsihan. If, in his opinion, a diseased tree should be cut down, or does it mean that it intends to kill the Alliance leader Muri? Ms. Doka looked at her satellite, swallowing hard. The guy said he used to be, but now he thinks differently. He was asked why he changed his mind. The event that changed his opinion happened a week ago near the Emperor's tomb. There he met with Mrs. Doki at night to talk. He did not want to start this conversation so suddenly, but he had to discuss one important point with her. Wen confessed that he wanted to remove her father from the post of Alliance leader Muse. She herself realized that one day everything would come to it. She is not so stupid that they pretend that he knows nothing about rumors that they walk around Muri. But she reproached Venia for his cruelty. Why does he tell her about it? Is it waiting for her to kill her father's murder? The guy replied that no. He wanted the girl to tell him something. Mr. Doki was her father before he became the head. Therefore, she wanted her to tell her father what other people do not know. Together, they sat on the stump, and the girl confessed that she did not recognize her father at all. After all, it almost sold it to the Union of Southern Blades for political marriage. It became the last drop for her, and allowed to decide on the escape from the Union of Northern Swords. But her father was not always like that. He gradually changed. Probably this began after the grandfather and brother died. The sudden need to head the Union of Northern Blades, apparently, could change it. In the past, it did not differ in particular kindness, but even despite some sharpness, it undoubtedly felt it. She could look at her childhood for a long time, as she trained, cheering him. The tired has not fallen asleep. Then he covered her with his sweatshirt so that his daughter slept calmer. He was not a very good father, but the girl still felt his love. Probably it is difficult for others to imagine a good, natured Dak-chan. The girl turned to a friend and said that the master looks like her father from children's memories. Before he began to suffer from the role of the Union leader, he was betrayed exclusively by the sword. He was a free and strong person, and so she loved him the most. The guy was a little embarrassed when he realized how he got on her and listened to the story attentively, so he concluded that she apparently raised a wonderful person. For him, his grandfather was such a person. They made a little more than their older relatives, and then both plunged into their thoughts. Wen could not change his opinion about the Alliance leader, based only on the girl's words, but he listened to her story. He became convinced of something. Although he wanted to shift him, he did not decide to attack the Dak-chan. Because, after all, he did not want to upset the Solalan, and made a solid decision on this. And then he suggested that the girl go on a trip with him. If there is a ghostly chance, he wants to save the head of the Alliance Muse. What did he say to J.U.? The man was surprised that the Jade Dragon sees not the enemy to get rid of, but a man who needs salvation. That is why he needs the help of Shaolin. It is absurd that all Shaolin will follow a person only because he is a successor to the 6th Patriarch. Ji-U believed that she wanted to take possession of the Alliance, guided by her own greed. But this guy aroused genuine interest in him. Dak-chan may have been a good father for his child, but anyone knows that this smile is hiding a person with a knife. Moreover, someone like the celestial jade dragon, perhaps, was most suited to checks and persecution by the doc. Still, he really wants to save the Alliance leader. If this guy is not just a naive idiot, is it not the path of Buddhism? Jaji thought that the dragon here to learn the technique of palms of Bodhisattva Guanin because he was the successor of the 6th patriarch. But the monk did not expect that the guy would get such enlightenment. To turn to the human heart directly, to see your own nature and to become a Buddha. Do not rely on writing, not dependent on words. Knowledge of nature is the only way. The man bowed to the great warrior, expressed his respect, and said that from now on, Shaolin would follow him. The guy was very glad and said that all the details would inform them later. And at the same time he asked if he remembered that there was a mountain nearby. He was confirmed, and then he suddenly stood up and approached the wall of the room, which in the direction pointed up the mountain. He pulled his hand forward and roared a fiery seal. This is a gift he decided to leave them before leaving. Going closer to the wall when the guests went, the monks thought that the dent in the wall was just a joke of a great warrior. Is this little sign in the form of a Buddha? And is there a gift? But Ji understood everything and told the old that the real gift was not inside, but outside. The real fiery printing went through the wall and left a huge sign in the form of a Buddha nearby. The monk appreciated the ingenuity of the young master. Now he and Miss Daka have headed for the League of 5 Clans. Despite the fact that the road is heavy, the girl was doing well and they were inspired. She thought about the guy's words that he wanted to save her father. And she was glad because she was not mistaken in this person. On the boundless Central Plains, only 2 mortals were honored to bear the sacred title of the Divine Sword. The second was called the Supreme Blade of the Union of Northern Warriors. However, the events of our story take us to the magnificent chambers of the great Namgun clans. There was the first of the Divine Swords, the Guardian of the Blue Skies, who bore the proud name Namgun Hui. This renowned warrior from the legendary League of 5 Clans simultaneously led the mighty Namgun family. At that moment, the appearance of the celebrated swordsman expressed extreme concern. His son begged the respected father this time to refrain from strange antics and reckless deeds. The young man even had to draw a solemn oath. However, the head decided to verify. Was the date in the message he sent indeed today's date? It seemed the person they awaited was to arrive by noon. Even the younger sister began to question her brother. Had he made a mistake? And would the honored guest really arrive on time? And then, quite unexpectedly, they heard someone's voice behind their backs. It was the great warrior Wen Yong, who politely greeted the young master and inquired about his well-being. The sister was surprised. While waiting for the arrival of the young master, she had not at all expected to see Doka Solan beside him. At that very moment, the noble son of the Namgun family introduced his respected father to the great warrior. Understandably, following ancient customs of decency, the young man bowed in a respectful bow. He introduced himself as the celestial jade dragon. As Namgun Hui had assumed, the gaze of one of the 5 luminaries of Murim was truly worthy of his owner being called a deity of the orthodox path. The patriarch of the family warmly welcomed the young warrior and confessed. Only the news of the arrival of such a worthy youth made the blood in his veins boil with anticipation. Therefore, without much hesitation, he proposed to the great fighter to duel with swords. Understandably, the hero felt extremely embarrassed. He did not even know how to politely decline this offer. As is known to all Murim, the divine sword of the blue sky was famous not only for its unparalleled swordsmanship but also for its unpredictable, sometimes eccentric actions. Its strange behavior was expressed in the fact that upon meeting a worthy opponent, it preferred to exchange blows instead of the usual greetings. A friendly duel was a special way for the divine sword of the blue sky to show hospitality. The son of the renowned warrior perfectly understood. If the father wanted to exchange blows, then he had developed a sincere sympathy for the great warrior. However, the heir reminded his father that he was behaving rather rudely, as he had already given a solemn promise. However, the hero hastened to reassure young Lord Namgun. This ancient custom of exchanging blows was older than any laws, so he willingly submitted to the desire of the clan leader. The patriarch of the family was very glad to hear such a response. They immediately set off for Namgun's training grounds, a place most suitable for a noble duel. Doka Solan, understandably, was worried. Would her companion be all right? Considering that the leader of the League of 5 Clans called himself the deity of the sword for a reason. However, the young great warrior was fully aware that he would concede in this confrontation, and therefore was not afraid of the outcome at all. The very next moment, the respected heir of the Namgun clan asked everyone to prepare at his command. As soon as he waved his flag, Namgun Hui swiftly charged at the young man. The mighty echo from their clash was so colossal that everyone present was literally thrown back by the explosive energy emanating from the crossed blades. Both warriors fighting finally began to grasp each other's true strength and realize their sacred titles were not worn in vain. After exchanging blows, the hero respectfully thanked the league leader for his invaluable guidance. In turn, he was deeply moved that the great warrior agreed to this duel. After the fight ended, the patriarch's son immediately ran to his father to make sure he was unharmed. However, it seemed the famed swordsman had never felt better than at that moment. Therefore, he suggested everyone go inside, as they had long prepared for the arrival of the great warrior, so everything was organized at the highest level. When everyone settled in the spacious hall, the hero told those present about the plan of the 4 keys. However, since none of those present had heard of such a plan before, the head of the family asked for details. It turned out that the alliance of 9 orthodox sects, the League of 5 clans, the Southern Warriors Union, and another force he could not yet reveal were to join this plan. The essence of the plan was to unite 4 mighty forces and stand against Doku Han Chon. Wen Yun wanted to know the opinion of the clan leader. In principle, the patriarch understood. It would be wonderful if this plan worked flawlessly. However, earlier he decided to find out how the other 2 participants felt about this idea. When Namgun Kui unrolled the scroll, the content of the letter confirmed the rumors that Wen Yong was the true successor of the 6th patriarch, and that his subordinate had become the leader of the Southern Swords Union were pure truth. Nevertheless, the patriarch still felt that this confirmation was insufficient. Undoubtedly, the fact that 3 largest orthodox sects were following the young man was already a good sign, but this was a sufficiently weighty reason for decisive actions. Wen Yun was surprised because he believed that the very suffering of those tormented by the Murim alliance was already this reason. However, Namgun Kui was convinced there must be a much more important reason. First of all, the patriarch asked the great warrior to listen to his story. He asked Doka Solan the same. This was a story about how he first met Doku Khan. It happened back when the Union of Northern Swords was led by the legendary Sleeping Dragon. The story belonged to the era before Doku Khan became the head of the Union of Northern Warriors. At that time, rumors spread throughout Murim that the son of the Union ruler was a very skilled swordsman. However, Namgun Hui, who did not believe these talks then, decided to fight him first before believing in his strength. When he learned about this person's title, to be honest, he was deeply impressed. A conflict inevitably arose between the 2 noble warriors. Both held the sacred title of the Divine Sword. Since there cannot be 2 suns in the heavens, Namgun Hui sent a letter of challenge to his rival. In 3 days, between 9 and 11 at night, a sword duel was to take place before the imperial border. Only the winner would be able to use the title of the Divine Sword thereafter. Namgun Hui was not the only one who had this thought. His opponent also decided that 1 strike was not enough. They arranged not a training skirmish. Both true swordsmen risked their lives. The strange thing was that they were not inferior to each other at all. The result could not be decided in advance. In the end, they put all their inner energy into their final strikes, but the result was a draw. Since those times, Namgun Hui had a scar on his hand, received from a wound. Then his opponent also received a serious injury, which he usually covered with a bandage. A huge scar adorned his forearm. This scar was like a badge for both of them. They called it the Scar of the Divine Sword. After that memorable duel, they agreed that both would use the sacred title of the Divine Sword. However, returning to recent events, Namgun Hui addressed the Northern Swords Union to express opposition to the unilateral decision of the Murim Alliance leader. During the conversation, they began to argue. Passions flared because Namgun Hui was angry that no one was listening to what he was saying. When the patriarch tugged the interlocutor's sleeve, and he sharply pulled his hand back, Namgun Hui noticed that the scar of the Divine Sword was no longer on his hand. Therefore, Namgun Hui seriously doubted. Was the current leader of the Murim Alliance really the same person they all knew before? Understandably, this made Wen Yun think deeply. After all, he could not have imagined such a thing before. He recalled the conversation with that drunkard, who admitted that he clearly felt the current Great Master had turned into a completely different person. Therefore, jumping up from his seat, the hero asked Namgun Hui to prepare a message for Shaolin and the Southern Sword Alliance. It was time to start a general uprising. Thus, the Heavenly Destroyer shared with the representatives of the three orthodox forces what he had managed to find out. Finally, everyone began to grasp the real reason why the leader of the Northern Sword Alliance behaved so strangely. The hero understood. They needed to hurry to expose the crimes of the Murim Alliance leader. He hoped that everyone gathered had not forgotten the promises made to him. However, Namgun Hui decided to take the floor, hoping that the hero would listen to the proposal. The patriarch offered the young man to become the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. The hero heard about this union for the first time, so Namgun Hui explained. It was an organization created by young promising warriors of the Murim Alliance to prevent the current leader from making unilateral decisions and to stop the Northern Sword Union from abusing power. The hero had indeed heard something similar from the King of Vagabonds. According to him, the leader of this organization had not yet been determined. It turned out that due to the specifics of the union, gaining approval from a few but capable people was not an easy task. Therefore, the Murim Alliance leader could choose the hero as the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. After all, rumors that he had headed the Southern Sword Alliance had already spread throughout Murim. From this perspective, instead of opposing the hero, it would be wiser to recruit him to their side by any possible means. This theory sounded quite plausible. This meant the leader would want to appoint him to this position as one of his men. For this reason, Namgun Hui insisted that the young warrior accept the leader's offer and, so to speak, join him. Meanwhile, they would prepare the attack. Obviously, the leader was not a fool. He had probably already noticed the suspicious actions of the Alliance of 9 Orthodox Sects, the League of 5 Clans, and the Southern Blades Union. The current leader had not let anyone into the pavilion of the Divine Sword for some time. Moreover, the entire pavilion was guarded by the Hall of the Heavenly Sword, which housed the best assassins of the Northern Swords Union, the Hall of the Bloody Sword, and the Hall of the Demonic Sword. The hero was surprised by this name. Essentially, combining the hieroglyphs blood and demon makes it clear that these people were most likely mad bloody demons, who had very little to do with the orthodox path. It was for this reason that Namgun Hui insisted that the hero accept the offer to be appointed commander, persuaded the leader to organize a festive event, and invited everyone to the pavilion of the Divine Sword. And while everyone gathered, they would reveal the true identity of the false leader. It was truly a great idea. The more witnesses, the better for their plan. Therefore, the hero decided to convince the leader to arrange a lavish celebration and asked his allies to wait for the messages. After all, he was the first to set out for the Northern Swords Union. As a result, it turned out that Namgun Hui's assumption was very accurate. As he predicted, the leader of the Murim Alliance welcomed the Heavenly Destroyer with open arms and expressed his intention to appoint him as commander of the Orthodox Path Squad. In addition, he promised to hold a grand celebration to congratulate the Heavenly Destroyer on his appointment as commander and entry into the alliance. So after the messages were sent, everyone understood. What they had been waiting for would happen in just 3 days. However, many were puzzled. According to the hero's plan, there were supposed to be 4 keys. Who the last one was still remained unknown. At the same time, the hero himself was calmly resting within the walls of the alliance. He still recalled the leader's reaction when he promised to arrange a wonderful celebration and asked the hero to rest in the pavilion of the Divine Sword. This man behaved too suspiciously. He allowed the hero to step even a step beyond the pavilion's boundary. Over these past 2 days, the young man had become quite tired. However, for some reason, since yesterday evening, he began to feel something very strange. The divine entity felt the same, and the demonic one only laughed at the fact that the hero was so foolish that he only just realized it. It turned out that underground, beneath this pavilion, there existed some kind of space. Moreover, the demonic entity sensed the presence of many people there. Understandably, the hero hoped that the heavenly demon also felt this and knew where the entrance was located. It turned out that the owner of this building, who was also the leader of the Northern Blades Union, had placed the entrance to his secret place where it was not supposed to be discovered. As a result, the hero decided to trust his feelings and head to the only possible place, the hall of the Union leader. He understood. They needed to return within an hour. Fortunately, the heavenly demon's concealment technique allowed passage even through the tiniest crack. And the hero indeed noticed a crack in the floorboards through which he could pass. Therefore, he immediately applied the heavenly demon's concealment technique and slipped through this crevice. However, the space he entered turned out to be truly enormous. It led somewhere deep underground. When he landed, he saw many people in black cloaks guarding an underground prison. Moreover, for some reason, they emitted the same smell as those suspicious killers from the Union of Southern Swords. This meant that the rumors about the sex of the bloody demons of the heavens were true. The hero needed to find out exactly what these people were guarding, what they were hiding in this vast dungeon. At the moment, the bloody demons of the heavens concentrated their forces in 3 main places. The largest number of guards protected the sleeping dragon Dokujong. The second largest group guarded the flying sword, the heavenly dragon Dokumu. The hero quickly realized these 2 in worn clothes, guarded by so many mercenaries, were probably the grandfather and brother of the young lady Doka Solon, who, according to rumors, had gone to the Union of Northern Swords. As a result, as the King of Vagabonds predicted, they never left the Union. The smallest detachment guarded the one Wen-yun did not expect to see. It was Lady Huangsa. Next to her lay a torn magical pill, the same one the young man had already seen in the Union of Southern Swords. Unfortunately, the hero could not free them now. If anything went wrong, their lives would be in danger. The demonic entity, of course, asked, could he really be going to abandon them? But the divine understood. They had no choice. Resistance now would endanger the hostages' lives. Therefore, Wen-yun had to leave with the understanding that everything would happen tomorrow. Then he would finish off all these scoundrels, so the prisoners only had to wait 1 day. At that time, Doka Solon was in her chambers. Her grandfather came to bring her new clothes. The girl really liked him very much, but the old man was pleased to see that she had become so strong. Shortly before she said goodbye to the hero, he warned her about the last key. This last key was Doka Solon, the eldest daughter of the family and the true heir. Now she was going to reclaim the right to the Union of the Northern Swords. Finally, the day has come. The festive banquet began on the occasion of the appointment of the Heavenly Destroyer as the leader of the Orthodox Path Squad. As if to demonstrate its power, the Murim Alliance, and especially the Northern Swords Union, was splendidly decorated. Solemn music played everywhere. A multitude of people from Murim gathered in the Union. Under normal circumstances, the Union would not have allowed outsiders here. However, on this momentous day, they decided to open the gates of the pavilion of the Divine Sword to warmly welcome the guests. This was done at the urgent request of the Heavenly Destroyer. Clearly, there were also 2,000 demons from the Hall of the Heavenly Sword. The people celebrated. It is very creepy to have fun when the entire territory of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword is surrounded by these malicious freaks. The main events unfolded in the large hall of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword, where even many chosen guests were allowed to enter. There, for example, was present the military advisor of the Northern Sword Union, the three-eyed Heavenly Thunder. Also, the elder of the Murim Alliance is the Divine Fist of Destruction, and the head of the Iron Blood Hall of the Northern Sword Union. Of course, the leader of the Alliance first gave the floor to the Heavenly Destroyer. He, stepping forward, admitted he was a man with many flaws. However, he could swear before heaven and earth that he would do his utmost to help the Central Plains. Immediately after his brief speech, everyone began to applaud, praising the great warrior. Already at the festive table, the leader of the Alliance decided to find out from the hero what he thought about the current situation in Murim. This question surprised the young man quite a bit. However, he explained that all the forces of the demonic path disappeared after being expelled by the Murim Alliance, so they needed to be cautious with the remaining hostile forces. In the leader's opinion, Wen-yun was surprised at how well informed the hero was. However, he warned, in reality, factions in Murim constantly unite and then break apart again. There is no guarantee that their alliance will maintain its current structure for long. And therefore, if circumstances require it, he considered it reasonable to cooperate, even while being on the orthodox path. Of course, the hero had to agree with his crazy words. However, he was impressed. The current false leader was ready to simply take and discard all these high ideals. At that moment, everyone heard the announcement of the arrival of the long-awaited guests. The hero knew perfectly well who these people were, and the simple inhabitants opened their mouths in amazement when they saw the leaders of the 3 forces of the orthodox path. Amid the clanging of bells appeared the head of the Union of Southern Swords, also called the Lion King. Beside him followed ladies who danced the dance of blades, which made everyone open their mouths in amazement. After that, to the sound of a flute appeared another accompanying procession. With it walked the head of the League of 5 Clans, the Divine Sword of the Blue Sky. Everyone was impressed by their restrained manner of appearance. It was no wonder why Namgun-hui headed the current League of 5 Clans. After that, with prayers, Shaolin also appeared along with its abbot. And he was the most surprising, as no one expected the head of Shaolin to arrive personally. Obviously, the rumors that the great warrior held the highest status in the alliance were the purest truth. Even the leader himself rejoiced at the arrival of such honorable guests. Therefore, he proposed to officially start the banquet and celebrate the hero's appointment. However, at that moment, banging their sticks, the union of vagabonds declared their arrival. Clearly, no one understood why they came to the festive banquet, disrupting it. After all, everyone thought they were supposed to arrive later. But the leader of the alliance panicked, for he had undoubtedly asked the king of vagabonds to treat the event with understanding. However, this bunch of beggars invaded in the midst of the celebration. Therefore, he shouted loudly, demanding that the head of the council of elders appear and explain what this disgrace was on a festive day. However, behind the backs of the vagabonds appeared none other than Doka Solon. She did not understand why the leader was shaming her so. After this, in the dead silence, the true heir of the Union of Northern Swords appeared, who was also called the Wise Beauty. The chief, of course, pretended to be very glad to see the girl. They had all been searching for her, but in reality, he was eager to know where she had been hiding until now. Doka Solon was outraged that he was uttering such nonsense in front of all the honorable guests. After all, he probably forgot the undeniable fact, only a fake wearing her father's mask. Obviously, the crowd immediately opened their mouths in disbelief at the accusation against Doka Solon. It seemed to them, either she had gone mad or she was telling the pure truth. The driver then began to spew curses, calling Doka Solon all sorts of names. He did not know where she had been hiding until now and why she had crawled here now. However, he accused her of mental confusion. Otherwise, she would not have started uttering such nonsense against her own father. Moreover, he considered it extremely rude of her to appear in the dragon mantle. After all, she was literally the symbol of the leader of the Murim alliance. Honestly, these words only confirmed that the man was actually an imposter. First of all, her father always told her. This mantle was the symbol of the leader of the Union of Northern Swords, however only formally. Every member of the Union of Northern Blades had the potential to become a dragon. And to prevent them from straying from the path in these difficult trials, Doka Solon had to become their guide. Thus, the rising dragon mantle worn by previous leaders was not a symbol of the chief. The leader wore it so that no one would forget this promise, to make any sacrifice in the name of the guide's duty. These words struck the hearts of all present, the most heavenly destroyer, the false leader, and even representatives of the three forces of the orthodox path. Well, of course, these words deeply struck the very union of the Northern Swords. As a result, when the man realized his hopelessness, he immediately armed himself with a sword against his so-called daughter. However, at that moment the hero intervened, using Vajra fingers that could become stronger than metal. Obviously, the chief immediately demanded that the great warrior not interfere in their family relations. But unfortunately, Wen Yong could not stand aside. After all, the chairman's lawlessness had to stop here and now. He reminded of the man's crimes that led to the disruption of stability, order, and peace. It was a crime that compromises the union of the Northern Swords, a crime that consists of intimidating other members of the orthodox path. So the man threw the central plains of Murim into chaos, and the hero believed he had already counted enough crimes of this degenerate. He could also remember those people whom he imprisoned underground. After these words, the man panicked especially, not understanding how this upstart could know about the underground prison. Because of the war, there was no choice left. The same one shouted, demanding from the hall the divine sword to destroy all these freaks. His accomplices armed with demonic art immediately rushed into battle. As a result, everyone there realized it didn't matter whether he was the real leader or not, but he was insane. So they had to engage in battle. The captain reminded his warriors, a crime committed in the name of the Northern Sword Union could only be redeemed by the Northern Sword Union. So they had to protect the lady and the great warrior. Thus began the battle between all who could wield a sword. And the false leader panicked extremely. After all, the plan he had been preparing for 100 years could collapse because of some brat. As a result, he ordered to destroy everyone to restore the Murim Union. No one was to be left alive. He especially targeted the celestial jade dragon and Doka Solon, unleashing the forces of Asura's black flame upon them. At that moment, behind him appeared a monster of terrible size. It began to destroy everything around and scream wildly. With just one wave of its voice, it stunned the surrounding people. Obviously, everyone panicked, because they did not expect such a monster to dwell in the Northern Sword Union. It was Asura's black flame, which had no trouble dealing with these sword-wielding insects. So the leader decided to retreat and return when everything was over. The hero noticed that he ran away. However, he was just waiting for this, after which he was able to calmly aim at this huge monster. Aiming straight at his face, he attacked him using the supreme immovable palm technique, nailing the monster to the ground in one strike. Honestly, the young man himself did not expect it. In battle, the monster relied solely on its size, but in fact, the difference in their skills was too great. As a result, the bloody massacre between the Murim Alliance and 2,000 assassins of the Divine Sword Hall ended with the complete destruction of the latter. The so-called fake leader took advantage of this chance and fled. After the tragedy, all eyes were fixed only on the person. After all, it was necessary for someone to explain and resolve this situation. And of course, the Heavenly Destroyer knew exactly what people desired. He announced, "The dark clouds that hung over the Murim Alliance have now dispersed." From the joyful shouts of martial arts masters celebrating their devastating victory, the earth trembled. Thus the impostors' plans were crushed and a new power emerged. The events then moved on the same day to the pavilion of burning waters. There the hero pulled 3 prisoners out of prison and introduced them to Lady Doka Solon. He explained, by the order of the impostor, it was commanded to lock these 3 in the underground prison of the Pavilion of the Divine Sword. Understandably, Doka Solon hardly restrained her sobbing, looking at the condition in which her grandfather and brother were. The elder hurried to explain. The reason they were barely alive lay in the anger and effects of the narcotic drugs. However, the damage to their internal energy was fatal. Even if they were saved, they would exist in a state similar to zombies. Fortunately, thanks to the treatment, at least Lady Hwansa could recover within a month. However, it was unlikely to heal the wounds in her heart. Understandably, the girl hoped to find at least one way. She had just reunited with her relatives, and she could not say goodbye to them so easily. Moreover, even the hero himself did not know what was best to do. After all, if they were saved, those people would turn into walking dead. But fortunately, his dark spirit knew one way to save them. Understandably, Wenyun immediately began talking to the spirit. However, only he could see it. Therefore, the confused doctor did not understand whom the young master was speaking to and was in extreme bewilderment. The spirit had already explained. They could send their souls into these bodies. If they entered these shells, they would not only be able to prevent their transformation into living dead, but possibly even save them. The probability of failure was practically non-existent. However, even the dark entity was confident about the outcome. The light entity explained, since these 2 benefactors were in a state almost equivalent to that of the dead, it would be easier for them to enter their bodies. With Wenyun's current abilities, he would not be able to send them there. Therefore, they would act on their own, and could not guarantee the result. There were several possible developments of events. If they take full control of the bodies, they will borrow the shells that the souls leave them. Therefore, those will die. This meant, at least their bodies would remain alive. On the other hand, it may happen that the souls of the destroyers of the heavens will exist together with their souls. If they manage to awaken consciousness, the soul of each of them will take control of the body. In this case, they will be able to return to the spiritual kingdom again. Clearly, the hero thought deeply. No matter which way you look, they lost nothing. If everything goes well, he will gain 2 wonderful allies. Even in the event of an unsuccessful development of events, Doka Solon will be able to return to a normal life with her family. Well, at least this will be able to stop her tears. However, if these spirits return to the spiritual realm, they will have to say goodbye. During the entire time the hero spent with them, it would have been very difficult for him to say goodbye. As a result, he agreed that they should act as the celestial demon suggested. However, this was to remain a secret for Doc Solon. In case they fully take control of these people's bodies, they must become a grandfather and a brother to her. Moreover, he awkwardly asked them to try to stay with him. It was still too early to return to the spiritual realm. The dark spirit asked the hero not to worry about anything. Even if he returns to the spiritual realm, he will not take away the sect of the heavenly demon from the young man. No one was surprised by his words. After all, at first the celestial demon desired to possess the hero's body. But watching his growth, he developed a different desire. He no longer wanted to remain a lonely higher being, but longed to meet a stern adversary. After this, these 2 inhabited the bodies. As a result, they disappeared. The doctor inserted the elixir needles into the physical shells. The heavenly destroyer filled their blood vessels with internal energy and began to await awakening. The fact that he could no longer hear the voice of the heavenly demon and the bright spirit in his head caused emptiness. 3 days passed after these events. The events again moved to the pavilion of the divine sword. Everyone gathered, understanding. Now that the events had somewhat subsided, they needed to choose a new leader. Everyone believed that he should become the hero. However, he had neither the experience nor the abilities to take on such an important role. Therefore, he wanted to appoint someone worthy to this position. But, of course, no one knew where to find someone more worthy than the great warrior himself. For this reason, he invited the lords to enter. And then, behind the open gate, appeared Lord Sleeping Dragon. And beside him walked Doksolan's brother, who was also called the Sword of the Blue Rain Dragon. Naturally, everyone immediately bowed and respectfully greeted the great Sleeping Dragon. The hero calmly explained, during the incident with the false head, the Dok family suffered the most. The head of the Union became a victim of a conspiracy and died, and Lord Sleeping Dragon and his grandson existed in hellish torment. But that is not all. The Union of Northern Swords, which was created with blood and later, was also stained with disgrace. Therefore, he believed it was worth giving them a chance to restore their reputation. It is clear that no matter what the hero said, everyone still considered it was Wen Yong who made the greatest contribution. However, he, in turn, fully wanted to dedicate himself to helping the leader of the alliance as the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad, and he hoped that everyone would accept his decision. First of all, the leader Namgun spoke out, who believes that there could be no better option. Others leaders joined him, and then the entire crowd greeted the new leader of the alliance and immediately began chanting his name. Time passed, and finally the Murim alliance gained stability. Obviously, this was due to clear instructions from the Heavenly Destroyer. The relevant organizations were preserved to reduce unnecessary losses. The leader's power grew. The authority of the commander of the Orthodox Path Squad also strengthened. Of course, this increased authority was by no means abused. It was used exclusively to punish those who committed crimes under the cover of the existing Murim Alliance and the Northern Swords Union. And thanks to these actions, the Heavenly Destroyer earned enormous trust from Murim and the Central Plains. Finally, the events moved to the Divine Sword Pavilion, to the residence of the Heavenly Destroyer in the Murim Alliance. There he gathered everyone to discuss where the false leader had gone. According to reports, he disappeared in Jiangnan. Soon news was expected from Huang Sa, who was pursuing the impostor. The hero thought, when the fake leader ran exactly there, maybe he planned to join the Heavenly Jade Phoenix, so someone needed to be sent to the Southern Sword Alliance to warn about everything. Clearly, Brother Doksolan decided to go there instead of appointing another person. However, the hero did not forget to remind the Celestial Demon. Now he was only half human, so such a task would be extremely dangerous for him. The bright spirit, who is in the body of the sleeping dragon, suggested to his comrade, the venerable celestial demon, to listen to the decision of the Heavenly Destroyer. As is known, the ritual of summoning and binding the souls of these two has already reached half success. At night, the celestial demon and the bright spirit became the masters of the bodies of these two. However, from sunrise to sunset, the bodies returned under the control of the sleeping dragon and the sword of the dragon of the blue rain. But since the celestial demon and the bright spirit did not return to the spiritual realm, and the precious relatives did not turn into living dead, both ended up winning. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the sleeping dragon, as its body belonged to the master. The problem was precisely with the celestial demon. He was outraged. The hero does not send him on this mission, as if underestimating his power. However, Wen Yun had to be reminded. The heavenly demon only commanded this body at night. But during the day, the host could die. Moreover, as the heavenly demon warned, everything he did and said at night was remembered by the body's owner the next day. If so, it was better for him to practice martial arts every evening as if his life depended on it. This was his task, to strengthen his body. Then the hero also asked that the bright spirit, which governs the body of the sleeping dragon, also go to rest, for the people of the Alliance should not stay here too long. As a result, only the celestial destroyer remained, who was outraged that he, a great demon, had to train. If only he had known that his brother Doksolan was so weak, he would probably have possessed the body of the old sleeping dragon. The only advantage of his new body was that it was quite young and looked very decent. Perhaps it was not even useless. Therefore, when the celestial demon came up with some plan, he agreed to follow the will of the celestial destroyer and unconditionally obey his orders. Of course, this seemed strange to Wen Yun. He realized the dark spirit was up to something, and he only got angrier at the scoundrel hero who always doubted him. He swore one thing: now that he had a new life, This time he wanted to set a more sacred and noble goal for himself. He did not want to exist as a madman drowning in blood as before. And this, obviously noble goal was about women and all kinds of connections with them. In this life, he desired to share love as much as his strength would allow, so he asked the hero not to stop him. If he kept this promise, then the celestial demon himself would do everything Wen-Yun said. However, to be honest, the celestial destroyer was even disappointed. Such a great demon had set himself such a pathetic goal. Of course, he was angered by such an address from the hero. The dark entity insisted that he give a promise not to interfere in his personal life and allow him to share love or whatever he wanted. However, Wen-Yun could not deny. This demand was very unexpected, and others doubted too. Was this really the legendary celestial demon? After all, his behavior raised many questions. Nevertheless, the young warrior paid no attention to their speeches. Instead, he asked that the king of vagabonds find out how much alcohol they had in stock so that he could have a proper good time. And so the next morning, brother Doka Solon began to wake up with a headache. When he looked back, there were 3 girls in his bed, as well as a pile of cups with drunk alcohol. He couldn't even remember how much he drank and with how many women he shared the bed. As a result, the outraged son of the Doku family reminded the heavenly lord demon. Even if they were in the same body, he could not treat him so carelessly. Therefore, he decided to check on his grandfather as soon as possible. When he came to the sleeping dragon, he found that he was extremely sleep-deprived. Apparently, something had happened last night with the venerable bright spirit, and the grandson was right. The sacred spirit was quoting the holy scripture and reading all night without interruption. Therefore, the current owner of the body felt a bit tired. For this reason, it became clear. Both needed to sleep while there was such an opportunity. However, it was interesting. What to do next? Should they silently follow Commander Wen-Yun? The sleeping dragon understood. Although it would not be easy, they had to come to terms with the fact that their life would differ from what it was before. However, the elder saw no reason for concern. After all, they had gained a second life precisely thanks to the great hero. At that moment, Doka Solon herself came to these two along with Wen-Yun. The grandfather immediately, full of energy, jumped up from his place and greeted his grandson and the great warrior. After all, he was glad that he had also come. After that, the elder began showing the hero his garden, which had recently become the main hobby of the patriarch. Moreover, understanding that the hero was busy, he decided to get straight to the point and say he planned to remain under the command of Wen-Yun. Honestly, the young man could not agree with this decision. After all, taking the Lord of the Sleeping Dragon into subordination was considered impossible in his opinion. However, the elder asked to understand Wen-Yun. He was doing this for himself. He simply wanted the same thing that the hero himself was striving for. Moreover, now that they had learned about the light and dark spirit, they could not help but follow the great warrior. The hero apologized for making these people realize so much against their will. Besides, it would be his greatest joy if these two could support him. Therefore, he agreed to accept the elder as his subordinate. As a result, the sleeping dragon bowed, thus giving an oath of loyalty. But the grandson was furious. Even before their benefactor, one could not just kneel like that. As a result, the angry heir turned around and walked away, and Doka Solon followed him, trying to calm her brother. The sleeping dragon already understood. The child who was following him closely was perhaps a little disappointed. However, he asked the hero not to worry about it. After all, the grandson would probably soon understand why he acted that way. Wen-Yun understood. The fact that the young man was resisting was even for the better. Moreover, he was soon going to set off on a journey together with Dokumu. At that moment, the false leader was arguing with the celestial jade phoenix, not understanding how she dared to say such things to him. However, she was dissatisfied. The man took her proposals for cooperation with hostility. Therefore, she asked the great master to show more understanding. The false leader was outraged that the girl had become conceited while hiding in the Southern Swords Union, and now had begun to behave like his lady. However, what especially angered him was her undeserved arrogance. He reminded her, sooner or later a great master would appear here, and then the Union of Southern Swords would disappear from the Central Plains. Soon 50 members of the Orthodox Way detachment gathered together. On the chest of the clothing they wore were embroidered symbols oath and order, vividly reflecting the character of their organization. The heir of the Namgun family could not believe it. He would finally go on an expedition with the great warrior Wen-Yun, and was ecstatic with happiness. The dragon soaring in the clouds from Shaolin tried to calm himself by thinking that they were using this outing as an opportunity for training. The ruler of the heavenly white dragon from the Wudang sect was curious to find out why the hero decided to lead the Orthodox Path squad. The most dissatisfied was Dokumu himself. No matter what merits Wenyang had, the commander still did not like him. At the same time, this company looked like a bunch of hooligans. Therefore, the hero perfectly understood why the fake leader of the Union had an extremely hard time with them. However, since the young man entrusted the Murim alliance to the sleeping dragon, it was necessary to forget all worries for a while. As a result, he called the members of the Orthodox Path squad and suggested that they all set out on their first mission. The events moved to the Hall of the Supreme Demon. The Demon King, whom the Heavenly Destroyer entrusted with the role of representative of the young master of the demonic path, has recently been feeling an extremely bad premonition. Although the Heavenly Destroyer ordered him to simply maintain the current status, the desire to help his lord by any possible means did not leave the Demon Lord. As his subordinate, he secretly investigated the terrible murder of Jong-un, but no matter what he did, he was completely baffled by the fact that he could not get even a step closer to the solution. Moreover, yesterday a mysterious message came to him from somewhere. The sender was unknown, but there was no doubt. This letter was written specifically for the young man. It said that some place had fallen into their hands. If he wanted to survive, he needed to leave it as soon as possible. Understandably, the young warrior was nervous, as he did not understand. What place? What were they talking about? At that time, the Lady of the Divine Jade also appeared to the Lion King. She made it clear the father should trust her, because everything she told him was the purest truth. When the Great Master appears, the Southern Swords Alliance will disappear from the Central Plains. The leader of the bloody heavenly demons had 3 disciples: the Great Master, the second Great Master, and the third was the Lady of the Heavenly Jade Phoenix herself. Although they share the same root, their relationships cannot be called very close. The lack of active information exchange among the members of the bloody demons of the heavens on the Central Plains was largely caused by the rivalry of 3 disciples. However, in this case, there was a clear difference in skill level. If the second Great Master is a vile and disgusting person, then the first Great Master is a terrible creature. Obviously, the Lion King wanted to know why the girl told him about this. Could it be because of the order of the great warrior Wenyun? However, the girl clarified. The Lord of the Union and her lord as well. She received an order to assist the Lion King, so she was simply following him. However, the man noticed. If you put together everything the girl said, then the evacuation of him and the Southern Swords Union was literally a betrayal not only towards the girl's older brother, but also her teacher and principal. In essence, it was true. However, the girl had become attached to the Lion King, so she wanted to save him. Honestly, the Lion King could not believe it. It was completely unlike the same Cha-un who came here wanting to bring the Southern Swords Union to ruin. Now, since Cha-un had already answered the Lion King's question, she asked him to hurry and prepare. After all, considering the abilities of the Great Master, he could appear at any moment. However, the Lion King, despite the warning, was not going to flee. Obviously, the girl was furious. It seemed her father did not listen to what she was saying at all. After all, the Great Master is not someone he could fight. He would simply die a miserable death. The Lion King was not going to fight. His body was already destroyed because of Cha-un, so he could not fight such a powerful master. Honestly, she was extremely embarrassed by such words, as she could not justify herself. The Lion King was only pleased by her reaction. Perhaps she felt sorry for her father. However, he asked her not to worry. She did what she had to do, so she could not blame herself for it. Moreover, if the Lion Queen had to choose the most valuable thing in his life, he would have chosen the Southern Swords Union. Even compared to Cha-un, the Union outweighed much more, so he had to stay here. But if Cha-un was so afraid that she even told him about it, then this Great Master was truly powerful, and the Southern Swords Union would disappear like fallen leaves in autumn. However, the Lion King did not bear such a name for nothing, and he was ready to share this fate with the Southern Swords Union. Cha-un did not understand such a decision. After all, the Lion King did not resist at all when she tried to absorb the Southern Swords Union. However, the reason was that he simply had no one to trust his back to. Now the situation had changed. He had the great warrior Wenyang. Moreover, Cha-un was on his side. A man who had lived a fairly long life, full of both glory and shame, wished to say something. He asked the girl to simply live. Whatever happened, she should try to survive. Honestly, it was strange to hear these words from a person who wanted to die together with the Union. However, the man simply calculated. Perhaps this was their last meeting with the lady. Therefore, he wanted to give her a lesson. Unfortunately, because of this, a certain awkwardness arose between them now. But in any case, the Lion King believed Cha-un would cope with all the trials on her path. He had already understood from his own experience, sometimes hoping is the right decision. After all, you never know what will happen in life. Therefore, Cha-un had to continue living. Clearly, the girl still considered staying in the union to be an extremely foolish act. The Lion King knew this. However, he believed that one who had lived a long life could sometimes allow themselves foolishness. Moreover, he was grateful that she came to him and advised him to run, and he called Cha-un his daughter. It was very hard for her to endure this. However, she did not accept thanks. After all, she did what she had to do. Then the Lion King decided to entrust her with another personal matter from himself. At this time, mercenaries along with the false leader were lying in wait on one of the roads, expecting the Jade Phoenix to run along this path together with the leader, the Lion King. The impostor was certain. Cha-un had not a drop of loyalty. Moreover, she had rejected the head of the union as unnecessary trash. Furthermore, the real reason for introducing her into the Union of Southern Swords was not to restrain the union or control the alliance. At this time, the Lion King explained, the cruelest martial art in the history of Murim is, of course, the martial art of the heavenly demon. But that does not mean there are no martial arts that could rival it. Therefore, he took her to a place that even Cha-un did not suspect. She had been in the Union of Southern Blades for many years, but could not even imagine that there was such a secret hideout here. The Lion King himself explained. This was the essence of the Union of Southern Blades. They had a secret passed down from head to head. However, he wanted Cha-un to fulfill his will and pass this swordsmanship technique to the great warrior Wen Yun. It was called the Demon Technique, the technique of the Thunder Blade of the Bloody Shadow. The girl recalled how 15 years ago she was told she had to join the Southern Swords Union. She needed to find and earn the trust of the leader. Then she was told, inside the union was hidden the lost secret treatise of the bloody demons of the heavens. And it turned out to be true. Looking into Cha-un's eyes, the old man quickly realized she seemed to remember something. However, he asked her not to panic. Considering her affiliation with that organization, such a reaction was so astonishing. He also explained, the Thunderblade technique of the Bloody Shadow for swordmasters is the best of existing techniques, and also the cruelest in the history of Murim. This is not surprising given that its owner was the bloody demon himself. This technique is a secret, carefully guarded, passed down from generation to generation only to the leaders of the Southern Blades Union. However, the man never thought that the bloody demons of the heavens knew about it. Therefore, he handed Cha-un this book so that she could pass it to the hero. Of course, she understood why the man trusted her. After all, he knew she was a disciple of the Lord of the Heavens. It was like entrusting a fox to guard the geese. However, such trifles interested the old man little. The only thing he knew, their secret must not fall into the hands of the Lord of the Heavens. He asked her to pass this book to Wen Yun. If she found the King of Vagabonds, she could also meet with him. But the girl still could not understand. How could the Lion King trust her? He only smiled. There was hardly a father in the world who would not trust his daughter. Therefore, he asked the girl to hurry. There was no choice, so she, bowing, intended to leave and asked him to take care of himself. The man, watching her leave with a smile, remembered how he met her when she was little. She was a child who had nowhere to go. He really liked her stern look. As a result, from that day he decided, this stern girl must become his daughter. Perhaps the Lion King did not give her life. She was not his by blood. But he still regarded her as his true daughter, and her bright smile always made him happy. Even when she stabbed the dagger of betrayal into his heart, in fact, he was not that angry. Obviously, he had no idea what Cha-un thought of herself. However, he clearly saw the lion living in her heart. Therefore, he hoped she would be happy and would no longer sink into the swamp of sorrow. Even if the man died, he would continue to beg the heavens for her well-being. Events again returned to those on the demonic path. The current deputy head was searching for the criminal by the demonic road, and although he found nothing, he gained several followers. However, even so, he was extremely ashamed to show himself to Wen Yun, considering that he had found no clues indicating the villain. At this time, the hero continued his journey with the Orthodox Path Squad. It seemed that all the warriors considered this some kind of recreational expedition. Therefore, they spoke cheerfully along the way. Everyone longed to gain recognition from the squad commander. They were all in high spirits because they heard from the Heavenly Destroyer the purpose of this expedition: to catch and finish off the false leader of the Union who fled south. Since this organization was created to stop the atrocities of the imposter, the excitement that they would finally end him with their own hands was too great for their young spirits. So, as a result, the hero could only hope that this company would not get into trouble because of their unnecessary pride. Therefore, when he noticed that the Namgun heir was talking to a passing coachman, the boy became curious about what they were discussing. So Wen Yun also approached him to find out from the young master who this person was. It turned out that he did not know this man. He simply advised him to be cautious on the road. Because of the rains that had not stopped for the last few days, the ground in this area had become loose. Therefore, landslides often occurred. Understandably, Wen Yun was glad to find that among them was such a calm and prudent person. So he praised the young man for his kindness and attentiveness. The hero thought, this was an extraordinarily unusual carriage. Perhaps inside was the daughter of some noble family. As the Namgun family heir had foretold, soon everyone heard a loud rumble. As a result, a landslide still fell on the carriage, frightening both its observers and the coachman himself. Fortunately, the hero was not far away, so he immediately rushed forward. Using the highest immovable palm, he managed to protect the carriage, destroying the stones falling on it from above. Everyone who watched this held their breath at the unique technique of the squad leader. It was incredible, and no matter how many times they saw it, it always seemed like the first time. It was also, coincidentally, the first time Dokumu saw the martial art of the Heavenly Destroyer. He knew that the Heavenly Demon and the Bright Spirit were unusual beings, but he did not want to acknowledge the one who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. However, before his eyes appeared the incomparable art of the Heavenly Destroyer, which deeply impressed him. The hero, as if nothing had happened, approached the coachman to make sure that he was all right and not injured. The man explained that he had already been warned that the ground here was weak, but he did not expect it to be so loose. He managed to survive only thanks to the help of the benefactor. He would very much like to repay somehow. Therefore, he asked Wen Yong to say his name. The lady being transported in the carriage also carefully observed everything happening outside. The hero, bowing, introduced himself. However, he clarified that he was only a passerby, so words of thanks would be enough for him. He hoped that the travelers would safely reach their destination. Clearly, the coachman understood. No matter how you look at it, the hero did not resemble an ordinary passerby at all. He began to ponder the young man's name. After all, he was surprised. A young master with such a level of martial arts skill was so modest. Some time passed, and evening came. The hero finally stopped at an inn-yard to rest. There he learned the people from the carriage, whom they had met earlier, were looking for him. Moreover, they asked for permission to stay at this inn-yard, since all the rooms in the area were occupied. They had nowhere else to spend the night. Clearly, Wen Yun realized they had caused inconvenience to ordinary people. Therefore, he asked his assistant to set everything in order and provide them a place to stay overnight. However, when he fled, the hero was surprised that the young man blushed so embarrassedly. At that moment, the heavenly demon possessed Dokumu's body and was extremely displeased. The young warrior was mocking him so much. He reminded him that they had already clearly agreed on everything. Nevertheless, the hero forced him to go on the campaign with those stinky soldiers. Clearly, Wen Yun tried to pretend to regret it. However, he reminded, this was the job he had to do. He should help a little, and that way he could return home faster. However, obviously the heavenly demon was outraged. After all, he desired to inhale only the scent of female bodies. Hearing this, the people outside were amazed by the preferences of such a noble person who spoke such hooligan speeches. At that time, the assistant finally returned to the travelers and explained that he had arranged with the squad commander to provide them lodging, and he hoped that the conditions would suit them. However, the lady who was hiding her face under a hat decided to ask the man something else. She finally took off her headwear, revealing her face, and decided to find out if he knew the successor of the heavenly demon, the heavenly jade dragon. The young warrior was surprised by this question. He was just about to explain that this was the title given to the leader of their squad, when suddenly they all heard a scream. Someone was reporting a problem. The hero, of course, immediately rushed forward to understand what had happened. It turned out that the southern faction of the Murim Alliance had been destroyed. It was too hard to believe. The assistant immediately said goodbye to the young lady and ran off to help with the matters. Upon arriving, he immediately said that he would take command and ordered the Orthodox Path squad to join him. They could not afford to lose, so they immediately set off to resolve the issue. However, Wen Yun urgently ordered them to stop, but no one listened to him. Everyone wanted to prove themselves and properly deal with the false leader of the Murim alliance. The hero panicked at the behavior of these fools and was extremely worried. What had happened was the work of that impostor. When he examined the wounded man, he was very surprised, because the victim's hand was frozen with ice. Because of the war, there was no choice left. The hero ordered, gathering all the remaining members of the squad, to form a rescue team. It was necessary to find those who survived and protect them. After that, he ordered Dokumu to go with him, and the two of them rushed on the road. After some time, they found themselves on the edge of the forest. The hero decided to ask the heavenly demon, what was the ice on the wounded man's hand? It seemed to him that it was the technique of the demonic palm of the 9 yin sacred scriptures. It was a palm technique based on extreme concentration, and it froze absolutely everything. The 9 yin sacred scriptures are the purest boundary of martial arts, which strives for righteousness. It was created to ignore the human body. Any man has particles of yin energy. Any woman has particles of yang energy. However, the martial art of the 9 yin sacred scriptures suppresses all yang energy and gathers extreme concentration of yin energy. Then it instantly changes the direction of the compressed yang energy and combines it with the accumulated yin energy. In other words, it is a martial art that exists only in imagination. Obviously, the words of the heavenly demon claimed, this incredible martial art was revealed. The dark spirit did not know how far the process of mastering this martial art had advanced, but they needed to check it themselves for sure. Soon the warrior who stepped forward encountered a real monster in the flesh. It was a monster that threw everyone using its ice power, and no one could even wound it. Those who were already lying wounded asked the deputy commander to come up with something. As a result, since he was the only survivor, he immediately rushed at this monster, wishing to kill it. However, he froze his neck and knocked him to the ground, wishing to shatter him into tiny pieces like a real ice crystal. Fortunately, at that moment the hero who did not understand began to sing, "How dare this monster touch his people?" Immediately after that, he examined the wounded, understanding that they would not hold out much longer. As a result, he angrily demanded explanations from the deputy commander. He hurriedly confessed, "This bastard uses ice." Therefore, he asked the captain to exercise caution. But the hero was furious at his behavior. These idiots did not wait for him. Moreover, he did not understand. How could someone who held the rank of deputy squad commander remain calm? He did not assess the situation and did not care for those weaker than him. After all, many squad members died because of him. All that remained for these two was only to apologize to the squad commander for their short-sightedness. But the hero understood. They must ask forgiveness not from him, but from the fallen. He ordered them to gather those who survived, the wounded and the fallen, and to go all together. The hero was to stay behind to deal with their enemy. At that moment, Dokumu warned the heavenly destroyer. "The enemy is coming to his senses. Soon he will attack." However, Wen Yun was hardly afraid of this. He was just waiting for him to get back on his feet so the hero could ensure the monster fully paid for killing his people. At the same time, the Lady Jade Phoenix was also running through the forest. She understood. She had to board the ship as soon as she got out of the forest. It was necessary to flee as quickly as possible. But at that moment she was attacked, and only at the last moment did she manage to repel the assault. She suspected the second master would come for her, therefore she was hardly surprised. At that time, the entrance to the Lion King's hideout had already been breached. There operated the first disciple of the bloody demon Lord of the Heavens, or as he was also called, the first great master. Honestly, upon learning that the treatise was not there, he quickly realized Cha-ung, it seems, had betrayed them. As a result, he lost all interest in the Lion King, rejected him and intended to leave. Honestly, the leader was even disappointed by his quick departure. He warned, this could have consequences if the Lion King was left alive. After that, he drew the sword that lay behind his back and stepped forward against this man. Obviously, his hands were trembling, but he had more than enough confidence. Seeing this, the first great master decided to tell the man a moral story. After all, he liked that the head did not lose hope. Perhaps the man was just stalling. But he still decided to tell how they treated that girl in the homeland. Although she was called the younger sister, she was only a miserable servant who comforted the master at night. As a result, she expected only one thing, to be used and thrown away like the most despicable creature. Therefore, the first disciple found it extremely funny. The Lion King speaks of himself as if he really was some kind of threat. He was just a helpless, miserable, crazy old man, nothing more. However, the head knew perfectly well. Even if he really had no teeth, he could tear this insolent fellow apart with just his gums. And if that was not enough, he would give his blood and flesh to curse and destroy this scoundrel. And if that was still not enough, he would even die, wander through the 9 hells to find and finish him when a similar case happened. Honestly, looking at the old man who was not even able to lift the blade and hearing his empty curses, the first great master was even disappointed. So he decided to leave, so as not to soil his hands with him, and to allow the old lion to die alone. As a result, the enraged old man had nothing left but to use his secret technique. The first master warned that he heard a surge of some power, so he needed to protect himself, otherwise his body would be torn to pieces. However, even this did not bother him. After all, the Lion King could not be afraid of such nonsense. The first disciple was even shocked. Such great power was emanating from his broken body. However, the father had to avenge how they spoke about his daughter. He could not allow some degenerates to treat her like a miserable servant and a prostitute. Attacking, the first disciple prepared his dagger to enter the fight. To everyone's surprise, the Lion King managed to wound him. So he realized, the fact that the Lion King was called the best swordsman was not empty words after all. The man was severely wounded after such a surge of internal energy. Unfortunately, he was just one step short of reaching the head of this scoundrel. As a result, the first disciple warned. The king of the lion paths could have died his own death. But now he will die here and now. This will be the end of his path. The Lion King was already prepared to meet death with a smile on his lips, but the blow never fell on him. Suddenly, an unknown warrior rushed to defend the Lion King, whose bare hands became a weapon against the first master. Of course, the teacher had terrible power, and the first master immediately wished to find out the identity of this audacious opponent. The stranger introduced himself with a smile as the son-in-law of the Lion King. After which he unleashed a whole barrage of strikes on the enemy. His strong arms and legs turned into a deadly whirlwind. Meanwhile, the events quickly moved to another place, where the clash involving Cha-Yun was unfolding. The girl was attacked in the stomach with such destructive force that the internal organs seemed ready to leave her body. The second master calmly reminded the young warrior that he was her senior brother from the school. Competing with him in martial arts was a senseless stunt. Moreover, curiosity did not give him peace. What was the girl so diligently hiding in her robes, as if it were a sacred relic? The elder brother tried to guess. Was the younger sister hiding a secret manuscript? And if his assumption turned out to be correct, he would gladly relieve Cha-Yun of this burden. At that moment, the sect disciple finally defeated the first master. The young warrior even felt disappointment. Could the legendary fighter, whose name was spoken with awe and fear, fall so easily? The Lion King at that moment recalled the look of his daughter when she spoke about the great master. Her face was distorted with fear. She was not lying. The young man respectfully asked the leader not to worry. His son-in-law would solve any problems, so there was no need to be anxious. The Lion King himself was well aware, although he possessed the technique of the lion sword, a deadly art of killing, in his current state he could not demonstrate the power of past years. Therefore, his strike was aimed not so much against the Grandmaster as to collapse the cave itself. The master was now wounded, though not fatally. However, a little more, and his life would have hung by a thread. The Lion King got the impression this boy was not the real Grandmaster at all. He recalled the words about Cha-Una before the attack, and the picture in the man's mind formed. Therefore, he ordered the so-called son-in-law to immediately run to the forest of the Flaming Dragon. Most likely, the daughter was in danger. At that moment, a noise sounded. Someone rose from the ground. It was the Grandmaster who made it clear he would not allow them to leave. Better let everyone rot with him in this cursed place. Cha-Una herself dared a desperate step. She asked her older brother if he would spare her life if she gave up the manuscript. He allowed her to live, but only on one condition. If the girl left the sacred scroll on the ground, then life would be guaranteed. All that remained for the young warrior was to make her brother swear before the observer. The observer was the Grand Master, who was angered by the fact that the younger brother dared to trade as if he had the right to do so. The Grand Master was outraged. The younger sister still nurtured hope to survive. It was very unfortunate that her sharp mind would no longer serve the cause. Truly a regrettable mistake. The girl shared this opinion but warned the brothers they would leave here empty-handed. The second master was outraged. The elder brother seemed not to understand at all what the third sister was hiding. After all, the secret manuscript was hidden in her hands. However, the Grand Master considered the younger one a real worthless person. He failed at one entrusted task, yet greedily reached for the treasure. Moreover, The manuscript was originally supposed to be presented before Tianzhou, but the younger brother wanted to appropriate it for pitiful ambitions. The elder master calmly explained they would not be forgiven when such intentions were discovered. Of course, the second master was furious. The elder was always such a bastard. It seemed he considered himself the best because he was the master's first disciple. Nevertheless, the younger brother was still burning with the intention to master this manuscript and surpass the elder. Although the first skill was now higher, he was still the true leader of their teacher. Besides, this manuscript was promised to the second master by the mentor himself. However, the first master reminded that the younger brother always chose the most reckless actions, so their teacher coming out of seclusion definitely would not continue to favor him. Therefore, the elder asked the younger to calm down. After all, they would both die today anyway. Of course, the first master perfectly understood. When their mentor returned from seclusion, he might be a little upset, but he would understand his student's action. The inner strength released by the first master at this moment literally tore the skin. Both were fully aware. Their death was inevitable, but they had to fight to the end. However, suddenly a young man appeared who offered Chayuni to give him the manuscript. Then he might spare her. Therefore, he considered it better to bargain with him, as he was more loyal. At this time, the hero's battle was in full swing. He watched carefully, trying to grasp the power of his enemy. Moreover, all the observers were impressed. Lord Dokumu turned out to be so strong and swift. At that moment, even the heavenly demon realized Wenyun was stalling in every possible way, so he could not finish off the enemy. And basically, he was not wrong. The hero was simply interested in examining the art of the nine heavens more closely. Judging by the state of the opponent, he was completely consumed by the madness of obsession. In such a state, even the greatest technique is just a weapon in the hands of a madman, so there was nothing to watch here. For this reason, the hero understood. It was necessary to end this futile fight as soon as possible. At that moment, the deputy reported to the commander. All the wounded had been gathered. Preparations for retreat were completed. Therefore, the hero gave the order to retreat, commanding not to leave a single person here. However, seeing the retreating enemy, the opponent immediately became furious. Shouting loudly, he lunged towards them, but could do nothing. The hero was knocked back by a single blow. This guy decided to arm himself with his sword, which had been hanging behind his back all this time. Dokumu understood. The hero deliberately recalled all the squad fighters to play with his sword. However, Wenyong simply realized that with such an opponent, a sword was truly necessary. Recently, the heavenly demon witnessed the hero suddenly resuming his training. The thing is, now that the light and dark spirits had left his body, he could no longer rely on their advice in battle as before. Therefore, he wanted to rethink his techniques and refine them in his own way. So now the heavenly demon was extremely curious to see what the hero was capable of without their help. The boy himself perfectly understood. The techniques he used were deep and complex, and his attempts still fell short of his former power. However, he would do everything to avoid being stuck at the current level. After all, he did not want to lose what belonged to him anymore. Therefore, using the dominion of darkness, he rushed at the opponent, splitting his body into numerous clones. After which he strengthened these clones, using the art of heavenly destruction. However, even these attacks were withstood by the opponent, who counterattacked, knocking the weapon out of the hero's hands. Immediately after that, he lunged at the boy, using his long claws, sharpened like blades. Recently, the heavenly demon explained that something can be cut without a sword, just as an artist paints not with a finger but with a brush. So the sword is used because the energy of the blade allows these to be easily released. Therefore, if the hero is fully capable of subjugating the body to his will, he can cut even without a sword. So now he released his energy, using his hand as the sharpest blade. However, the damage to the earth was simply colossal, so Wenyun needed some time to understand what his true strength was. At the same time, on the edge of the forest, the warriors were struck, feeling incredible waves of vibration, wondering what battle their commander was fighting. Nevertheless, the opponent was still alive. Although severely wounded, he was sitting on his knees. During the battle, he protected his body with ice. After all, although he was mad, his reflexes were simply amazing. Wenyun was also impressed by this. However, he understood. A wild beast that cannot control its own power must be destroyed. However, suddenly the same lady ran up, begging the hero to stop and not do something foolish. Of course, Wenyong immediately understood that this was the same lady who was in the carriage. At the same time, the heavenly demon had to be captivated at the sight of the woman. But the hero did not understand why the lady was defending this madman. Probably, she does not realize how many squad fighters have fallen by his hand. She perfectly understood that the actions of this person were unforgivable. but asked to be heard first, and then the hero could take her life if he deemed it necessary. At this moment, the fighters who had already evacuated earlier returned to their commander. They were very impressed that he managed to suppress this madman. However, they were surprised to see the lady. The deputy explained, "At least 10 people have died at the hands of this person. Whatever the reason, they are not going to release him." But the hero could still listen to the girl. Therefore, he demanded that she explain everything as it is. The girl turned out to be the elder from the Northern Ice Palace. And this madman who arranged the bloody massacre is her only brother. Everyone immediately whispered. The girl belonged to the outer lands of martial arts. No wonder he had such power when he was from the Northern Ice Palace. It became clear to the hero. The girl desperately defends this madman because they were bound by blood. However, this was not enough to keep him alive. And honestly, she was surprised that the hero was unwavering even before the younger lady of the Northern Ice Palace. Using sound technique, she explained, "The King of the Sword of the North, their leader, has only one son, her brother. If Wen-Yong spares her brother, a great opportunity will open before him." She heard. Affairs in the northern lands were very complicated. In such times, help from external lands and support from the Northern Ice Palace could become much more advantageous for him. If he, the great hero, spares her brother, then the Northern Ice Palace will serve him for a full 3 years. Of course, although it sounded like an excuse, her brother did not attack first. And naturally, Wen-Yong immediately turned to the deputy. He knows what really happened. It turned out that this madman sensed a sinister aura, and they really struck first. So the lady's words were not a lie. As a result, it became clear. All they did was awaken the sleeping fire with their own hands. For this reason, he turned to the squad to learn their opinion on this matter. The deputy understood. Although the lady's words evoke pity for this person, everything must be decided by the law of cause and effect. The numerous murders by this monster could not be forgiven for some reason. The heavenly demon himself felt that the hero was inclined to spare this person. Probably this girl made him an offer that was hard to refuse. Therefore, he decided to intervene and take the floor. He calculated, the actions of this person, although unforgivable, were still understandable, considering that his mind was clouded by obsession. It would be unfair to kill someone who is not even aware of their sins. Therefore, he proposed to heal him, make him aware of his sins, and it was just to call him to responsibility. As is known, the union of martial arts is the only force that preserves the spirit of the Midlands. If not them, then no one could help this person. In principle, the shaman agreed. The easiest thing would be to kill him now, but that would make the death of the fallen fighters pointless. But if the young man returns to his senses and repents of his sins, his repentance may become a way to soothe the souls of the dead. A Wen-Yun, using sound transmission, explained to the lady. Although her brother committed a crime worthy of death, considering the circumstances, they can pardon him. He is obliged to pay due honor to his fallen soldiers. Therefore, it was necessary for the Ice Palace to grant him full power in the Middle Lands for 3 years and leave evidence. And thinking about this proposal, the lady realized there was no choice. Therefore, she had to agree. And Wen-Yun demanded that until the end of these 3 years, her brother remain under his supervision as a guarantor. After that, he addressed his fighters, confessing that his heart was breaking at the thought of the fallen fighters. But they must forget that they were the last bastion on the path of justice. Therefore, they must render judgments worthy of this path. That is why he decided to follow the will of the young Lord Dokumu and the assistant commander. At that moment, the first master decided to find out from the newcomer. When exactly did the Jade Phoenix manage to make a deal with him? Even the second master did not know this. The young man explained, this beautiful lady, who was recently oppressed together, he had already sworn to protect. It was an agreement between the parties, so it was better for third parties to step back. Honestly, Cha-eun had heard about this agreement almost for the first time. However, if it helped to get out of the turmoil, she was ready to play along. But the second master still did not believe, asking the elder brother not to fall for the tricks of this scoundrel. After all, he is being deceived right now in front of everyone. The first master had no choice left. Therefore, when he had already gone through a similar path, he suggested to his opponent to cross swords with him. And of course he agreed. However, he explained, he had never taken on a task without a worthy reward before. The conditions were as follows. If the first master loses, then Cha-eun will go to him. This was quite enough. So he rushed to the lady and asked her to rest for a short while. When the opponents faced each other, the first master wanted to know the name of his opponent. However, he saw no point in calling him. but deciding to satisfy the enemy's demand, he asked to be called Chkoryan. The first master was surprised. Before him stood a young man with very clear eyes. Looking into them, he seemed to be gazing into the heavens. However, he decided to warn. The person he serves is a person who considered himself similar to the heavens. However, obviously his opponent believed, if such a person who considers himself the heavens exists, then most likely he is simply a madman. And of course, the first master could not help but praise the commendable, unwavering spirit of the opponent. He really hoped that the skills matched this spirit, and to check it, he attacked. And honestly speaking, the opponent was stunned. The first master believes that, without proper experience and support, he would start throwing around such words. The first master must not yield to him. After all, if he continues to swing the sword as he does now, he will be doomed to lose. As a result, the second master and the Jade Phoenix froze, watching these two fight on equal terms. Moreover, the opponent noticed. The first master is in a great hurry, as if someone is chasing him. Therefore, he asked to be more careful in battle. The enraged first master immediately attacked. His sword strikes became much heavier, making the opponent sweat a little. However, the boy decided to show his enemy that he was far from a simpleton. So he attacked, releasing internal energy with unprecedented strength. Chauna simply froze at the surge of power from these two warriors. She knew the strength of her elder brother, but she had no idea who the man standing before him was. After all, he calmly engaged the first master in battle, and did not even lose his breath. It seemed that if these two continued to fight, a true storm of destruction would engulf them all. As a result, the elder brother admitted, his opponent truly deserved admiration for his skill. The opponent politely confessed that the sword art of the first master simply amazed the imagination. Although if a warrior in the Central Lands dreamed of resurrecting a sword with the grandeur of the heavens of martial arts, the first master was no less than such legends. As a result, the elder brother acknowledged the skill of his adversary. Therefore, he gave Chauna to him. And although the boy thanked him for his generosity, he was amazed that he gave her away so easily. However, there was a condition that the young man decided to listen to. The condition was simple. He would also set out with them, both with Chaun and with the Grand Duke of the Heavenly Warriors from the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Of course, when everyone realized who was standing before them, they held their breath. They did not expect the Grand Duke himself to be here. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to understand how the first master had figured him out. As a result, everyone left, and the second master remained alone in the middle of the forest. At that moment, an old man appeared, who asked the young man to tell in more detail what had happened here. Meanwhile, Wen Yong was just saying goodbye to the lady. He promised to take care of her brother, and asked her to convey his words and conditions to the king of the Northern Sword. The girl, of course, gave her promise. After all, the Northern Ice Palace never forgot its benefactors. After that, they said their goodbyes and calmly parted ways. The hero, however, looked at her brother, who had finally come to his senses, and did not know how best to deal with him. Fortunately, Dokumu had a way to deal with his madness. It was a technique of subjugation through the eye of Tianma. Because of the war, there was no choice left. Therefore, the hero began to hypnotize the boy, demanding that he return his mind and submit to the will of the king. At first glance, it seemed that nothing worked, so they began to wait. And in the next moment, the smiling young man finally came to his senses, promising to follow the Lord. As a result, the technique turned out to be truly amazing. And although now the boy still looked like a madman, at least he was reborn as a faithful servant. The heavenly demon tried to explain to Wen Yun, although his condition was not encouraging, it was better than being a raging lunatic. As a result, the hero decided to think about it more positively. He asked that his new servant no longer commit senseless bloodshed and unquestioningly obey his words. And of course, he, smiling, agreed with the Lord. Now they only had to decide what to do next. After all, since almost the entire squad was wounded because of that scoundrel, only the two of them could set out on the road. The heavenly demon had already ordered the remaining fighters to return to the martial arts union. Moreover, he had already entrusted the matter to Chuguan, so there was no need to worry too much about it. However, unexpectedly, both the head of the guild and the young man appeared to him. As a result, they quickly secluded themselves in a room to discuss everything where their words would not leak outside. They told the hero everything that had happened to them. If it were not for the terrible strength of the younger head, escaping from the collapsing cave would have been impossible. Only they survived. The hero understood. The situation was not unfolding in the best way. The false Grand Master had fled, and the Empress of the Heavenly Aroma, who possessed the manuscript, had disappeared. Searching for Cha-un was not the best path. Therefore, the young man believed it was better to ask the Lord for help. That is why they arrived here in advance to wait for him. The hero praised the youth for his cleverness and promised to use all available means to help in her search. Honestly, the boy did not expect that when he set out south after the false leader of the alliance, he would encounter the Grandmaster himself. To understand what was happening, the information from the head of the Union was insufficient. It was necessary to find the Empress of the Heavenly Aroma, connected to them, and hear the truth from her own lips. As a result, he asked that the head of the guild stay here with him. The hero would order his people to ensure nothing happened to him. He himself was going to set out to the Union of the demonic path, which greatly frightened those present. Moreover, the hero had a difficult request for the head of the Union. He asked to prepare for the merger of the Union of the demonic path and Namdomeng. Soon the hero found himself at a lake, where he was ferrying across by boat, pondering the upcoming merger. The assistant was also concerned about this. Therefore, the hero decided to let him speak, as he knew Namdomeng well and had spent a lot of time in the Union of the demonic path. After thinking a little, the assistant could say for sure, there is a fundamental difference between the path of justice and the path of the demon, but in spirit they had similar traits. And honestly, hearing such an opinion from the assistant, the hero was even more confident in his decision. After all, there is no one who knows both forces better than his loyal comrade. The disappearance of the Empress of Heavenly Aroma is not a trifle that can be ignored. It indicates that his power in the south has limits. Until now, he had personally focused on increasing strength, overlooking important details. Now it was time to unite the disparate forces into a single whole. And for this, he wanted to use the might of the Union of the demonic path as the foundation for Namdomen. Thus they would organize the southern lands of the Martial Arts Union. Soon they arrived at the hall of the Supreme Demon of the Union of the demonic path. Returning to the Union of the demonic path, Wen-Yong received a report from his assistants. They reported on events in the Union, on the situation of the Central Martial Arts lands, as well as on the actions of the Martial Arts Union after the hero left his position. Another important event occurred in the Union of the demonic path. The head of the Black Tiger Doctors of the Union of the demonic path was mysteriously slain. Here the hero dismissed the rest from the hall of the Supreme Demon. He left only the closest, after which he decided to find out how the investigation was progressing. Unfortunately, there were no clues yet, so before the Great Duke reigned helplessness. However, the assistant had something that was worth attention. This was the very letter he had recently received. The sender was not identified, therefore unfortunately the assistant could say nothing. However, the hero wanted to learn about the sender from Lady Jagal, believing that it was time for her to be more frank. As is known, before Cheng was killed, he told the hero a very interesting story. The Great Master was replaced by another person. Mr. Cheng said that by revealing this, he was doomed to death and this would be proof. Remarkably, everything happened just as he predicted. As a result, to find out the whole truth, a thorough investigation was conducted. Moreover, the murdered head of the Black Tiger Doctors was also someone to whom the hero secretly gave instructions. The last words of the Black Tiger Doctor were, "The secret cave of the demonic path." Lady Zegal must understand what this means. After all, the secret cave of the demonic path is the only cave in the very heart of the Union where the Great Demon Master conducts secluded training. Obviously, Lady Zegal admitted that the hero might be accusing the Great Demon Master of the murders. However, so far these were not accusations, only suspicions against him. Recently, there have been too many similar events in the central lands of martial arts. The girl herself, unfortunately, had not seen the Great Demon Master for a long time, so there was nothing to say. The hero asked her not to answer his questions now, but if she wanted to tell something, she could come to him. Still, everyone around understood the anxiety that gripped the girl. The ruler still considered her involved in the murder, and the murderer was believed to be the Great Master Demon. Moreover, it seemed the Vladika was trying to corner her but left her a way to retreat. Now he decided to temporarily leave the topic of murder. Now he asked the strategist to develop a plan for him. From this moment, they had to gather all the forces of the Dark Squad and the main core of the Union of the Demonic Path to capture the southern lands. Of course, the frightened girl tried to explain. If they strike now, it will lead to a large-scale war with the Union of Martial Arts. And it was strange that the strategist, experienced in the art of war, was worried about this. She, above all, must know. Although the Martial Arts Union was larger in scale, they did not have as advanced a base as the Demonic Path Union. Therefore, by launching an attack, they will, first, buy time, and second, make the Yangtze River a border, which will lead to a prolonged war between the Martial Arts Union and the Demonic Path Union. And finally, they will be able to capture Namdomen, merging the forces of the Demon Path and making them stronger. But the strategist pointed out, the basis of this plan is flawed. The plan itself sounded so absurd that she did not even know what to say. As a result, she decided to find out from the hero how he generally planned to carry out this capture, considering that Namdomeng was so important to them. Accepting these doubts, the hero decided to find out. If the capture succeeds after all, will the strategist follow him unconditionally? This will be a chance for him to prove his strength to her. The girl understood. Since he says such things to her, he probably already knows a lot about her. And yet he gives her one more chance. As a result, she promised, if he really carries out this plan, she will reassess him, solely by her own criteria. This hero was already enough. Therefore, he ordered that the entire union of the demonic path gather here within 2 hours. He ordered the strategist to develop plans based on the capture of Namdomeng, to check the number and disposition of forces so that everything was thoroughly prepared. After that, the girl left, and the hero ordered the rest of the subordinates to assist with the capture in the upcoming war. However, the assistant was still worried. Would this confrontation lead to the mutual destruction of both sides? Honestly, this worried the hero himself. Moreover, he heard that his subordinates had already strengthened their position in the union of the demonic path, and many were following them. Therefore, he explained that he intended to make the possible impossible. Therefore, he brought them from the main order. So they had to convince the warriors of the demonic path and avoid armed conflict. And the assistant, who fought side by side in the union of the demonic path, was capable of this. As a result, inspired by the king's words, they immediately agreed to carry out the order. The only thing that worried the subordinates was the strange people who arrived with him in the persons of Dokumu and Yulgik. When they found out that it was the same heavenly demon and the great Dokumu, they immediately bowed, greeting them with great respect, and it was clear that he was clearly pleased with such a reception. At the same time, the madman awkwardly stood aside. He also wanted a little attention. As agreed, within 2 hours the hero gave direct orders to the masters of the union of the demonic path. And those who knew him could not disobey his order. And even those who did not know him could not disobey, because they received morals and no more disputes arose. Lady Zhigal, spreading the map of the northern lands on the table, began a detailed explanation of the plan. She pointed out significant regions and branches, explaining how to capture them. The strategy, developed by her in just 2 hours, was remarkably perfect and detailed. So, looking at her, the hero had no doubt that she was a descendant of Zhigal Kunmin. After all, her mind was worthy of admiration by the heavens. Therefore, he wanted to make her entirely his person. As the saying goes, power does not last 10 years, nothing is eternal, everything is subject to time. And Namdomeng, one of the 4 pillars supporting the path of justice in the northern lands, will quietly disappear from the central lands. As a result, together with the help of the Lion King, they proclaim to their troops, from this moment, the union of the demonic path and Namdomeng will be reborn as a single entity. This is how it became possible, exclusively thanks to the persuasion of Wen Yun, which proved how great the trust in him was in both factions. The Lion King was not at all saddened, watching the disappearance of Namdomeng. After all, he understood. Now he, together with the ruler, would take a step into a new era. He very much hoped that the hero would help them. However, of course, because of this quiet event, the world of martial arts was turned upside down. Everyone discussed this topic, and for some, it became a reason to start acting. The elder in the robe perfectly understood. All previous events were only a way to test the abilities of Tianma Sosin, but he proved his strength too brightly. Of course, although the result exceeded all expectations, the problem was that it exceeded them too much. Conclusion: he interfered with the Guardian's plans to conquer the Middle Lands, and all obstacles must be removed. But his strength was not just empty words. Therefore, the elders had to decide how to deal with him. But fortunately, the last of the elders asked not to worry about anything. Believe me, the strongest always live the longest. They know this better than anyone else. The elderly understood. As a result, the elders only had to help. If this matter happens, they swore to keep the promise given to them. Therefore, they asked the last one to lure the Great Duke Demon. This task was addressed to Lady Zhigal. Of course, she did not doubt the skill of the elders. However, she thought it would be very difficult to kill the Great Duke. one of the 5 heavens of martial arts. But the elder explained, the secret technique of the bloody sky had already been completed, so the Great Duke would definitely die. If Jaegal wanted to take revenge on the Great Master, she had to follow their will. The girl calmly nodded, understanding her task, after which she decided to leave, and the old ones clearly doubted whether she would obey them exactly. But the elder was sure. She followed the Great Master only out of necessity. It was just a means to achieve the goal, and her loyalty was also temporary. Now, when such a convenient option as the Great Duke Demon appeared, she could also switch sides. But now they cared little about whom she would join, the Great Duke Demon or the Grand Master. Only one thing mattered, the sky stained with blood. The girl herself understood. If the 3 elders of the bloody sky recalled the secret technique, then the safety of the Great Duke Demon was in question. Therefore, she needed to make her choice. The choice was about what she wanted more, to follow the will of the bloody sky or the Great Duke. At that time, the hero was completing the unification, establishing new laws to govern this merger. Of course, for him it was a routine matter, and he finished everything easily. The witnesses could not help but admire the skill displayed by Wen Yun. After all, what he proposed was enough to reduce conflicts between factions to a minimum. Time passed, and soon the hero received another message from Lady Jaegal. She wrote about Mount Yongzhong, where Jaegal Kunmin once secluded himself, also known as the Mountain of the Open Dragon. For this reason, the hero, together with Doku Mu, set out there. At that moment, Doku Mu was controlling the body, while the heavenly demon remained inside. Therefore, he wondered why the hero chose this place and even took on the image of a warrior of the demon path. However, Wen Yun explained, the letter from the demonic path union was sent by the strategist herself, and the mountain they were heading to had long been considered an important place for the Jaegal clan. It seems even Doku Mu had heard about it. They say this mountain is small, but the ascent is not easy. And it is not even a mountain, a true labyrinth, and the rumors that Master Kunmin secluded himself here were not empty fabrications. However, a meeting in such a significant place for the Jaegal clan should indicate an important conversation, so Doku Mu doubted whether he could join. The hero explained. Only with Doku Mu could he speak openly about the path of justice. After all, he was a great hero, the only one Wen Yun could trust. Therefore, he decided to ask, did Doku Mu know anything about the Jaegal clan? Before the young man was imprisoned in the underground prison of the Northern Sword Union, the Jaegal clan was wiped off the face of the earth. The Northern Sword Union was to blame. More precisely, someone who took the name and image of Doku Mu's father, the Great Master of the Bloody Sky. This was his handiwork. They declared that the Jaegal clan had allegedly conspired with the path of the demon. Doku Mu did not know the details, but it was said that a secret group of assassins destroyed their clan immediately. Therefore, the hero did not consider it right to reveal who Doku Mu really was. After all, the Jaegal ladies hardly had warm feelings toward the Northern Sword Union. In any case, the main thing now was to come to the meeting, and no one could stop Wen Yun. In principle, Doku Mu did not doubt this at all. No one had dared to stand in the hero's way all this time. While traveling with him, Doku Mu underwent deep internal changes. Being from the Northern Sword Union clan, he felt unworthy, not even of his grandfather or father. Then his father was killed by a master, and he himself, along with his grandfather, was imprisoned as hostages. Helplessness, humiliation, anger, and self-disgust were destroying Doku Mu himself, but the meeting with the hero became fateful for him. And traveling with him, he saw his unparalleled techniques, as well as remarkable political, military, and administrative talents. But the main thing is his charisma, which surpasses both the path of justice and the path of the demon, a commanding charm that attracts people. Therefore, Doku Mu had feelings of inferiority and jealousy towards him. However, instead, it quietly changed into deep respect. Therefore, Doku Mu forgot the words once told to him by his grandfather, the great emperor of the Hidden Dragon. He decided to find out if his grandson guessed why those who mastered great arts in youth often die early. The reason was reckless courage, and Wen Yong, who was reborn as a martial arts master, succeeded in everything but unknowingly immersed himself in that very reckless courage. And the treacherous shadows of the bloody sky closely watched this weakness. As a result, they ran to an artificially cleared glade. It seemed to be the work of the Jaegal family. The hero shouted loudly, calling the strategist to him. And honestly, the one hiding in the shadows, was very surprised that the hero really came here. He decided to find out if the hero remembered him. After all, they had met before. It was the great master from the bloody sky, the fake head of the martial arts union. Of course, Wenyong immediately realized, if this scoundrel was here, then it was probably a trap. The next moment, he felt something strange happening to his body and his power. The second master smiled as he looked at the great Duke Demon. It seemed he noticed that he could not gather his inner energy. The young man's body began to go numb at that moment. So he decided to find out what was happening to him. What did the second master want from him? However, he calmly explained that he was very grateful to the hero for everything he had done. After all, he even set the masters on the path of the demon. However, he believed that it was already time for the hero to rest forever. After all, the foundations of the path of the demon that he laid, Bloody Sky uses worthily. Of course, Dokumu went mad from the words of this false bastard. Moreover, at that moment, Wenyong noticed that the second master's disguise had fallen. Probably, the disguise imposed on the hero himself would also soon disappear. However, fortunately, it was still holding on. Perhaps this was related to the fact that his inner energy was blocked. The second master was surprised, not understanding what the scoundrel Dokumu was doing here. Probably, the old man who had been accompanying the great Duke Demon all this time was Dokumu in disguise. However, he decided not to pay special attention, considering that Dokumu was worthless as he had been and remained so. Therefore, he addressed the teacher, informing that all preparations were already completed. It seemed this address was directed to the elders of Bloody Sky. After that, 3 elderly people appeared, who greeted the great Duke Demon, mocking the fact that his body had stopped obeying him. They warned he was already poisoned and would not be able to gather a single shred of inner energy. Frankly, the hero did not even notice or understand who and when managed to poison him, but the numbness only grew stronger. The elders were very curious to find out what sensations he had. After all, they used a variant of the thick void poison, which was on a completely different level than the others. Even a body impervious to 1,000 poisons will not withstand the secret weapon of their order. Even the star of the demon path will fade very ingloriously. With these words, the old man attacked. He promised that in the next life they would meet again, and the hero should be a bit more modest then. At that moment, Dokumu remembered his childhood 16 years ago. Then he constantly cried, and grandfather did not understand the reason for his tears. And the point was that the boy could not even compare to his father and grandfather. He considered himself a disgrace to the Northern Sword Union. The old sleeping dragon did not understand why he called himself a disgrace. Because he was not a master of the sword? Or because he could not choose which grandfather and father he had? Unfortunately, the old man found it hard to understand the boy's thoughts, but he knew that the boy got up earlier than everyone else in the Northern Sword Union and went to bed later than all the others. He reminded that even the fish can turn into a dragon. Although the boy now considered himself worthless, he did everything to ensure his end was different. So the boy, then and now, will always be a pride for their clan. Therefore, at the moment when the elder attacked the hero, Dokumu stepped forward, protected his lord with his body, and even gave his hand to be cut off. Of course, the hero immediately rushed to help Dokumu. He did not understand why he had done such a foolish thing. However, when Dokumu was also poisoned and could not use martial arts, he could only help by remaining a living shield for the hero. As soon as they get out of here, Wenyong will definitely take Dokumu to a doctor to save his hand. The elder only displeasedly ordered to deal with these two quickly. That upstart, the great duke, was only spoiling his mood. Of course, the second master was furious that this old man dared to give him orders. As a result, he approached the two, very surprised that the son of the head of the Northern Union Sword had sacrificed himself for the great demon duke. Surely his father would not have approved of this if he had learned about it in the afterlife. However, the boy only growled that this scoundrel dared to utter his father's name. The second master was also surprised that the hero had come here just because of one letter, and he realized that probably Lady Jaegel had won more of their trust than they thought. Moreover, considering that the hero already knew about their order, they had another reason to kill him. Therefore, the second master ordered his fighters to attack these two. The hero perfectly understood. Although his energy was still unstable, he could not give up. When so many swords were aimed at them, he immediately activated the last remnants of his inner strength, and such an energy outburst looked as if there was no poisoning on him at all. so everyone was very frightened. And the hero himself did not understand what was happening to him. The internal energy was still inaccessible, but there was some other force in his meridians. But it was still too weak, and with such a crumb of energy, he needed to find a way to salvation. At this time, the second master decided to ask the teacher how it happened that carefreeness, the secret technique of their order, did not work. After which he fearfully ordered that the Heavenly Sword Squad not be dragged out and simply attack, killing this boy with one strike. Considering that now the hero was protecting the wounded behind his back, he would not be able to dodge all attacks at once. Therefore, they had to attack simultaneously from all sides. The hero continued to fight, understanding. If he died here, then many people would die with him. Therefore, he had to hold out. In this confrontation, the boy noticed how the opponents targeted Doku-mu, who did not even make a sound so as not to burden the hero. As a result, Wen-yong rushed to save him. He managed to behead the audacious one. However, he received a wound on his back. His whole body was already trembling from blood loss, and the fact that he was losing vigilance only added to the wounds. At that moment, the elders realized that the suspicion that the hero was not poisoned was an empty boast. He barely coped with the killer's strikes. With such sword mastery, he could not be called one of the 5 heavenly martial arts. But although he was poisoned, his internal energy simply had not completely dissipated. Such a thing had never happened before, so incomplete dispersion was considered practically impossible. However, there was a chance that the hero had simply mastered some unusual technique of internal energy. Now the best solution was to use Doku-mu to finish off the hero in one sitting. Therefore, the elders launched an attack using the technique of the double demon bloody strike. There was no choice left but to use the bodiless sword with the help of his inner energy, trying to catch the rushing enemies. They had to retreat, realizing how terrible a power that boy possessed. If he had not been poisoned, they would have had a very hard time. The hero barely stood on his feet. After the last intake, his remaining internal energy vanished, and at that moment behind him was already a second master who knocked Doku-mu to the ground, threatening him with a sword. Of course, Wen-yong demands that the man let him go. After all, he has already endured a lot for the false leader of the alliance. However, this hardly worried him. Just the sight of a freak from the Dokgo clan turned him inside out. He wanted to trample them, crush them so that they would never rise again, just as the Jaegel clan was once wiped off the earth. And at that moment, while they distracted the boy, the old man who had crept up from behind pierced his chest through with a sword. At that moment, she became curious about what his reaction would be if she simply refused. Her gaze was attentive, almost defiant, as if she deliberately tested his patience, eager to see if he could hide his true emotions behind a cold mask. And for him, in turn, it was no less interesting. Who would dare to save her at all? This thought settled in him, causing both surprise and skepticism at the same time, because there was no one left around who had such courage. Then she calmly explained that everything was quite the opposite. The problem was obvious. Mr. Muyon, in her opinion, simply did not show proper respect for the power of the great patriarch of the demonic path. When she spoke these words, everyone around fell silent. They decided to listen to her until the end because they wanted to hear directly from her lips whether she really believed that they had underestimated the power of the great patriarch of the demonic path. She confirmed her words, quietly saying that yes, they underestimated not a simple demon, but the patriarch himself, who is called not the bloody, but the great. In her voice was a cold calmness, like a judgment on their overconfidence. But she only advised to take these forces seriously. Her warning sounded without emotion, but it carried such weight that no one dared to object. And this was what shocked those present, the realization that Sister Chao-un also knew about the heavens of the bloody demon. Her knowledge went far beyond that of an ordinary student, and everyone felt anxiety. The moment came when he heard 3 words from her lips, heavens of the bloody demon. Then he understood. If she spoke about it, it meant that deep changes had already taken place in her heart, and there were no longer any former doubts. She decided to repeat the words of His Holiness, spoken long ago, the very ones that were deeply engraved in her memory. If this time I lead the Southern Union, advisor, you will finally truly follow me. This phrase sounded in her thoughts like an oath she could not forget. It was to her that he addressed then, and now she increasingly wondered whether it was really worth following His Holiness. She was troubled by why everyone now treated her with such hostility. One of the warriors sharply replied that her people, running back and forth, only irritated everyone. If she had decided to stand under the banners of their lord, she had to immediately prove her sincerity. After that, he asked her to tell at least a little about what she knew about the heavens of the bloody demon. His voice carried both suspicion and genuine interest. She perfectly understood that talking about the heavens of the bloody demon, bypassing the figure of their heavenly ruler, was simply impossible. That is why she began the story by noting that he had 3 outstanding disciples, each of whom left their mark on the world. One of them was the Supreme Elder, whose name was respected even by enemies. She asked to imagine this figure and admitted that she was an advisor to the Supreme Elder himself. Everyone around exchanged alarmed glances. If one were to define her personality, essentially she was a girl from the Destruction clan who adored reading treatises on military strategy and the art of victory. But suddenly something unexpectedly distracted everyone present. The atmosphere changed instantly. The host appeared in the hall. His presence silenced even the most audacious. He quickly cut off their conversation. Zhu's facial expression changed instantly. Indifference disappeared, giving way to tension. One of them wanted to hear from the host an explanation of what was happening, but he just waved it off, deciding to postpone the story for later. And then the host, without changing his calm tone, asked her permission to pose one question. It was a direct question, which path she had chosen. "My path is achievement," she answered without a shadow of hesitation. He only smiled and admitted that these words were entirely in her spirit, firm, confident, and unbreakable. For her, victory on the battlefield was a true achievement. Receiving honor is also an achievement. Even revenge for the native clan is also a path to achievement. After his words, she was breathless. Inside, everything tightened with excitement, and she realized that these words became both a trial and inspiration for her at the same time. But he was not finished yet. His voice became firmer as he emphasized that sacrificing an entire life for revenge was too pitiful a fate for someone like her. In these words, there was both care and bitter irony, as if he foresaw her future downfall. However, she could not hear these words. In her consciousness, everything looked different, distorted by memories, pain, and the fire of the past that had not even died out now. Her aspiration for achievement turned out to be an illusion. In reality, she had always followed only power, the same merciless current that had engulfed her soul since childhood. For it was power that trampled everything she once believed in. It was a path where weakness had no right to exist. Even the tears she shed in childhood, watching the flames, were a reflection of that very power that killed, destroyed, and forced survival. She remembered the day when she was carried to a narrow crack in the stone wall, and her father whispered for her to hide there while the fire raged outside and screams tore the air. Though still very small, the girl looked her father straight in the eyes and asked why they were condemned by the sword of the path of justice. Why must the innocent suffer for the sins of others? Father did not know what to answer. He only said that the truth would be revealed in time, and asked his daughter not to cling to the past because all reasons and explanations are but vanity. But the little girl did not understand why to repeat these empty words. Do not think, do not act, do not fear. It seemed to her that the world deliberately wanted to make her silent. Father found no strength to answer. His gaze was full of pain and his hands trembled. He only tightly pressed his daughter to his chest, as if wanting to pass on to her the last warmth of his heart. He quietly whispered a truth she remembered all her life. What matters is not what is outside, but what is inside. Then he asked her to forget about the clan, to run and definitely survive no matter what happened. It was then that she rushed into that narrow crack which became her salvation, a door into the darkness where hope still flickered. It was salvation from death, but not from the pain that tore her heart apart. The little girl then screamed for a long time, calling for her father, until her voice disappeared in the roar of the flames. She looked back, staring at that narrow passage, unable to take her eyes off it, though tears blurred her vision. It was there she saw a terrible scene. Near the exit her father was already waiting for. Swords flashed, and everything ended in one strike. At that moment the girl saw with her own eyes the killer of her father. That scoundrel, calmly wiping his sword, brazenly shouted that the wisdom of the G-clan is unmatched, and no spear can pierce his chest. She was noticed, but the killer only laughed, throwing, "No need to follow her. The one who was meant to die is already dead." And he left, leaving her among the ashes. Her path since then was a path of pain. She could not forget the Jade clan, which burned along with her childhood. But even more painful was remembering her father, his last words, and the warmth of his embrace, which disappeared with him. 10 years passed. The warriors stood in a straight formation, and the question was asked, are there any survivors among the Jade family? Then even the noble Jade order turned to demons for help, a strange sight, before which the ruler on the throne clenched his hands. He addressed the girl in the cloak, asking what motive drives her to action. Her answer was short, but sharp as a blade. Revenge, and now she knew without a doubt that power is the true path. For the sake of revenge for her kin, she was ready to turn even to the devil. She confessed that the Supreme One from the worlds of the Bloody Demon lured her with the promise of retribution for the death of Yi Chongsa, and now she wondered if they would understand her feelings while she cooperated with the heavens of the Bloody Demon. The Supreme One coldly replied that it is impossible to understand her, and she did not doubt it. People like him, who possess excessive power, will never comprehend the feelings of those who live with pain, not glory. But he did not finish. After a short pause, he quietly said, "Maybe. But I ask you, listen." He quietly asked what would remain in her life when revenge is fulfilled. Without that fire burning in her heart, would she find even one reason to continue living? His voice was filled not with reproach, but with sincere pity. Admitting that he desired her just as much as she desired him, he said, "Why then resist the flow of fate, if they were both long doomed to meet in this whirlpool of passion and blood?" He approached her, looked into her eyes, and repeated the question that had once already been asked between them. Would she truly become his? He promised to fulfill her revenge if she gave him her loyalty. But even after this promise, pity flickered in his gaze. He saw how hatred was eating away at her soul, and he knew that after revenge there would be only emptiness left in her. Therefore he asked, "When the revenge is accomplished, and her heart becomes empty, let that emptiness be filled by the path of the heavenly destroyer, the power that transforms pain into insight." The girl recalled an old conversation with her father. Then she asked if there was a worthy way to choose a true master to whom one should dedicate oneself, since the Jade clan always honored the bond between lord and servant. Her father replied that reason is powerless here. Only the heart makes the decision. "Time will open your eyes," he said, "and the blood of the Jade clan flowing in your veins will surely give a sign." And only now did she truly understand these words, feeling their depth with her whole being. She bowed her head and said, "Your humble servant, Zhao Hong of the Jade clan, from now on belongs to the great lord of demons." Then she added calmly but with dignity, "I give myself to the service of the heavenly destroyer." A day passed before the arrival of the heavenly destroyer at the camp of the demonic path. He was still lying gravely wounded, and those standing nearby begged him to wake up. The red-haired warrior had the gift of killing, but did not know how to save lives. This helplessness irritated him. He wondered if it was possible to save someone the same way they kill, with a strike to the right spot. And then he realized, life is also a flow of energy, and instead of destroying life points, one can direct their own power to fill them. Though doubts tore his mind apart, he decided to act without certainty of the outcome. He carefully placed his hand on the chest of the wounded, and a faint light pulsed around. In a moment, the heavenly demon felt that he no longer understood where he was, in the world of the living or the dead. It seemed to him that perhaps he was already dead, and consciousness was sinking into warm darkness. But suddenly he heard a voice and saw before him a majestic figure shining as if woven from flame and light. It was neither a man, nor a woman, nor a child. Its voice sounded strange, like several voices at once. He asked who she was. In response, he heard, "Don't you know who I am? It seems I haven't remembered everything yet, but that doesn't matter." "Not so bad after all," the being added, observing him. He then inquired what it all meant. "You have suffered too much," she said. "Therefore I must give you a gift." And at that very moment his body was filled with warmth that penetrated every cell. But that was not the only gift. She gave him another, more mysterious and deeper one. He felt hot, and at the same time he could not understand what this strange sensation was, between pain and grace. She said that the energy poison in his body had disappeared, and when he returned next time, he should please her even more with his growth. He did not understand what that meant, but after those words they simply said goodbye, and the world around plunged into silence again. The red-haired man froze. The shock was so strong that he did not immediately believe his eyes. Something incredible was happening before him, something beyond the usual even for the world of demons. He could not take his eyes off the master. What was happening to his body defied all laws. Energy was boiling like a volcano, preparing to break out. Inside him, power was boiling. Endless streams of spiritual energy spread in different directions, illuminating everything around like lightning cutting through the sky. The glow engulfed everything around, burning shadow, stone, and air. It seemed that the very space was trembling from this power. Then a loud explosion sounded. The mountains shook, the earth cracked, and the sky seemed to tear in half. In a moment he could not believe his own eyes. Where there had just been ruins, now stood the one everyone considered broken. The master stood before him, alive, calm, as if nothing had happened. His gaze was filled with unspeakable power. When the red-haired one asked if he was all right, he only slightly nodded, unable to find words to describe what he felt. Now in the camp of the demonic path, everything was preparing for the inevitable storm. The heavenly demon watched the heavenly destroyer. His silhouette had changed, as if he had passed through the flames of purification. At that moment, the commander of 1,000 warriors entered the tent and reported. News had been received about the appearance of the great patriarch of the demonic path. Hearing this, he understood. The arrival of the patriarch meant only one thing: battle. So he asked the master not to interfere, assuring that he would handle it himself. But the master slowly stood up, looked at the mad demon, and briefly said, "I will go out myself." There was no fear in his voice, only confidence and calm that chilled the heart. Meanwhile, the great patriarch was approaching. His presence was already felt even in the air, trembling with power. He ordered his people to deliver a message. "His Highness, let him proceed ahead to the master's temple and kneel before me." And then he added coldly, "If he refuses, death awaits him alone." In front of the master's temple, a crowd of the patriarch's followers gathered. Their dark cloaks swayed in the wind, creating the impression of a living shadow. They looked not like pious warriors, but rather like a well-organized pack of killers, or a gang of market thugs who had lost their human face. It seemed as if all of the chaotic power of the central Great Land had gathered in this place. This was the true face of demonic power. The heavenly demon approached the destroyer, noticing that he was struggling even to stand, and offered to go in his place. But the destroyer only smiled and calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He said that he felt more strength within himself than ever before, although his face showed fatigue. It was obvious that the heavenly destroyer had given all his strength, but his spirit remained unshakable. Then the girl approached the mad demon, wishing to hear what he would say, for there was always more truth in his words than it seemed. "People like you or Muyon with your caution will never understand the demonic path," he said. "Its essence is simple. The winner takes all," the mad demon added briefly, explaining everything with these words. At that moment, the great patriarch and the heavenly destroyer faced each other. The air between them seemed to tighten with tension. The patriarch slowly turned his head to the left, his gaze cold and calm like steel. His attention was drawn to a stake driven into the ground. It was completely soaked with energy, like an ancient artifact that preserved the memory of past battles. He finally understood that this system of endless hatred had completed its cycle, and now it was time to put an end to the old patterns, for every movement within it was part of a great mechanism that had now finally yielded and demanded the beginning of a new stage. Then words sounded that seemed to want to unbalance. Someone threw a contemptuous remark, saying, "What nonsense is this? How can you talk like that?" And this stirred the crowd, because laughter showed how easily one could put on a mask of distrust. The light casualness in the patriarch's manner caused laughter in many, as his carefreeness seemed strange amid tension, and people accustomed to the triumph of force did not know how to react to that calm confidence that broke the molds. The patriarch continued the conversation calmly and coldly, stating that he himself had raised the destroyer to this position, and now he only had to eliminate one enemy. The words were simple, but beneath them hid a threat that this was not her war, so it was not worth touching her. Then an even more offensive remark sounded. "Even this worthless guy," they said, "could become a servant. Even that scum from the Jiga clan could be accepted into service," and these humiliations only intensified the laughter and mockery of the crowd. With such words, they only fueled the merriment in the crowd, for whom humiliating the enemy became a pastime. Laughter spread in waves, and every ironic exclamation seemed to destroy a crumb of humanity in that gathered mob. She threw in a pleading note, begging His Holiness not to succumb to the manipulations of the Supreme Elder and to keep as far away from him as possible, because she felt deceit in his words and knew that these games could cost too much. From her words, the destroyer understood that the anxiety she was experiencing was not in vain. Her voice trembled with worries, and he felt that he had made her worry, although he himself tried to remain cold-blooded. Without stopping at the patriarch's words, the destroyer quietly exhaled, as if freeing space for determination. And in the silence of this exhale, there was a hidden power and intent that could change the course of events at the most unexpected moment. Such his reaction was incomprehensible to the patriarch, like a riddle that did not fit expectations. He saw how the calm face of the destroyer hid unspeakable resilience behind it, and this caused unrest in him. The destroyer, without unnecessary declarations and theatrics, made a simple statement that succinctly dispelled the prepared laughter. He announced that today he would take everything that belonged to the patriarch, and these words sounded like a verdict that had no way back. At that very moment, the crowd froze, because before their eyes appeared a picture that was hard to predict. The patriarch froze, as if trapped in his own system, because he lacked understanding of how exactly this system of hatred could be perfect and at the same time fragile. The hero, without hesitation, applied the order of heavenly ruination, with the palm called the palm of Shura. This movement was not just an attack, it was a manifestation of power that destroys structures, and it immediately became clear that everything would be decided instantly. From the blow, only the sound remained of the one whom everyone knew as the prideful patriarch, epically coughing up blood, as if realizing that his throne and hypocritical grandeur were shattered in an instant by a severed manner. The heavenly demon, who observed this, saw the perfection of that order of ruin, and knew that this was exactly how purification should occur. It was a true, practically flawless mechanism demonstrating the absolute superiority of power. In fact, few had seen the power of the great Lord of Demons in action. Even more rarely did one come into direct confrontation with him, for his restrained nature and refined modesty concealed a strength that could not be underestimated. The very title, granted to him by the great patriarch, made people, including the venerable Pachkon, avoid open disapproval. This bred both fear and doubt simultaneously, for behind the hypocrite could hide a colossal craving for ruthless power. But in reality, few dared to doubt his might, although everyone pretended to respect the old titles. The atmosphere was tense, and the silence before the great explosion was quiet, preparing for the climax. In this place, it became too quiet, and in such silence she felt her heart calm down, as if something inside had made a truce with the future that was about to come. The mad demon turned to her with a request to listen carefully, for the next words could shed light on the essence of the events and reveal to her the truth about those they considered unshakable. And again the voice sounded, repeating the name Pachkon, as if this call was meant to evoke in hearts a complex feeling of admiration and fear simultaneously. And it was this resonance that raised a wave of emotions in the camp. For the girl, it was the first time she heard such a deafening excitement after her entry into the camp of the demonic path, and this new wave of emotions seemed to open before her another side of service, filled with worship and horror at the same time. After this, the camp, which partly belonged to her master, began to fill with people who felt the changes, and every movement in it gained special significance, for now everyone looked in one direction, at the center of events. He only felt how the people around him seemed to go mad, subconsciously surrendering to the emotions that raged. This mass euphoria was both frightening and inspiring, for it reflected the unpredictable power of the cult. Raising his hand up, he got a chance to speak a word. Every movement was important, for he wanted to address every demon so that they would hear what was to become both a verdict and a blessing simultaneously. He had something to say to each of the demons, and these words were to become both the definition of their roles and the final warning, for he understood that after this nothing would be the same. He approached the lying patriarch, and this approach was slow, like a ritual, for every movement of his body seemed carefully thought out before revealing the truth to all present. With his hand, he grabbed the patriarch's face and decisively tore off the mask, for the moment had come to show the truth hidden for years and force people to see what they were afraid to admit. The mask made of human skin fell off, and it became obvious to everyone that it was black magic. In an instant, the last illusions vanished, for beneath it was not the real patriarch, but a fake created for deception and manipulation. It turned out that beneath the mask stood not the patriarch but a forged image, a servant of the heavens of the bloody demon, and this revelation sowed fierce distrust and fear among the crowd, for the truth shifted the game to a completely different field. After this, the destroyer rose and announced to those present words that forever changed the course of the history of the demonic path. From now on, our camp steps beyond the struggle between the righteous and demonic worlds of the central Great Land. We must prepare for the emergence of a new enemy. His voice sounded firm, without a trace of doubt. But among those present was one man who found this suspicious. His eyes shone with distrust and his tone was full of mockery. He stated that he had long doubted. How could the Destroyer so easily defeat the Great Patriarch? Maybe this whole performance was just a cunning plan of His Holiness. The mad demon, flaring up with indignation, threw, "And who is this shaggy blabbermouth anyway?" His words cut through the crowd like thunder in silence. Tension in the camp began to rise. The atmosphere resembled a cauldron ready to explode at any moment. But that scoundrel did not stop. He shouted that if the Destroyer defeated only a fake patriarch, then the entire duel was a farce, and the fight to the death was invalid. These words were enough to sow doubts in the hearts of those present. Gazes turned into blades, sharp, wary, full of distrust. The mad demon was most irritated by the fact that they had seen the master's technique with their own eyes, felt its power, yet still carried this senseless nonsense. She tried to calm him, but he, inflamed with rage, thundered in his voice, "Whoever disagrees, step forward. I will kill everyone and make them crawl on their knees." Only the Destroyer calmly raised his hand and asked him to restrain himself, sensing that the rage could ignite a fratricidal quarrel. And then another address sounded. Someone's commanding voice asked for permission to say a few words on behalf of all the brothers of the demonic path. It was Kondang, the senior disciple, whose presence immediately silenced everyone. At first, he sharply ordered everyone to be silent, then asked, "Is the head of the demonic path not yet determined? And even if the defeated patriarch turned out to be a fake, so what? What if the real one died long ago in a treacherous trap? Does that really change the essence?" His voice rang out like a cry of reason. "Does that erase the conquests of the south of the central land, accomplished by His Holiness? Does the power before which no one dares to raise a sword become a lie just because of the words of cowards?" For those present, this question sounded like a challenge and at the same time a blow to the heart, for no one could deny the obvious. Then Khan slightly raised his voice and almost shouted, "What the hell is legality? What roots? Since when do we suddenly care about formalities? We are the demonic path, so listen to me carefully." Is it really worth bringing this to this point? His words cut through the tense silence. Not long ago, I stood before the former chief elder of the demonic path camp, Van. He admitted that he sincerely cared about the mental state of the respected elder. Concern was evident in every word, because behind the stern tone lay respect and gratitude for the man who bore the burden of past decisions. Elder Van did not hide the truth. No matter how you twist it, denying the power of his brightness is pointless. Seeing how he conquered the south of the central Great Land, Van thought only one thing. Glory to the gods that now he himself has become the chief. His heart then beat faster, for he imagined how the demonic path breaks through space and conquers the entire central Great Land, turning chaos into order and fear into power. But did we ever lack that thirst, that fire and ambition? We forgot that back then the highest values were suspicion, cunning, intrigues that devoured us from within. Betrayal and deceit became our guides. We ourselves opened the gates to darkness, convincing ourselves that this was the path to true perfection. And for a long time we believed that it was precisely these shadowy methods that led the demonic path on the right road, although in reality they only distanced us from the goal. We walked this path, deceiving even ourselves, thinking we were winning, while long ago we had already lost to our own fears. And when we realized that this path was mistaken, it was already too late. We had grown old, exhausted, losing strength and faith in change. It was then that Van turned to Kondang, young, full of determination, capable of correcting their mistakes. He entrusted him with an ancient document and said, "Take this, let it help you. Walk alongside the heavenly demon and open a new path for the demonic path." And now, at this moment, Dong unfolded that document. It was a true decision, signed by all the former elders of the demonic path camp. It stated, "We fully support the actions of the heavenly demon Pachon." After this, he added only one thing, simple but decisive. "We put the title of Demon Lord at stake, a duel to the death. The winner takes all." The gazes of those present ignited, the air filled with anticipation. It was interesting who would dare to step forward and play this deadly game. But suddenly, the same mustached scoundrel raised his hands up and shouted, "Glory to the Demon Lord Pachon! May he live forever!" trying to be the first to take the opportunity to please the winner. And, as if on signal, all the others also raised their hands, acknowledging the new lord. A wave of approval swept through the camp, mixing fear and excitement. The heavenly demon turned to Deng, thanked him, and asked him to convey words of gratitude to the Council of Elders for their trust. But he knew these were not all the words the Elders wanted to convey. Somewhere between the lines of their message there was a feeling of pain for the past and hope for renewal. Then the destroyer addressed Deng. "In my demonic path, I need those like you. Join me." In his voice was not a proposal, an order that was at the same time an honor. "If I hadn't been invited, it would have even been insulting to leave," replied Deng with a smile. Thus began the lightning reorganization of the demonic path camp under Pachon's leadership, which became a new era of their domination. In the cave where the patriarch of the demonic path silently trained, a fierce clash occurred between a new man who had begun to live a truly new life and a celestial demon. Each had their own goal and their own outcome of the duel. The rivals were equal in their strength, like two halves of a whole, and neither of them was going to give up easily. The celestial demon could not acknowledge Pachon as his equal. Both warriors delivered powerful blows, tearing out a bunch of energy around them. The guys plunged into the duel. One of them might use cunning or a technique to confuse the opponent, while the other searched for a gap in his defense. Every move pulsed with wild energy. Finally, the fighters parted in different directions to carefully analyze what they felt and saw during the clash, and they watched each other intently, waiting for an attack or treachery. The celestial demon and Pachon again rushed towards each other like two raging storms. They simply could not allow the match to end in a draw. Their hands met as if in a mirror reflection. An ancient dragon technique was unleashed, the wrath of the heavenly destroyer, the battlefield of Shurma. The grinding of the opponent's teeth drowned out all sounds around. Every martial arts master goes through many stages step by step before becoming a true fighter, and on this path, changes constantly occur that somehow transform his mastery. The true stage is the practice of initial, basic formalized methods and techniques. Here every movement, knowledge, and skill is performed exactly according to the canon and strict rules of combat. The real stage is when fights go beyond art. The warrior's strength freely unfolds without limits and external control, and the sword in his hand becomes almost a part of himself. This usually happened in ordinary common cases. But this time everything went beyond any canons, and did not resemble any case in the history of martial arts in the region. The celestial demon felt that the changes and metamorphoses happening with Pachon at this stage were not ordinary. They went beyond the allowed and challenged the very logic of martial arts. The previous fight, witnessed by the heavenly demon, and the use of the heavenly demon's lord technique, destruction of the 12 emperors, left no doubt. Pachon had passed the stage of true technique, but achieving such a high level of mastery of techniques and methods in just a few days was impossible. And yet, as if on the brink of death, Pachon discovered something new within himself, and somehow mastered the skill. The heavenly demon was by no means going to lose this duel, even though it was rather friendly in nature, and this time it was truly worth showing his mastery. Pachon also had no intention of stopping. He was secretly preparing his secret technique. It was called Golden Embodiment of the Dragon. The power of the technique was combined with the uniqueness of its wielder. When all the techniques were performed in the correct order, the energy in the air condensed and grew into the silhouette of a dragon, which lunged at the opponent and filled the entire cave. Dodging it was almost impossible. The heavenly demon restrained himself, covered with his hand, and tried with all his might to avoid the influence of the golden dragon, because he had encountered this technique more than once, and in many cases could resist it. Releasing such a volume of energy was dangerous for the user of the technique himself. It required an incredible amount of physical and spiritual strength. So the heavenly demon closed himself off and became more interested in what was happening with Pachon. When the dust settled and the smoke cleared, the demon saw his opponent intact and unharmed. Deep furrows stretched across the floor around him, and Pachon stood calmly looking at his opponent. Pachon asked the heavenly demon what else he was capable of, and whether that was really all his arsenal. And the heavenly demon promised that for a novice, he still had many interesting things. He assured that both still had strength left, and the duel was still undecided, so it was time to truly show all their secret moves and techniques, because there was nothing left to hide from each other. The demon felt, if he did not teach the boy a lesson this time, he would become even more arrogant and stop respecting him. He needed to sow doubt in him immediately, but the demon himself was afraid he might not be able to win. The heavenly demon began to support himself even more. He confidently explained that among martial arts masters, he was the most respected, and no one had the right to put him below themselves or humiliate him. Around the heavenly demon, a stream of energy was raging. Man was breaking out of control, and he was still preparing for the decisive moment experience suggested. He needed to mobilize all his experience. Pachko was intently staring at the opponent, trying to catch his plan, and the answer appeared instantly. The appearance of the heavenly demon had radically changed. The demon's hand was blazing with bright purple fire. He dared to use a technique he had never used before, so the fighter was truly risking. The technique was called the Destructive Sword of Doom. He sharply warned Pachin beware, because one mistake could cost him his life. The heavenly demon hoped to sow panic among the opponent this way, but he did not fall for the manipulation. Pachon activated his secret ability and fervently begged not to succumb to him under any circumstances. This time he wanted to fully test his strength and power. The heavenly demon was preparing to attack the enemy, patiently waiting until the energy of his power grew to the required level to achieve victory as quickly and effectively as possible. Pachon froze in surprise. The heavenly demon did not make any familiar moves but had already activated his power and was preparing to attack. So the boy became seriously worried the opponent's words took on a completely different meaning. The young man could not understand what this secret power was and how it worked, and this scared him very much. It seemed that the very fabric of space was pressing on him, as if space had broken through. Not only Pachon was impressed, even the heavenly demon himself did not expect such serious steps in response. It was necessary to beware of Pachon. His abilities were truly frightening. At first glance, the opponent's movements seemed strange and inappropriate to the situation to the demon, so he personally saw no threat in the technique of summoning the 12 sources of doom. Despite the disdainful attitude, a super-powerful aura of the sword burst from the boy's fingers. Its energy pushed back the heavenly demon and forced him to abandon the planned attack and switch to defense. At the place where the heavenly demon stood, there was a pile of stones. Smoke was pouring from under the rubble, and dust was rising. The boy himself was not visible, and Pachon was fussing and worrying whether everything was all right with the heavenly demon. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the heavenly demon, coughing, got to his feet. He did not expect his opponent to dare such a thing, but he could not show that he was scared. The heavenly demon stood up and walked towards Pachon, thinking anxiously whether that guy was still alive, although he himself did not expect that he could use such a secret technique and hide it from him. When the heavenly demon came closer, he saw that the boy was barely holding back laughter. The boy replied that he did not know if he was still alive, or if it all seemed to him, because the technique itself had taken a lot of his energy. The heavenly demon extended his hand to his comrade and helped him to his feet. The rivals looked at each other, and the respect for the opponent grew even stronger. They were true warriors and masters. Soon they were already sitting on the floor debris and talking like old friends. This was exactly how, they believed, the duel of two martial arts masters should have ended. Pachon laughed loudly. He was happy because despite all their efforts, the fight again ended in a draw. And the guys also wondered whether it was better not to continue the hostility and not end the friendship in such a way. The heavenly demon tried with all his might to get angry, but he failed. He still agreed with the boy that the fight was as fair as possible, and again, they had a draw. And Pachon asked, "Does the heavenly demon really think that such a result of the fight was caused only by the fact that he fought softer and sometimes spared his opponent?" The boy insisted that the demon had not yet regained his former power. Even the technique he used was not fully developed by him, and threatened him more. Even the demon's body could not recover to its original state. It was completely different with the boy. He looked closely at his own fingers and said that he even used his strongest technique. In addition, Pachon asked whether the demon was really right-handed, or if it was just a feature of his current body because the whole course of the fight could depend on this. The last words angered the heavenly demon, and he could not hold back. He said coldly that at his level it did not matter at all, because he used power despite all the limitations of the captive body and physical shell. Pachon was cheerful. He thanked his opponent, as the latter had allowed him to fully reveal his capabilities and test what he was capable of now. At the end, he asked the heavenly demon not to relax because he would definitely return and take revenge. The boy extended his hand to the former opponent. At first, the heavenly demon did not understand that gesture, and Long simply yielded to the opponent. But this time he finally guessed what was wanted from him. The demon smiled mockingly and asked if Pachon really hoped that their duel would end so easily. Next time the boy must prepare better, otherwise he will definitely lose and get a beating. Their fists collided in a friendly gesture. It was more than a symbol of friendship. It showed a true alliance of strength and honor of the highest-level martial arts masters. The action shifts to the secret training center of the hidden Taiyuan arena in Shanxi province. The place was teeming with people, and everyone was tense before the important event. A circle of men and women was buzzing, They were passionately discussing something. People were moving in one direction, although each was immersed in their own affairs. Among the group, two men stood out who were talking about something. This ceremony was like a farewell to battles, a kind of retirement for the masters. The pride of the region's martial arts retired that day at the same time. The hidden arena was packed, the crowd was pressing because so many people wanted to see this event. All seemed enchanted, watching the arena attentively, and not only the masters themselves came, but also their relatives and close ones. Jiang Huchkin was the chief manager of the arena. He was often told that only those born under a lucky star could attend this ceremony. But in reality, connections decided everything. The man was not worried at all about the safety of those present, although this time a lot of people really gathered. The elders had not made enemies in the martial arts world, so no one would dare to disrupt the ceremony. But if some madman dares to disrupt the celebration, those present will definitely deal with him. Meanwhile, in the Ascension to Heaven Temple, an explosion thundered in a closed secret arena. One of the elders embraced his severely wounded comrade. He lay on the floor, breathing hoarsely. The man felt that his time to say goodbye had come, yet he was still curious who dared to commit such an act. The stranger mocked the old men with a sneer. He asked why they did not provide him lodging and did not offer rest from the road. If the elders had been a bit more hospitable, they could have avoided much. The old man could not stand it. Loudly, almost shouting, he asked who dared to commit such an act. It was very unpleasant for him to do so, but he had to get an answer. The stranger slowly and attentively looked at his hand, which was smeared with blood. He asked to convey to Lord Yahello that the very envoy of hell had come to visit. He was the Lord of Bloody Hands. The elder was dying right on the floor among bloodstains. Around on the floor lay several more bodies. The old master felt that something terrible had just happened. He could do nothing, and hiding it was impossible. The bloody massacre on the eve of the ceremony became a real horror. People gathered to witness. Everyone around whispered nervously. No one dared to ask questions aloud. The organizer and arena owner did not know where to go. He did not expect such a turn of events and was completely unprepared for what happened at the place he was responsible for. So he approached the elders' bodies confusedly. The closer he got to them, the less he could restrain himself. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Emotions burst out of him. More than anything, he wanted to know now who dared to commit such an act. The crowd around began to boil with rage. Everyone desperately wanted to find out who committed this sacrilege. The men fervently demanded revenge. For this, they asked permission to continue the investigation until the names of the guilty became known. The crowd decided to split into several groups to find the killer's trail, chase him, and punish him justly. Meanwhile, the killer stood on the roof and rejoiced in the chaos. The Bishop of Bloody Hands, Prince of the Divine Section of the Emperor, doubted that anyone present would dare to challenge him, even if they were found and proven guilty. He watched intently the crowd that mindlessly rushed to search around the scene for evidence and traces. Everyone behaved utterly foolishly, and rather hindered each other than helped the investigation. The Bishop of Bloody Hands looked skeptically at the commotion below, and could not understand why his leadership was so afraid of this crowd. It was even strange for him to imagine why the headquarters was stalling and delaying the crackdown on them. A messenger arrived at the leader. He sneaked up so inconspicuously that he earned praise from his chief. The newcomer greeted him on arrival at this beautiful place and awaited further orders. The bishop looked closely at him and guessed that this messenger was sent by the elder brother. The messenger himself refused the accompaniment of a servant and said he was setting off across the central plains alone. The servant obediently nodded and quietly assured that it was impossible to do this now. These words angered the bishop. The prince asked how dare he contradict him. After all, the servant was really nobody, and his closeness to the elder brother did not decide anything. Despite all efforts, he would not become the heavenly prince or anyone like that. The servant paused and explained that the elder brother had ordered to accompany the prince. The reason was an agreement between the heavenly clans of the Bloody Demon and his eternal adversaries. Moreover, this order was received not only from the prince, but also from the emperor of the heavenly demon himself. So it was his duty to escort that man, and do everything to ensure he returned safely from the mission. The prince could not comprehend. The teacher decided to form an alliance with the heavens of the heavenly demon, since in his eyes that clan was a complete failure, and incompetence mistakenly considered masters of martial arts. The action shifts to Luoyang. The town was bustling with life. A column of people slowly moved along the city street. Luoyang was rightfully considered a transit point where goods from different countries headed to various provinces. Here, despite its modest appearance, true wealth created by trade was hidden. Luoyang was rightfully considered a first-class trade hub, and was a key point. The trading world was a true kingdom of merchants, and the deeper you dig, the clearer it becomes that trade was a continuous tangle of hidden networks. If you imagine the trading world as a tree, its roots sank into the depths of the demonic path, but in reality, it tried to grow into a separate ecosystem, independent of anyone, with its own laws and principles. One of the merchants believed that money knows no division into white and black. Money does not care where it comes from or where it goes, so it is not worth being skeptical of trade that follows the righteous path. It was believed that combining two opposite paths was simply impossible. But the former head of the righteous path and the Merlim alliance managed to do it, and his influence split even the trading world. Many resisted the innovations, some called the representatives of the righteous path jackals, and insisted that all they wanted was to destroy the trading path. But despite this, many wished to unite forces. Thus was born the Great Trading Guild, the largest union of merchants of the Central Plain, created to tame that ancient struggle that raged among all living things. It boiled down to fierce competition for food and goods. Ordinary people did not feel the passions that boiled at the top, which controlled all flows of material goods and wealth. For them, it passed almost unnoticed. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Great Guild and the Merlim Trading Alliance was intensifying and gaining momentum. So many people gathered at the Merlim headquarters that tension filled the air. Everyone rushed to hear the leadership's decision. The elder brother was again tending his orchids, and no longer worried about what was happening beyond the palace walls. His guest sat nearby, attentive and patient, waiting for the prince to speak to him. The lord could not hold back. He was tired of watching the house owner devote more time to plants than to his important person, and he asked why he was called to this place and what task would be assigned. Cho Ryang, the heavenly military prince of the divine imperial section, warmly thanked the brother for the visit, and politely asked if the guest was tired from the journey, and if he wanted to rest. The young man still preferred to get to the point, and the host agreed he also disliked empty ceremonies and traditional ritual greetings that stole already precious time. He began the conversation with a sinister message about an alliance formed between the heavens of the bloody demon and their divine faction. The guest found this news unpleasant. He was concerned about how these clans would divide the central plain. The host did not rush to answer such a question. He carefully and measuredly poured tea for the guest. He explained that they could not discuss leadership orders or even think about the reasons. Cho Ryang said that he had simply received an order from the great mentor. The prince was supposed to help him in the struggle for control over the trade that took place in the central plain, and that was the reason for the visit. Cho Ryang decisively warned. In case of refusal, he would be forced to inform the commander-in-chief, and the prince would be sent back to headquarters, possibly even deprived of all significant awards and privileges. The boy was boiling with indignation. The whole state of affairs and the fact that even here he would have to obey the orders of his older brother drove him mad, and the very task about trade only irritated him. He was convinced that he deserved a much greater matter to kill all those beasts from the central plain, and it was precisely he, as the chief inspector, who was entrusted with checking the recruits, because the teacher himself ordered it. Cho Ryang assured that if his interlocutor had doubts about the task, he would show him a letter with the order, signature, and seal of the great mentor himself. The inspector had to calm down. He was silent and only breathed deeply, restraining himself from saying anything unnecessary and worsening his already miserable situation. Finally, he agreed. The older brother was not frivolous, not one to throw words to the wind. In this situation, he had to submit, overcome his own pride, and carry out the master's order. Cho Ryang smiled slyly, called the guest the Lord of Bloody Hands, and warned he should be more careful and not believe everything said, because he would have to deal with traitors who are cunning in this. The host also emphasized, there is no need to be upset because this is not a total endless war. Great and important battles happen without weapons, and our future does not depend only on them. Cho Ryang explained that first they need to control all trade, and later they will work to become hegemons in the world of martial arts, and only then will the Lord gain full freedom of action. Moreover, the elder brother said that the conquest of trade had already progressed significantly. Under the name of the Great Trade Guild, they had captured the lion's share of the market, and no one yet even suspects their plan. The prince asked with surprise, could it be that the leadership of the Great Trade Guild really were participants in the imperial section? He found it strange that he knew nothing about such a matter. How could it have passed him by? Cho Ryan assured that there was nothing grandiose here, many had handled this easily. But there were still problems, and the Muram alliance had recently become very interested in trade issues. The prince's role at this stage is extremely important. He did not come here in vain. The chief set him the goal of undermining the trade activities of the Muram alliance, and much in this world depends on this. In this matter, the Prince of Bloody Hands was given full freedom to choose methods and actions. He would be given people and everything necessary, after which active actions against the lower structures of the Muram alliance were to begin. Cho Ryan abruptly stood up from the table, sincerely thanked for the understanding, and praised his brother. Then added that from now on, his attitude would change. Now he would consider him a chief, not just an ordinary person. It was also time for the prince to become more serious and approach the resolution of this issue much more thoroughly, because he would be required to follow clear rules and recommendations, so neglecting this was not advisable. These words and the attitude, as if toward a junior, again ignited anger in the prince. He restrained himself with his last strength, but it was difficult, and he also noticed how his elder brother had changed after arriving in the Middle Valley. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of that very servant he addressed, the military prince. Lady Zhaoyuan had arrived at the house, and the host seemed not at all surprised by this news. He rose from his seat and headed to the door. Zhaoyuan truly was the jade phoenix of heavenly prosperity, immediately appearing composed and businesslike, and not at all worried about being in the company of such serious people. As soon as the guest appeared, the host immediately transformed, becoming compliant and gentle in attitude. This impressed the Prince of Bloody Hands, who in no way tried to change his elder brother, but still was nervous. Meanwhile, the host approached the guest and raised his index finger, a gesture the girl did not like. She looked at him skeptically and restrained herself, as she was not used to familiar treatment. The prince decided to intervene in the conversation. He asked Cho Ryan why he was engaged in this matter, and why he had never sent Manhwa any news about it. The host was surprised by the question. He did not expect it. The guest, slightly stunned, asked, could the girl really distract a great military general from an important matter? If he did not know the senior jurat, he would say that his mind was clouded by love. The prince pointed at the girl with his finger, his eyes burning with surprise. Could she, without lineage and nobility, have won Cho Ryan's attention? And did she really make him forget about Manhwa, who had been waiting for her older brother all this time? Zhao Yun was offended. The guest's words that she was not of noble origin, and that her family was inferior to his, hurt her pride. It was extremely humiliating for her to hear this during their first meeting. The prince asked if she now wanted to see and feel something much harsher than those bad words directed at her. But his mouth was suddenly covered by the older brother's hand. He was not going to listen to the guest. Cho Ryan looked at him attentively, and sternly explained that it was not worth provoking him in his own house, and the girl was a guest. So in the presence of the host, etiquette should not be violated or provoked. After letting the younger brother go, Cho Ryan allowed him to leave. The prince was barely breathing. He did not expect such treatment because of some girl. After all, he believed in the elder's feelings for Manhwa until the very end. The prince, coughing, promised, if he saw tears in Manhwa because of him, he would definitely break up with him and take revenge for the insult, despite the fact that the elder brother deserved respect. The door slammed behind him. Cho Ryan and his guest were left alone, still looking after him. The young man lost control and was rude to the guest, and Zhao Yun felt only anger towards him. The host was now trying to ease the tension a little. He took out a fan and asked the guest not to be angry. Zhao Yun guessed that she had been drawn into some unpleasant situation, but did not dare to speak about it. Soon the girl and the host were resting at the table and drinking tea. Zhao Yun thanked him for his care and concern, and the man assured her that he did it with pure intentions and in gratitude for the secret manuscripts handed over. The prince inquisitively asked about the reasons for dissatisfaction, whether the girl felt uncomfortable here, whether someone was bothering her, and how the master Cho Ryan promised to settle everything and help. Zhao Yun asked not to be angry. She liked it here so much. She felt completely at home. But a very important person was waiting for her in the outside world, and she did not want to distract her with her delay. The prince pretended to be surprised, but it was obvious it was very staged. He inquired whether this was the martial arts master from the southern region, about whom the fighters had been talking so much lately. The girl was struck. How did he know about this young man? The most terrible guesses instantly flew through her mind, but she pulled herself together, composed herself, and decided not to show her anxiety in front of Cho Ryan. The master pretended not to notice her reaction, put on the most innocent look, and said that he did not want to talk about it until a certain time, but now he was simply forced to do so. Cho Ryan reported, with barely concealed satisfaction, the alarming news. The Southern Edge clan was destroyed after an attack by the Heavenly Demon clan. In that bloody battle, few survived, and there was almost no news about them. The news that the former head of the Southern Alliance and his young disciple had disappeared without a trace simply crushed her. She refused to believe it until the last moment, but it was almost impossible to check whether Cho Ryan was lying. Meanwhile, the master covered his desire to keep her close with words about caring for her safety after the destruction of the Southern Alliance. He did not dare to give any guarantees at all, and no one could assure that she would not fall into a trap. The heavens of the bloody demon could be lurking for her anywhere, so now he directly asked her, was she really ready to leave a safe place in search of something ephemeral? Zhao Yun assured that she was once ready to die, so now, when a path stretched before her, she must walk it exactly as fate had written for her. Cho Ryan was stunned. He did not expect this at all. This time fear did not work, and the guest was ready to leave his home at any cost. This was unacceptable. He did not want to let her go. Zhao Yun asked Cho Ryan whether she had correctly understood from his conversation with the prince that in a distant land some person was waiting for the master himself, and emphasized that Pinghua should not be taken lightly. He replied that he would like to take those words back to her. He really felt embarrassed to talk about it now, because the topic was too delicate for a frank and open conversation. The girl trembled as she asked herself whether he really intended to continue deceiving her, since the prince's frankness showed that he was genuinely surprised by the guest's appearance, and thought about poor Pinhua, who was waiting for the prince. The host could no longer hold back. He jumped onto the table and stood right in front of the guest's face. Zhao Yun shuddered. He had never allowed himself such behavior before while she was nearby. He looked intently into her eyes and asked what she intended to do when he forbade her from leaving his house, and how she could harm him or somehow create problems related to Pinhua. Just as quickly as he jumped onto the table, Cho jumped down from it. He again pretended to be the carefree host who enjoyed pleasant company. He explained that in any case, he could not just let her go. He promised. As soon as matters with the trade guild were resolved, he would immediately let her go in all directions. Until then, as long as no one could guarantee her safety, she would remain his guest. Zhao Yun painfully realized that she would still have to remain his captive. She pretended not to notice anything and suspected nothing, while Cho was already calling her to dinner. Now the action shifts to the main hall of the Kaifan school. After arriving in the Pachon region, he went to the Kaifan school, where among those present were Pachon himself, the heavenly demon, the benefactor, the illusory elder, and the king of ruin, all alert and ready to listen attentively. In one of the rooms, the group gathered around a table. Pachon first asked the benefactor to create an antidote called endless hatred. He had received it in the camp of the followers of the demonic path. The heavenly demon could not hide his surprise when he saw with what enthusiasm Pachon recounted his adventures. The young man's expression was explained only by the fact that he was well disposed toward these people and sincerely rejoiced at their presence in his life. One of the elders whispered that 1,600 fighters of the personal guard of the heavenly demon's emperor had arrived in the central lands, and now it was necessary to immediately decide what to hand over to the ruler. Pachon impatiently inquired of Nizhuihua whether she had completed the task, because he wanted all the details, whether he would have to personally clean up after the students, and whether any unforeseen clashes had occurred. The old man paused for a moment, then assured that the comrades moved in small groups, but their demonic essence spread too quickly, and was easy to sense, so there was indeed some threat to their cause. Since this was not a full-scale war with open combat, redeploying troops in mobile groups was quite risky. Spies could track the movements. Pachon also asked about the various assassin groups in the central lands. Fan Kai had this information, so everyone present gladly listened to him and drew conclusions. The man said that the largest assassin detachment were followers of the demonic path. However, the overlord joined them, pacified and subdued them, so now attention should be turned to Yalin. Fan Kai said that representatives of this clan were not followers of martial arts. They followed their own, completely different path than anything he had known before, and it was difficult to say anything specific about them. Among the ranks of this organization were warriors of various kinds, martial arts masters, experienced war veterans, and lowest-class ronin, but all were united by a strange common goal. The combat power of the group was astonishingly great, and Pachon immediately etched this in his memory to keep this under control going forward, and gather as much available information about Yalan and its members as possible. Next came the question of armed escort, and the conversation quickly turned to Merlim, an organization that already controlled almost 40% of all armed movements in the Central Territory. The old man said that since ancient times the Northern Swordmen's Alliance had guarded caravans, trade detachments, and routes. Now the Merlim Alliance had begun to intercept the initiative from them. Pachon understood what was being discussed. Recently this organization had been talked about more and more. But now he was most interested in something else, what the famous large guild of merchants really was, and what power stood behind it. The man mentioned a scoundrel and impostor named Dugu Hantian. He tried to use the Merlim Alliance to break into the world of trade, but nothing came of it. The man's actions provoked a powerful resistance, and merchants from all over the world began to unite into an organization that could protect them and defend their interests even by force. Thus the Great Guild was born. However, after gathering information, the old man became somewhat worried about who was leading the Great Guild. The boy asked what was the matter. He was already preparing for the worst news. The man explained that every leader of any organization has their own story of formation and their own life path. But regarding the head of the guild, nothing was found about his past. Pachon could not believe that the guild leader had fallen out of the sky, and the young man asked in surprise, "Is it really so difficult to find information about even outstanding people from the Kaifan organization, that it was on the edge of reality?" The boy shone with satisfaction. He again made the elders think. They already suspected that an important and difficult task from the commander awaited ahead for gathering information. Today Pachon was given a bunch of different information. He almost got confused. But it was time to act decisively. He jumped up and addressed his subordinates. The elders stood on the cliff and discussed today's meeting. They were tormented by the question of what the chief had planned this time. But no one was sure if they would understand his plan correctly. One of the elders assured that there was no point in discussing the leader's orders. He does nothing without reason, and his commands are not to be discussed. In any case, Pachon's goal is great and extremely important. The next day in the Hall of the Sacred Sword, Pachon called several representatives of Merlim to himself. He was going to talk to them because of his long absence, so now they listened to him attentively. After a brief meeting, he assured that he was pleased with their results, and their joyful faces convinced him that the next day would be under control and no one would dare to worsen the situation. Time was running out, the meeting was coming to an end, and evening was thickening over the palace of the Sacred Sword. Pachon called the heavenly demon to himself, with whom he wanted to discuss an important matter. The heavenly demon shuddered with surprise. He did not expect such a proposal from the boy, and it made him a little wary. Pachon himself promised that their comrade would see everything on the spot when they got there. Finally, they reached today's destination. The great emperor of the Hidden Dragon, Dugu Zheng, joyfully welcomed such honored and desired guests. Dugu was a good host and a loyal ally. Pachon did not waste time and immediately got to work. He informed the old man that he had important news for him. The old man agreed to talk one-on-one, and the young man told everything in detail and specifically about the matter. The old man, with deep pain in his heart, received the news of his grandson's death. Pachon allowed him to cry so that at least some of the pain would leave with the tears. It was hard for the boy to talk about it, and he asked for forgiveness for that news. The old man calmly assured that everything was fine. He was certain that everything happened as it was meant to happen. The ruler had still extended the grandson's lifespan. Otherwise, the little scoundrel would not have lived even this long. He would have died much earlier. Pachon still opened up and shared his doubts. He believed that he was not strong enough to protect the boy, and he felt the burden of responsibility on himself, which he could not cope with. The old man assured that it was not worth drowning in the abyss of doubts and beating oneself up. It was not worth blaming oneself. One must not stop at the death of this child, because that way one risks losing an even greater and more important cause. This became shocking news for him. The old man's grandson was ready to give his life so that Pachon's success would advance further, and the boy considered himself unworthy of such a sacrifice. Pachon bowed to the old man and promised that until his last breath he would remain grateful for the grandson's sacrifice, and from now on he would dedicate every step to the memory of his comrade and his sacrifice for the sake of good. The man rose from the table and thanked the ruler for such generosity. One could say that the grandson did not live his life in vain. He laid the foundation for future generations of fighters and merchants who would bring light to the people. The old man had already bowed to the ruler when a voice sounded behind him, painfully familiar to him. From surprise, he opened his eyes wide. The man did not expect to hear it in this place, and the stranger assured that the boy did not die in vain. The grandfather slowly turned around. He strained his gaze, trying to see the guest better, but doubted that it would be possible at all. The heavenly demon sincerely thanked the old man for his respectful attitude toward the death of his grandson. Thanks to this, he was able to return from oblivion and live again in this world, and Dugu's body gave him this opportunity. The young man asked for forgiveness, because speaking such words in Dugu's body was completely unattractive and possibly even painful, and the heavenly demon assured that he, more than anyone else, knew perfectly well what the boy's last moments of life were like. The demon explained that the young man could have lived longer if he had clung to his life, but a situation arose that required a sacrifice, and the boy dared to do so without hesitation. He sacrificed himself. He gave his body to the one who calls himself the heavenly demon, and it was precisely because of this that it was possible to save Pachon himself. At first glance, such a turn of events might have seemed strange and incomprehensible. The old man was pleased to hear such words. Who could have hoped that his grandson would hear them from a true master of martial arts of the Central Lands? The man's heart rejoiced. The grandfather pondered and added that, most likely, he should thank the guests for allowing his grandson's soul to approach the glory and greatness of the great martial arts masters. For this he must be grateful to them. The heavenly demon was skeptical about this. He thought that what they had done was not worthy of gratitude. At the same time, he announced his new surname in the world of martial arts. His name was Ma Tianyu. The man and Pachon understood that the heavenly demon took a part of his name from Wu, from the grandfather and his grandson, and both were grateful to him for this, because despite the fame and past merits, he respected the soul of the unknown boy. It was time to say goodbye. Pachon and the old Dugu stood in the middle of the room. The young man begged the old man to be careful. Many things could happen in the position of the alliance leader, and the grandfather insisted that he was waiting for their next meeting. The old man watched them for a long time as the boys left his house. He tried to imprint the image of his grandson in his memory, although he had long been gone. Another soul now lived in his body, but the memory of Dugu was eternal. The legendary heavenly demon at that moment seemed to the man not at all the monster that everyone talked about everywhere. He was by no means the one they were used to imagining in legends and tales. The old man looked intently at his trembling hand, feeling that the end of his life was near, and the great patriarch would gladly meet him there, where they could meet. Night quietly descended into the chambers of Shuehuaju and Dugu Shuelan. The windows of the little house were glowing. Although it was late, someone there was not asleep. The poor girl closed her eyes and suddenly seemed to hear a voice repeating her name, Shuelan. The girl thought that her sadness and longing were so strong that she was starting to go mad, and it seemed to her as if someone was calling her to themselves. Behind her stood a boy asking her not to be angry. He had a serious reason for being late. He simply could not come, and a whole range of emotions and experiences reflected on her face. She tried to control herself and decided to simply ask how he ended up here. But the young lord suddenly ran up to her very quickly and embraced her fiercely, and she did not expect such an outburst of feelings from him at all. Shuelan did not think that her lord was capable of this. Her cheeks blushed, and the girl herself had no idea that she awakened such feelings in the boy. Pachon asked to just stay a little longer nearby and silently embrace. The girl agreed. Meanwhile, the boy apologized for making her wait so long. He could only imagine what she felt at that moment. Morning came. A gentle breeze swayed the bell on the roof eaves and woke those who lingered in the realm of sleep. It was time to start a new day and a new life. Next to him stood the young lady Shuelan. She looked at him with a gentle smile. The girl was happy about what had happened, and it seemed as if there was a secret between them known only to the two of them. The boy and the girl found themselves in the same bed, and it was frightening. Pachon could not remember exactly how he ended up there. The events of the previous night were like in a fog, and now he had to gather his memories so as not to offend the girl. The previous evening everything began with the heavenly demon offering him to drink together, for old friendship. But the young man refused, saying he felt bad and was not in the mood for that. The comrade did not intend to fall behind him. In his opinion, feeling unwell was by no means a worthy reason to refuse a drink, and the heavenly demon emphasized that it should be in honor of the memory of Dugu Wu. These words indeed struck at the very heart and made him think about the proposal. After all, it was impossible to erase from the heart the memory of a comrade who sacrificed himself. But it turned out to be a fatal mistake, and the drunk shot brought no satisfaction. The boy was already about to leave the company of the heavenly demon. He explained that he actually did not like alcohol and everything associated with it very much. But the friend did not want to be left alone. He begged him to stay. The heavenly demon pretended to be indifferent, but at the end he threw a phrase that stopped Pachan saying that the world of love is much more important than friendly relations and the memory of a fallen comrade. The drink that the heavenly demon offered was called Huachi Hong, the wine of love, which wildly invigorated and strongly boosted strength, and men especially often cheered themselves up with it before entertainment. Many said that one shot was usually enough to ignite passion in the body and release all the feelings stuck inside it. Pachan now understood what the heavenly demon had treated him to and why he did it. The girl smiled and asked the young man if he wanted to have breakfast despite the late hour, and that smile clearly said that she really liked everything, and his behavior did not offend her. He decided not to pretend to be offended or broken in spirit. Everything was not as bad as it seemed at first. So the boy agreed to her offer. No one would be worse off from this, and everything had already happened at night. Dake Biaju was a security company that managed 24 branches in 2 provinces. At the moment, 7,000 employees worked there, and they diligently guarded and stood watch. The chief manager was not in the mood for that now. The man's name was Kujizi. He was burning with anger and did not want to listen to his subordinates' explanations because the news was very discouraging and threw him off track. The servant Pan Baishu sadly reported that the cargo of the last caravan was almost completely stolen. He was the manager of the branch in Guangzhou, Guangdong province. For a moment, silence reigned between them. The chief tried to put into his head what he was told. There were no options for what to do now, and he was tormented by one question: who was guilty of this crime. The branch manager's response did not satisfy him. Jizi wanted details about the attack and the whole situation. It was necessary to determine who the killer was, who the attacker was, and who was to blame for all this. What cargo disappeared, and where the attacker's tracks led. Pan Baishu said that all the gold that was transported disappeared without a trace. The criminal's scheme eerily resembled both the followers of the heavenly demon and the clan of the righteous. The manager refused to believe it. He thought the servant was so confused by fear in his testimony that it could not be considered reliable. It was necessary to ask someone else about the attack. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of another member of Biju. The boy rushed to the manager and begged to be heard first, and the haste with which he ran showed how important it was. The servant meanwhile with a broken voice told that 23 caravans under their protection were completely plundered, and it was not possible to determine who was responsible for this. In the headquarters of the Great Guild, it was impossible to get through. There were plenty of people. Very few people knew what had happened. The leadership and the manager kept everything under strict control and kept it secret. Cho Ryan received news about what his people had done, and although he did not divert his attention from his beloved chrysanthemums, from the outside it might have seemed as if the prince was completely absorbed by them. But in reality, he heard and understood everything perfectly. Manager Q Frozehi did not know how to respond to the master. He had no idea how to proceed, and the prince demanded a clear answer to the questions asked. The attackers left no trace behind. The man began to get angry. The contemptuous tone with which this boy spoke to him ignited rage within him, because if Q really knew what to do, he would not have come to the prince's palace and started talking about the incident. He thought that even in such a critical situation, it was worth acting according to protocol. It was necessary to count the losses and find out how much gold disappeared from the caravan. To assess the damage, this would help determine the compensation for the escort. The next moment, Cho Ryang lost control. He smashed the orchid pot. The manager felt that the moment had come on which not his position in Biju depended, but his own life and the safety of his family and loved ones. Suddenly Cho calmed down, turned to the man, and said that everything could have been resolved much faster if he had found the attackers, but the prince was sure that this matter was beyond the manager's power. He began to sincerely assure that he was already moving towards resolving this issue. And Cho Ryang immediately got down to business and inquired who, in that case, was the client of the attack and who carried out these criminal actions. Kwai pointed to the golden-tiled turtles, and that answer surprised even him. He himself doubted that representatives of that clan, that organization, would dare to do such a thing. Cho Ryang asked if the turtles could have attacked all 23 caravans. He himself did not believe in the clan's numbers, or their ability to carry out such a lightning-fast and large-scale attack. The manager cut in that the turtles themselves were the clients of the escort in this matter. So it was pointless to guess where the reasons for the attack came from. It was necessary to dig deeper and investigate. But surprisingly, one of the 24 escorts did survive. It looked a bit strange, but was almost unharmed. This news caught Cho Ryang's attention, and he wanted more details regarding this exception. Cho Ryang asked the manager why he had not paid enough attention to this case after all. A little better preparedness could have helped cope with such a difficult current situation. He asked to forgive his short-sightedness. But the thing was that the order did not go through the main office, it was processed separately in each branch. This information shook Cho Ryang's faith. The turtles' behavior was clearly beyond the usual, looked premeditated, and they could not have ignored the risks. Kwai spoke about the details of the attacks that he managed to find out. There were nuances in different corners, but overall everything looked the same, and the modus operandi pointed to one organization. The rescued guards told in shock that they were attacked by members of the Merlim Alliance from the north and the Demonic Path clan from the south. But, according to Mr. Kwai, the strange thing was something else entirely. Soon, trackers at the crime scene came across the bodies of the caravan attackers. It turned out that they first attacked the caravan, and then someone else dealt with them and robbed it. Kwai added that the traces on the victims' bodies indicated not only the presence of members of the demonic and righteous path groups of the Central Plain, but also the involvement of people from the western regions of the country. The chief leaned over Q and demanded a clear answer who was to blame for what happened, since representatives of different schools could not have gathered under one wing and attacked simultaneously. The man thought for a long time, finally revealing that he initially suspected a staged event by the Turtle Clan itself, but later came to the version of a possible alliance between the Demonic Path and the Merlim. Cho Ryan asked why he rejected the possibility that the Turtle Clan itself was involved in the attack. He assured that they had no clear motive, and moreover, many members of the Turtle Clan itself were among the killed guards. Besides, their clan simply had no fighter capable of dealing with the warriors of the Merlim clan, and the followers of the Demonic Path. There were true masters of martial arts, with an extraordinarily high level of training. Cho Ryan leaned over the manager, who for some reason was becoming increasingly nervous. The prince asked if the version regarding the joint attack of Merlim and the Demonic Path clan on the Bijou escort was really final. The chief ordered Q to return to the office and fully pay compensation to the turtles. Their reputation as a serious organization could not be undermined, so the old man had to settle this matter. Cho Ryan ordered to prepare a report on the only escort that was unharmed, and survived. This surprised him even more than all 23 combined, and the matter did not end there. The man begged the chief to stop. After all, paying compensation without an investigation was clearly wrong. The expenses would be colossal for them, and the turtles themselves might see this as a weakness. Cho Ryan's position was unshakable. He said that this was the only way to avoid losing the trust of all Bijou partners, which the organization had fought for decades, so it was not worth economizing on this. Ku realized that now was not the time to get into a conflict with Cho Ryan while he was in such a state. He was not joking at all, and did not take what happened lightly. When Cho Ryan was left alone, he began to ponder what he had heard. The prince doubted that the attackers were the Merlim Alliance and the followers of the Demonic Path who had formed an alliance between themselves. The killing of their own people could have been just a cover. The turtles were hiding their sinister intent behind it, because such an act could be taken quite seriously as a declaration of war on Bijou, so the enemy carefully masked their actions. What was most surprising, the strength of the turtles was either underestimated, or they had a powerful patron behind them, who assured the safety of such an attack on Bijou. In the shadow of the room, the Prince of Bloody Hands and the head of the Emperor's secret section sat all this time, and the young man listened carefully to the entire conversation, and was now ready to give his conclusion and opinion about what happened to the caravans. That same night, the Lord of Bloody Hands and his subordinates set out to the province with the one caravan that was not attacked. This was ordered personally by Cho Ryan. The final destination of the campaign was the province of Jinan. By night, the forces of Bijou reached the destination, and here they had to stop and think through every step. After all, appearing with such a force in a foreign province was both dangerous and politically impolite. The stopping place became a port village. Here, amid the noise of the docks and the smoke of taverns, one could meet people of the most diverse origins, statuses, and occupations. At every turn they would become the source of information for the further campaign. For this, it was necessary to cross the river. Night was already falling, but the detachment came across a stranger with a fishing rod fishing on the pier. The commander ordered a subordinate to approach and talk to the man. The servant approached the fisherman and promised to give a pile of gold for crossing the river. The reward was supposed to be really large. In response, the stranger simply remained silent. He was not going to speak. The silence did not last long. The soldier flared up with anger at such a contemptuous attitude towards himself. He could not believe that an ordinary peasant dared to behave like that with him. And the fisherman just sat there with his fishing rod. The fighter could not hold back. He grabbed the peasant by the shoulder, and threatening punishment for his attitude towards the order, said he would make him regret his rudeness and pay for everything. Under the peasant's hood was the heavenly demon. He looked attentively at the soldier, who froze in surprise before him was not a peasant or a simple fisherman, but a well-groomed, skillful young man. The prince saw who was hiding under the hood and thought that something was really wrong here. The young man's appearance made him nervous, and the boy's facial expression was truly predatory. The heavenly demon could hardly believe it. These insolent ones behaved so frivolously, and even when they saw him, they did not run away from him or look for someone else, only the prince tensed. From this man emanated a wild, terrifying aura of the Lord of Bloody Hands instinct, and the prince himself understood. Starting a fight with such an opponent for his detachment now would mean almost suicide and mission failure. Escape was no longer possible. The prince instantly oriented himself and ordered the soldiers to rush into attack before the enemy recovered, and of course, it is hard to believe that he was completely unprepared for the clash. The next moment the entire detachment of soldiers was thrown into the air. The mighty attack of the heavenly demon tore through the ranks of the prince's warriors, and the Lord of Bloody Hands himself did not immediately understand what had happened. He expected an attack, but nothing like this. Soon the opponents met face to face. The Lord of Bloody Hands strained his gaze, trying to discern the one from whom came a similar aura of destruction and bloody confrontation. But you cannot escape from battle. The prince carefully studied the fighting technique. The opponent looked at him attentively. This young man seemed fearless of anyone and anything, looked the adversary straight in the eyes, and the heavenly demon added that he personally did not care about pawns like the prince. And his friend, burning with the desire to deal with them, sought to put an end to their misdeeds. The prince did not listen to the enemy and rushed into attack, hoping to take advantage of the suddenness and confusion of the opponent. The heavenly demon asked him to note that the cause of the next troubles of the Lord of Bloody Hands would be his unfortunate fate and his own carelessness. After a swift, lightning-fast attack, the prince's hand was torn off from the body. A cloud of blood rose around. When the prince finally realized what had happened, he screamed at the top of his lungs and stared at the place where his hand had been just a minute ago. The shock from the pain did not allow him to recover and comprehend the full seriousness of the situation. He tried to cover the stump of his arm with the whole limb. Behind and around him lay the bodies of people. The prince wished death only to the enemy, but he himself understood that now he could not fight at full strength. The opponent heard the death wish but did not react. He pretended not to notice the prince, who was slowly bleeding out, and along with that, the chance to take revenge for his lifelong disability was fading. For now, taking the prince's life was not in the plans of the heavenly demon. He stood beside the opponent and looked deeply into the Lord's eyes, using the technique of the heavenly demon's eye to obtain the necessary information. Under hypnosis, the prince revealed a secret. He was involved with the Emperor's divine section. Its forces were already in the Central Lands, and when the main troops arrived, the organization's headquarters would come with them. The celestial demon listened intently to the opponent. Through the last question, who belongs to the main headquarters? There was no answer, and Tianhao was losing control over the opponent's mental state. The ruler grabbed his head. It seemed to be tearing apart. He could not recall what had just happened, but felt as if someone was currently present in his head, and the prince could not cope alone. The next moment he struck his head with all his might with his surviving hand, and screaming, demanded that some unknown person get off his head and leave the thoughts and feelings spinning like a kaleidoscope alone. The celestial demon stared intently at the boy before him. He was impressed that he managed to cast off the mental spell on his own. The boy's willpower was striking, or he was too devoted to the path and clan. Meanwhile, the prince finally perceived reality adequately. He felt that a fighter with such a level of skills and technique needed to be immediately reported to the elder brother, so that he could take the necessary measures to counteract. The ruler admitted that he was wrong in his initial conclusions. He explained that he could not now wish death upon such an opponent, and decided that it was better to study him and take advantage of the stranger's capabilities. Suddenly, something like a bamboo stick, sealed with wax on one side, flew into the prince's mouth. He opened his eyes even wider in surprise and instantly realized what had happened. But he did not have time to spit out the explosive. The celestial demon timely understood that someone was trying to gag the Prince of Bloody Hands and stop him from revealing more information about the organization, its plans, and structure in the central lands. A mighty explosion thundered, smoke and dust enveloped the surroundings, and fragments of the pier and stones scattered in all directions. The celestial demon shielded himself from the dust with his hand, could not understand who would want to finish off the prince in such a way, and the possibility that the prince himself carried the explosive in his stomach was dismissed from the start. The demon Pachon sat near the thermal spring with a girl and spoke quietly with her. She blushed and shyly accepted his desire to go together to the local market and stroll to the city, while the boy himself thought that the right moment had not yet come. The young ones were already approaching each other to become one whole in a kiss. Behind them, a muffled cough sounded, as if someone was trying in advance to announce their presence. Both turned around as if on command, and genuine surprise froze on their faces. They did not expect to see the old man here at all. The elder of the Kaifan school arrived personally. He did not want to disturb them, but the matter was truly important, and Fen Tianho asked the young master to allow him to speak with him alone about a secret matter. The elder Pachon held the letter in his hands and could not contain his surprise. Who it was from and what was written shocked him. His old comrade described his difficult decision in a matter of love, although it contradicted his oath. Now he confessed that his chosen one turned out to be much sharper and more dangerous than a sharpened blade, and he lamented pitifully that he could not get rid of his feelings for her. It was a difficult decision, but he was still leaving Pachon's army. For many this was betrayal and sin, but he had no other way, so he asked, "Do not try to bring him back to the path." The letter fell on the young man like a stone. He tried to understand whether his comrade had decided to joke or mock, but everything indicated the opposite. The letter contained pure truth, and all he could do was believe it. The girl approached the young man and anxiously asked if he was all right after receiving and reading the letter. He looked extremely gloomy. Pachon assured her that in fact everything was fine and he felt well. The girl assured him that it was precisely when things were not all right that people responded that way. She did not intend to intrude into his soul, and he frankly said that he could not tell her about the contents of the letter and asked for forgiveness. The old man heard her words with surprise, that there are not always situations worth telling about, but now the young man's heart slightly opened before her, and she could read something in it. She assured that it was quite enough for her just to be nearby and listen to him. The secret must remain only between him and the author of the letter. These words once again proved the correctness of the young lord's choice. Pachon emphasized that sometimes it even seemed to him that the girl was ahead of his thoughts. She modestly assured that it was all because he was always in her thoughts, so she was always ready. The boy raised his eyes to the sky and asked the illusory old man if he could help him resolve one situation. It was not too complicated, but required the intervention of someone wiser and more experienced. The events moved to the main headquarters of the trade guild. Cho Ryang thanked the doctor and let him go, asking that everything that happened here remain a secret. The prince was satisfied with the result. The room was dirty. The Lord of Bloody Hands sat on the floor clutching the stump of his hand with the surviving limb. The doctor hurried to leave the premises, and nearby in a pool of blood lay the body of another man. Cho Arnya asked where the proud, confident Lord of Bloody Hands had gone, and why before him now was a miserable cripple trying to vent his anger on the doctors and servants who were dying in droves and would soon become gossip. The prince assured, in the Lord's place anyone would have broken down after meeting such an opponent, so there was no need to punish oneself for weakness. It was better to rest and think alone about what had happened. Cho Ryang left his brother alone in the room, and firmly decided not to speak with him anymore until he came to his senses and pulled himself together. The man stood confused and did not know how to react. The Lord asked his brother to stop and listen to his last wish. The brother paused for a moment. Interested, he asked the elder to share with him the technique of the lightning strike. Cho Ryang was puzzled. He wondered with surprise where his brother had learned about this method and technique, but his will remained unshakable. He forbade even thinking about such training because it was too dangerous. Before Cho Ryang, some object landed with a crash. It was thrown after him by the angry and desperate lord. He had nothing left but to vent his anger and try to cope with the injury. In despair, he grasped the lightning technique of strike. It was his only chance to finally resolve the issue that had long troubled him. The elder brother understood his state, but emphasized that everything was not as simple as it seemed. The elder brother explained, "The art of the lightning strike is not at all what it appears at first glance. It will not make the owner strong. It will only destroy him completely from within." These words did not have the desired effect. The warlord burst out in loud, hysterical laughter. He explained that nothing else could break him anymore. 3 years ago he broke completely and irreversibly. He had nothing left to lose. The warlord became angry and demanded explanations why all these years he was kept in ignorance about Manhwa and the lightning technique. The elder brother once simply decided to use him. Cho Ryan calmed down, took on the kindest and most humble appearance, and said that he tried to protect the warlord from even greater disappointment, because he knew well how carefully he treated the girl. But the warlord did not believe a single word. He emphasized that all this was done only for his own benefit, and to silence his own conscience, and he himself did not even try to justify himself. He explained that he would not dissuade him from studying the technique of the warlord of bloody hands, but it would inevitably be his end, so it was worth focusing on other matters to get out of this difficult situation. The warlord assured that he valued nothing else in this world. He did not care whether he destroyed only the remnants of his own life, or managed to break the lives of others. That was his last will. Cho Ryan understood. He explained nothing further. He considered the conversation over. Everything he was interested in, he heard. He had no intention to waste more time. The man opened a fan and ordered to follow him and obey. They found themselves in a huge hall, sinking in semi-darkness. Weapons lay around and everything was covered with warrior attributes, and the warlord wondered how Cho Ryan could hide such a building underground. It seemed the man heard his thoughts. He turned to the warlord and nostalgically told about their former joint trainings, and the Prince of Bloody Hands pondered whether that special hall was intended for training secret techniques. The warlord did not even pay attention to this. He asked if the elder brother deliberately brought him here. He very much wanted to start training as soon as possible. The elder brother assured him that it was not worth being so bold and impatient. The older brother asked him to calm down and trust completely. For now, they were alone in this room, and no one would dare enter here without Cho Ryan's permission. The older brother carefully stepped on one of the tiles covering the floor, and next to him a large stone stele rumbled out from beneath the floor, to which something resembling a large book was chained. Cho Ryan revealed that this manuscript describes a lightning strike technique, which can rightfully be called the most powerful technique known in the world of martial arts to date. The elder brother paused and finally stunned the ruler. He stated that after a detailed examination of the technology, he determined it was unfinished and incomplete. With one light but powerful movement, Cho Ryan broke the chains that bound the book, and it fell into his outstretched hand. He explained that the general logic was simple: the more you train, the stronger you become. This technique also fell under that rule. But there was one important condition that changed everything. Even the most famous martial arts masters had their limits of what was allowed. The elder brother carefully stared at the book he held in his hands. He explained that beyond the 8th star, the heart was overwhelmed by an obsession with this technique. Understanding its power, he found it difficult to restrain himself and his desires. Cho Ryan sharply asked the Lord if he still considered it necessary to master the secrets of this technique, if in the end you still become possessed and turn into a real demon. The Lord was silent. The older brother broke the silence. He added that he himself had not fully mastered this technique. He stopped at the 8th level, because beyond that began the boundary after which there was no turning back. That is why he called this technique incomplete. He still believed that this would scare his younger brother and he would refuse. But when he looked into his face, he immediately realized he was wrong about that. The bishop asked to be taught. He promised that he would go alone until the end. Cho Ryan looked at him in surprise. He began to think that his brother had heard incorrectly and did not understand the essence of the speech, but he did not want to repeat it. Perhaps the bishop would come to his senses over time. The Prince of Bloody Hands watched his brother intently. He tried not to show interest, but his words betrayed him. The prince believed that such a technique was very necessary for him now. The elder brother was caught off guard. Not knowing what to answer, it was already impossible to go back. He handed the book to the younger brother and asked him to be careful and under no circumstances to proceed to the 8th level. The ruler remained alone in the huge hall. Before him lay a sword and a book, which from today he had to study and master its entire essence. And Cho Ryan said nothing more. The book lay before the prince and seemed to shine with a bright light, beckoning him and promising power and might that no martial arts master in the whole world had yet seen. The boy clenched his teeth tightly, thinking only of Manhwa, and so wanted at least for a moment to return to her and look at the girl. The ruler plunged the sword into the rocky floor with all his might. He promised himself and Manhwa that they would meet soon. He just had to wait a little while until he mastered the art. In the evening, Cho Ryan called his assistant and strictly ordered that today's visit to the secret training hall be kept secret from the 5 emperors of the staff. The assistant assured that everything would be as it should. When the servant left as silently as he had come, the prince was finally alone. He did not want to see anyone else, because the night already seemed too long to him. as if stuck on the earth. In the guild's lounge, the elder brother warmly welcomed the guests. He sincerely apologized for the delay that made them wait for him. The guests assured him that everything was fine, and the tea they were served was excellent. The guest asked to dispense with formalities. Behind and ahead of him was a hard, long journey, and in any case, he had to share information about an outstanding martial arts master who had appeared in the valley. The man folded his hands before the cup of tea and began to tell. What troubled him most in the collected data was the techniques the master possessed. One could not take him lightly because of his abilities. Some whispered that this master was supposedly somehow connected with the clan of followers of the demonic path, but the prince cut in. That was definitely not so. If such fighters were in the clan's ranks, he would certainly know about it. But if he really were a follower of their clan, he would have long ago united all the lands and martial arts schools. The guest placed his hand on the sword and asked if this did not mean the emergence of some unknown force in the central lands. The guest was one of the 5 emperors of the divine imperial section, a true master of the sword. He gladly agreed to help sort out the details of the matter and resolve the headquarters issues. The old man promised, as long as his sword might still be needed, he would provide all necessary support to the prince and his house, and the clan placed great hopes on the success of their mission in this area, so they had no right to make a mistake. The prince folded his hands in a sign of respect. He was grateful that such a powerful ally would henceforth stand by his side and help with advice and the sword to bring order to their future possessions. Meanwhile, the master of the sword stood and looked at the city, captivated by its beauty. Over many years it had grown and become even larger and more beautiful, and on the roof of one building, he awaited an important meeting with a significant person. Soon a fighter named Salyugam arrived. He greeted the lord and inquired how his humble figure could assist the old, respected man. The latter silently gazed at his ally. Finally, the old man asked Salyugam what he thought of the prince, and the man fell silent for a moment. It was clear he hesitated whether to tell the truth in the presence of one of the headquarters leaders. Salyugam finally decided to open up. He explained that although he had been a student of a great master at the imperial court, his essence was hard to fully understand, and such a person was difficult to trust and open up to. Behind the prince's smile it was almost impossible to discern his true motives, and his strength remained unknown, so he was truly a very dangerous opponent. The old man had already made a decision and ordered to spy on the prince. In one of the city's districts it was already getting dark. The street was deserted. 2 bandits were tormenting a merchant who could not fight back. They were destroying his goods and mocking him. The man sat on the floor among the remains of the goods watermelons, begging to be left alone. He simply had no money to give to the extortionists, as he still had to feed his family. A man with a scar on his face harshly asked the merchant if he had not learned to count money properly over all these years. The change he gave for the purchase did not add up, so now they would teach him everything necessary. The old man explained the prices and how he calculated them. In his opinion, everything was correct. The arithmetic also showed he was completely right. But the villains were against this. They sought to profit. The truth was superfluous for the criminals. They did not need it. Shromovani coldly looked down at the poor merchant. The wrongdoer turned to his accomplice and asked if he could simply and clearly explain the hints to the man. The criminal explained that he has controlled this city district for over 10 years. So when he buys something here, it is not only given to him for free, they even give him money to thank him for the protection. Shromovani pulled the merchant close and coldly emphasized that everyone who wants to be on his lands must think that way. So the man was wrong and he alone is to blame for everything. A young man intervened, carefully examined the criminals, and assured that they had miscounted the money and were also mistreating the merchant. Scarred asked who he was. The next moment the criminal flew back from a powerful blow to the face and fell on his back like a sack. His accomplice panicked, and with a trembling voice, asked the older brother how he felt and who this stranger was. Already in flight, the stranger asked, "Does anything really depend on this?" He pounced from above on the scoundrel. The latter did not even have time to react. He did not understand what had happened to him. With a powerful blow to the head, the stranger finally defeated the enemy and put an end to the robbery on the street. He had no intention of further finishing off the scoundrels, but simply wanted to teach them a lesson. The old man sincerely thanked the unknown warrior for the rescue. He simply stepped over the bodies of the criminals. He did not want to talk to the merchant. He silently responded to his praise and moved deeper into the darkness of the quarter. Finally, the young man turned around and anxiously asked the merchant to move his stall. Trading in such sparsely populated and poorly lit corners was too dangerous. But the old man just smiled and assured him that he would handle everything. The boy walked through the streets. He counted that more than 3 days had passed since his arrival in Luoyang. During this time, he still failed to learn anything about Zhao Yun. He had no leads, nor any acquaintances. Suddenly, he noticed that the merchant was catching up with him. The man was calling to stop and begged not to be treated harshly. He hardly knew how to fight, but still had something to say to the rescuer. The man asked to be allowed to befriend the martial arts master. Having such powerful connections with a distinguished hero was a great honor for him. In return, he would repay him with loyal service. The boy paid no attention to his words at all, because he believed that the merchant would be of no use to him at all. So this conversation was pointless. It only wasted time and distracted him from his search. Soon he found himself at a large table that was simply overflowing with dishes. The boy did not expect such a warm reception. He did not know where to start. In the last few days there had not been even a grain of rice in his mouth. The old man whom the young man saved turned out to be the owner of the mirror cloud hall named Min Qiushan, and he really once started as a watermelon merchant. But over time his business grew a bit. The mirror cloud tea house was famous throughout Luoyang. Finding someone who had not heard of it was almost impossible. So the young man was lucky when he decided to stand up for the poor merchant. He could not understand why such a respectable person, the owner of a famous tea house in the city and district, decided to sell watermelons at night in a dangerous neighborhood. The man explained that once a month he makes such trips to the city. The old man explained that he always tries not to forget where he comes from. But today he was terribly unlucky, as if to spite him. He sent the guards home and had to return alone. Qiushan asked where the young man had come to the city from, and why, with such talents, he still did not belong to any martial arts clan. After all, in the old man's humble opinion, the boy really had a talent for martial arts. Meanwhile, the young man was delighted to be in this house. The tea house owner was to become his source of all news about the city, so no news was to pass him by. The boy simply asked to be told about a girl named Zhao Yun. As her brother, he had long wanted to learn from someone about his sister's fate, and therefore placed great hopes on Master Min. The question frightened him. He looked at the guest and hesitated about what could be answered, and what was better left unsaid, so as not to bring upon himself the wrath of the city's respected people. The old man immediately guessed that before him was that martial arts master from the legends. It was no wonder the guest immediately seemed talented and capable to him. He towered above the crowd and was surpassed in height by only one. The boy jumped with surprise that the old man knew his surname. The old man only smiled and explained that everyone around talked about the mysterious master from the south. The fame of his skills and techniques preceded him much faster. Finally, they got down to business. Master Min, the owner of the tea house, could not help but hear all sorts of rumors and gossip. He did not want to upset the boy, but he also did not want to risk his position. The boy's eyes lit up with joy when he realized that a clue might appear in the pouches now, and considering who passed it on, this clue could be very significant and lead him straight to the trail. The old man did not want to worry the guest, but he still told him that Lady Zhao Yun might have found herself in the very epicenter of the storm, where it was easy for her to get hurt. She herself would be glad to get out of there, but does not know how to do it. The man explained that among the merchants trading rare fruits, rumors had recently begun to spread. Usually, the demand for delicacies does not change sharply, but lately something strange has been happening. Recently, a buyer appeared in the market who simply buys the same product in huge quantities, and at first glance, this might have seemed unimportant, but it will get much more interesting. Many believed that it could have been someone from the newly arrived princes, but one day, a man. This one, who officially dealt with goods, slipped in anger. He asked to be given the freshest and best goods for the new mistress. From that moment, rumors began to spread that the trade guild supposedly started keeping a young beauty, whom the owner and the chief tried to pamper with overseas and local delicacies. They say that anyone who managed to see her even with one eye said that this girl looked very much like the former deputy of the Southern Union, so it is quite likely that it was Zhao Yun. The owner finally decided to return to the story about the products, and directly asked the guest if he guessed about the products that the mysterious lady was buying so much of, and the young man assured that he had no idea about it. He could not hide his surprise when the old man said that the product was ordinary grapes. They were bought in very large quantities, and he had never heard that the locals loved this fruit so much. Zhao Yun sat on the bed next to the prince. She asked him what his real name meant, and he replied that it meant, one who strives for the light. The girl clearly liked it. She looked at her faithful husband with admiration. It was hard to recognize in her the haughty and proud girl who first appeared before him and tried so long to leave his house. And the girl meanwhile compared the meaning of the name with the name of the grape in her former native lands. Zhao Yun explained that each grapeberry actually strives for the sun and wants to be close to it. The girl took a bunch of grapes and tried to look at her husband through it, and she was pleased to understand that he would become her little grape, which she definitely would not share with anyone. The merchant told about the strange habit of the hostess. She was constantly dissatisfied with the variety of grapes brought to her, and kept insisting that it was not the grapes she needed. The man firmly emphasized that the girl received grapes from all regions of the Central Plain and was never satisfied, and the host noticed that his guest, according to his story, began to suspect something. The old man did not manage to finish his story. The young man began to cry. Through tears, he begged to be told where the headquarters of the trade guild was located. He intended to set off there right away. He was almost at the main building of the trade guild, and sincerely hoped that the girl's trail would finally appear before him. The girl just had to hold on a little longer. She had already been alone among strangers for too long. The youth knew the truth about the guild. He had been inside once. From the outside, the huge building of the main headquarters of the trade guild deceived the eyes, because the real guild complex was hidden much further away. Behind the main tower stretched a huge complex almost like a small town. The young man sat on the roof of a building and carefully examined the houses, not understanding how it was even possible to buy up so much land and build on it. He did not consider himself a martial arts master, but his trader's instinct told him a lot, and led to guesses one had to be careful with this organization and its members. When the young man entered the complex, he immediately understood. This was definitely not a place for the headquarters of ordinary traders. Everything around was soaked with dark, hostile energy for humans. The further a person advanced into the territory, the stronger the aura of death and destruction enveloped them. It was not overtly dangerous, but clearly felt blood, and the smell of a dead body seemed to sink into the stranger's skin. The security guy was not afraid. He was confident he could handle them. He did not want to dig into the secrets of this place. First save the girl, and only then bring the right people to them. Minner meanwhile reported to the chief, told the man that many people from the Great Guild of Merchants had arrived on the plain, and it seemed that the Imperial Secret Guild was in a hurry. The chief tensely asked how the troops of the Bloody Demon were progressing. He assured that there was little information about this, and it is worth noting that they might act jointly with the Emperor's section. So far, no fighters of theirs have been noticed in Loyan, but they should not be underestimated. Warriors of this clan can arrive in the city at any moment and create real hell there. The old man warned that the Merlim alliance might not even suspect the true intentions of the enemy, but there was a terrifying possibility. The enemies had already sunk their claws into Merlim's body, and were just waiting for the right moment to strike. It is also necessary to think through their defense. They too will suffer from this hostility. Minner said he fully understood all the risks, and had already made several decisions to settle the situation. The old man's conscience pressed. He bitterly felt his weakness in protecting the young mistress of the Southern Alliance, but he could not act otherwise. Waves of change, inherent in any era, forced merchants to ride them. The tea-house owner addressed the heavens with a quiet plea that they would favor that girl. He could do nothing more for her, though he wanted to. Very much risking in such times would mean disaster for his family. The young man was wounded. He did not expect support from the side, and the situation really got out of his control. He fell into a trap, although he could easily have realized what awaited him. The Swordmaster, the fifth emperor of the Divine Emperor's section, had long awaited such a guest. Her people stood around, and she warned that the best for everyone was to surrender the uninvited guest to her captivity. She assured that she had been expecting someone else, but an even bigger rat fell into her trap, and she was quite satisfied with that. When the guest finally appeared, they would start sorting out the matter. The master already tensely reached for her sword, ready to rush at the opponent. The old woman's speed was phenomenal. She amazed with agility and physical endurance at such an age. The boy barely repelled the enemy's attack. He didn't even manage to draw his weapon and unsheath his sword, and he used up all the strength he had at that moment. Soldiers of the clan rushed down the corridor. It was clear they were in a hurry, and this time it was definitely not a drill or a false alarm to keep the fighters alert. Zhao Yun saw what was happening in the palace. Nothing escaped her watchful eye. Unrest and tension reigned in the house. The maid was silent and only emphasized that it was worth going to the inner chambers. The girl could hardly believe the servant's words. For the first time during all this long time here, she noticed such agitation. Doubts crept into her thoughts, and she imagined the incredible. The servant did not notice how her young lady appeared behind her. The girl sharply struck the maid on the neck with the edge of her palm, and she, trying to cling to reality even at the edge of consciousness, lost consciousness. Zhao Yun apologized to the girl, although she knew she would not hear her. In 2 hours she would regain consciousness, and saying goodbye to this faithful and devoted girl was unbearable. Her only fault was obedience to her master. The next moment, Zhao Yun rushed down the palace corridor. Not afraid to get lost, she had already walked these corridors more than once, met no one on the way, because all the servants and maids had moved to the inner house. Zhao Yun felt that her chance to break free from this cursed place had come. She would finally no longer be a prisoner in this golden cage. But a loud order to stop pinned her to the spot, and a fan fell before the girl. She did not doubt for a moment who dared to do this. The master of the house, Cho Ryang himself, the supreme commander of the Divine Imperial Section, would never allow a prisoner to escape. In the courtyard of the main house, the swordmaster fiercely fought with an uninvited guest. The young man gradually began to get used to the sword-fighting techniques used by his opponent. The enemies clashed more fiercely and boldly each time. They parried strikes and lunges. With each minute, strength spread in the air and gave no rest to both opponents, who understood what the result of the duel must be in any case. The woman increasingly went on the attack, forcing the opponent to defend and gradually give her more advantageous positions, while the boy held on, but felt that the advantage was already on her side. The rival had behind her experience and knowledge of secret sword-fighting techniques, which she had honed since youth. But the young man was also no ordinary person. He anticipated the opponent's moves in advance. Yet when the distance between them became sufficient to take a short rest, the woman's face seemed unchanged. It seemed she did not know fatigue and acted like a robot. She carefully examined the opponent and challengingly asked how long he would keep the sword in its sheath. After all, she personally perceived this as an insult to her military skills. He looked at her attentively. Finally, despite the fatigue, a smile blossomed on his face. He looked at the woman and assured her that he was just about to do that now. After his words, the heavy scabbard fell from under the sword onto the floor. A cloud of dust rose from it, and it seemed the scabbard weighed incredibly much. Even the ground trembled from it. The young man skillfully held a huge, incredibly heavy sword with one hand, which could be wielded with both hands or one. But outwardly it looked not very attractive and not at all formidable. The woman carefully examined him and said that an empty barrel always makes the loudest noise. She asked if the young man was not ashamed to call this piece of iron a sword, and whether she herself was not risking dulling it even more. He paid no attention to her and wondered. How could she be called a swordmaster if she did not see the true essence of this weapon, and looked at it like an ordinary person, far from martial arts? The old woman activated her secret reserves of energy, and asked the opponent to show her the hidden essence of his sword, because, in her opinion, he simply had no other choice. Otherwise he would just die from her next strike. The master's movements suddenly became completely imperceptible to the naked eye. He rushed so fast that not even a trace remained in the air, and it was very difficult to guess where he had just been. The young man became worried about what could happen in a moment and instinctively raised the blade of the sword. The blade protected him from the master's direct strike. The woman was confused and did not know how to react. Her measured years-honed strike did not reach its goal. The young man stopped her sword with his blade, and the great master now did not know what to do, because usually the duel ended at this point. The boy remembered the moment when his father-in-law gave him this sword. The old man then assured him that it was a unique artifact, called the Blade of Avoiding Sound, and Zhao Yun's father had long been the king of sharp blades. The boy then treated the artifact with disdain, but the father-in-law asked him to be more attentive, and to respect the ancient artifacts of past eras to which this blade belonged, reacting to the hum of destruction. The boy held the weapon in his hands, and could hardly believe how precious this gift from his father-in-law was, while the man explained that for such a weapon, it was important that the enemy acted as much as possible. The old man said that a coward would not actually be able to use this weapon. Only a warrior with a strong spirit could wield it and go into battle, looking the enemy straight in the face. The sword's blade almost pierced the boy's forehead, from which blood was flowing. But the youth strangely rejoiced, and explained that the blade absorbed the power of the enemy's strike. The more he was attacked, the better it was for him. The sword slowly absorbed the destructive force flying at it and its owner. So now the boy felt an unprecedented surge of strength energy broke free, and the youth raised the sword above the old woman's head. Although she had fenced and studied sword-fighting techniques all her life, she watched in surprise as the sword approached her face. The boy poured all the energy his sword had accumulated during that time into the strike, and with all his might brought it down on the opponent. The blow was meant to end the fight and destroy the adversary without a trace, and everything around the point of impact exploded. A small crater formed at the point of impact. The youth still held the sword, and by inertia, it slightly dragged behind him. The old woman was not visible either. She managed to avoid the devastating attack, or she disappeared into the crucible of energy. When the dust settled and the smoke cleared, the boy noticed that the swordmaster held her weapon above her head, holding the blade with one hand. The woman was half in the ground and survived only thanks to her quick reaction. The guest stood over the defeated opponent and hesitated about what to do next. He could hardly believe that the path to his beloved was truly clear, especially since there were no enemies or the master's servants around. Meanwhile, Cho Riang stood in the girl's way and was not going to let her pass. She already suspected that this noise was not for nothing. The cause was the visit of a very unwelcome guest, for whom everyone was raised on alert. The girl pretended to believe the master, but in reality wanted to get to the courtyard. She placed her hand on the shoulder of the housemaster and asked him to let her pass, while Zhang explained that she needed a breath of fresh air. Cho Ryan took her by the Honda grip, strong but gentle, until the girl decided to break free from his hands. Then he squeezed even harder, and Zhang felt a lot of pain. The more she struggled, the worse it was for her. The young man looked carefully at the girl and quietly explained that she definitely could not use her powers herself when she was brought to this house. Zhang Cho sealed those powers, and now she is an ordinary person. He focused on her even more and looked intently into her eyes. The prince assured that now there was little use for an ordinary person, no matter how much hustle and bustle was on the street. The girl thought that such a conversation was pointless now. She would decide for herself whether she would be a burden or a help, so she asked to be let go and not held against her will. Despite her words, the prince held the girl's hand tightly and had no intention of letting go. He insisted that she now looked like a poor kitten caught in the hands of a child who does not want to let it go. These words brought the girl to her senses. She confidently declared that she was not a kitten, but a lioness. After all, that was what women who once ruled the Southern Union were called. They truly were the lionesses of their region. She shouted loudly at Cho Ryan and ordered him to let go of her hand. It did not affect the prince at all. He was thinking about his own, and just watched as the girl was angry at him. The master of the house listened a little longer to Zhang's hysterics and warned that she was about to fall asleep. As there was nowhere left to Gothen, with one sharp, strong blow he made the girl lose consciousness. Cho Ryan did not make it in time. He missed. Or he deliberately did it to show the girl what he was really capable of. Zhang looked embarrassed at the result of the strike. It is hard to imagine what could have happened to her. Suddenly someone rushed at him from the side, engrossed in conversation with the prisoner. He did not even notice how her fiancé attacked. The opponent disappeared into the depths of the room, and the girl barely avoided colliding with him again. Zhu was glad to see Chuguan. He was insanely angry. He was furious that someone dared to threaten his fiancée. The boy was barely calmed down, and he cursed the house owner with the worst words. The fiancée was glowing with joy upon seeing her chosen one after such a long separation. She simply could not believe that it had finally happened. She desperately wanted to hug him tightly and hold him close. But that did not happen. The prince suddenly rushed, taking advantage of the opponent's lowered guard. With a kick, Cho Riang sent Chuguan back into the yard right through the house wall, and the long-awaited meeting lasted not long at all. The swordmaster was just getting out of the trap. She was feeling for her sword, and at the same time wiping blood and dust from her face, wondering where that boar had appeared on her path, and Chuguan was already flying straight at her. The master only managed to turn her head and look intently at what was flying and buzzing in the sky. The old woman already suspected what was about to happen next. From the force of Chuguan's body hitting the ground, an explosive wave threw the old woman far from the epicenter. She did not immediately understand what had happened to her, and she also did not know if her former opponent had survived. Cho Riang came out onto the street right through the hole in the house wall. He did not expect to be attacked, and for someone to try to forcibly free the girl. And the owner now believed that he had been cursed in the central lands. He ordered the captive to stand still and not go outside, saying that otherwise she might accidentally get hurt. He did not even suspect what she had once gone through. And to make her obey, he lightly hit her on the neck, Juan fell to her knees, clutching her neck, convulsively trying to restore her breathing. Her breaths came irregularly, and she felt terrified at the thought that she might die without ever seeing her beloved. The prince slowly approached the opponent who was trying to regain consciousness and stand up. According to Cho Ryang's custom, he did not finish off someone who could not defend themselves, so he gave him a chance to rise. The owner stood opposite the uninvited guest and, with a slight smile, praised him for his resilience and persistence. After all, only a true master of the Southern Alliance was capable of such. But now his efforts had come to an end. Blood flowed down the boy's face. He looked carefully at his opponent, who said he was ready to forgive his ignorance, but decent people should not just barge into others' houses. The prince resolutely assured that there was no need to talk about the Southern Alliance, which had fallen apart due to the weakness of its representatives. But the young warrior still had to be punished for violating human etiquette rules. Chungguan assured. He was not chasing glory at all. Belonging to the Southern Alliance meant nothing to him. He was simply a man who came for his woman, and he needed nothing more. Meanwhile, the swordmaster approached the house owner and proposed to attack the enemy together. Chungguan guessed that playing by the rules of an honest fight was not his business, and that he would be attacked by two. The boy felt that the right time had come to activate his secret ability. He called himself the one who pursues the light, and for the sake of his beloved he would become a demon capable of bloody deeds. Filled with energy, Chungguan clenched the sword in his right hand and slowly moved towards the enemies. They did not expect the young man to recover so quickly and stand for battle, but he had little time. The swordmaster watched the opponent intently and quietly warned her current ally. This boy must be killed immediately, otherwise he could defile the headquarters and ruin their reputation. The prince agreed with the elder and was the first to rush into the attack. His hand blazed with fire. The opponent stood right in front of him and weakly clenched the sword in his hands, and Chungguan did not even try to defend himself. Chungguan clenched the sword. He raised it more for defense than for attack. With the other hand, he stretched out towards the opponent and chanted a spell he had been taught while mastering the secret technique. A fireball flew towards the prince, released from Chungguan's hand. Cho Ryang managed to jump in time. The blazing ball whistled under his feet. From this position, he was already preparing to attack the uninvited guest. The prince rushed into a lightning-fast circular motion, spinning and deflecting the fireball with his sword, striving to get as close as possible to the opponent and switch to hand-to-hand combat. The fire tornado was approaching Chungguan, despite the fact that he had released fireballs and discs at the enemy, and the young man began to worry about how to stop the threat rapidly approaching him. The master jumped so close to the opponent that with one powerful strike she wanted to put an end to the uninvited guest's hesitation. The sword was in front of him, but this time Chungguan skillfully avoided the attack. The woman was confused, called the guest a boor, and asked how he managed all this, to which he replied that his body was a weapon, and he skillfully wielded it, so the fight would soon end with his victory. The demon and the old woman clashed again in battle. Their blades locked, energy exploded around them, and both felt that this duel would lead to a bloody victory, after which only one would remain. Blows rained mercilessly on the old woman. She tried with all her might to defend herself, but nothing worked. Chungguan's movements, possessed by demonic aggression and frenzy, were lightning-fast and elusive to an ordinary person. Chungguan enjoyed the fight with such a powerful opponent. He had already used all his secret techniques and moved to a more decisive method that was supposed to put an end to the bloodshed. The opponent rushed to counterattack Chungguan with a sword, but the attack did not work as he hoped. A mark from the blow appeared on the opponent's body, not a wound, but only a shallow scratch. Chungguan, engulfed in demonic frenzy, looked at the wound and was surprised. He did not like that steel had reached him, so now he would take revenge on the insolent one who had done this, while the opponent was approaching. Possessed by the demon, he stood opposite his opponent. Burning anger consumed Chungguan himself. He wanted to end this skirmish and go to his beloved as soon as possible. But the enemy refused to yield to him. The wound troubled the possessed one. He began to get angrier and lose control over the situation, while the opponent tried to provoke Chungguan to make him angry and lose control of himself. The prince stood, unable to get rid of the thought. How the possessed one felt after being wounded by the opponent. And it was even worse to imagine how his fiancée would feel if she found out what her chosen one was like in battle. The possessed Chungguan fell into uncontrollable frenzy. He rushed at the prince, insisting that he had only scratched him, and moreover, the old woman fought much better than Cho Ryan. The prince paid no attention to the opponent's words. He stood opposite, and silently waited until he approached. Cho Ryan really did not want to reveal his abilities before the headquarters envoy. but there was no other way. The prince raced incredibly fast. Only ghostly projections of his body were visible in the air, and Cho Ryan himself thought about how hard it was for him to control his power, so that the master would not notice anything extra. With a lightning jump, the prince appeared before the opponent, who did not have time to understand what was happening, and dealt Chuguan a powerful blow. He almost lost consciousness, but stood firm. Blows rained down on the possessed from all sides. He did not even have time to notice where the next one was coming from. But surprisingly, he held on cheerfully, and endured the blows. Only one question remained. For how long? The prince got carried away, completely forgetting that he needed to restrain his technique so that the master could see as little as possible, but still gathered mana at his fingertips and struck the opponent right in the heart. The woman's watchful eyes missed no movement. She saw how the boy rushed into the attack and what technique he used. She could not believe that the prince possessed such mastery in martial arts. In a moment, Cho Ryan's attack ended. He stood opposite his opponent and looked at him intently. The prince held his breath, awaiting the results of the attack. The possessed Chuguan was still standing, and a smile appeared on his lips. Chuguan held on with his last strength, showed remarkable willpower, but it could not last long. He felt damage to his internal organs, and bruises appeared on his body. The boy could no longer endure. He fell to his knees and began to vomit bloody streams. The prince assessed the opponent's endurance. Cho Ryan praised the opponent and assured that he had true willpower. Although it was the honor of a warrior, the prince addressed Chuguan and begged him not to bring the matter to killing. It was necessary to stop there. Such a strong, powerful warrior should not give his life for a woman. But the possessed did not agree. He considered the opponent's words unworthy of a soldier. Only a weakling could think so. After all, a real man had to protect his woman to the very end, and he would give his life for Chua Chun. The prince realized that the fight would end only with the death of one of them. A fireball flared in his palm, and he was about to finish off the opponent, but still gave him a chance to abandon his stubbornness. Everything was disrupted by the hand that suddenly appeared before Chuguan's body. The palm was fully open and tried to protect him from danger. The swordmaster froze in amazement when she noticed what happened on the battlefield, and who intervened in the fight. No one expected to see this side. The prince became even more confused. He was convinced that he had long neutralized this opponent, and forever sealed the abilities of the southern lioness. Juan stood before the master of the house and blocked the way to the defeated beloved. He was still trying to get up from the ground, and the beloved could not just watch this fight and wanted to give him this chance. With a skillful strike using 2 fingers to the back of the head, the prince put an end to the guest's attempts to interfere, and Cho Ryang immediately clearly understood the choice the girl made, despite his kindness and warm attitude. Chuguan seemed to breathe life again when he saw how the prince treated his fiancée. The boy held back tears because it seemed to him that after the long-awaited meeting, the girl was dying right before his eyes. She looked at him intently, and there was no emotion in her eyes. The girl told him to go away, because she no longer loved him. These words cruelly struck the boy's heart and soul, leaving a bloody mark. Chuguan stared into his beloved's eyes, searching for a spark of madness that pushed her to such words. He was hurt not by the wounds and injuries received in battle, but by how the beloved person treated him. Meanwhile, the girl asked the prince to step aside and give way to Chuguan so that he could get out of Cho Ryang's house. The master agreed, and promised that for the sake of Zhao Yun's warm attitude, he would do this. He sharply turned around and walked away. Behind him remained Chuguan, who was still kneeling, and his fiancée both frozen in silent silence. No one dared to utter a word. The swordmaster caught up with the prince. She promised to find time to listen to explanations about who these people were, and she was also curious how the Supreme Commander achieved such a level of training and could hide it. The woman did not share the prince's optimism. She thought her servant was right. Revealing the true nature of this boy would be very difficult, and it was not excluded that even more powers and techniques were hidden in his arsenal. Suddenly Cho Ryan froze as if rooted to the spot and gave a signal by prior arrangement with the swordmaster. This meant she was to behead the opponent. Meanwhile, Chuguan was tormented by the question of why his beloved had said that to him. He could not believe that his journey was in vain, and hoped that it was all just a hallucination after his head injury. The girl herself found it painful to admit all emotions played across Chuguan's face. He hoped that Zhao Yun would come to her senses and say she had just lied, but she could not tell him that. Unlike him, the girl skillfully hid her feelings. She looked carefully at the boy and asked him not to draw his sword for her anymore. He should no longer try to protect or save her. She looked at him attentively, but inside her soul there was a turmoil quite different from what she said. She spoke about her belonging to a new home and the impossibility of returning. Zhao Yun did not want to be the reason Chuguan would lose his life. So, knowing the cruelty of her act, she went at him seeing no other way and confessing late that she had fallen in love with another during that time. Chuguan trembled with overwhelming emotions. He did not believe and thought the girl was forced to lie or was under hypnosis, so he begged her to stop and not lie to him. Zhao Yun remained silent. The master and the prince witnessed this tragedy, and the woman felt sorry for the young man who had so thoughtlessly rushed to find the girl. At the same time, she noticed that Zhao Yun was not entirely sincere, while Cho Ryan rejoiced like a child. Chuguan begged the girl to take back her words. He did not perceive it as humiliation. Suddenly his words were interrupted by a treacherous attack from the swordmaster. The woman attacked from behind and struck the opponent directly in the back with her sword. Zhao Yun instantly tore the mask from her face and rushed to Chuguan. But the prince restrained her. He felt that the girl had been pretending all along, trying to save her beloved. This time he held the guest firmly and pressed the right points. He assured her that this time she would reach the house on her own, and no one would disturb her. The words of suggestion finally took effect. The girl's eyes were empty. Chuguan was still alive. He had lost a lot of blood but was still holding on. The woman was impressed by the resilience of this boy. At first glance, nothing like that could be said about him. Gathering his strength, he watched intently after his beloved who betrayed him, and did not notice how she was breaking free from the prince's hands, trying to rush to her lover and save him from execution. Instead, he saw how Zhao Yun went with the prince towards the house. Pain pierced his heart. He did not want to believe it, but reality turned out to be a cruel lesson that opened his eyes. He fell powerless. His last thought was a dream of revenge. The words of his beloved turned out to be a cold blade for him. Revenge became his most cherished desire, but he will not do it, because he loves the girl too much. Just now in the house, the prince ordered the woman to take Zhao Yun to the sanctuary and leave her there. He suddenly had many matters to resolve on the spot, and the old woman agreed without a word of protest. Indeed, she did not want at all to leave behind even a mortally wounded but still living enemy. She mentally promised herself to return here and finish him off completely. The prince begged the woman to calm down. He was sure that the guest had lost the will to fight and would no longer stand in the way of their goal. But Cho Ryanu was now concerned with another matter that required immediate consideration. The master believed that such words did not suit a great commander. Sprouts of hatred must be uprooted, not allowed to grow into something bigger, and the prince's secrets were becoming increasingly apparent. After everything she had seen and heard from the spy, it became clear to her she could not follow this lord. He was hiding much from the organization, and had begun to conduct his own affairs in the central lands. It seemed the young man somehow heard the woman's thoughts. He assured that he was actually hiding nothing. Simply in this world there was a right time for everything, and the time for his confession and revealing secret motives had simply not come. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud order to stop. The prince and his guest froze. The voice sounded strangely familiar, and the host of the house already guessed who had come to the estate, while the guest meanwhile asked why they were treating Chuguan like that. A moment of triumph was suddenly spoiled by Pachon himself. He demanded explanations why they treated the boy that way, and where the girl was now, and he was serious and resolute. His vigilant gaze immediately revealed sword marks on the victim's back. This meant she was cut after the lost battle, and such an order could only be given by the master to his subordinate. The young man fixed his gaze on both of them, trying to figure out who was really in charge here. He noticed the old woman tensed. She was unlikely to be in control here, but the sword strike was her doing. The woman grabbed the sword with a combat grip and prepared to attack from this boy's side. She did not want to fight at all. The previous duel had taken much of her strength and energy. The old woman asked the attacker how he dared to enter this estate just like that, without an invitation. She tried to influence him and drive him away, and even thought of threatening him with the wrath of the entire clan. Pachon did not intend to listen to the old woman. He rushed at her lightning fast, not even letting her grab a weapon. The woman's head hung in the air, and her body was already falling to the floor in a pool of blood. The prince froze in surprise, but it quickly turned into genuine concern. This swift move of the uninvited guest made him seriously think about the future, because the fighter was not a novice, so reinforcements should be called. Meanwhile, Pachon decisively declared that from now on, he would personally ask the questions, and no one would dare interrupt him or disrupt the interrogation. His face and expression left no chance for dispute. He was still standing by the old woman's body, like stone. and the master of the house felt. Before him was not an ordinary fighter if he dared to come alone to help the young lord. Then he could only be one of the great warriors. The Jade Divine Dragon. Wen Yun, the one who ranks below only one, but commands 10,000 warriors. The prince understood that today he would have the opportunity to use his secret technique. The prince watched the newcomer intently. He bent over the woman's body and tried to discern something on her, possibly looking for evidence of her involvement with one of the clans, yet he truly had a motive. And soon he approached the body of Chuig Khan. The stranger desperately tried to heal his wounds and save him from death in this cursed place. The boy guessed who was beside him in that difficult moment. The protector lifted the boy under the arm, held him firmly, and began carrying him to a resting place, asking the wounded man to speak less. Every word took away the strength he desperately needed. Finally, Wen turned around and sharply inquired whether the prince was truly the secret leader of the Great Guild of Merchants, and whether his hand was involved in all those attacks on competitors, and the beginning of the struggle for power in the world of merchants. Cho Ryang was not going to report to that guy, he only assured that he would not tell the truth. But in reality, he had strong positions and influential acquaintances in the Merchants Guild. The boy promised his opponent that they would definitely meet again. The issue between them remained open, and Wen jumped, holding the body of his comrade. Climbing away this time, he was not ready to fight. The prince did not take his eyes off the boy who had just dealt with one of the masters of their clan. The threat from him was truly terrifying in front of such an opponent. It is not immediately clear what to do. For the prince himself, it was a real joy. With someone else's hands he got rid of the annoying swordmaster who interfered with his affairs, and in many ways restrained the supreme commander. In the abode of the mystical sky, Master Hungno was intently examining the wounds on Chuagan's body. The elder did not expect such injuries on the body of a hardened fighter ready for sword combat. They were inflicted by a true master. The old man begged his lord to wait a little longer and give the healer time to observe the condition of the mad demon, because the wounds he received in battle were too serious and would not heal just like that. The boy listened in surprise to such an explanation from the great doctor. After all, he usually managed to treat the wounded and those in need of help in time. But this time, the old man looked uncertain. The man, in turn, said that he had to make sure whether the young body of the injured was also ready to help in the treatment. It was like a chick hatching, pecking the shell from the inside. The healer explained. For it to work, the internal and external must act as one whole, so by different means it is necessary to awaken this desire in the wounded. The will of the healer to heal must meet the will of the patient to recover. The old man said he feared that the youth's soul might have lost the desire to live due to a strong moral and psychological shock. Zuiguan must have experienced something too traumatic before the injury. A few days after that conversation, the boy was sitting at a table in the tea house Cloud Pavilion, nervously waiting for an important meeting. He needed to resolve an important issue for which someone's help was required. The boy watched intently the people walking down the street and pondered. How can I help my comrade? And what exactly distinguishes a master from other people? Looking at his wounded comrade, the young man suddenly realized how fragile life is, and how it depends on a bunch of little things. Chuiguan had to survive at all costs. The tea servant approached him and asked the young master not to be angry, but he had orders to take him to a secret place for an important conversation, so the young master could choose how to act. Wen inquired who had requested the meeting. The servant quietly replied that he could not say, but assured him the boy would definitely not regret the meeting and the time spent, so he humbly asked him to follow. The young man looked carefully at the servant. He was polite and well-mannered, but under no circumstances was he going to reveal who sent him, and for what purpose the meeting with the unknown was planned. Curiosity overcame caution, and soon the boy and the messenger were standing in the forest. Before them stood a harnessed carriage, and the servant insisted that they get in it. Wen asked where they were going. The carriage on the spot made one think. Ahead lies a difficult, long journey. The boy asked the servant if he might have confused him with someone else. Perhaps the master was mistaken, and they were not waiting for him. The messenger assured that everything was fine and no danger awaited the young master, so they could calmly set off for the meeting, and Pachun thought that in this guise few in the region knew about him. The boy tensed, trying to guess who could be that mysterious master. In his imagination, the face of Shan Lul appeared before him. Their last meeting ended with Shan Lul's escape, so this time it was necessary to put an end to it. The carriage was already rushing along the forest road. The driver hurried and constantly urged the horses on. It was clear that this path was well known to the animals, so they confidently ran and carried the carriage to the meeting place with Pachon. Soon the carriage stopped. The servant looked into the carriage and asked the young master to get out. They had arrived at the destination. The road had somewhat tired the boy, but he quickly gathered his thoughts. The young man climbed out of the carriage, and the man, as if revealing a secret, explained that a special reception had been arranged for Pachin, and the carriage was a sign of attention and respect. After all, the master knew that the guest could have reached here much faster on his own. The young man was surprised when he read the inscription. He did not doubt that Shan Lul was arrogant, but to behave so confidently and call his lair so pompously was too much even for a bandit. The boy froze in amazement, seeing rows of warriors who were almost identical. Their training and iron discipline inspired admiration, and each fighter was on alert and acted as if they were one whole. Pachin tensed. He did not like being among so many unfamiliar warriors, but he did not feel threatened by them. It was unlikely they were followers of the demonic path or some hostile clan. The servant led the young guest to a cliff on which a magnificent pavilion towered. Here his escort ended, and the owner of this estate was already waiting for the guest there, so it was not appropriate to delay the visit. When the young man entered the room, an old man was sitting on his knees in the center before him, drawing something on paper, and his drawings were hung all over the room. The owner of the tea house Cloud Mirror was Men Chvisan. He thanked the boy for the visit, and for agreeing to go to an unfamiliar place, and Pachin could not hide his surprise when he saw the owner. The old man did not waste time with formalities. He looked at the guest and asked what he thought. The boy did not expect the matter to immediately move to a decision, so he asked what exactly the old man meant. The man was diligently writing something on parchment, showed the boy that picture, and said it was only a draft. He was more interested in the opinion of the young master, and Pachin did not know what to answer. Meanwhile, the old man sighed and explained that he could not pull from his memories the image he wanted to depict. The young man understood that he had to play by the owner's rules and support him, so he assured that the brush was ready to paint. The owner said he doubted whether it was worth starting to paint, because he was afraid of completely ruining the picture. The young man asked what the old man's goal was, just to paint a picture, or to make it perfect. The old man smiled and said that he preferred to create a good, perfect picture, so it was worth making an effort, and the young master would help him with this. The man rose from his knees and said that he actually knows what happened a few days ago in the Merchants' Union. Pachin froze in shock. He did not expect the conversation to shift so abruptly from paintings to discussing an important matter. The master stood before the guest and assured him that he would answer all the boy's questions, but first they should get acquainted, and soon the conversation turned to the organization Night Forest, so the old man asked if the guest had heard of it. The young man had indeed heard rumors about this organization, Asa of the Suns. They were known even beyond the Middle Lands, but many considered everything to be just legends, invented to scare the enemy. The young man folded his hands in a gesture of respect. He considered it an honor to meet the person regarded as the head of the secret guild of mercenary assassins, and the old man was clearly one of the most influential figures of this clan. The old man, in turn, deeply bowed to the boy because he believed that just by being here, the boy was doing him a great honor, as few knew who this modest boy really was. Soon they were sitting opposite each other, and Pachin could not resist. He asked what important matter the old man had with him, that he had called him so urgently and secretly to his secret pavilion. The man decided, no delay, immediately talk about the matter. He resolutely inquired whether the young man was ready to make a deal with him, but he would do it not as the great commander Muram, but as the great master Wen Yun. The young man asked to discuss the details of the agreement more thoroughly. He still did not fully understand what would be demanded of him after he agreed to such a proposal. The man was delighted. He advised to get comfortable. The story he was about to tell would be long but interesting. It was about the beginning of the emergence of the secret guild of hired killers, and would reach far back in time. The Night Forest was founded by the descendants of the great chancellor and first minister of the Sun Dynasty, Sun Zhaobao. It was he who convinced the emperor to limit the power and authority of the military ministers. The young man flashed erudition, and inquired whether it was about the story when, over a cup of wine, military power was returned to those to whom it rightfully belonged. The elder assured that if his guest knew this matter, he could tell the story as briefly as possible, and a situation arose when the ruler summoned the military ministers and revealed his intentions to them. The ruler promised to exchange military power for a peaceful, quiet old age, wealth, and estates. Thus, power was to pass without unnecessary bloodshed and without major clashes. That was the essence. The generals consulted and agreed with the emperor, made a decision, and dispersed to their homes. But soon a big problem arose. Several governors from 2 provinces planned a rebellion against the ruler. A general named Sok Susan successfully suppressed the riots and rebellions in the provinces, and severely punished all who participated. And he himself was among those generals and ministers who voluntarily relinquished their powers. The ruler was grateful to the general for his service, but gratitude went no further, and Sok Susan harbored a grudge against the ruler. Deep in his heart he wanted more, and his current role began to humiliate him. Although in life he boldly challenged almost the heavens themselves, he lost. The cause of his ancestor was taken up by his descendants, who were somewhat luckier in this regard. The general's children surrounded themselves with descendants of other military ministers, and generals outraged people who believed power was taken from them and usurped, so they secretly increased their strength and combat readiness. Their plan was hidden in the shadows, and their actions were so inconspicuous that no one at the ruler's court suspected their existence. Yet there was one person who suspected. Something was wrong in the palace. This man turned out to be the great-grandfather of the current tea master. So it can be said that this war was actually not only from the descendants of Sok Susan himself. The Night Forest was created specifically to protect the ruler. The struggle between these forces had lasted about 400 years, and the boy could not believe what he heard. He was amazed at how the clan had lasted so long, even though sometimes supporters of the rebels were in power. Over time, the strength of the rebels and the dissatisfied grew, and the old man found it difficult to cope with them alone, so he went to ask for help from the great master Yue. The man asked to side with him and help complete the picture that had begun to be created several hundred years ago. The young man asked, by what right could he be asked for such a thing? The old man looked intently at the guest. Soon he explained that the great master already had much power and influence. Yet there was one important nuance. The success of this matter depended on the well-being of Murim and all its future. Soon the master and his grandson stood watching the carriage that was taking the guest to the city. The boy asked his grandfather if the plan had succeeded, and he assured him that everything was fine now they had a powerful ally in Murim. The granddaughter also could not contain her curiosity. What did the grandfather see in the boy's eyes that made him decide to tell him about the secret of the Night Forest, to tell the story of the hidden confrontation and make such a proposal without risking anything? At first the old man was not completely sure, but after a personal meeting he was convinced. He had made the right choice. This boy could really bring the matter to completion and victory. The grandson asked why the decision of this matter could not be brought to the court's will, and the old man explained. Such an important issue cannot be entrusted to the opinion of soldiers. After all, they cannot understand the great hero. The man sighed and added that in this matter much depends on fate, on how kindly it will treat their chosen one, and all they can do is pray and wonder if they have made a mistake. The young man stood over the great city, which spread out as if under his feet, and trembled, thinking whether he could cope with such a burden. He was afraid to let down the old man from the Night Forest. He feared harming the people. The boy raised his eyes to the sky and asked his uncle with distrust. Could he ever have thought that such a proposal would be made to his nephew? And could such a thing have happened in his life in Murim at all? The man in the heavens said that after this, his anger melted away like an inscription on the sand washed away by sea waves. His attitude towards his nephew changed radically for the better. Pachan thought long about who he really wanted to become, and decided to become closer to beings who stand beyond the power of conventions, beyond titles and ranks. So he would go towards this goal. He could not ignore this at this stage. Deciding whose side to be on was incredibly difficult. But he was fully aware. His own life, the lives of his loved ones and comrades, the life of the entire region depended on it. The young Pachan rejoiced. Now he was no longer a prisoner of circumstances. He had the power to do what he desired, and he understood. He had to make the right choice and follow the voice of his heart. Meanwhile, the Sichuan province was burning. The entire region was on fire. A real hell prevailed around. No one could understand what caused this disaster, and the leader of the 5 clans, Namgun Hui, did not know what to answer. A girl named Soso was happy about what she saw before her, believing that nothing terrible had happened, and the old man froze so amusingly, as if he had turned to stone when such a situation arose. Sorang, her companion and comrade, picked up her words and assured that they would manage to break through to the central lands and attack the enemy before he regained consciousness. This way they would show the clan's wrath. In the pavilion of the Heavenly Sword, the new invasion of Sichuan's territories was being discussed tensely, and according to the first reports, the League of 5 clans had already rushed into battle with the invaders. This information was held by the 3-eyed Zhao Tai. His interlocutor asked if they had managed to repel the attack, and Zhao replied that not quite. The enemy was advancing confidently and was now slowly filling everything around, so the situation was very difficult. The League of Clans reports that the attack is commanded by representatives of the 4 imperial palaces, and now they have stopped the advance. Why this happened is hard to explain. But it is true. Wen saw no point in making a big issue out of what was happening, whether the Murim alliance could now send reinforcements and provide humanitarian aid to the victims. The man assured that troops and provisions had already been sent to the affected province, and they could do nothing more otherwise. They themselves would be left without troops or food for the population. The boy stood and thought about what was happening. The problem of the night forest seemed very complicated to him, but everything became much more tragic when the forces of the 4 emperors' castles entered the clash. But that was not all. The man was embarrassed to report, and had nowhere to go. He nervously informed that the Heavenly Overturn sect had started a factional rebellion, and the young man had never heard of such a thing. Zhao explained that this organization grew from the descendants of great demons, but most likely, an even more powerful force stood behind it, which simply gave them orders, and it belonged neither to the demonic nor to the righteous path. The alliance of giant and mighty demons of ancient times loomed over Murim as a serious threat. It will be difficult to deal with such an opponent. Their ancient martial arts traditions make the fight extremely challenging. So the young man asked the assistant to stop with the reports. There was too much information, and the youth had to gather his thoughts to have a chance to make the right decision. At his request late at night, the great comrades of Pachon gathered on one of the rocks near the city and swore to stand by his side in any case, ready to set out on a campaign against the enemy. Ven issued orders, confident in the loyalty of his comrades. Thus Bestanovi and Kvitka were to set out for Sichuan province to help the League of 5 Clans repel the enemy attack and, if possible, destroy the opponent. Comrades, filled with determination, set out on the road, sincerely thanking the mentor for the trust and the chance to serve the faithful cause. By the order of Wen Yue, the heavenly demon marches to the sect of the Heavenly Overturn, to turn it upside down to force all members to join the Murim alliance and become loyal subjects of the alliance. The demon was only dissatisfied that he was not allowed to simply kill the opponent. Pachchon emphasized that those demons were something like juniors to the heavenly demon, so he could not destroy them. The ruler ordered the heavenly demon to hide his face and do everything flawlessly and unnoticed. No one was to suspect that Wen was using his company and services. The demon assured that everything would be fine. A day before the described events in the palace of the demonic path residents, a tense conversation took place between the Lord of Bloody Hands and his advisor. The young man was quite satisfied with the outcome, but still asked to repeat the data once more. The assistant asked her master for permission to clarify some details of the case. Overall, she was well versed in the material, but the Lord of Bloody Hands enjoyed her company. The girl with a slight tremor said that the dog was in the south, the monkey was in the north, the snake was very far away but was now trying to get into the game. The old turtle stood apart from everyone, but still tried to contribute to this matter. The ruler suddenly brightened, and assured that he had not decided in vain to rely on this girl in resolving the issue. She smiled and said that these were just metaphors not to be taken literally, and to immediately rush to build special squads for animals. They both laughed cheerfully and enjoyed each other's company. The monkey from the north and the dog from the south became the living embodiment of the Northern Murim Alliance, and the demonic path. They were now considered the main players in this story. The snake looked from afar like sinister forces trying to break into the Central Lands. They were the source of the greatest troubles that had now fallen upon the heads of the inhabitants of the plains. Satar the turtle was the weakest opponent. She was the embodiment of the Heavens Overturned sect, which alone could change nothing. They were considered puppets in the hands of more respected forces. The ruler was pleased that he had managed to hide for so long from the attention of numerous clans and forces that had chosen the Central Lands as the arena of their confrontation. Calhoun might suspect him, but so far remained silent. The advisor calmly asked the master to listen to something else. Of course, this was also veiled information. But at that moment, there was also a mysterious tiger trying to keep track of all these animals. In the south stood a mansion huge, nameless, which belonged to no lord and served no clan. It was here that the sect's headquarters were located, which had declared a factional rebellion. The Heavens Overturned sect numbered only 99 people. In size it was inferior to the branches of the most respected sects in the region, but was still a serious force. Each of its members was a great demon, considered dead or simply hiding, hoping that everyone would forget about his existence. The appearance of the sect swept through all of Murim like a shockwave. The heavenly demon was punishing the sect's chief mentor right now, sparing no effort to teach the man a lesson for the future. All the sect's followers and fighters who volunteered to help and support the uprising gathered in the hall. Their mentor now knelt before a red-haired boy who addressed everyone present with important information. The heavenly demon introduced himself as Manhwa and coldly declared that from now on, the sect was under his full control. Whoever dared to oppose could challenge him personally and dispute the right to power. The Sichuan province was still blazing. But this time, the army of the dead encountered an obstacle they could not overcome on their own, without the help of those who had called them to battle. The dead soldiers fell before the enemy. Members of the 4 imperial palaces strained to fully understand who stood before them and who dared to stand in the way of their victorious campaign in Sichuan. The girl with the sword raged, cutting soldiers into pieces. She had already laid down almost half of the army of the dead. Her partner fought the enemies brutally with bare hands. Their appearance was a complete surprise. The leader of the 5 clans intently stared at the fighters who responded to his call. For Namgunhui, the arrival of reinforcements from the leadership in the center was unexpected. These days, every soldier on his side was turning into a hero. The newcomers froze on a pile of dead bodies, and the cold moon illuminated the scene. Finally, 2 warriors ended the existence of the army of the dead, and the leaders of the attackers disappeared without a trace as soon as they realized the seriousness of the situation. The action shifts to Luoyang. There the prince and his captive were rolling somewhere unknown in a pleasant carriage, and the young man thanked his interlocutor for agreeing to travel with him. At first, there was a painful conversation. She was told that her former lover was dead. The prince said he died from wounds received in battle from the enemy, but his killer also went to the ancestors. The girl refused to believe Cho Ryan's words and begged, "Say that you lied or were just cruelly mocking." Zhao Yun was convinced that she was to blame for her fiancé's death because he went into that battle because of her. Now they set out on a journey. The prince assured that he was sincerely glad to see Milady in good condition. She had recovered after the loss, and later would forget that incident, and life would return to its usual course. The girl asked what the prince would do if she committed suicide. He resolutely assured that he would not even let her think about it, but the lady did not react to his words. In his Heavenly Sword headquarters, Pachon received a letter from his comrade, the Heavenly Demon, in which he reported that the task was completed, and the entire sect was now at his disposal. The Celestial Demon struggled a lot while writing the letter with his left hand. If it weren't a letter to his comrade, he would have asked someone to write it, but there was very important information that should not be ignored. The boy said that once the sect sent messages to all sects in the region, trying to ignite a general uprising. They wanted to root themselves in Murim and occupy a place there for a long time. The Celestial Demon quietly waited for new orders. At the end he could end the sectarians with one move and put an end to the uprising, and Pakchon respected his decisiveness and thought about what to do next. The boy understood. The Celestial Demon must not be allowed to destroy the sect, because otherwise they would have serious problems with the followers. Many would perceive it as an encroachment on their rights and very existence. The assistant of the Lord of Bloody Hands insisted that her master take control of all those metaphorical animals they had just talked about, and he was truly surprised. She explained that the snake is a rather dangerous animal because it can easily transform into a mushi, the very same snake that will become a dragon and bring destruction and ruin to all living things, regardless of their affiliation. For the tiger to be able to put an end to the dragon, he needed to look at the bigger picture. The essence was that they all came from the Central Plains and had a common root. And when the tiger finally understands everything, he will be able to strengthen his position by uniting the allies into one whole to protect their common home, because it is impossible to face the enemy alone. The idea of the alliance uplifted them, but immediately a question arose: how to achieve this, when even a common root cannot overcome ancient conflicts and misunderstandings between clans. The girl explained that the only thing that had kept everyone on different sides so far was a delicate balance of power. With the invasion of newcomers, everything around would change, and this balance would be destroyed in the face of an external threat. Moreover, each side of this struggle was well aware of this and felt the risk looming over it. But some were ready for the enemy's invasion and even tried to side with it, preparing the ground for intervention. The sect of the Inverted Sky turned out to be traitors. They planned to declare a factional uprising, ignite chaos in Murim, and divert the authorities' attention so that the invaders would have time and opportunity to redeploy their forces.